Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 800 to Chapter 854. Boom, Lin Sun was attacking in a domineering manner. He used the Ice Drake steps, and his entire body shone. At this moment, he was truly like a fiend god, and every move he made was terrifying to the extreme. This was a type of disdainful aura. His battle intent blazed, and he felt that he was the only one who reigned supreme. He wanted to crush and suppress all enemies. The girl in the black dress's peerless face was covered by the silver mask, but the surprise on her face could not be hidden. The West Hing world was extremely large, and it encompassed a few thousands of states, causing it to be extremely vast. There were numerous ancient sects standing towering there, and there were numerous dazzling geniuses that were renowned in an area. Ever since the girl in the black dress started cultivating, she had seen all sorts of geniuses. She had also fought with some truly talented people. But it was the first time that she had met such a powerful person in the Tao Insight realm, and he was so young. Judging from his age, he was even several years younger than her. This surprised the young woman in the black dress. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a true dragon in the fire spirit state by accident. Little girl, if you only have this much strength, then you'll be begging for mercy today. On the opposite side, Lin Sun burst into laughter, looking very arrogant. The young woman in a black dress gritted her teeth in secret while her clear eyes emanated a sharp glow that was like sword insight. She swung her hand and struck out a string of pure and holy symbols that were dense like tidewater, and they were like a group of obscure sword insight that shattered space and slaughtered yin and yang. Do you really think I can't suppress you? Her slender and graceful body became even more holy, and her fine black hair was coiled with a sparkling and translucent luster. Her imposing manner was vast and extraordinary. Rumble, the two of them collided and erupted with expanses of divine light. The force of the fist and sword insight shot out like flames, and they poured down into the 9 heavens, causing this place to be covered in a brilliant expanse. They fought fiercely. For a moment, it was like a divine dragon was in confrontation with a phoenix, and for a moment, it was like a devil god was in battle with a celestial maiden. Both of them revealed terrifying abilities that far surpassed those at the same cultivation realm in the world. The girl's clothes fluttered in the wind, and her sparkling body shone like an ethereal fairy. She fought fiercely with Lin Sun. No matter how strong Lin Sun became, she never fell into a disadvantageous position. However, there was a trace of anger in her heart. This was the first time in her life that she had been confronted to such a state. She was unable to gain the upper hand, and it seemed extremely difficult for her. Around her, the void continued to collapse and spread. That was the power of her body that was constantly growing stronger, constantly resisting and defusing the strong attacks from Lin Sun. Boom, suddenly, the figure of the girl in the black dress flashed, and her white hand turned into a sword. She drew an obscure and mysterious sword mark and collided with Lin's fist, bursting out horrible and dazzling light, filling the void with holy and fierce spirit. Thud thud thud, Lin Sun's figure was blasted back, and he was slightly surprised. After that, his black pupils were like bolts of lightning that emanated divine radiance as he attacked once more. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. Every single step he took caused the snow-white chi to howl and soar into the sky, causing the heavens and the earth to rumble and shake, and it was formidable to the extreme. The eyes of the young woman in a black dress focused as she sensed a terrifying pressure. She didn't dare hesitate to wave her fair hand as if she was forming the seal of a vase, and then a wisp of brilliant and pure white sword insight appeared abruptly and revealed a peerlessly fierce aura of slaughter. At this instant, the void wailed and the heavens and the earth were filled with a terrifying aura. The cultivators who were watching the battle on the ground trembled as if they had fallen into a cold pit, and their hair stood on end. That wisp of holy sword insight was too terrifying. It was only 3 inches long, but it gushed out a peerless sharpness as if it could run through time and kill all living beings. Miss is forced to use the 3-life sword seal. The old woman in cyan was completely shocked, and her eyes were full of terrifying divine light. The 3-life sword seal was a peerless secret technique that could cut off the karma of the previous life, the present life, and the future life. All the mysteries were condensed into one seal, and once it was exerted, it had the power to reverse the universe. This was the real unique technique passed down by the ancient sages. Lin Sun was horrified, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. His pupils shrank as he realized the terror of this blow. However, at this moment, he didn't retreat but advanced instead. With a long roar, his spirit, chi, and spirit instantly reached an unprecedented peak state, and his whole body showed a sense of extreme perfection. Boom! He punched out. Vaguely, the fist strength seemed to run through time and space, with a kind of epic, grand, and destructive aura, which seemed to be able to shake the barrier of the sky and break open the illusory door. It was amazing. All the practitioners in the field had an illusion of suffocation and collapse, as if they saw a devil punching the sky to break all the shackles. He understood. At the moment when he punched out, Lin Sun's mind was unprecedentedly calm and clear. All kinds of mysteries of the 9 strikes of shaking heaven emerged in his mind, and finally these mysteries were condensed into one and turned into a punch in his hand. This was the fist of shaking heaven. In a trance, all the practitioners who paid attention to this battle seemed to see a magnificent figure suddenly appear in the sky, standing on the top of the clouds. His body, which seemed to be made of copper and iron, was surging with terrible and tyrannical aura. He was like a god from the legends. He leaped up and smashed his fist into the sky. Boom! An earth-shaking collision sounded. The 3 life swords seal and the fist of shaking heaven collided. The sky seemed to be about to be broken, with countless shocking cracks spreading in all directions like a spider web. The sky seemed to be collapsing, shaking and roaring, and was about to fall. Just the sound wave was enough to make the spectators' heads buzz. They saw stars and almost coughed up blood in discomfort. Some weaker people directly squatted on the ground, sweating profusely. The light curtain derived from the jade rui sacrificed by the old woman in cyan blocked the sound waves. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle would definitely cause unimaginable disasters. The collision this time was truly too world-shocking. The sky was like a mirror that was shattered into pieces, and it was a horrifying sight. In the sky, the figure of the girl in the black dress stepped back a few steps. Her long black hair was a little messy. Because her face was covered by the mask, her expression could not be seen clearly. But it could be seen from the light bursting out of her clear eyes that she was shocked. At the same time, although Lin Sun did not step back, his figure shook several times. A flush appeared on his handsome face, but it disappeared in an instant. Although he was surprised by the horror of the girl in the black dress, he was more happy. The 9 strikes of shaking heaven, the secret method inherited from the ancient seal of shaking heaven, was finally fully understood and mastered by him. The power was too strong. This secret technique had a total of 9 moves, and every single move contained its own profundity. When it was attained to a state of perfection, then the profundities of these 9 moves could be overlapped together and fused into a single punch, allowing it to develop boundless profundities and exert unimaginably terrifying might. Although it was only a single punch, when one completely grasped it, one would be able to display its full might with a wave of one's hand, and one wouldn't have to rigidly adhere to a single move. Lin Sun was very sure that even a strong practitioner of reincarnation developing realm could not resist this punch at all. But the girl in the black dress blocked it, which made Lin Sun more and more aware that this girl was too extraordinary. She must be a peerless person with an amazing origin. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made a breakthrough in martial arts in such a short time. Lin Sun smiled very brightly. The girl in the black dress was stunned, and a terrible luster surged in her clear eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Have you always regarded me as a sparring partner?" Lin Sun was stunned. Isn't the purpose of sparring to hone oneself? The girl in the black dress didn't show any reaction on the surface. She looked very cold and calm, but she was so angry that she almost coughed up blood. Such a serious and solemn duel was described as a sparring match by him. It was so hateful. "Oh, do you want to continue playing?" The girl in the black dress was very angry. She still had a trump card that she hadn't used before. She had some scruples before, but now she didn't care so much. She just wanted to beat this hateful guy. Forget it. I made too much noise today. I don't want to be regarded as a monster. If you want to play, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Sun said casually. He had no quarrel with the girl in the black dress, and after this battle, he realized that the girl in the black dress should not be inferior to him at all, which made Lin Sun even feel that he was a talent. But the girl in the black dress didn't agree and said coldly, I said, even if you want to admit defeat today, you have to get my permission. You must be worried that your identity will be exposed by wearing a mask, right? Now many people in Yin capital are watching here. If you continue to fight, you will inevitably expose more clues, and people will definitely guess your identity. Do you think it's worth it? Lin Sun said with a smile. The girl in the black dress was stunned. She restrained her anger and became quiet and cold. Lin Sun's words did speak her mind. She was even very sure that once her identity was exposed, those old guys in the sect would definitely kill her at the first time and invite her back. You see, it's not appropriate to continue fighting now. It's better to end it like this. Bye. Lin Sun smiled and turned to leave. This made the girl in the black dress hate Lin Sun's look. It was so hateful. Want to leave? Stay here. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became. Staring at Lin Sun's back for a while, she finally gritted her teeth and grabbed Lin Sun's shoulder like a flash of lightning. What? Lin Sun was stunned. He didn't expect that the girl in the black dress would continue to fight. When he intended to turn around and counterattack, he'd already lost the initiative. However, Lin Sun wasn't someone to be trifled with. At such a moment, driven by his combat instincts, his back arched like a dragon, and divine radiance surged as he executed the move rammed down. The girl in the black dress realized the danger. She suddenly turned around and wanted to change her movement to continue to capture Lin Sun. However, even though her reaction was fast, she didn't realize that the negative but strike would be so swift and strange. It was actually a type of secret technique that attacked from the back. Caught off guard, the instant she turned around, she felt her plump buttocks that were like a full moon fiercely collide with a strong force. In an instant, the girl in the black dress seemed to be struck by lightning. Her mind went blank, and her beautiful face under the silver mask stiffened. This blow made the bastard hit her buttocks. The girl in the black dress was so ashamed and angry that she even wanted to kill him. In the past, she was respected as a fairy. She had a high status in the West Hing world and no one dared to blaspheme or offend her. But now, she was hit by Lin Sun's back in the most embarrassing part of her body, which almost made her unable to believe it. The most embarrassing thing was that the force of this collision was extremely great, and it struck her plump but that was like a full moon, causing her entire body to be blasted flying. Her posture seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. That place was burning hot, and she felt as if it was going to shatter. However, compared to this pain, the black-dressed young woman felt even more humiliated and furious. Even her snow-white and exquisite skin was red, and her face that could be said to be peerless was filled with humiliation and anger. This was simply unimaginable, and she was unable to accept it. How dare this damn bastard be so shameless? Even if the girl in the black dress had a high temperament, she was furious at this moment. At the same time, Lin Sun also had a trace of doubt in his heart. With his keen perception, he instantly noticed that something was wrong. Just now, it felt like it was very soft and elastic. Could it be? Lin Sun's heart thumped and he realized that something was wrong. He didn't need to turn his head to know that there was a pair of clear eyes staring at him coldly like a knife at the moment. The terrible killing intent made him feel scared in his heart. Damn it, Lin Sun realized that this blow was destined to be a misunderstanding, but he couldn't explain it at all. Whoosh, almost subconsciously, Lin Sun ran ice-drake steps and disappeared in the void as if the soles of his feet were smeared with oil. He was a little guilty and decisively retreated first. His speed was so fast that all the practitioners in the field were stunned. Above the void, the girl in the black dress became more and more ashamed and angry. She couldn't control her anger and killing intent and let out a clear roar. Boom, her cyan hairband broke, and her long black hair flew in the air. Her slender and graceful figure released earth-shaking killing intent, sweeping in all directions. Her clear eyes were full of killing intent. That bastard was so hateful. After humiliating her, he still dared to escape. He didn't take her seriously at all. At this moment, she was like an ancient volcano erupting. The terrible momentum made all the practitioners on the ground shocked and anxious. It was too scary. She was like a fairy that was furious, and the consequences were unimaginable. You can't touch a tiger's butt, let alone a tigress. Brother Lin is courting death. Xiaoxiao's innocent face was full of amazement. She even admired Lin Sun's courage. He was not afraid of death at all. Eh? That guy looks familiar. Why does he look like Brother Lin? Feng Linhan finally arrived, but he missed the fierce competition. He only saw Lin Sun's figure scurrying like a rat, and because his speed was too fast, he didn't dare to confirm the identity of that person. Hey, something's not right. Why does this chick in black dress look so familiar? She looks like. When he saw the enraged figure in the sky, Feng Linhan was stunned once more, and then he decisively shook his head. It can't be her. According to the rumors, she's a woman that's like a banished immortal, otherworldly. How could she possibly erupt with such a terrifying rage like this woman? Her personality is too different. Unfortunately, before Feng Linhan could confirm it further, the young woman in black dress in the sky was taken away by a green-clothed old woman, and she transformed into a ray of light that vanished in an instant. This caused Feng Linhan to be shocked in his heart, and he noticed how terrifying the green-clothed old woman was. Even if she wasn't a true king, she wasn't far from it. What a pity. I actually missed such an unparalleled battle. Feng Linhan sighed in his heart, and he was extremely unwilling. He yearned for an opponent that could fight him, but he hadn't encountered one until now, so he couldn't help but feel depressed in his heart. This unparalleled battle that erupted abruptly and ended abruptly came to an end under the dumbstruck gazes of everyone. But in next to no time, the news of this battle swept through the entire flame capital like a hurricane, and it caused everyone to have no choice but to wonder if it wouldn't be long before the news of this battle would spread throughout the thousands of cities in the entire fire spirit state. After all, this battle was truly too shocking and shocking. A domineering and arrogant young man that was like a fiend god, and a pure and graceful young woman in a black dress that was like a celestial maiden from the heavens. Both of them could be said to be peerless geniuses, yet they'd fought in the sky above Flame Capital and received the attention of everyone, so the effect of this battle was obvious. This battle could even be said to be unprecedented. After all, such a world-shocking battle had never occurred in Flame Capital in the past. This is the bearing of a peerless genius. The strength they possess has long since surpassed their peers, and they've arrived at a height that cultivators of the same cultivation realm are unable to reach. Many people sighed with emotion. Presently, everyone in the world was clearly aware that an unprecedented great battle was about to arrive. There was no doubt that this was bound to be a stage that belonged to the true geniuses. At that time, all the geniuses in the world would rise together, and all the heroes would fight for supremacy. Ordinary cultivators were bound to have no chance of participating in it. Perhaps only outstanding figures like this pair of man and woman will possess the qualifications to compete for the fortune of the world after the great battle arrives, right? Some practitioners of the older generation also sighed with emotion. Today's battle had deeply touched them. It's so rare. This battle is destined to cause a sensation in the entire Westing world. But who on earth are that man and woman, and which force do they come from? Most practitioners were guessing the identity of Lin Sun and the young woman in a black dress, but unfortunately, Lin Sun's face was too strange to be recognized. The young woman in a black dress wore a silver mask that covered most of her face, so it was also impossible to recognize her. On the contrary, this made them more mysterious in the hearts of practitioners. It could be expected that when the rumor of today's battle spread and was known by the entire Westing world, the identity of this pair of man and woman might be recognized, and then the answer would be revealed. At night, Flame Capital was as bustling and noisy as before. But different from before, many girls on the street wore a silver mask that was as white as snow, looking mysterious. Even some men wore such a mask. In every corner of the street, there were peddlers from Cyan Flower demonic tribe selling illusory viridescent flower. This was a strange flower, which was the size of a palm, with 6 petals and a verdant color. As long as it was covered on the face, it could be transformed into different masks at will. In today's unprecedented battle, the mask that the young woman in a black dress wore was condensed by illusory viridescent flower. However, perhaps because her performance today was too dazzling, although people couldn't know her identity, the mask she wore suddenly became popular. Some young boys and girls who admired the young woman in a black dress very much even had one each. It seemed that they were proud to wear such a mask, which set off a new trend in Flame Capital. This was the influence of the worship of the strong. Cyan flower demonic tribe, which was rich in illusory viridescent flower, undoubtedly became the biggest winner, taking advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money. In the past, a illusory viridescent flower could be bought with only 3 pieces of low-grade spiritual essence, but its value had doubled overnight to a sky-high price of 30 pieces of low-grade spiritual essence. Profiteers. On the street, Lin Sun muttered. At this moment, he was also wearing a silver-white mask of the same style. If you're not willing, take it off and give it to me. As Xiaoxiaocheng spoke, she stretched out her claws and reached towards Lin Sun's face. Her pure little face was also wearing a mask, but it was pure black, which was the opposite of the silver-white mask. Stop fooling around. Lin Sun reached out and slapped away Xiaoxiaocheng's claws. Then, he glanced around guiltily and said in a low voice, "Do you think I want to wear it? Isn't it because I'm afraid of being seen through? Ha, look at how sneaky you are." Xiaoxiaocheng laughed, taking pleasure in Lin Sun's misfortune. "If you didn't hit my butt today, how could you be so guilty and afraid of being recognized?" Lin Sun's face darkened. "Xiaocheng, this matter concerns our safety. You promised me that you wouldn't tell anyone about this." "Don't worry, I definitely won't. I, Xiaoxiaocheng, am a man of my word," Xiaoxiaocheng said absent-mindedly. But Lin Sun was still a little worried and solemnly warned, "Also, when you go back to the inn and see that Feng Linhan, you must not be love-struck again, lest you accidentally spill the beans." Xiaoxiaocheng was stunned. She seemed to recall Feng Linhan's evil and arrogant face in her mind, and her eyes suddenly became absent-minded. Lin Sun's forehead was full of black lines. What he said came true. This damned girl was simply hopeless for being love-struck. He secretly decided that if Xiaoxiaocheng's master still didn't appear tomorrow, he would leave immediately. Now, he had completely understood and mastered all the mysteries of the 9 strikes of shaking heaven, and only the inheritance and cultivation of the last 2 changes of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon were left. And if he wanted to comprehend the 8th change, the Eye of the Mocking Wind, he needed to go deep into the wilderness to observe the general situation of the mountains and rivers, so as to deduce and comprehend the mysteries of this secret technique. As for the 9th change, he needed to master the mystery of the 8th change, the Eye of the Mocking Wind, before he could comprehend and cultivate it. In addition, there was also the state of enlightenment that needed to be solved. But Lin Sun was not worried about this. He had reached the consummation of the Tao of Water, and he needed an opportunity to carry out transformation and make the Tao of Water reach the level of Tao of Water. For example, the power of Tao could only show its real power when it was mastered to the level of Tao. Why were some top practitioners of reincarnation developing realms so powerful? One of the most important reasons was that they had begun to use the gist of Tao to fight. Of course, ordinary practitioners of reincarnation developing realm were similar to Lin Sun. They were stuck at the level of Tao and could not break through. The reason was simple. This was the reason of aptitude and comprehension. If the aptitude and comprehension were ordinary, they might even stop here for the rest of their lives. "Brother Lin, you're finally back. Did you watch today's battle?" As soon as he returned to the inn, he saw that Feng Linhan had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Lin Sun, he immediately got up and asked. Lin Sun glanced at Xiaoxiaocheng next to him with some worry, for fear that she would be love-struck and accidentally tell everything. Unexpectedly, Xiaoxiaocheng opened her eyes wide at this moment, looked at the table in the side area of the inn, and cried in surprise, "Master!" "Master?" Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help looking up. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and was stunned. It was a woman who could bring disaster to a country and people. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her pretty face was charming, and her eyebrows were as black as ink. Her phoenix eyes were full of charm, which gave people a feeling of electric shock. She was dressed very casually. Her clothes were simple, but her body was graceful and plump. Her skin was crystal clear like fine jade, shining with a clear luster. Even though she was quiet and elegant when she sat upright, there was a unique and alluring charm to her every movement. What was a peerless stunner? That was it. She was as beautiful as a source of calamity and peerless, which reminded people unconsciously of a saying that there was a beautiful woman in the world who was independent of the world. Her first glance could bring down a city, and her second glance could bring down a country. Even though Lin Sun had seen many beautiful women in his cultivation, and each woman had her own charm and beauty, he was still amazed at the moment. But at this moment, he could not help but be stunned. He had never imagined that Xiaoxiao's master would be such a peerlessly beautiful woman. Moreover, Lin Sun noticed that the atmosphere in the inn was very strange. The eyes of the nearby diners were all gathered on the charming and delicate woman. They all looked obsessed with her, and from time to time, there was a sound of swallowing saliva. The woman looked calm. She raised her cup and sipped tea. Her ruddy and plump lips touched the light cyan-smooth porcelain cup. She pursed her lips slightly, and her teeth were slightly exposed. The picture was indescribably amazing and attractive. It seemed that any ordinary action, when used on this woman, had a special charm and style. Lin Sun couldn't imagine that such a pure and simple Xiaoxiao's master was such a beauty who could bring disaster to a country and people. The difference was too big. Feng Linhan, who was talking with Lin Sun, also smiled at the moment and threw an ambiguous look at Lin Sun, saying, "Are you amazed?" Lin Sun nodded in agreement. "Look at me." Feng Linhan originally wanted to talk with Lin Sun, but he suddenly changed his mind at the moment. He straightened his clothes and strode to the woman's table. He wasn't polite at all. He casually sat on the side and revealed a charming smile on his devilishly handsome face. In a low voice, he said, "Isn't it too boring to drink tea alone? Why don't I accompany you for a drink?" His eyes were very sincere, without any obscenity. He was bold and calm with an elegant demeanor. Coupled with his evil and charming face, he really had a proud capital that made it difficult for any woman to refuse. Lin Sun was stunned and admired him in his heart. At least for the first time, he found that this arrogant and unruly guy was so shameless. Xiaoxiao was also stunned for a moment. She found it hard to believe. She had always been infatuated with Feng Linhan's looks, but now, this guy actually had designs on her master. This made her very angry. Her pure little face was full of anger. She muttered angrily in her heart, Feng Linhan, I didn't expect you to be such a person." Xiaoxiao's master put down the teacup, and her rosy lips evoked a mocking arc. She squinted at Feng Linhan with a pair of phoenix eyes and said, "Young man, in terms of age, I am more than enough to be your mother. In terms of appearance, I have seen a lot of pretty boys like you. In terms of strength, you seem to be just so. But you have the courage to seduce me. You are really bold and ignorant." Her voice, with a hint of hoarseness, was low and lazy. It was obviously a mocking and warning, but it had a kind of enchanting charm. Lin Sun was secretly sweating. Xiaoxiao's master was really direct. If it was someone else, he would have already been ashamed and defeated. But it just so happened that Feng Linhan was unmoved. His smile was still dazzling and enchanting as he looked at the woman with a sincere gaze and said seriously, "Nothing? No, I also have a unique love for beauty. There are great beauties in the world without words. In my eyes, you are the most brilliant beauty in the world." In the end, his voice became more and more low and serious, with a sense of piety. "What's more, I love your beauty in my heart. How can I pretend to be empty?" "That works?" Lin Sun's eyes widened. "Isn't it too shameless?" "Bah! What a shameless man. I didn't expect you to be such a person." Some diners nearby secretly despised him, but in fact, they were very envious that Feng Linhan could talk with the woman so openly and generously. Some of the self-proclaimed experienced cultivators had their horizons broadened and were completely convinced by Feng Linhan's methods. What was a love saint-level expert? This was it. No matter how mushy and hypocritical the words were, he could say them in a sincere and calm tone, but it was not delicate and pretentious, which was amazing. But the woman smiled slightly, and a curve appeared on her bright red lips. She said, "Oh, really? I can't see your heart. Do you want to dig it out and let me have a look?" Her pair of watery red phoenix eyes were also serious. She didn't seem to be joking. There was a sense of disdain in her meaning. It seemed to say that she had seen this kind of tricks many times. The little girl was good, but in front of her, she was really not good enough. But this didn't hit Feng Linhan at all. This guy smiled freely and said, "Girl, this is the voice of my heart. If you want, I can stay by your side and let you listen to it for a lifetime. If I dig out my heart, it will spoil the scenery. You don't dare?" The woman was very direct. Fang Linhan's face didn't change. He smiled calmly and said, I don't dare. Everyone immediately despised and was disappointed. No matter how shameless this guy was, he still gave up in the end. The woman also smiled, little guy, your cultivation is too shallow. You are really too tender to hook up with me. Go back and cultivate well. But Fang Linhan sighed and said, girl, you misunderstand. The reason why I don't dare is because once I do so, how can I love you again? When I think that my heart doesn't exist and I lack the instinct to love you, even if I am alive, what is the difference between me and a walking corpse? In the end, he sighed again and murmured, how can there be a perfect method in the world, not letting down Buddha and not letting down you? His words were sincere, and he looked like a passionate person who was deeply in love. At this moment, even Lin Sun was in awe. Regardless of this guy's strength, just this skill of shamelessness alone made him admit defeat and feel ashamed of his inferiority. Fang Linhan. You are shameless. Xia Xiaochong couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. Then he turned and walked to the room on the second floor angrily. His words immediately destroyed the ambiguous atmosphere that had been created, making Fang Linhan slightly stagnate and a little unprepared. He quickly picked up a cup of tea and gulped it down to cover up the embarrassment. Lin Sun almost laughed out loud. Xia Xiaochong deserved to be called Xia Xiaochong. His words were simple and crude, directly hitting the key point. No matter what tricks and means you used, I will break them with one word. He had a fierce posture of one man can defeat 10 men. Look, you can't even resist my disciple, and you still want to hook up with me? Young man, you are a little bit too ambitious. The woman smiled slightly and got up leisurely. Her graceful figure was full of charm, and she followed Xia Xiaochong's footsteps. Just halfway, she looked back at Lin Sun, her starry eyes sparkling, bright and beautiful, and said softly, I have kept you waiting for so many days. You must be anxious. I will wait for you in the room. After that, she turned around and left. It was obviously a very common thing, but when it was said by her red lips, it carried a touch of heart-stirring flavor and made people's imagination run wild. Lin Sun was in a trance and keenly noticed that the expressions of all the practitioners nearby became ambiguous. They looked at him with surprise, envy, and jealousy in their eyes. Fang Linhan, on the other hand, looked at Lin Sun seriously for a long time. Then he sighed and said sincerely, Brother Lin, I showed my incompetence just now and let you see a joke. I didn't expect that you are the most hidden veteran in love. I'm really ashamed and admire you. I'm too ashamed to show my face. Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. Obviously, this bastard thought too much and misunderstood him. However, before Lin Sun could explain, Fang Linhan patted him on the shoulder and sighed with emotion, no need to explain. I understand. When a flower blooms, it should be plucked. Go, don't let the beauty wait too long and waste this good time. Looking at his lonely appearance, Lin Sun suddenly had a strong impulse to beat him. What was he thinking? He took a deep breath, decided to ignore this bastard, and turned away. Fang Linhan stood there in a daze and sighed with emotion, not observing life and death and impermanence. Too much love will damage the cultivation. Extremely smart and wise, I sigh that I am always at a loss here. Lin Sun staggered and almost fell down. He resisted the impulse to turn back, fearing that once he turned back, he couldn't help but kill this pretentious bastard. When Lin Sun's back disappeared in the room, a practitioner in the inn suddenly stood up, clapped his hands and exclaimed, Today I know what a Casanova is. Without making a sound, he has already brought the beauty home and left with a brush of his clothes. His achievements and fame are just like the spring breeze sneaking into the night, moistening things silently. Immediately, all the practitioners present agreed with him. It was hard not to admire a peerless beauty who could bring disaster to a country and people to be invited into the room by a young man without saying anything. In contrast, Fang Linhan's provocative actions just now seemed deliberate and artificial. The traces of chisel were too heavy, which made him inferior. What was a Casanova? That was it. As soon as Lin Sun entered the room, he saw the woman sitting lazily at the table with a snow-white lotus arm supporting her face. She looked at him up and down with her bright and charming phoenix eyes. She said thoughtfully, Let me guess, young man, I'm afraid that you are still a greenhorn in the field of love. You have never really fallen in love or loved anyone. Lin Sun was exposed in one sentence. If those practitioners in the Hall of the Inn heard this, they would burst into tears. How could the Casanova, who was admired by them, be a greenhorn? This caused their worldview to collapse. Lin Sun was also embarrassed. He was misunderstood by Feng Linhan before and wanted to kill him impulsively. Now this woman exposed his secret in front of him. He couldn't hold his face and wanted to slam the door and leave. It was really a femme fatale that could bring disaster to a country and people. Because of this woman, Feng Linhan seemed to have changed into a different person. He was neurotic, and because of this woman, Lin Sun was at a loss. The smile on the woman's lips disappeared. She didn't continue to embarrass Lin Sun and said, "Young man, come and sit down. I don't have much time. Let's have a good talk." As soon as she finished speaking, the aura around her body suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, she was like a peerless beauty whose beauty could cause the downfall of nations. She was amorous and enchanting. But now, he was filled with a pure and holy aura. His appearance was calm and dignified, and he had an ethereal bearing of seeing through the mortal world and standing above the mortal world. This shocked Lin Sun, who realized that Xia Xiaocheng's master must be an extremely powerful figure. Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony. He sat on one side at random. Inadvertently, he found that Xia Xiaocheng had already fallen asleep on the bed. "My name is Lin Wenjun, and I come from the Green Mountains Holy Fox. I was delayed by something before, so I met you at this moment." Lin Wenjun introduced herself and said, "I heard from Xiaocheng that you are going to Dongxing Boundary?" Lin Sun nodded. To go to Dongxing Boundary, you need to cross the barrier of a world. Only saints who master the law of space can freely travel through it. Lin Wenjun said slowly in a calm tone, "There are only two ways for ordinary practitioners to go to Dongxing Boundary. One is to travel by yourself in the broken world path between the world barriers. However, the world path is the most dangerous and turbulent. Even saints will encounter many dangers in it. It's a narrow escape." Lin Sun nodded. He had inquired about it these days. The so-called world passage was the passage between worlds. It was extremely dangerous and full of unpredictable natural disasters and disasters. Generally speaking, except for desperados, no one would choose to cross a world in this way. The second way is to safely arrive at Dongxing Boundary from West Hing Boundary with the help of the transmission ancient formation. Lin Wenjun continued, "However, ordinary practitioners are not qualified to use the transmission ancient formation at all. After all, such an ancient formation is arranged by saints. It costs a lot of top-grade spiritual marrow to run once. It isn't just that. There are only a little over 10 teleportation formations like this that head to the East Victory region in the entire Great West world. Moreover, most of them are controlled by those ancient sects, so it isn't something that just anyone can borrow." Knowing this, Lin Sun frowned at once. Sure enough, going to Dongxing territory was not as simple as he thought. To put it simply, if one wishes to borrow the teleportation formation, then firstly, one must obtain the agreement of an ancient orthodoxy. Secondly, one must pay a considerable fee. Speaking of this, Lin Wenjun gazed at Lin Sun with a pair of phoenix eyes and said, "Now you should know that paying the fee is just a trivial matter. The real problem is actually to get the approval of an ancient orthodoxy." Lin Sun nodded. He finally understood. Immediately, an idea came to his mind and he said, "I wonder if you can point out a way for me." In his opinion, since Xia Xiaocheng's master had made him wait for so many days, it was unlikely that he was just going to say some superficial things. Sure enough, a wisp of an arc arose on the corners of Lin Wenjun's mouth as she said, "It can't be considered as guidance. I made you wait for so many days because I wanted to see if you're worthy of me doing this. Now it would seem like you've barely passed." Lin Sun broke into a cold sweat in his heart. Was this also a test? This woman's way of doing things was really unpredictable. "Promise me one thing. Take Xiaocheng to the Green Hills Mountain in Fengxi province. When you get there, someone will naturally arrange for you to go to Dongxing territory." Speaking of this, Lin Wenjun suddenly sat up straight with a solemn and unprecedentedly serious look. "What do you think?" The Green Hills Mountain in Fengxi province, Lin Sun had never heard of this place at all. But seeing Lin Wenjun's solemn look, he realized that if he refused, she would be extremely disappointed. Of course, it's okay if you refuse, but, Lin Wenjun suddenly sighed lightly while her beautiful brows knit together, and her gorgeous face that could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous had an indescribable sense of loss and helplessness. Any man that saw her like this would probably feel pity in his heart. After a short while, she revealed a dazed expression and said in a light voice, "I'm truly at my wit's end. I originally thought that I would be able to find a way to resolve this in the next few days, but I never imagined that the enemy had already cut off all my options and caused me to have no path of retreat. For now, I can only resort to this enemy." There was no way out. Lin Sun was keenly aware that Lin Wenjun's situation might be at the end of her rope, so she had no choice but to entrust Xiaochong to him, a stranger. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun agreed, "Xiaochong is the first friend I met since I came to Fire Spirit Province. Since Senior has entrusted me with this task, I will certainly not refuse." It was not only to get help to go to Dongxing territory, but more importantly, this matter involved Xiaochong, so Lin Sun couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Lin Wenjun couldn't help but be slightly surprised when she saw Lin Sun agree so readily, and a wisp of gratification suffused her eyes. But right after that, she took a deep breath and said, "Listen to me first before making a decision. There are numerous dangers in this, so I naturally can't conceal it from you." As early as in the ancient times, the Green Hills Fox tribe had an old enemy, Black Sea Dog tribe. The Green Hills Fox tribe and the Black Sea Dog tribe were like fire and water. They had fought against each other for countless years, and the blood feud had accumulated from generation to generation, which could not be resolved at all. However, at this moment, the Green Hills Fox tribe had declined, and its clansmen were few and far between. Its forces were far inferior to the past, and it had lost the glory of the ancient times a long time ago. It was even to the extent that for the sake of survival, the Green Hills Fox tribe had no choice but to go into hiding and live a difficult and dangerous life that outsiders couldn't imagine. On the other hand, the Black Sea Dog tribe was completely different from the Green Hills Fox tribe. They had survived until now, and their forces were growing larger and larger. Their resources and reserves were deep and prosperous, and they were filled with geniuses and experts. They could be considered as a first-rate power in the entire ancient Desolation region. Under such circumstances, it was not hard to imagine how difficult it was for the heavenly foxes of the Green Hills, who were already declining, to survive as their mortal enemy. Lin Wenjun was from the Green Hills Fox tribe. Originally, she had another identity, the sect master of the Starvault Daoist sect. However, news of it was leaked somehow, causing her identity to be seen through, and it drew the attention of their old enemy, the Black Sea Dog tribe. Just over 10 days ago, Lin Wenjun had been besieged by the experts sent by the Black Sea Dog tribe, and she had almost been captured. Do you understand now? My enemy is the Black Sea Dog tribe. They are a colossus, and their forces are so terrifying that they have already spread throughout the 4 domains of the ancient Desolation region. If you agree to this, you might be implicated, and the Black Sea Dog tribe will take revenge on you." After speaking, Lin Wenjun looked at Lin Sun quietly. She had already made up her mind. Even if Lin Sun didn't agree, she would still help the young man in front of her. She had already heard about Xiaochong's trial in the Purple Bull Mountain. She knew that if it wasn't for Lin Sun, Xiaochong would have encountered many unpredictable dangers. Lin Sun looked at Xiaochong, who was sleeping on the bed. He recalled all the experiences he had with Xiaochong since he first came to the ancient Desolation region, and he couldn't help but smile knowingly. She was an innocent, pure, lively, and adorable young girl. She was as clean as a piece of white glass. But more importantly, Xiaochong was the first friend he had after entering the ancient Desolation region. It was already destined that no matter what the situation was, Lin Sun would definitely not stand by and watch. Therefore, when he withdrew his gaze, he calmly agreed to this matter. He understood the danger, but he didn't care. In the ancient Desolation region, he was all alone, so he naturally wasn't afraid of anyone. Moreover, his enemies included the Heavenly Sword sect, the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the Spirit Treasure Holy Land, and so on. As the saying went, when there were lice, one wouldn't be afraid of an itch, and a barefooted person wouldn't be afraid of someone wearing shoes. Lin Sun didn't mind offending a so-called powerful force because of this. "Are you sure?" Lin Wenjun was prepared to be rejected by Lin Sun, But she really didn't expect that Lin Sun would still agree so calmly after knowing all the reasons. Lin Sun smiled. Senior, do you think I'm joking? Why? Lin Wenjun was stunned, as if she was getting to know Lin Sun all over again. I have a sister called Xiaxia. Lin Sun gave a very strange reason, and he said it very seriously. Xiaocheng's surname is also Xia. This is fate. The heavens have already decided that there should be such a cause and effect. If I refuse, wouldn't I be letting down the heavens' good intentions? Lin Wenjun's pair of phoenix eyes shone brightly, like the ripples of autumn water. She seemed to be very touched, and after a while, she said faintly, Xiaocheng's luck is better than mine. At least she has her eyes on a man who is worth trusting. As for me, let's not talk about it. She seemed to have recalled some unbearable past. Lin Sun couldn't help but smile bitterly. What did she mean by worth trusting? But after thinking about it, Lin Sun understood why Xiaocheng always liked to use her master's words to attack and refute him. Lin Wenjun must have been deeply hurt in the past. Take this flying immortal token. Suddenly, Lin Wenjun hesitated for a moment, then took out a token and handed it to Lin Sun. Don't refuse. You value relationships and I can't not repay you. Take this treasure as a token of my sincerity. This token seemed to be polished from mutton-fat white jade. It was the size of a palm, and it was suffused with wisps of light green halo. It was as smooth as a jade wall. One could vaguely see that the inside of the token was enshrouded with immortal qi, and a rain of light was flying. It actually had a sacred feeling, appearing very mysterious and extraordinary. Flying immortal token, Lin Sun was shocked. A jade token actually dared to be named Flying Immortal? This was too unusual. In an instant, he concluded that this token was absolutely priceless, and its origin was extremely shocking. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Wenjun said via voice transmission, you must take good care of this item. Don't easily reveal it. It is a secret treasure passed down by the ancestor of Xianxia Celestial Fox. It is related to the great secret of Kunlun Ruins, one of the 4 great ancient ruins of gods. Even saints will have the greed to kill and seize the treasure when they see it. The flying immortal token was actually related to the Kunlun Ruins. Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he could not calm down at all. In an instant, he recalled the Daoham he had obtained from the Heart Mountain. Stepping on the starry Han shoes, strolling up Kunlun, raising his sleeves to embrace the sun and moon, the heavens enter the palm lines. I came from the mortal world, lightly knocking on the door of longevity. The wondrous method reveals one's nature, and the Tao is given to the fated. According to Old Toad, this mysterious Daoham definitely hid a shocking secret. Moreover, Old Toad had analyzed that the first sentence of this Daoham was very likely related to the Kunlun Ruins. The Kunlun Ruins was one of the 4 most mysterious Dao ruins of the ancient times. It was also known as the Ruins of God. Legend had it that if one wanted to ascend Kunlun, they had to pass through the ancient Star Han path that lay above the mysterious Zhou Su. However, the owner of the Daoham treated the ancient Star Han path as a shoe and strolled up Kunlun. Based on this boldness, one could tell how terrifying the cultivation of the owner of the Daoham was. Lin Sun clearly remembered how Old Toad had sighed emotionally at that time. He had said that the Kunlun Ruins was even more mysterious than the ultimate ruins. Rumor had it that it was related to the true path of immortality. Even among the ancient sages, there were not many who could see the true face of Kunlun. This imperceptibly caused the Kunlun Ruins to become even more mysterious and ethereal, like a miracle that could not be seen. However, Lin Sun did not expect the flying immortal token that Lin Wenjun had taken out to be related to the Kunlun Ruins. This was too shocking. Even Lin Sun could not calm down for a moment. If it was really as Lin Wenjun had said, that the flying immortal token was passed down from the ancestors of the Xianxia Heavenly Fox lineage, then there was no doubt that this item was definitely a treasure of immeasurable value. It was no wonder that Lin Wenjun would say that even sages would be jealous and kill to snatch the treasure. This was a treasure related to the Kunlun Ruins. Even a true god would be tempted if he saw it. According to what I know, there should be 9 flying immortal tokens in this world. Other than this one, the Black Sea Tengu race also has one. The ancient Taoist orthodoxy known as the Little Western Paradise in the East Victory World, the Blessed Fahua Pure Lands, also has one. As for the other 4, I don't know who has them. Lin Wenjun's expression was a little complicated. In ancient times, the hatred between the lineage of the Green Hill Heavenly Fox and the lineage of the Black Sea Heavenly Hound arose because of this. Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Senior, this thing is too precious. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to give it to me." He was indeed very tempted. After all, there was a mysterious Dao hidden in his wordless pagoda. It might be related to the Kunlun ruins. If he could obtain the Flying Immortal token, he would definitely be able to catch a glimpse of the Kunlun ruins as long as he had the chance to get close to it in the future. However, he was similarly clearly aware that this mysterious command token was extremely troublesome. It was too precious and extraordinary, and if he were to accept it, then he would owe too much. Lin Wenjun smiled. It's been countless years, but until now, the lineage of the Green Hill Heavenly Fox has almost been destroyed, and we still haven't unearthed the true secret of the Flying Immortal token. Even if it stays in my hands, it's useless. It might even be taken away by the Black Sea Heavenly Hound tribe. Instead of letting them take advantage of it, it's better to give it to you. After saying that, she stood up and looked out of the window at the night sky. A pair of black eyebrows suddenly rose, and she said, "Lin Sun, there's no time to lose. You should leave with little Chong now. I'm worried that it won't be long before those black dog bastards with a keen sense of smell catch up with us." Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to let his imagination run wild anymore. He said, "Senior, we can leave together." Lin Wenjun shook her head. "Only if I stay can I create time for you to leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave." Speaking of this, she turned around and stared at Lin Sun, saying, "Go, the further the better. When we reach the Green Hill Mountain in Fengchi Province, you'll be safe. Remember, you must protect little Chong. No matter what, you must not let her fall into the hands of those black dog bastards." This was like entrusting an orphan to Lin Sun before her death, and it made Lin Sun's heart feel heavy. He really couldn't imagine that Lin Wenjun, a woman with unparalleled elegance and a beauty that could bring disaster to a country and people, would be in such a precarious and distressed situation. He also didn't expect that for Xianxia Chong, she would rather choose to stay. Obviously, she was ready to sacrifice herself. It was late at night, and the streets were bustling as before. The lights were like dragons. In an antique tea house diagonally opposite the inn, Mo Feng sat by the window with a blank look on his face. The tea in his cup had turned cold, but he was completely unaware of it. Because he hadn't taken a sip from the tea since the beginning. His mind was preoccupied at the moment, probably described Mo Feng's current state. Who could have imagined that Guy's strength was actually so terrifying? The scenes he saw in Pine Mist martial arts field today kept flashing in his mind, and it still made Mo Feng feel an unprecedented shock. What was a peerless talent? Mo Feng had heard a lot about it in the past, but it was only today that he'd personally witnessed the elegant demeanor of a true peerless talent. There was no lack of cultivators in the tea house, and all of them were fervently discussing the unparalleled battle today. All of them were speculating about the identities of Lin Sun and the girl in black. Mo Feng couldn't help but think, if I tell them that the youth they're talking about is in the inn diagonally across from here, would it cause an unimaginable uproar? Perhaps the inn would be trampled to the ground by the frenzied crowd. The more he thought about it, the more dejected he felt. He was originally an outstanding figure in the younger generation of Lingji sect, and he had an enviable identity and status. He had a bright future ahead of him. But, everything he'd seen today caused Mo Feng to suddenly realize that he was just a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well in the past. Suddenly, a thin figure sat opposite him, and it startled Mo Feng, causing him to be jolted awake from his chaotic thoughts. That person was dressed in black, and there was even a silver-white mask on his face, which made him look very mysterious. This was the most popular attire in Yen capital tonight, and everyone was imitating the girl in black. However, when Mo Feng saw the mask on the man in black, he felt that it was a little funny and absurd, and he said in surprise, "Master, why are you imitating those youngsters?" The man in black sitting opposite him was actually Mo Feng's master, Han Yanke. "I'm just hiding my identity," Han Yanke said casually. Mo Feng was stunned, and then he felt a wave of terror in his heart. Why did he have to hide his identity? It was too simple. He was definitely carrying out some secret operation that no one knew about, and this operation was definitely related to the youth who was in the inn diagonally across from here. As expected, Mo Feng had guessed correctly. In the next moment, Han Yanke said, "This time, the headmaster and the 7 elders will take action together, and the Supreme Elder will be personally overseeing things. It can be said that everything is ready, and we're only missing one thing. By the way, how's the situation on your side?" Even the Supreme Elder was going to take action, and Mo Feng's heart trembled. There was only a single Supreme Elder in the Spirit Pearl sect, and it was the renowned half-step King Realm expert in the entire fire spirit world, Sun Huan. He was a renowned old fellow in the 4 sects and 3 clans, and it was rumored that he was only a thread away from stepping into the King Realm. At the same time, Sun Huan was the stabilizing force of the Spirit Pearl sect, and it was only because of him that the Spirit Pearl sect was able to be ranked amongst the 4 sects and 3 clans. However, Mo Feng had never imagined that even the Supreme Elder Sun Huan would be dispatched to deal with that youth. If news of this were to spread, then it would definitely cause a monstrous storm. Mo Feng. Han Yanke frowned slightly because he noticed that Mo Feng was distracted, and it caused him to be slightly displeased. Ah. Mo Feng returned to her senses, and she forcefully restrained the shock in her heart before she said, "Master, that kid is currently in the nearby inn." Han Yang's expression eased up, and he nodded with satisfaction. "You've done well." "But..." Mo Feng was slightly hesitant. "But what?" Han Yanke frowned. "Why has this disciple of mine become so irresolute and indecisive after I praised him? That's really too improper." Mo Feng gritted her teeth and told Han Yanke about the battle that occurred today. Han Yanke wasn't an idiot. He'd heard about the battle when he returned to Yen capital. After all, the impact of it was too great, and it was being discussed everywhere. So, it was impossible for him to not know about it. At that time even he sighed with emotion in his heart. That pair of man and woman were definitely peerless figures, and how great would it be if they were the disciples of the Spirit Pearl sect? "Why did you mention this?" Han Yanke was slightly puzzled. "That young man was that kid." Mo Feng exposed the truth, and it caused Han Yang's entire body to stiffen. He almost tossed the teacup in his hand away while tempestuous waves arose in his heart. After a short while, he said with a gloomy expression, "So, it was him." He revealed a strength that completely exceeded his peers on Starfall Peak. "Why didn't I think of that?" Mo Feng hesitated for a moment before she said, "Master, I feel that since this boy is so extraordinary, he's definitely not an ordinary person. He might even have a background that we don't know of." Since that's the case, as if he knew what he was going to say, he was interrupted by Han Yanke before he could finish. "There's no need to say anything. You're still young, you don't understand what the big picture and opportunities are." General trend, opportunity. Mo Feng hesitated to speak, and in the end, he sighed in his heart. He'd already discerned that his master's mind was already made up, and it couldn't be changed. However, he still couldn't understand why so many elders and experts of the sect had been gathered. Even the Grand Elder had been invited. Was it all for the so-called general trend and opportunity? On the other hand, Han Yanke was muttering in his heart. "Perhaps killing this kid will draw some unnecessary trouble, but if I'm able to obtain the treasured vessel in his possession that seems to be a saint artifact, then it's worth it even if I have to pay some price, because it was a treasure that could change the fate of a sect, and it could allow the Spirit Pearl sect to rise to the top of the fire spirit state. Otherwise, how could Grand Elder Sun Heng have been invited? There was only a single chance, and he had to seize it, so what if he was a peerless genius? He was only a young man in the end, and he was only at the heavenly insight realm. Perhaps he could go against a great cultivator at the reincarnation evolution realm, but so long as a half-step King Realm expert appeared, then he was bound to suffer calamity. That day, old freak Ku Ting had almost killed this kid. Mo Feng, didn't you come into contact with him on a few occasions? Think of a way to draw this kid out of Flame Capital. Han Yanke took a deep breath and instructed in a low voice. Instead of calling it an instruction, it was actually no different than an order, and it revealed a tone that allowed no refusal. Mo Feng's figure stiffened, and he felt bitter in his heart. Yes. In the end, Mo Feng nodded reluctantly. He couldn't disobey his master's order. Although he was very reluctant, he had to do so. Sometimes, life was like this. 9 out of 10 things didn't go your way. However, when Mo Feng got up, he suddenly noticed that a familiar figure came out of the door of the inn diagonally opposite. It was the young man, beside him was a girl. It was Xiao, whom Mo Feng was very familiar with. It was already late at night. Where were they going? Mo Feng was stunned. It seems that they are going to leave. At the side, Han Yanke stood up as well. Under the illumination of the dim yellow light of the tea house, his silver-white mask was suffused with a strange aura. It's none of your business. Stay here and wait for the news. As he spoke, Han Yanke had already left the tea house and quietly followed the young man and the girl along the street. Plop, seeing this, Mo Feng sat there listlessly, looking dejected. He was in a complicated mood. He couldn't tell whether he should be happy or sad. Perhaps this was the life he was going to face. It was late at night, and the lights were not on. Walking in a hurry on the street, Lin Sun felt a little heavy. Thinking of Lin Wenjin's quiet and smiling appearance before they parted, he sighed in his heart. Brother Lin, I'm right. My master won't stand you up. Xia Xiaocheng said with a smile. Her pure little face was bright, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark night. The girl still looked carefree. She didn't know that once she left, she might never see her master again. This made Lin Sun feel a touch of unspeakable pity in his heart. He was an orphan of Lin family and was brought up by Master Lu. He had experienced the parting with Master Lu, so he could understand the pain of parting forever. Xiaocheng, let me take you to an interesting place, okay? Lin Sun said softly. Xiaocheng looked at Lin Sun suspiciously, wrinkled her small nose, and said, Brother Lin, why do I feel that you are a little strange? Is it because you have been shocked? Are you still worried about touching a tigress's butt? Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand and knocked on Xiaocheng's forehead, saying angrily, I'm afraid of her? Humph, you're underestimating me. If I see her again, you'll see how I'll deal with her. At the end of his speech, he had a heroic air about him. Xiaocheng giggled and said, all right, then I'll wait for you to spank her ass until she cries out in pain. Lin Sun laughed. The two of them walked side by side on the street in the darkness of the night, gradually getting further and further away. On both sides of the street were waning lights, in the distance were sparse stars, row upon row of ancient buildings, and along the way, a series of the girls' crisp laughter that sounded like wind chimes fell. The youth kept smiling as he looked into the distance, his black eyes as deep and serene as the night. In the outskirts of Yandu, there were mountains everywhere. They were like beasts in hibernation, stretching endlessly into the night. Not only Yandu, but also the Fire Spirit State and even the major cities in Xihing world were almost surrounded by vast ancient mountains and forests, and many primitive and wild areas that had not been explored. The cyan-robed old woman looked at her miss who stood alone in silence, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. Miss had been standing there motionless for a quarter of an hour. Miss, it's getting late. We should leave. She couldn't help reminding her. The girl in black seemed to have not heard her. Her figure was slender, and the curves of her body could be said to be perfect. Her skin was as white as congealed fat. Just by standing there casually, there was a kind of aloof, and refined temperament. The silver mask she wore added a mysterious color to her. The cyan-robed old woman was worried in her heart. Did something happen to her miss in today's duel? But was it possible? In the entire younger generation of Xihing world, there were only a handful of people who could be her miss's opponent, and there were even fewer people who could give her a blow. The cyan-robed old woman didn't believe that today's anticlimactic duel would really give her miss a blow. Was it, because of the last blow? The cyan-robed old woman recalled the scene when Lin Sun arched his back like a dragon and hit her miss's buttocks fiercely. Her expression suddenly became slightly strange. The girl in black was surging with strong unwillingness in her heart. What happened today had such a great impact on her that she was almost stunned at that time, and her mind went blank for a short time. For her, this was undoubtedly an unforgivable negligence and mistake. The most annoying thing was that this blow was too shameful. At the thought of this, she couldn't suppress her anger at all. She couldn't wait to turn around and continue to look for that damn bastard. How dare he desecrate her in such an obscene and shameless way in front of so many people? It was absolutely a great shame. After today's duel, she had been frantically looking for Lin Sun's trace in the whole Yen capital, but in the end, she found nothing. Now she had to leave, and she was too unwilling to give up. "Don't let me catch you." The girl in black made up her mind and said one word at a time. Then, she took a deep breath and regained her usual calmness and confidence. It seemed that the otherworldly fairy had returned. "Find out who that young man is. No matter how mysterious he is, find him at all costs," the girl in black said calmly and ethereally. Her voice echoed in the night like the sound of nature. "Yes." The cyan-robed old woman didn't dare to hesitate. She realized that this time, her miss was really angry and hated that young man. After all, her miss had never been desecrated like this since she was a child. If it was known by others, it would definitely have an unpredictable impact on her miss's reputation. "You must tell me as soon as possible," the girl in black said. The cyan-robed old woman was shocked. In fact, even if her miss didn't order her to do so, she would do it. In the Fire Spirit Province, where there was no king, there was a dazzling young man who could compete with her Mississippi. However, he had been unknown before, and even the local practitioners in Yen capital didn't know who he was. He seemed to be too mysterious. Because of this, it was worthwhile to find out his background at all costs. The cyan-robed old woman seemed to have noticed something, and her expression suddenly changed. Her figure flashed and vanished with the girl in black. In merely a short moment, a group suddenly appeared soundlessly on the boundless mountain range in the distance, and they flashed towards Yen capital under the veil of night. If one looked carefully, one would notice that numerous figures were bathed in black flames, and it was a strange and ghastly sight. They were riding on giant black horses with terrifying appearances. The black horses' hooves were like iron pillars, their eyes were scarlet red like copper bells, and their bodies were like small hills that seethed with surging black mist. They seemed like ghost horses that came from hell. At the center of the group was a black treasured carriage. The carriage was carried by 8 black-clothed figures, and it moved soundlessly through the sky. It seemed very special, and it was like a ghost king that came from hell was riding it. From the beginning until the end, it was completely silent, and it was like the legendary night parade of 100 ghosts. This scene was too impactful, and it seemed extremely horrifying under the veil of night. Anyone who saw this scene would probably feel their scalp go numb and fear arise in their hearts. Black Nightmare Cavalry. This is a group from the Black Nightmare Tengu clan. In the shadows, the cyan-robed old woman's eyes surged with divine light, and she seemed to be slightly moved. "That carriage seems to be the Black Nightmare treasure carriage. That's one of the ancestral artifacts of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan. Even though it isn't as formidable as a saint artifact, it can still be said to be boundlessly terrifying. Those that are able to ride such an ancestral artifact surely possess extraordinary identities." The Black Nightmare Tengu clan. A trace of imperceptible detest flashed through the girl's clear eyes that were like stars. In her impression, this clan had always been known for being gloomy, bloody, and slaughtering. They were just like the Devil clan, and they caused all the cultivators in the world to turn pale at the mention of them. The most terrifying thing was that this clan's methods were extremely brutal and bloody, and they'd committed countless atrocities in the ancient Desolation region. They could be said to be infamous and poisonous. However, it was a pity that this clan's resources and reserves were extremely deep, and their forces were enormous. They were spread throughout the 4 great dimensions of the ancient Desolation region, so it was practically impossible to uproot them. Thus, even some ancient sects weren't willing to easily come into contact with this clan. Only when the group of Black Nightmare Cavalry vanished did the cyan-robed old woman and young woman walk out from the shadows, and their gazes simultaneously shot towards Yen capital that was enveloped by the veil of night. The Black Nightmare Tengu clan has sent out such a formidable force, and they even sent out a great figure that rode the Black Nightmare treasure carriage. An unpredictable storm is probably going to arise in Yen capital. The cyan-robed old woman sighed lightly. The battle of the world is about to arrive, and the world has started to become turbulent. It probably won't be long before the entire West Ocean region and even the entire ancient Desolation region will become more and more chaotic, and unpredictable calamities and battles will arise. I'm even more curious about why the Black Nightmare Tengu clan has come to Yen capital this time. A strange glow surged within the young woman's eyes. A mysterious ancient freak is hiding within the divine formation of Starfall Peak in the tiny Fire Spirit Prefecture. Now, it has even drawn the attention of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan. This is slightly unusual. At the same time, she added in her heart. There's also that despicable, and shameless bastard. Even though his character is extremely terrible, he can be considered as a peerless young genius in the end. Young miss, it's time for us to leave. The cyan-robed old woman saw through the young woman's thoughts with a single glance, and she knew that the young woman intended to stay behind and get even with that young man. The young woman was stunned, and she sighed after a short while. Never mind, so be it. We'll meet again sooner or later. But at that time, a wisp of resentment flashed through her clear eyes. I'll definitely castrate that bastard. The cyan-robed old woman smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, then a figure like that young man is bound to participate in the Dao discussion lantern gathering. At that time, perhaps young miss will be able to take revenge. The young woman in a black dress acknowledged, and then she strode through the air and left. At the same time, Lin Sun brought Xiaochong along as he gazed at the dark wilderness in the distance. He said, Xiaochong, it might not be peaceful from now on. You have to be prepared. Xiaochong replied, Big brother Lin Sun, I'll listen to you. It's fine as long as you don't abduct me. Lin Sun gnashed his teeth in secret. Do I look like someone who would deceive an ignorant young woman? They're here, outside the window. It was as dark as ink, with only a few lights left. Lin Wenjun stood in front of the window. Her jade face was calm and her phoenix eyes were filled with a bone-chilling hatred. Although she could not determine the enemy's whereabouts, as an opponent who had fought against the Black Demon Tengu tribe for many years, Lin Wenjun's intuition told her that the black dog bastards were here. Insect, take care, Lin Wenjun took a deep breath. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the window. Her graceful figure flickered and flashed towards the boundless night sky. She did not hide herself from the beginning. Just a moment later, a mournful dog bark sounded in the empty and dark alley in the distance. Then, a group of Black Nightmare Spirit cavalry silently appeared, quickly chasing in the direction that Lin Wenjun escaped in. In the suburbs, ancient trees towered into the sky and peaks gathered together. Xiaochong, who was shuttling through the forest, suddenly looked back and asked in confusion, Brother Lin, why do I seem to hear a wolf howl? It's so creepy. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed coldly, and he said, don't worry about it. Let's go. He knew that the experts of the Black Sea Tengu clan had already appeared, and Lin Wenjun had probably also begun to flee with her life hanging in the balance. This made Lin Sun suddenly realize a problem he had neglected before. Why did Lin Wenjun do this? In an instant, he looked at Xiaochong beside him. The girl's face was pure, and her big clear eyes were blinking. She was curiously looking at the flowers and plants she saw along the way, looking very pure and innocent. Lin Sun understood. He remembered the disaster that happened in the mine prison years ago. At that time, Master Lu did the same, leaving the last chance for him to escape. What Lin Wenjun did now was almost exactly the same as Master Lu. Everything was to give Xiaochong a chance to live. My young friend, please stay. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in the distance. Lin Sun stopped abruptly, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his black eyes. He raised his head and saw an old man dressed in black. He had a scholarly appearance and a sage-like demeanor. He floated over from afar in the night. A top practitioner of the reincarnation development realm, in an instant, Lin Sun determined the opponent's cultivation, and he was very sure that the opponent was a human practitioner, not from the Black Sea Tengu tribe. The old man stopped 100 feet away and stopped moving forward. He smiled warmly and said, young friend, don't be nervous. I'm Han Yenke from the Spirit Pearl sect. I took the liberty to come here because I have something to discuss with you. Lingji sect? Isn't this the sect Wind Void belongs to? Lin Sun looked back at Xiaochong, who nodded and said, Brother Lin, I met the senior a few days ago at the end of the sect trial. Lin Sun replied with an "oh," but he was still vigilant in his heart. This old guy suddenly came here in the middle of the night and said that he had something to discuss with him. It was obviously nonsense. No matter how important the matter was there a need to come to the wilderness in the middle of the night to see him? There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Although Lin Sun was young, he had experienced a lot of bloodshed and dangers since he started his cultivation. His rich experience was incomparable to that of ordinary elders. He didn't need to think at all to know that there was something wrong with this Han Yanke. I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood to talk now. Please go back, Lin Sun directly refused, not giving Han Yanke a chance to speak at all. After that, he left directly with Xia Xiaocheng, leaving Han Yanke only to see the back of his head, which seemed very rude. This made Han Yanke stunned. He was angry in his heart, but he said with a smile, "Young friend, this is a great thing. It's a pity for you to refuse like this." As he spoke, he followed Lin Sun. Lin Sun suddenly stopped and said without looking back, "If you dare to follow me again, don't blame me for being rude." His voice was calm, but it revealed a touch of decisive killing intent, which made the surrounding atmosphere suddenly tense and murderous. Han Yang's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that this young man would be so vigilant and did not give him a chance to approach at all. "Young friend, what do you mean by this? I came here with good intentions to make friends with you, but you threatened me. Isn't this a little too much and rude?" His face darkened. Lin Sun paid no attention to him, and he just quickened his pace. This caused a strand of rage to arise in Han Yang's heart, and his expression became extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "Young friend, if you don't stop, then I'm afraid a calamity will befall you. Fuck off." When Lin Sun saw that Han Yanke had finally torn off his disguise, Lin Sun instantly stopped holding back. "What a reckless little bastard. Do you really think that you can be lawless just because you're a peerless genius of the younger generation?" Han Yanke started laughing out of extreme rage, and he was utterly infuriated. As an elder of Lingji sect, he could be considered to be a great figure in the fire spirit state that commanded great power. When had he ever been reprimanded like this by a junior? The disdain and humiliation from the word "fuck off" was undoubtedly too direct, and it caused Han Yanke to be unable to endure it. Swoosh, Lin Sun remained silent, yet a wisp of a sharp light that was white like snow and almost translucent flashed out from his body, and it suddenly soared through the sky towards Han Yanke. Its speed was too swift, and it was like a dazzling silver bolt of lightning that tore through the sky and illuminated the night sky. It possessed a peerless sharpness, and it was extremely resplendent and dazzling. Swish! Han Yanke didn't even have the time to dodge, and a strand of hair by his ear was severed. Moreover, the sharp light was too swift and fierce, and it left a bloody mark on his face. This was the strength of the broken blade. Combined with Lin Sun's current strength, it was absolutely capable of easily annihilating an expert at the reincarnation developing realm. Lin Sun merely intended to teach Han Yanke a lesson with this strike and make Han Yanke retreat in the face of difficulties. After all, there wasn't any deep enmity between them, and it would be going too far to strike ruthlessly. "Don't provoke my bottom line again." Lin Sun left behind these words before leaving with Xia Xiaocheng. Han Yang's entire body stiffened while he broke out in cold sweat. At that instant just now, he was completely terrified, and it was as if he'd wandered on the edge of death. He was utterly unable to imagine that this young man was actually formidable to such an extent, and it had completely exceeded his previous expectations and judgment. Even if a peerless genius of the younger generation came, it would be impossible for him to react in a single strike. Han Yanke couldn't tell whether it was anger or fear surging in his heart. It was like stormy waves surging in his chest, and he couldn't calm down. At this moment, a strange sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the distant night sky, like the cry of an owl. Han Yang's spirit was immediately refreshed. Headmaster and Tai Shang elder are ready. The whistle was a signal that told Han Yanke that the killing was ready, and they were just waiting for the prey to enter the trap. The reason why Han Yanke showed up to see Lin Sun before was nothing more than to stall for time. Han Yanke no longer hesitated, and the fear in his heart was swept away. In his view, now the arrow on the bowstring had to be shot, and there was no room for maneuver. And with the headmaster and Tai Shang elder in charge, even if the boy's fighting capacity was against the natural order, he was doomed to die tonight. "Xiaocheng, I'll inconvenience you for a moment." In the forest ahead, Lin Sun frowned, and a cold killing intent flashed in his black eyes. Without waiting for Xia Xiaocheng's consent, he put the ladder into the wordless pagoda. Then, he suddenly turned around, and his cold eyes burst with divine light. He glanced around and said, "I didn't expect that before those black dogs came, you old beasts would be the first to lose control. Since you are here, show yourself." Young man, it's not good to speak dirty words. It seems very uneducated. In the silence, a middle-aged man in neat clothes with a majestic face appeared in the distant night with his hands behind his back. Almost at the same time, in other directions, figures appeared one after another. There were old men, strong men, enchanting beautiful women, and handsome men. There were more than 10 people in total. Although they looked different and dressed differently, they were all great practitioners of reincarnation development realm, and some of them were even the top figures in reincarnation development realm. A force like this could definitely stir up trouble in the Yen capital and intimidate the entire region. But now, it was just to deal with Lin Sun alone. If other practitioners saw this, their jaws would probably drop. You old beasts came out in the middle of the night to deal with a junior like me, and you say that I'm uneducated? I think you're more shameless. Lin Sun sneered, not afraid at all. But he was very puzzled why these great practitioners came to deal with him. He noticed that Han Yanke was also among them. There was no doubt that these great practitioners must be from Lingji sect. Young man, you have seen the situation now. Hand over the treasure ship in your hand, and I can spare your life, said the dignified middle-aged man. He was the leader of Lingji sect, Hua Qingqi, a great practitioner in the fulfillment of reincarnation development realm. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. What's that? Don't play dumb. When you were at Starfall Peak, you used this treasure ship to escape from old freak Kuting's pursuit. I saw it clearly at that time. Han Yanke scolded loudly. It turned out that they had their eyes on the vast universe arc and wanted to kill Lin Sun and seize the treasure tonight. Suddenly, Lin Sun understood, which made him feel a lot more relaxed. Originally, he was a little worried that these fellows had appeared at the behest of the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe. Now, he could finally confirm that it was merely for the sake of seizing the treasure. Lin Sun smiled, and his dark eyes swept over the people of Lingji sect present. He said, back then, I spared your Lingji sect's Mo Feng and the others in Purple Ox Mountain. I didn't expect that you would repay my kindness with enmity and even want to seize my treasure. How shameless of you. Everyone's faces darkened, and they were very annoyed. They felt that they were making a fuss over a minor issue by mobilizing such a large force. Who would have thought that this young man would act as if he didn't take them seriously? This was too arrogant. Young man, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the treasure ship now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die, shouted a mighty man. His eyes were icy cold and full of killing intent, and he had an oppressive aura. The others looked hostile as well, and they were ready to attack and kill. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Quickly kill him and take the treasure ship from his corpse, said the beautiful middle-aged woman. Her attitude was even more aggressive and tyrannical. Kill me first and then seize the treasure? Fine. Amidst the loud shout, a middle-aged cultivator who looked like a scholar rushed out. Boom, he pressed his palm down and condensed it into a palm print, and then he slapped it down fiercely. The void instantly exploded, and the rocks there turned into powder while the ancient trees turned into sawdust. Swish, Lin Sun's figure flashed lightly, and he dodged it. However, the palm print created a large pit where he stood, causing the ground to crack and soil to fly up into the sky. It was conceivable how ferocious the middle-aged scholar's attack was. The void trembled, and a dazzling golden ray of light flashed out like a bolt of lightning. It carried a piercing and fierce aura. It was a golden spiritual sword from Han Yang's hand. It was sharp and murderous. Lin Sun dodged again, and the mountain he was standing on was directly slashed in half. The mountain collapsed with a rumble that shook the world. As expected of a peerless figure of the younger generation. Little fellow, a wise man submits to circumstances. Wouldn't it be a pity if you died like this? Hua Qingqi, the sect master of Lingji sect, sighed with a compassionate look. Boom, as he spoke, another person attacked, and he let out a soul-stirring roar that shook the heavens and the earth. It was a cold young man with hair that was dazzling like fire. As soon as he attacked, he was like a peerless ferocious ape, and his ferocious aura covered the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the other big shots of Lingji sect attacked one after another. Each of them was more ruthless than the other, and their killing intent was like a tide that covered the heavens and the earth. Swish! Swish, swish! Their figures flickered with dazzling divine light and strong killing intent, and they sealed off the forest. Obviously, Han Yenke had told them that Lin Sun had escaped from Ku Ting's pursuit with the help of the treasure ship, and this was to prevent Lin Sun from using the same trick again. Look, you're like a fish in a net, a turtle in a jar. There's no way out for you now. Instead of dying in vain, why don't you take the initiative to hand over the treasure ship? Hua Qingqi sighed again. He was very calm and composed, and he seemed to have Lin Sun under his control. You're extremely talented and possess boundless potential, and your future is even more limitless. It causes me to be unable to help myself from cherishing talent. If you surrender now, then perhaps I won't just spare your life, I'll even take you as a disciple and foster you. Hua Qingqi suggested with a smile. At the same time he spoke, an expanse of the glow of blades and shadows of swords had appeared here. All the great cultivators of Spirit Pearl sect had attacked, and it caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to fall into chaos and unrest. Lin Sun didn't act rashly. He kept dodging, but his eyes were fixed in a certain direction. Over there, he sensed an even more dangerous aura. There seemed to be a half-step King Realm old monster hiding in the dark. This was a great potential threat. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and suddenly sighed. Tonight is really an eventful time. If you came on another day and I was in a good mood, I might be able to save my life, but now, when he spoke up to hear, his eyes that were deep like abysses suddenly emanated a wisp of terrifying divine light, and it was like a dazzling bolt of lightning that tore through the veil of night. All of you, stay here. This was an ancient mountain forest that was quite far from Yundu City. The terrain was undulating, and there were many ancient trees here. Under the dim light of night, this place had long since become chaotic. Even the cries of insects could not be heard, leaving only a somber and deathly stillness. Lin Sun stood there alone in surprise. His body was glowing, and his eyes were bursting with electric light. His words were calm and resolute, but Hua Qingqi and the others were all stunned. They almost thought they had heard it wrong. At a time like this brat actually still dared to boast so shamelessly. Clearly, he was tired of living. A terrifying aura filled the air and surged through the forest. This was the power of a great cultivator of reincarnation developing realm. Although he didn't attack again, his murderous aura was monstrous. Don't hesitate. Kill him. Hua Qingqi sighed softly with a look of pity. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of great cultivators of reincarnation developing realm moved and attacked Lin Sun from different directions. In an instant, the light of treasures poured down, thunder and lightning intertwined, and divine light gushed out. A real battle of killing had begun. Chop. Han Yenke took out his golden spiritual sword. Like an angry sword god, he attacked Lin Sun. The sword light swept across the universe like a waterfall. Buzz, the void collapsed. The mighty man shouted. His figure was like a mountain. He punched out, and all the rocks nearby were smashed into powder. The terrible airflow was about to cover Lin Sun. Whoosh, on the other side, the cold-looking young man with burning red hair flashed like a violent ape. He was as fast as lightning, and his 5 fingers were like dragon claws, grabbing at Lin Sun's head. Tut! The beautiful middle-aged woman uttered a strange incantation and took out a long purple whip, which was wrapped with dense and terrible symbols. Electric light flowed and whipped the void, releasing a scalp-numbing murderous aura. At this moment, other great cultivators of Lingji sect also used their own secret methods and treasures to attack Lin Sun from all directions. This scene could simply be described as world-shocking. If it was any expert at the heavenly insight stage in the world, that expert would probably feel despair and be powerless to resist. Undoubtedly, they didn't intend to give Lin Sun a chance. They wanted to kill him at one stroke, but at this moment, Lin Sun didn't dodge as before. Instead, he chose to take the initiative to attack. Boom, he rushed out, and the snow-white ice dragon soared into the sky, directly shattering the long purple whip. At the same time, he issued the Paleo roar. The terrible sound wave spread and dissolved most of the attacks. Then, he punched out, crack, blood splashed, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The mighty man had intended to smash Lin Sun's chest with a punch, but Lin Sun's right arm was directly smashed by Lin Sun. If he hadn't dodged in time, the power of this punch could even smash half of his body, the mighty man screamed. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body, and his face was pale. Boom! At this time, Lin Sun had already rushed to the other side. His footsteps cracked the earth, and his figure tore the void. His black hair flew in the air, and his eyes were as cold as lightning. He seemed to have turned into a demon, with a domineering and terrible momentum. Hurry up! Kill him now! In the distance, Xianxia was frightened and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Who would have thought that the young man would burst out such terrible power at the beginning of the battle, under the siege of a group of reincarnation developing realm practitioners? Lin Sun still dared to rush forward and seriously injured one of them with one blow. How fierce he was! Kill! Lin Sun was like a mad dragon getting off its shackles. His fist was vast, powerful, and full of destructive breath, which smashed the grasp of the stern young man. Seeing that the situation was not good, the latter decisively withdrew. Lin Sun didn't chase after him, but continued to kill others. Back in the bloodthirsty battlefield, he had killed many strong barbarians and spiritual awakeners who were comparable to reincarnation developing realm, and even many half-step king realm practitioners. Now, his cultivation in the martial Tao had become even more profound and powerful, and it was on the verge of perfection. Under such circumstances, how could he take these guys seriously? The reason why he didn't make a move just now was that he didn't want to make too much noise to avoid attracting the attention of the strong practitioners of Black Demon Tengu tribe. But seeing that the opponent was going to kill him, he didn't have any scruples and immediately used his strongest means. Boom! Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit seemed to be burning, reaching an unprecedented peak state. His every move was full of destructive power. This was a kind of power that belonged to the top king of Tao Insight realm. It could swallow mountains and rivers, and it could overlook all enemies. Even if it was a cross-realm battle, the peerless style couldn't be suppressed by just anyone. Kill! In an instant, Lin Sun exerted the Swanee seal. With a bang, a reincarnation developing realm practitioner was directly slapped away and smashed to the point that countless bones in his body were broken, emitting cracking sounds. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, looking extremely miserable. It was too fierce. At this moment, the other big shots of Lingji sect were shocked. They had long regarded Lin Sun as a formidable enemy and had never been careless. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many high-level figures of Lingji sect to deal with a young man of Tao Insight realm. But until now, they found that they had still underestimated the terror of this young man. That kind of heaven-defying combat strength and that monstrous aura of supremacy were rare even amongst the ranks of peerless geniuses. It even made people suspect that this young man had already surpassed the scope of the so-called peerless talents. After all, even those peerless talents in the world who might be able to kill cross-realm enemies would suffer when faced with the siege of so many practitioners of reincarnation developing realm. But this young man, who was like a demon god, attacked strongly in the siege and injured two of them one after another. This was too terrifying. In the field, the beautiful middle-aged woman screamed. Her purple whip was caught by Lin Sun and pulled hard, pulling her whole body towards Lin Sun. She was unwilling to let go. This purple whip was a rare treasure that she had treasured in the past and would not use easily. Crack! Just when she hesitated for a moment, Lin Sun had already slapped her with a fierce palm, filled with blazing divine brilliance, and sent her flying. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices and she was beyond recognition. She was seriously injured. Puff! Almost at the same time, a golden spiritual sword rushed towards Lin Sun. It was cunning, ruthless, and extremely fierce. However, before it could even approach, a broken blade that was jade white like snow flashed out, and with a light slash, the golden spirit sword was instantly slashed into 2 like tofu. Xianxia was originally aggressive and wanted to take this opportunity to cut off Lin Sun's neck. But now he was panic-stricken and screamed, with his hair standing on end. His spiritual sword was actually destroyed so easily, but the fatal danger made Xianxia have no time to think more. He quickly changed his direction to avoid Lin Sun's pursuit. Whoosh! But it was still a step too late. The broken blade swept in the void, and the snow-white light was accompanied by the peerless sharpness. With a puff, a bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. Blood sprayed like a waterfall, and his body was almost cut in half at the waist. Ah! Xianxia let out a shrill scream and staggered back in the void. He was a top practitioner of reincarnation developing realm, but he was seriously injured in one blow. If it weren't for the timely help of his companions, this blow would have been enough to kill him. Everything happened in a flash. It was so fast that it was dazzling. If one's reaction was a little slow, he might be at risk of death. And this forest was completely destroyed. The ground was full of desolation, and the smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air. It was shocking. Boom, Lin Sun looked calm and his cold eyes were shining. He continued to rush forward. He was very calm, but also very terrifying. His power was getting stronger and stronger. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Lin Sun had been through hundreds of battles since he started his cultivation. It was no different from walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if he was trapped in a tight encirclement at the moment, his reaction was still amazing and valiant. His power was overwhelming and he seized every opportunity to inflict heavy damage on his opponent. Bang! Suddenly, a figure rushed out like a ghost with a sharp awl in his hand. The awl emitted a dazzling cold light in the void and hit the back of Lin Sun's head. Without looking back, Lin Sun ran the Basha prohibition and released an invisible force that suddenly confined his opponent halfway like a bug caught in a spider web. Oh no, the opponent was horrified and struggled frantically. But Lin Sun had already taken advantage of this opportunity. He moved back abruptly, arched his back, and the shadow of Fu Shi appeared. Boom, the great practitioner screamed miserably. He was knocked hundreds of meters away like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed all over his body, and his bones were broken. Then, he fell to the ground in the void with a thud. His neck was almost broken. His eyes rolled up, and he fainted directly. It was terrible, being hit squarely by the negative smash. That kind of terrifying force was no less than being pushed by a divine mountain. At the same time, Lin Sun stared at the cold young man with burning red hair. This guy was extremely cunning in the battle just now. When he failed to hit Lin Sun, he retreated immediately. He was very difficult to deal with, which made Lin Sun miss many opportunities to kill him. Swish, the broken blade turned into a glimmer of peerless sharpness and flashed away in the night sky. It was a magic weapon controlled by the divine consciousness, so its speed was extremely fast. Puff, the cold young man failed to dodge and was hit by the broken blade. One of his ears was cut off. At the same time, his left arm and shoulder were also cut off, and blood sprayed everywhere. But it had to be said that this man was extremely strong. When he was seriously injured, he had already rushed up and escaped far away. However, his expression had already become incomparably unsightly. Under the unbearable pain, he roared, "What a disgrace! Can't we subdue him with so many people?" The other great practitioners of Lingji sect also looked terrible. Since the beginning of the battle, 5 or 6 of their companions had been seriously injured and almost died several times. On the other hand, their opponents were completely unharmed, and their might grew even more domineering. This caused them to feel aggrieved and resentful in their hearts, and they felt extremely humiliated. "Little bastard, let's see how long you can run wild." At this moment, Xianxia could no longer sit idly by. He also took action, his sleeves flapping as he summoned an ancient white jade cauldron. The cauldron was only a foot tall and had 3 legs and 2 handles. Its surface was engraved with ancient cloud patterns. Buzz, the jade cauldron soared into the sky and revolved as it glowed. Space seemed as if it was unable to bear its weight, and it rumbled and collapsed. Without a doubt, this was an extremely terrifying ancient treasure. Moreover, it was extremely complete without any flaws, causing its might to be even more extraordinary. Crash as it rotated, the jade cauldron emitted white jade-like divine rainbows, which were hundreds of meters long, across the void and shrouded Lin Sun. The light was so brilliant that it illuminated the night sky. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed. The broken sword swept through the air and clashed with the jade tripod, making banging sounds and surging divine light. To Lin Sun's surprise, the jade tripod was so strong that even the sharpness of the broken sword couldn't damage it. Xianxia was even more surprised. His jade tripod had an extraordinary origin. It was a rare treasure obtained from a secret realm left behind in ancient times. Its power was so great that it could be called a Kingsway weapon. But now, it couldn't do anything to a broken sword. This made him immediately realize that the broken sword must be extraordinary. "Let's attack together and kill this man." Hua Qingqi shouted with awe-inspiring power. His beard and hair flew in the air as he held the jade tripod in his hand and released white jade-like divine rainbows that shot through the world. At the same time, the other reincarnation developing realm practitioners moved together and attacked fiercely again. The forest in an area of 50 kilometers had fallen into destruction. It collapsed and sank into oblivion, and all living beings that resided within it had fled in panic a long time ago. The movement was so great that even the night sky was illuminated. The light of treasures shot into the sky and the divine splendor drifted, dazzling and blazing. Lin Sun sneered. He was extremely angry. These guys really wouldn't shed tears until they saw their coffins. He manipulated the broken sword to fight with the jade tripod in Hua Qingqi's hands. At the same time, he stepped into the void and moved forward, wantonly displaying the mysteries of the 9 strikes for shaking heaven in his fist. Time could not be delayed any longer. Although they were outside the wilderness, they were not far from Yan capital. The longer they stayed, the more likely it was to cause an accident. With a swish, Lin Sun's speed reached its limit. It was unbelievably fast. On the other hand, the force of his fist had been condensed to an extremely perfect state. A casual strike of his fist possessed the might to shake the heavens and the earth, split mountains, split oceans, and destroy everything. Boom, a practitioner in reincarnation developing realm was not afraid of Lin Sun at all. He fought with Lin Sun head-on, but his arms were broken and his armor was shattered. His body fell to the ground with a loud bang, his tendons and veins broken. This made Hua Qingqi and the others so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only had they not been able to do anything to Lin Sun, but they had also suffered heavy losses. If this situation continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kill! Hua Qingqi roared. He operated the jade tripod to the limit and attacked. However, the might of the broken blade could be said to be heaven-defying. After the transformation in the bloodthirsty battlefield, even though it was still damaged, it had recovered some of its former glory, and could be called a divine weapon. Although the jade tripod was strong, it could not do anything to the broken sword for a while. In the following time, Lin Sun seriously injured several reincarnation-developing realm practitioners and killed 3 of them. His domineering, decisive, and brave momentum even made these big shots of Lingji sect shudder. Dong, a bronze mirror was sent flying. This was a rather mystical treasure that could shoot out spirit rune diagrams and construct a grand formation in the void to suppress and kill the opponent. But before it could show its power, it was sent flying by Lin Sun's punch, wailing incessantly. The expert that held the bronze mirror was astounded, and he was just about to dodge when an extremely dazzling and terrifying fist energy crushed through space and shot straight towards his face. It was over. The reincarnation developing realm cultivator felt despair in his heart. However, right at this moment, a terrifying aura swept out and suffused the surroundings. It caused the heavens and the earth to tremble while the clouds in the sky collapsed inch by inch. They were unable to endure this pressure. At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly withdrew his punch, and then his figure flashed as he retreated explosively into the sky while he looked towards the distance with his black eyes. After this unexpected event, the reincarnation developing realm cultivator who held the bronze mirror was lucky enough to survive. However, he was covered in cold sweat from shock, and his countenance was ghastly pale. "Young man, hand over the treasures in your possession and I'll spare your life." A tall and slender figure had suddenly appeared in the distance. He was bathed in dazzling divine radiance, and he was dazzling and terrifying like the sun under the veil of night. He was an old fellow at the half-step king realm, but he had the appearance of a young man. He wore a silver robe, had black hair that was coiled into a bun, and his handsome face carried a slightly cold and fierce aura. His eyes surged with the glow of the Grand Tao, and it seemed like the sun and moon were floating within them. They could illuminate the world and take away one's soul. Supreme Elder. Hua Qingqi and the others were pleasantly surprised, and they felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Earlier, they'd almost been unable to endure the feeling of frustration and rage. Now, they could finally turn this situation around, because it was precisely the Supreme Elder of Lingji sect, Sun Huan, who was in charge of the overall situation in the shadows. He was an old fellow whose cultivation was only a thread away from the king realm. Even though he looked young, he was actually over 1,000 years old. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun remained indifferent when he witnessed such a scene, and he seemed as if he'd expected this. He said, "Old fellow, you've finally made an appearance. I've been waiting for you for a very long time, but I never expected that you would actually be so patient." Lin Sun's black eyes surged with a piercingly cold glow while killing intent surged in his heart. The spirit, energy, and essence in his entire body grew even more exuberant at this instant, and it seemed as if they were seething and blazing. Long before the battle had begun, he'd noticed that an old fellow was hiding in the shadows. If it wasn't for that, Lin Sun would have launched an unbridled slaughter a long time ago. It could be said that Lin Sun had spent most of his attention on guarding against this old fellow that was hiding in the shadows during the battle. Yet now that he'd been exposed, he wasn't a threat to Lin Sun any longer. "Little bastard, how dare you still act so arrogantly? You're really tired of living." Hua Qingqi's expression was extremely unsightly as he berated Lin Sun. "Kneel down and receive your death." The others spoke coldly as well. They felt that since Sun Huan had made an appearance, the outcome was decided, and Lin Sun would definitely die. After all, Sun Huan was the only remaining supreme elder of their Lingji sect, an old fellow at the half-step king realm who was renowned throughout the fire spirit state. As far as they were concerned, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Sun's combat strength was, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Sun Huan strode through the air as if he was taking an idle stroll in his own courtyard. His eyes flowed with divine radiance, and he emanated a dignified aura that seemed as if he controlled the world. Moreover, his words were even more domineering and domineering. He seemed as if he held the power to decide one's life and death, and it was terrifying and oppressive. This was the source of this old fellow's confidence. He stood at the peak of a tall mountain, looked down upon all others, and looked down upon all cultivators below the king realm. Lin Sun smiled, and his snow-white teeth gleamed in the dark night. For others, the half-step king realm might be an unshakable lofty mountain that made them feel despair. But for Lin Sun, it really couldn't be said to be a big threat. After all, he had personally killed many half-step king realm barbarians in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculous when he heard Sun Huan's words. His unbridled laughter made Hua Qingqi and the others' faces turn livid with anger. Hasn't this bastard realized the situation yet? He's simply arrogant to the point of seeking death. Sun Huan's expression was indifferent, but he was actually infuriated in his heart. Lin Sun was just a so-called peerless talent, and in the final analysis, he was just a young man at the Tao Insight realm. But Lin Sun dared to look down on him like this, which was no different from provoking his dignity to his face. Sun Huan sighed softly, "Fine, since you don't want to choose the way to die, I'll send you off in the simplest way." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and like the legendary cosmos in the sleeve, a terrifying Taoist light was released, and it evolved into a blazing torrent that swept towards Lin Sun in an overwhelming manner. Sun Heng's attack was simple, direct, and violent. This was a kind of absolute confidence in power, which was above the reincarnation developing realm. No matter how many secret skills and methods one mastered, he could break them with his own strength. Similarly, this was also the foundation and courage of a half-step king. A small bug could be killed with a flick of a finger, so there was no need to go to war. Boom, the light of the Tao surged like a tidal wave. It was dazzling and terrifying to the extreme, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth to the point it was snow-white. That scene made Hua Qingqi and the others tremble and almost suffocate. Even for them, it was the first time that they had seen Sun Heng fight. And such a vast and terrifying power made them have no doubt that even a great cultivator in the reincarnation developing realm would not be able to resist this attack. That little bastard was going to be killed. They were excited. However, before they could rejoice, their bodies stiffened, and a scene that they would never forget appeared in their vision. Lin Sun pulled the bow and arrow, and his handsome figure suddenly became as imposing as a demon god. A terrifying and indescribable aura erupted from the bow and arrow in his hand. Boom, the world seemed to collapse, and a terrifying scene of the sun falling into the blue sky and the golden crow crying blood in the blue sea appeared. There, wind and thunder surged, as if there were ancient gods and demons roaring. Because it was so shocking, the world showed signs of a catastrophe like the end of the world. Boom, they could clearly see a pitch-black arrow shooting out, like the first light that tore through the eternal night. Near the arrow, the void turned into broken turbulence, and time seemed to be pierced. In front of it, the light of Tao released by Sun Hung was like a piece of paper. With a bang, it was torn to pieces and turned into a rain of light that sprinkled all over the sky. Time seemed to be stagnant and fixed at this moment. Sun Heng's expression was indifferent and cold, with a kind of domineering momentum, but when he saw Lin Sun pull the bow and arrow, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression changed slightly. And when Lin Sun pulled the bowstring that was so red that it seemed to be soaked in blood, his heart trembled inexplicably, and his hair stood on end. He sensed a kind of extreme danger. This surprised him, and he couldn't believe it. At the instant this arrow was shot out, he was unable to maintain his composure any longer. His expression changed greatly, and he almost cried out involuntarily. He didn't have the slightest bearing of a supreme being any longer, and his entire body trembled like a frightened rabbit. He was scared out of his wits. He sensed the horror and completely realized that he was careless this time. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but underestimated the treasure in his hand. It was like a dragon in the sky suddenly discovering that a tiny ant on the ground was holding a peerless sword that could kill a dragon. Run! Sun Hung was indeed an old monster among the half-step king warriors. His battle instinct and rich experience had allowed him to react immediately. However, carelessness was still carelessness. A small mistake might not have been a big deal in the past, but at this moment, it was enough to be fatal, because this was the insignificant bow and the blue sky arrow. This pair of mysterious bows and arrows had slaughtered many half-step King Realm warriors in the bloodthirsty battlefield and killed the real King Realm warriors. With this pair of bow and arrow, Xianxia, the bloodthirsty queen, had killed many half-step king in the bloodthirsty battlefield and forced the whole barbarian army to stop fighting. Now, Lin Sun used this pair of bow and arrow for the first time in the ancient desolation domain. If he didn't kill his opponent, he would feel sorry for this pair of treasures. Boom! The sound of the explosion was like thunder. The blazing light of destruction rushed into the sky, dispersed the curtain of night, spread in all directions, and shocked the world. Sun Heng's body was killed in an instant. His flesh and blood were shattered, and he was annihilated in the destructive light. At the moment of his death, this old fellow who was only a thread away from the king realm didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry before he vanished without a trace. The terrifying aftershock was still spreading out, and it crushed the mountains in the distance. The ancient trees and forests were instantly transformed into ashes, and the ground even split open to reveal numerous cracks that were like ravines and abysses. All of this was horrifying, and it caused everyone to feel as if they'd witnessed the arrival of the end of the world. Plop, plop, Hua Qingqi and the other important figures of the Spirit Pearl sect were struck by the terrifying aftershock and were sent flying more than 30 meters away. They coughed up blood and were in a sorry state. However, because of this, their hearts were struck by an unprecedented fear, and it caused them to feel despair, helplessness, and utter stupefaction. As the one and only supreme elder of Spirit Pearl sect and an old fellow at the half-step king realm who was renowned throughout the Fire Spirit Prefecture, Sun Heng had been killed by a single arrow right before their eyes. The shock and impact they felt from this almost caused them to collapse. Dead, they couldn't accept this cruel reality. At the same time, Lin Sun's face turned pale. His body showed signs of running out of energy, and his strength was almost exhausted. This was the backfire. He had been familiar with it for a long time, so he didn't panic. He had secretly prepared several pieces of spiritual marrow to absorb energy and replenish himself. However, unlike in the past, there was a trace of faint fierce intent in his heart this time, which constantly impacted his state of mind and soul. He even couldn't bear it. Bloodthirsty Queen is right. I can't use the insignificant bow easily anymore. Otherwise, the fierce chi in it will be triggered and lead to unpredictable future troubles. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with cold light. He ran meditating magic to resist and resolve the fierce chi that was impacting his mind. Zhao Xingya once reminded him that this bow had been stained with the blood of a saint and had killed the soul of a saint. In ancient times, it could be called a peerless murderous weapon. However, it had been seriously damaged now, and there was too much fierce chi and blood accumulated in it. Sooner or later, it would burst out completely. At that time, when Zhao Xingya killed the fire barbarian Flame King, a strand of the resentment of a saint before his death had seeped out from the bow, and merely a strand of it had almost caused a top figure in the king realm like Xianxia to suffer misfortune, it was easy to imagine how terrifying such a ferocious aura was. Now, Lin Sun also experienced this, but what he felt was only a wisp of faintly discernible ferocity. But even so, his chi was still affected and almost collapsed, which was extremely terrible. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun fully realized the horror of the insignificant Bao. It would have unpredictable effects not only on the enemy but also on the user. If I have a chance, I must go to Sunset Tang Valley, known as the Sacred Place, to find the lost spirit of the insignificant Bao and completely solve the hidden danger of the Bao. Lin Sun took a deep breath and remembered the guidance given by Xianxia. Insignificant Bao was a real psychic saint treasure, which was different from ordinary saint treasures. There was a spirit in it, which was enough to suppress the fierce chi and blood inside the Bao. However, in the endless years, the insignificant Bao had been seriously damaged, and the spirit was lost somewhere. If he wanted to find the spirit, he could go to Sunset Tang Valley and find some clues. A painful groan came from afar, which made Lin Sun wake up from his thoughts. Then his black eyes became cold, and he looked into the distance quietly. There, Hua Qingqi and other big shots of Lingji sect were still alive, although they were in a miserable state. Lin Sun put away his bow and arrow, walked in the void and approached them. Although he had consumed a lot of physical strength, Lin Sun was confident that he could kill these guys with all his strength. Woo! However, before Lin Sun got close, a sharp dog bark suddenly sounded in the direction of Yan capital. It was like the cry of ghosts and the howl of wolves, which was very creepy in the night. Lin Sun's face was a little gloomy. Looking at Hua Qingqi and others in the distance, he finally resisted the urge to stay and kill the enemies and decided to leave immediately. If he guessed right, the strong men of Black Demon Dog tribe had been alarmed and were coming here at full speed. After all, the noise just now was too big, and Yan capital was not far from here. Some people with ulterior motives would inevitably be alarmed and come to find out what was going on. Lin Sun was not alone now. He had Xia Xiaocheng with him. For the sake of the girl's safety, Lin Sun could not take any more risks. If you dare to leak what happened just now, I will destroy the whole Lingji sect in the future. Lin Sun's black eyes were as cold as a sharp blade, and he took a deep look at Hua Qingqi. At that moment, Hua Qingqi felt cold all over as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart had long been drowned by fear. Now, after hearing Lin Sun's threat, he almost collapsed. He knew that since the young man dared to say so, he definitely dared to do it. Swish, without hesitation, Lin Sun's figure flickered and disappeared into the mountains shrouded in the night in the distance. He let us go. Han Yanke couldn't believe it. He had lost an arm, a bloody hole in his abdomen, broken bones in many places, and disheveled hair. He looked miserable. The others were also confused. They didn't know why Lin Sun would show mercy and spare their lives at this time. Only Hua Qingqi guessed something. With a livid face, he said, "Everyone, you all heard what I said just now. For the survival of our Lingji sect, I don't want any accidents to happen. So, let's just pretend that what happened today never happened." Never happened, the expressions of the others changed. They were filled with fear, confusion, anger, and disappointment. The Supreme Elder Sun Heng was already dead, and they still had to pretend that nothing happened. Hua Qingqi was actually in more pain than they were. But he knew that if they didn't do this, their Lingji sect would be in danger of being destroyed at any time. We can only accept this. We can only blame ourselves for offending a young man we shouldn't have. Hua Qingqi's eyes were lost as he murmured, "He's not a peerless talent of the younger generation. He's obviously a heaven-defying genius that can't be measured by common sense. Unless he's dead, we can only accept our defeat today." At the end of his words, his expression suddenly became extremely firm and resolute. Yes, they had to accept their defeat. Their Lingji sect might be a deterrent in the Fire Spirit province, but in the entire West Hing region, they were just a small sect. They were not qualified to offend a heaven-defying genius who was destined to rise in the ancient Desolation realm. Otherwise, they would be doomed to be annihilated, as that young man had said. "Over here." A cold voice rang out in the distance, awakening Hua Qingqi and the others who had a heavy heart. They looked up. They saw a group of black soul riders bathed in black flames silently rushing towards them from afar. The night was as dark as ink. They were like a group of demons from the netherworld. What happened here? A group of experts from the Black Sea Tengu clan sat high on their spiritual mounts. Their eyes were cold as they surrounded the area. The night was dark, and the atmosphere was oppressive. In the distance, some of their companions were still investigating the devastated battlefield, searching for clues. If the Wind Whisperer tribe was said to be the most well-informed tribe in the ancient Desolation region, then the Black Sea Tengu tribe's acute sense of smell was unparalleled in the world. Almost no one who was targeted by them could escape. The one who spoke was a young man in a black cloak. He had fair skin and a handsome face. His eyes were demonic and frightening, with a sense of coldness and cruelty. His name was Go Dong, and he was the leader of this team. The expressions of Hua Qingqi and the others changed, and they shivered. They did not expect that the devil-like young man had just left, and an even more ferocious group had arrived. The Black Sea Tengu clan. This was a huge clan that made countless experts in the ancient Desolation realm pale at the mention of it. Their methods were bloody and cruel, and they killed without any scruples. They could be said to be guilty of many crimes. Even some ancient orthodoxies were unwilling to have anything to do with this clan. Poof, seeing that no one answered, Go Dong smiled slightly. The next moment, he suddenly raised the long and narrow blood saber in his hand that was covered with sharp saw teeth. With a flash of blood-red light, a bloody head flew into the air. It was a reincarnation developing realm cultivator who had been seriously injured in the battle just now. He was on the verge of death and could not resist at all, so he was killed directly. Blood flowed like a waterfall, and it was scarlet and hot. Hua Qingqi and the others screamed and trembled with anger. They did not expect that the other party would kill without a word. The coldness and bloodthirstiness of the Black Sea Tengu clan was evident from this. Our time is very precious. I hope you can cooperate. Go Dong's voice was low, and it carried a wisp of cruelty and coldness. Otherwise, all of you will probably be unable to survive. Hua Qingqi's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he was furious to the extreme. However, in the end, he sighed dejectedly and said, "We intended to set up an ambush here, but we never expected that we'd draw a mysterious expert over, causing us to suffer heavy losses. Even a supreme elder of the sect was unfortunately killed." He looked sad, angry, and aggrieved, but he didn't mention Lin Sun. He just replaced the murderer of Sun Huan with a mysterious master. Puff, Go Dong was expressionless when he heard this. He waved his saber and chopped off another head. I want to hear the truth. Another person had died. This caused Hua Qingqi and the others to be on the verge of collapse, and they felt unprecedented despair and rage. The Spirit Pearl sect could be considered as a great sect in the Fire Spirit Prefecture. Yet now, an elder of their sect had been mercilessly beheaded like a blade of grass, and this was undoubtedly the greatest contempt and trampling upon them. Kill. Our Spirit Pearl sect's supreme elder is dead, and we've suffered heavy losses. I don't want to live anymore. Hua Qingqi suddenly stood up and glared at Go Dong. Go Dong's demonic eyes narrowed, and then he smiled and said, "You're right. If it were me, I wouldn't protect the enemy at a time like this either." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and one of his subordinates who was investigating the battlefield hurried over. "How is it?" Go Dong asked. The subordinate said swiftly, "According to the traces left behind here, we can be sure that a half-step King Realm expert died here just now, and the culprit ought to have utilized some sort of terrifying treasure to kill him with a single strike." Go Dong was slightly moved, and a cold light surged in his eyes. No wonder there was such a huge commotion just now. So it was a battle between Half-Step King. Can you confirm the murderer's identity? The subordinate shook his head. There are too few clues. I can't be sure. Right at this moment, a Black Sea Tengu powerhouse on the battlefield seemed to have discovered something, and called out, "Master Go Dong, there's a trace of that girl's aura here." Instantly, the group of Black Sea Tengu powerhouses on their spirit mounts became restless, and terrifying killing intent burst out from their bodies. Meanwhile, Go Dong's eyes immediately locked onto Hua Qingqi, and he took out a scroll in his hand. He unfolded it in the void and said, "Old man, have you seen this girl before?" On the scroll was the image of a young and beautiful girl. Her eyes were big and clear, and she looked adorable and innocent. Hua Qingqi and the others were stunned, feeling puzzled and incredulous. Could it be that the Black Sea Tengu powerhouses had appeared here just to kill a girl like this? Only Han Yang's expression became a little unnatural. He recognized that this was Xiao. Almost at the same time, he felt a sharp and eerie gaze instantly lock onto him, causing his body to stiffen, and he cursed inwardly. Go Dong said expressionlessly, "Speak." It was just 2 words, but there was a suffocating pressure that made Han Yanke almost subconsciously say, "Her name is Xiao, and she's from the Starry Vault Dao sect. I've seen her once during the sect trials in the fire spirit state a few days ago." Go Dong stared at Han Yanke for a while before retracting his gaze, and he immediately ordered, "Send a message to the young master. The target has appeared here, and she didn't escape with Lin Wenjun." Swoosh, not long after, a dazzling blood-colored firework shot into the sky, incomparably beautiful in the night. This was the spiritual blood flower, a treasure unique to the Black Sea Tengu race, and it had the magical effect of sending messages from 1,000 miles away. In just a short while, a black prodigy was carried by 8 Black Sea Tengu powerhouses, and it traversed through the void. "Greetings, young master." Immediately, everyone, including Go Dong, stopped what they were doing and knelt on the ground. The scene was extremely solemn. "That little girl escaped from here?" An indifferent and elegant voice sounded from among the black prodigies. "That should be the case. Haha, that woman, Lin Wenjun, really refuses to give up. Does she think that so long as she's alive, she'll have a chance to change the fate of her race? Unfortunately, the karmic luck of the Green Hill Skyfox clan has come to an end, and they're bound to be helpless." A carefree laughter sounded from among the black prodigies. "Moreover, with Lord Tian taking action this time, that Lin Wenjun will definitely be dead. Young master, according to our analysis, that girl probably hasn't gone far. Moreover, a battle occurred here just now, and a mysterious figure that seems to be at the Half-Step King realm appeared." Go Dong said, "We suspect that it's very likely that it was this mysterious figure that took the girl away." "Half-Step King realm?" A surprised voice sounded from among the black prodigies. "I never expected that Lin Wenjun would actually be able to invite a Half-Step King realm expert when she's already in such a difficult situation. However, this sort of struggle is bound to be futile. Not to mention a Half-Step King realm expert, even a true King realm expert would have to pay with his life if he dared to obstruct us." These words were spoken very casually, yet they revealed a formless disdainful might that caused one's heart to tremble. No matter what, this girl still has the body of the Black Fox ancestral blood. This kind of physique is extremely rare, and throughout the countless years, only a few people in the entire Green Hill Skyfox clan possess this kind of physique. Once she rises, she's bound to possess immeasurable and terrifying might. The young master said unhurriedly, "Fortunately, this girl hasn't awakened this kind of power. Although she can't be considered to be much of a threat, she's still a hidden danger in the end, and we must eliminate her this time." At this point, he didn't hesitate and ordered, "Let's begin. This girl is already about to become a sore point for those old monsters in the clan, and they're all anxiously waiting for our good news." Boom! In the next moment, the group of Black Sea Sky Dog clan experts moved, and like ghosts from hell, they surrounded the black palanquin as they soared into the sky and flashed towards the boundless forest in the distance. Only Hua Qingqi and the others remained where they were. They'd witnessed everything, and they'd originally been trembling with fear, thinking that they were destined to suffer today. But they'd never thought that from the beginning to the end, they were completely ignored like air. "I didn't expect that we could survive this time just because they never took us seriously," Hua Qingqi said bitterly, looking haggard. The others also had hollow eyes. Today was like a nightmare for them. It was so cruel and heavy that they still couldn't accept it until now. And the cause of all this was just a trace of greed in their hearts. They didn't know whether to regret or hate. Perhaps this was the price they had to pay for being greedy? But the price was too high. The mountains stretched on like a giant halberd in the sky, vast and boundless. There were many treasured places with beautiful mountains and beautiful rivers, but more of them were barren mountains and unruly rivers, showing a primitive atmosphere. Compared with the city, the forest outside the wilderness was undoubtedly dangerous. Fierce beasts lurked, fierce birds inhabited, and many unknown disasters were hidden in it. It was mysterious and dangerous. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on a beautiful mountain peak, meditating to restore his strength. This mountain was not high, but it was quiet and refined, with verdant ancient pines, waterfalls, and flowing springs. The misty silver spiritual energy permeated the air, making it a treasure place for cultivation. This place was originally occupied by a white python. When Lin Sun resisted it, he didn't need to do anything at all. His aura alone made the python, which had already opened its spiritual wisdom, sense the danger and flee in panic. Lin Sun looked solemn, with his mouth and nose exuding brilliant rays of light. His whole body was steaming with Taoist aura, his pores relaxed, and his qi was boiling. In his hands, pieces of middle-grade spiritual marrow turned into powder one after another, but he didn't notice it at all. At this moment, his mind was empty, and his spirit was in perfect harmony with his body. His body was shining with a kind of ethereal charm. In his body, the spiritual energy that was almost exhausted was recovering at an astonishing speed. Like a roaring tide, it surged around his body. Compared with high-grade spiritual crystals, the power contained in middle-grade spiritual marrow was undoubtedly purer and greater, which also greatly accelerated Lin's absorption and refining speed. It used to take 6 to 10 hours to recover, but now it could be shortened to 2 hours. However, although the middle-grade spiritual marrow was good, it was too expensive. For Lin Sun, it was almost a luxury. It was okay to use it at the critical moment. If it was used as a daily thing for cultivation, Lin Sun's family would not be able to afford it. Suddenly, Lin Sun, who was in the middle of cultivation, had a warning sign in his heart. Someone was spying on him in the far distance, and he caught it immediately. Lin Sun's soul was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. In an instant, he even clearly sensed that a figure was concealed within an expanse of lush bushes around 10 kilometers away. The man's eyes were cold and his nostrils were large. He was sniffing all kinds of scents in the air with a secret method. Finally, he looked at the mountain where Lin Sun was. Obviously, this man had determined Lin Sun's whereabouts by his sense of smell. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and instantly remembered the rumors about the Black Demon Dog tribe. This tribe was famous for their keen sense of smell. What a dog's nose! Lin Sun quietly stopped practicing and frowned. He realized that the fight with the people of Lingji sect had undoubtedly alarmed the strong of the Black Demon Dog tribe. Then, Lin Sun sensed that the guy hiding in the distance took out a pitch-black jade slip with blood. What was this? Although Lin Sun couldn't recognize it, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Whoosh! The next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot. He ran ice-drake steps at full speed and rushed over without concealing his breath. Boom! Lin Sun covered the distance of more than 3 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The Black Sea Tengu seemed to be alarmed. His reaction wasn't slow as he immediately rushed up and fled into the distance. But he was obviously a beat too late. With a swoosh, the broken sword pierced through his back and made a bloody hole. He screamed and staggered to the ground. At the same time, Lin Sun floated down and kicked on the guy's back, saying, "Tell me, do you want to tell me or let me do it myself? Little bastard, how dare you hurt me?" It was a young man in black with a thin face and big nostrils. He stared at Lin Sun with hatred. But before he could finish, Lin Sun slapped him on the head, making him see stars and almost break his skull. Then, Lin Sun started to torture this guy with the cruel torture he learned from the bloodthirsty camp. After a while, the young man in black twitched on the ground. His face was pale and cold sweat flowed down his forehead like a waterfall. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were empty and confused, showing signs of breaking down due to extreme pain. At this moment, he yearned for death like never before because the torture from before had simply made him feel like he was in hell, and he was tormented by boundless pain. Without any accident, Lin Sun soon got everything he wanted to know. Puff! A god-devouring beetle flashed out and silently bore into the black-clothed young man's body, and then it completely devoured his soul, causing him to perish on the spot. After that, he transformed into his true form. Shockingly, he was a black-colored dog that had a body like a calf. His pupils were like copper bells and were extremely scarlet red. His fur was smooth and glossy, his 4 hooves were strong and powerful, and his mouth of snow white and ghastly fangs were an entire foot long. This was the true appearance of the Black Nightmare Tengu. Whoosh! Lin Sun took the black dog and disappeared. In front of a clear mountain stream, a bonfire was burning fiercely. Roasted meat was being skewered on a grill. The meat was glossy and emitted an exceptionally tempting aroma. This was the meat of the black nightmare tengu, and it could be considered a mutated breed among dogs. The meat contained copious amounts of blood energy and essence, and when roasted, it was undoubtedly a rare delicacy. In front of the bonfire, Lin Sun was lost in thought. He had already gotten what he wanted to know, but the truth surprised him a little. This time, the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe had dispatched more than 100 elite top forces to Yen capital. Among them, there were even 2 half-step kings and 1 real king. Apart from that, a direct descendant of the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe had also come along. Or rather, the leader of this operation was this direct descendant. His name was Go Shuxing, and he was called Young Master. In the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe, which was so large that it could be found all over the ancient Desolation territory, he was considered a top heavenly talent of the younger generation. Go Shuxing was not simple. According to the internal evaluation of the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe, he could be called a 1,000-men slayer level heavenly talent. What was a 1,000-men slayer? It referred to the fact that Go Shuxing had used his own strength to personally kill thousands of enemies who were stronger than him. Cultivation did not represent one's true combat strength. For Go Shuxing to be able to do this, it undoubtedly proved that he was a fierce character who could kill opponents of a higher level. That bloody and shocking battle record was the best proof. Because of this, Go Shuxing's status in the tribe was quite high, and he was called Young Master. Whenever he went out, he would be accompanied by the elders of the tribe. It was said that among the younger generation of the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe, there was even a peerless heavenly talent with the title of 10,000 enemies, but no one knew about it. Of course, this news was not too shocking to Lin Sun. What shocked him was that the ultimate goal of Go Shuxing and his people was not to deal with Lin Wenjun, but to kill Xia Xiaochong, who was by Lin Wenjun's side, because Xia Xiaochong was also a descendant of the Green Mound Divine Fox, and his bloodline was the purest. He was born with the Black Fox ancestral blood. Lin Sun did not know how incredible this bloodline talent was, but he knew that once Xia Xiaochong awakened this bloodline power, he would have a terrifying and boundless power, which would be an unimaginable threat to the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe. Because of this, Xia Xiaochong had become a thorn in their side, and they wanted to wipe her out completely to avoid future troubles. The reason why they mobilized so many people this time, not hesitating to send 2 half-step kings and a real king, was all related to killing Xia Xiaochong. This girl's identity is so complicated. As Lin Sun thought about it, he picked up the dog meat that had been roasted and ate it. The delicious taste made Lin Sun moved. It was really delicious. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, containing the essence of fragrance. It was fragrant and chewy, which could be called a peerless delicacy. If it were someone else, he would have been worried and lost his appetite after learning this news. But Lin Sun sat by the clear stream and wolfed down the meat, drinking a few mouthfuls of wine from time to time, as if nothing had happened. He looked relaxed and carefree. Before long, a piece of black dog meat was stuffed into Lin Sun's stomach, leaving only a pile of bones on the ground. Then, he stood up and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His whole body was full of breath, as if he had inexhaustible strength. Looks like this black dog meat can be used as a great medicine for cultivation as well. Moreover, it tastes very delicious. Lin Sun smacked his lips, and then he smiled and muttered to himself. It's good this way. At least I can eat another mouthful of black dog meat on the way. It's really worth it. Lin Sun didn't delay any longer, and he turned around and left. According to Lin Wenjun's instructions, he had to send Xia Xiaochong to the Green Hill Mountain in the Phoenix Perch Province. When he set out, Lin Sun found out that the Phoenix Perch Province was extremely far away from the Fire Spirit Province, and there were a few tens of provinces between them. It was an entire 500,000 kilometers away. Even if he relied on the speed of the vast universe arc, it would at least take 10 days. However, Lin Sun didn't do that because he had other plans. 4 hours later, a group of Black Sea Tengu clan experts appeared by the side of the clear stream. When they saw the pile of snow-white bones that had been eaten clean on the ground, they were instantly angered to the point their faces turned green, and they let out howls that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling, shocking all the living beings in the nearby area to the point their hearts trembled. Damn it! Who dares to treat the experts of our clan as food? Who dares to be so arrogant? He must be tired of living. These Black Tengu clan experts were used to running amok. In the past, they were the ones who slaughtered their opponents in cold blood. Who would have thought that there would be someone in this world who dared to roast and eat them? This was definitely the greatest provocation to their dignity, and they could not be forgiven. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise, I'll make him experience what it means to wish he was dead. Godong's expression was cold, and his face was ashen. Don't tell the young master about this. Otherwise, no one will be able to bear the consequences if the young master gets angry. Godong took a deep breath and instructed, clean up this place and continue to search for traces of the enemy. No matter who he is, he must atone for his crimes with death since he dares to go against our Black Tengu clan. Yes. The other Black Tengu clan experts received the order and set off murderously. Any opponent that they targeted had never escaped their pursuit. Including this time, they had already locked onto the opponent's aura. It wouldn't be long before they killed him. The sky was bright, and the morning glow was dazzling. The morning light filled the air, and the forest was covered in gold. Ferocious birds chirped and demonic beasts roared. A waterfall that looked like a white dragon poured down from a cliff thousands of feet high, producing a thunderous roar. Lin Sun stood with his hands behind his back at the peak of a mountain. His slender figure was like a pine tree at the edge of a cliff. His eyes looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance, and he saw clouds rising and rosy. The mountains were like halberds, vast and boundless. But in Lin Sun's eyes, it was a different scene. Profound and obscure markings appeared in his eyes, and they shot out two beams of divine light. In his field of vision, numerous magnificent airflows appeared within the group of mountains. Some were as black as ink, hideous like a ghostly fog. They covered the sky and the sun, and the atmosphere was awe-inspiring. Some were as brilliant as gold, enshrouded in an illusory luster. The atmosphere was magnificent, and auspicious lights danced in the air. But most of them showed a grayish color, like smoke or fog, and were ordinary. The ones as black as ink are the miasma in the mountains. There must be highly toxic things or fierce demonic beasts. The ones as bright as gold are one of the treasured lights of spiritual clouds. This phenomenon indicates that there must be spiritual mines buried in the mountains, Lin Sun meditated. The colorful airflows were the atmosphere of mountains and rivers. It was a kind of momentum that belonged to heaven and earth. Even practitioners could rarely identify and perceive it carefully. But in Lin Sun's eyes, he could see through its falsehood and see through its essence in an instant. This was the magical effect of the wind-mocking eyes. Of course, this was just the simplest and most superficial application. The core meaning of the wind-mocking eyes was to explore the acupoints and find the pulse. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he felt a stabbing pain. He noticed that there was a magnificent atmosphere on the distant mountains. It was like a rainbow rising to the sky. There was a kind of harmony between yin and yang, and the momentum of a dragon and a tiger. It was extremely extraordinary. Is that a great treasure land? Lin Sun thought of something, and his figure flashed and disappeared. What a majestic and beautiful mountain. As he approached, Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and he was a little surprised that there was such a spiritual mountain in this vast wilderness. The mountain was thousands of meters high, verdant and lofty. Bathed in the morning light, it was dazzling and resplendent with rolling purple chi. Old trees, green bamboos, glossy ganoderma, and auspicious grasses, and sometimes white apes and green deer shuttled back and forth. In addition, there were also ancient vines and blooming flowers. Looking at it, it was a beautiful and compelling scene, just like a paradise of immortals. Lin Sun operated the wind-mocking eyes and observed silently. The auspicious chi is like a dragon lying dormant in it. This is a phenomenon of a first-class treasure land. After a while, Lin Sun exclaimed in his heart. According to his estimation, it was more than enough to establish a sect on this mountain, because it was a paradise for cultivation, but soon, Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. He noticed that the other areas near this mountain were extremely quiet and deathly still. Even when he used his divine sense to sense, he actually couldn't find a single living thing, not even an ant. The auspicious chi is like a dragon, and the creatures outside it avoid and dare not approach it. Is there any shocking mystery hidden in this mountain? Lin Sun took a deep breath and operated the Bayan chi to cover his whole body. Then, his figure flashed and quietly sneaked into the mountain. Now, his mastery of the Bayan chi had become more profound, and he could move while covering his body's breath. In this way, unless a King Realm expert came in person, it would be impossible to find Lin Sun's trace. However, Lin Sun could only hold on for a quarter of an hour at most. After that, the Bian Qi would collapse and become uncontrollable. It was another scene on the mountain. Ancient pines were verdant, and exotic flowers and fruits could be seen everywhere. All of them were enshrouded in spiritual clouds and glowed with golden luster in the sun. In a short time, Lin Sun found at least a dozen kinds of precious spiritual herbs. There were purple infant blood Ganoderma as thick as a child's arm and coiled like a snake, fire jujube tree with fiery red fruits hanging densely on the branches like small lanterns, and even golden snow lotus rooted in the green pond and floating on the water. However, Lin Sun became more cautious while being surprised. There were so many spiritual herbs on this spiritual mountain, but there weren't any fierce beasts or demonic spirits approaching. This was too abnormal. Lin Sun didn't dare to pick them up. He continued to climb, moving forward quietly. In next to no time, his entire body shook as he saw a cave that was carved into the mountain. Moss was piled up at the entrance, and ancient vines coiled around it. It was obvious that no one had come here for a long time. But there was no doubt that this abode was opened up and not natural. This wouldn't be an abode left behind by a cultivator from a very long time ago, right? Lin Sun stood there and looked around with the eyes of ridicule. He saw the scene in the cave was suddenly bright, as if there was a sun hidden in it. It was so dazzling that Lin Sun's eyes hurt, so he quickly looked away. He was extremely shocked in his heart. This undoubtedly meant that a world-shocking treasure was hidden within the abode. It was too dazzling, and it even carried a divine aura. After hesitating for a while, Lin Sun had an idea to wake up a spirit-eating bug and let it fly out. Whether we can find the treasure or not, it all depends on you. Lin Sun took a deep breath and put a wisp of his divine awareness on the spirit-eating bug. Then he manipulated the spirit-eating bug to fly to the depths of the abode. If he didn't inspect it with the eye of ridicule, the cave would be completely dark. It was extremely serene, winding, and extremely silent. The spirit-eating bug was only the size of a grain of rice, and its figure was almost illusory. It flew quietly like one of Lin Sun's eyes. Everything along the way was perceived by Lin Sun. To Lin Sun's surprise, the abode was so deep that it went all the way to the underground. It was not like a place for cultivation, but a passage to the underground. After the spirit-eating bug flew for a distance of thousands of meters, a thunderous roar sounded and echoed endlessly. Lin Sun suddenly felt refreshed and drove the spirit-eating bug to continue moving forward. Before long, the field of vision became open, and there appeared a magnificent and holy glow, which was extremely dense. At the same time, an indescribable and terrifying pressure spread out, making the spirit-eating bug tremble and convey a feeling of uneasiness. Then, Lin Sun, who was outside the abode, also stiffened and gasped with a hiss. Through the divine sense he'd placed on the god-devouring insects, he instantly captured a scene. In the depths of the magnificent and pure radiance was an enormous pool. The pool was filled with spirit liquid that was bright like gold, and it gushed out terrifying, abundant, and peerlessly dense vitality. If Lin Sun guessed right, the golden spiritual liquid in the pool should be the legendary golden marrow jade liquid that could only be found by chance. This was a peerless medicine with the reputation of one of the 8 treasures of heaven and earth. A single drop of it could bring the dead back to life, and it had an immeasurable magical effect for cultivation. Even in those ancient sects, such a precious treasure could be considered to be rare, and only a true peerless figure could enjoy it. But now, there was a pool of golden marrow jade liquid in the cave in the depths of this unknown spirit mountain. If this news was spread out, it would definitely arouse the jealousy of all the major forces, who would snatch it at all costs. Lin Sun's heart was pounding. This was definitely a rare opportunity. But the next moment, Lin Sun felt cold all over, and his face suddenly changed. He even almost cried out. Because right at this moment, a dragon head suddenly stretched out from the enormous pool that was filled with gold quintessence jade liquid with a swish. Its eyes were like copper bells, its beard was fluttering, and its body was covered with dragon scales. There was a horn on its head, releasing brilliant and dazzling golden light. There was a real dragon in this pool. Lin Sun was almost dumbfounded. But very quickly, he realized that he was wrong. He saw the pool churn, and along with the dragon's head, a strong body that looked like an elk appeared. It was golden, as if it was cast from gold. It had 4 slender hooves and a dragon's tail swayed behind it. What kind of creature was this? It was too much like the legendary Kylan beast. Lin Sun was in a trance again. After a while, he woke up from the shock and carefully recalled and judged. Finally, he suspected that this creature, which was like a dragon but not like a dragon, like a Kylan but not like a Kylan, should be a kind of fierce creature in ancient times. Single-horned golden-eyed beast. It was said that this beast was a mutant of the candle dragon and the golden Kylan. It was so powerful that it could pluck the stars and the moon, call the wind and summon the rain, and gallop over the universe with incredible talent. In ancient times, there was a rumor that a saint wanted to subdue a single-horned golden-eyed beast as a mount, but in the end, he was eaten alive by this beast. Of course, this was a rumor with exaggerated colors. But there was no doubt that the single-horned golden-eyed beast was absolutely a terrible creature. No wonder no creature dares to approach this mountain, even though it is so beautiful. It turns out that there is such a terrible guy. Lin Sun finally understood. Immediately, he was shocked. The single-horned golden-eyed beast seemed to have noticed something. A pair of bright pupils like the scorching sun suddenly swept towards the place where the spirit-eating insects were. Run, Lin Sun gave the order without hesitation, and then he rushed out, driving the vast universe arc to the void in the distance with all his strength. Roar! He'd just finished doing all of this when the roar of a beast resounded out like a thunderclap. The clouds collapsed in all directions, and with the nameless spirit mountain at the center, the nearby space rumbled and shattered, transforming into chaotic flows that spread outwards. It was too terrifying. It was just a roar, yet it was like a torrent of sound waves that spread out. In an area of 100 miles, mountains collapsed, rocks exploded, and ancient trees were crushed into powder. It was a scene of chaos and upheaval. Bang! Even though the vast universe arc was extremely fast, it still suffered the impact and was fiercely struck flying away. It violently trembled, and Lin Sun, who was hidden within, staggered back while his expression changed. This was too fucking ferocious. He was overwhelmed with shock. He drove the vast universe arc to flee a few dozen miles away before he stopped. Then, Lin Sun saw the nameless spirit mountain standing there by itself, and it gushed with violet energy and radiance that shot into the sky. Moreover, all around it was collapsed ruins and desolation. It was like a hurricane had passed through, and it was a horrifying sight. Roar! In the vault of heaven, the roar of a beast resounded once more. The phantom of a majestic golden beast appeared. Its 4 hooves stepped on the air, its head held high, and a pair of brilliant golden eyes swept around. Its entire body exuded a horrifying aura. This was a single-horned golden-eyed beast. But at this moment, its aura was as deep as the sea, and it was even more terrifying than a king, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Whoosh! Lin Sun didn't hesitate at all. He drove the vast universe arc far away once more. There was nothing he could do about it. That single-horned golden-eyed beast was too terrifying. If it chased after him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only after a long time did the vicious beast leave the clouds and vanish into the nameless spirit mountain. The terrifying aura that filled the sky also vanished along with it. Lin Sun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that it hadn't chased after him. This beast's aura was even more terrifying than a king's. He really had no idea just how terrifying its strength was. If I had fled just a little slower, then wouldn't I have? Lin Sun didn't dare to think any further. To his surprise, the spirit-eating insect he manipulated was still alive. It flew back at this moment, but it looked like it was dying. Lin Sun quickly took out a piece of mid-level concentration jade and fed it to the little guy. Then he carefully put it into his sea of consciousness to recuperate. That's the golden marrow jade liquid. If I have it, I can definitely reach the peak of this realm in one fell swoop when I advanced to the reincarnation developing realm. One realm was one world, which was called the realm. Although Lin Sun could be called the top king in the Tao Insight realm, he might not be able to have such a peerless appearance when he stepped into the reincarnation developing realm. The reason why he had been so painstakingly suppressing his cultivation and was reluctant to advance was that he could continue to set foot on the peak when he advanced to the reincarnation developing realm. But even so, Lin Sun wasn't completely sure that he could really achieve this step. But if he had the help of the golden marrow jade liquid, all this would no longer be a problem when he broke through to the reincarnation developing realm. Lin Sun was very unwilling to leave like this. This was a rare opportunity. It would be a pity if he missed it. If only I could let this single-horned golden-eyed beast leave for a period of time. Suddenly, Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat, and a strange look flashed across his black eyes. Thinking of the strong practitioners of the Black Sea Tengu tribe who were now chasing after him, an inexplicable smile uncontrollably appeared on his lips. At the foot of the nameless spirit mountain, Lin Sun sneaked back again. He concealed his aura with Swanee Chi, so he wasn't worried about being detected by the single-horned beast. Blood summoning flower? Then, Lin Sun took out a pitch-black jade slip that glowed with the color of blood. This was the spoil of war that he had obtained from the black demon Tengu after he had killed him. After a brief examination, Lin Sun understood its use. He couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. He immediately used his divine sense to write in the blood-summoning flower. Young master, based on the traces left by the target, we should be able to catch up with the target within a day if nothing goes wrong. Near an ancient forest, Godong reported respectfully. From the black palanquin came the calm and elegant voice of Go Shuxing, the young master of the Black Sea Dog tribe. Godong, you're hiding something from me. Godong's expression changed slightly, and his body stiffened. Go Shuxing said slowly, there's a faint bone fragrance on you. It's very special, and it makes me feel a trace of indescribable disgust. Can you tell me why? His words were casual and calm, but Godong's expression changed again. He didn't dare to hide it anymore. He knew how terrifying this young master could be when he was angry. He braced himself and said, Young master, when we were investigating the enemy's traces, one of our spies was roasted and eaten. As soon as he finished, the air in the area seemed to freeze, covered by a terrifying, cold, and violent aura. All the powerhouses of the Black Sea Dog tribe, including Godong, felt their hearts tremble. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they were extremely nervous. The atmosphere was deathly silent and oppressive. Go Shuxing was silent in the black palanquin, but the more he was silent, the more uneasy the others became. They knew how terrifying Go Shuxing, who had the bloody title of Thousand Executioner, was. Once he was angry, no one could withstand it. Roasted and eaten, roasted and eaten. Go Shuxing murmured after a long time, as if he still couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who dared to do such a thing. Thump. Thump, many powerhouses of the Black Sea Dog tribe could not withstand the fear in their hearts and knelt on the ground. Even Godong's body was tense, and his face was stiff. At this moment, the curtain of the black sedan was lifted, and a slender figure walked out. He had a tall and imposing figure, dense brows, fierce eyes, and a heroic aura. He was extremely valiant, and his pupils revealed a strange jade-green color that was ghastly and emanated strands of frightening cold light. At the instant he appeared, even Godong's entire body trembled, and he knelt on the ground with a thump as he said with a trembling voice, Young master, calm your anger. This person was Go Shuxing, one of the top prodigies of the Black Sea Tengu race's younger generation. The 1,000-men slayer level, bloody corpses and battle achievements had forged Go Shuxing's current status. Within a day, I want to capture the target alive and cook him alive. Go Shuxing's jade-green eyes surged with terrifying divine light, and his voice contained an indescribable coldness. Their Black Sea Tengu clan's forces were spread across the entire ancient Desolation region's 4 great worlds. They were so powerful that even the ordinary ancient orthodoxies didn't dare to provoke them. But now, someone actually dared to see them as food. This wasn't just presumptuous, it was simply provoking their clan's bottom line. It was intolerable, and it was even more so unforgivable. Suddenly, 2 aged figures flashed out from the darkness, and both of them had obscure and terrifying auras. They were called Go Shan and Go Hai, and they were 2 half-step king-level experts that had been following and protecting Go Shuxing all this time. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to provoke us like this must be killed. They spoke with ghastly and gloomy expressions, and they were obviously infuriated. That's right. Even the current king-level expert wouldn't dare to disrespect our clan's dignity like this. Such a reckless person must be killed swiftly. Unexpectedly, an aged voice actually resounded once more, and then an old man who wore a blood-red cloak and was enveloped by brilliant light of the Tao appeared here. Greetings, Lord Su. Everyone present had stern expressions, and they bowed in greeting. The old man's name was Go Su, and he was a true king-level expert who held true power in the clan. His status was extraordinary. 14th uncle, has Lin Wenjun been killed? Go Shuxing asked. Go Su shook his head with a slightly gloomy expression, just a little bit more. Go Shuxing was shocked, and he found it hard to believe. How is this possible? Indeed, how was this possible? Everyone else looked shocked as well. Lord Puppet was a true king-level expert, and he had been dominating the world for many years. How could a mere Lin Wenjun escape from Lord Puppet's pursuit? She was saved by someone. Go Su's expression was cold. Even he felt that he had lost some face. He had personally acted, but the target had escaped. This was undoubtedly a disgrace. Who? Go Shuxing asked. An old woman. Go Su's expression turned even gloomier. Although I don't know who she is, I have already memorized her aura. Sooner or later, I will find her. Go Shuxing's handsome face also looked gloomy, and there was an indescribable anger in his heart. This time, they had come aggressively, and they thought that they would be able to kill their target with a thunderous momentum. But now, they had failed again and again. The girl with the black fox ancestor blood was taken away by a mysterious figure who seemed to be a half-step king-level expert, and Lin Wenjun was also saved by someone, and luckily escaped. How could Go Shuxing accept this? If this matter were to be spread out of the clan, it would attract a lot of criticism and mockery. This would not only damage his reputation, it would also affect his status among the young generation of the clan. Although Go Shuxing was regarded as a young master, he knew very well that the Black Nightmare Sky Dog clan was too powerful. Even among the young generation, there were more than 10 people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. In fact, in the Dongxing Jia, there were a few even more horrifying people who had the title of enemies of 10,000, which made Go Shuxing feel a lot of pressure. In this kind of situation, the operation that he had led had failed again and again, which naturally made Go Shuxing angry. What made him most angry was that the target who had taken away Xia Xiaochong, who seemed to be a half-step king-level expert, was still unscrupulously looking at them as food. This undoubtedly touched the reverse scale of their clan. Let's not care about Lin Wenjun for now. As long as we kill that girl, our operation this time will be considered a success. After a long while, Go Shuxing took a deep breath, and a frightening killing intent shot out of his green eyes. He gritted his teeth and said one word at a time, and that guy who looks at us as food, we must capture him. I want to cook him alive and eat him. At the end, his voice carried a hint of madness and violence. Obviously, he was very angry. Bang, suddenly, in the distant sky, a demonic blood-colored firework bloomed. Message blood flower. Immediately, everyone's gaze was drawn over. However, when they saw the content of the message blood flower, their expressions all became very interesting. It was a painting of a huge bone that looked like a club, and there was a line of consciousness next to it. When it comes to the best delicacies in the world, there must be a place for Black Nightmare Sky Dog meat. Dogs, wash your necks and come into the pot. My stomach has been hungry for a long time. All of a sudden, these Black Nightmare Sky Dog warriors all flew into a rage and almost went berserk. This bastard was too arrogant, and he dared to provoke them like this. He definitely did not want to live. Go Shan and Go Hai, the two half-step king-level warriors, looked terrible. Go Ji, the king-level warrior, was also fuming with anger, and his eyes were full of strong killing intent. Go Shuxing gritted his teeth, and his face became even more livid and cold. His whole body emitted a terrifying evil chi, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out of his chest. With a roar, "What are you waiting for? Go, kill that bastard." Boom, in an instant, these Black Nightmare Sky Dog warriors moved out. Their evil chi soared into the sky, like evil spirits from the netherworld, and they flew across the sky. The clouds dispersed, and the sky changed color. All the creatures within 100 miles knelt on the ground, shivering, frightened by the horrible killing intent. They were indeed furious. In the world today, no one had ever dared to despise and provoke them like this. Coming. At the foot of the nameless spirit mountain, Lin Sun hid carefully. Evil chi filled the air, making his figure and breath disappear into thin air. Even his divine sense was carefully restrained by him. However, with the help of wind-mocking eyes, Lin Sun could clearly see that in the distance, there was an evil spirit rushing up to the sky like billowing smoke, and it was moving quickly towards here. Lin Sun laughed at once. These dogs were really impatient. Soon, the figures of Go Shuxing and his people appeared, moving in the void. They were aggressive, and did not hide their breath at all. They were very domineering. This was normal. With Go Ji, a king-level warrior, and Go Shan and Go Hai, two half-step king-level warriors as escorts, in this wilderness, even if they encountered real king-level creatures, they could still do whatever they wanted. This was the source of their confidence. However, when they saw the nameless spirit mountain, Go Shuxing and his people were surprised, and they obviously noticed that this mountain was different. The target is hiding here? Go Shuxing's blue eyes flickered. He could only feel that the spiritual chi in this mountain was very strong, and it seemed very special, with a kind of vigorous and divine aura. His breath and trace disappeared after he arrived here. He should be hiding in this mountain. Next to him, Go Dong answered with certainty. Tracking was the unique talent of their clan, so they were naturally very confident. Something is wrong. This mountain is like a paradise, but there are no creatures living nearby. This is very abnormal. Go Shan frowned. Indeed, the target released the blood flower of message before. It seemed to be a provocation, but in fact, it may be a trap to lure us here. Go Hai also calmly analyzed. No matter what kind of tricks it is just a joke in front of absolute strength. Go Ji's body was full of blood chi and Taoist light, with a kind of majestic momentum overlooking the mountains and rivers. This was the demeanor of a king. Let's go and have a look together. This mountain is beautiful and full of purple chi. Maybe we can take this opportunity to find some rare treasures. Go Ji was very confident and casual. He led the way, flying towards the nameless spirit mountain. Seeing this, Go Shuxing and the others did not think much. With their strength, even if there was an accident, they could deal with it. Lin Sun, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but feel strange. That old dog was indeed a king realm existence. He was really confident, but this was exactly what Lin Sun wanted. At this moment, he was also fully alert and secretly prepared for it. Boom, even Lin Sun had to admit that these black demon dogs were too powerful and arrogant. They landed directly on the nameless spirit mountain from the clouds and made a great commotion, looking fearless and disdainful. Lin Sun almost laughed out loud. These dogs acted as if they were the best in the world. What would happen when the single-horned golden-eyed beast appeared? Hey! So many precious medicines! Exclamations sounded. The dark demon dogs were originally full of killing intent and couldn't wait to drag Lin Sun out. But when they found that the mountain was covered with many rare spiritual medicines, their eyes widened and their attention was attracted. This is the fire date tree. My God, the branches are already densely packed with fruits. A single fire date can be exchanged for 10 pieces of mid-grade spiritual marrow. Some of the strong cultivators were drooling, their eyes burning. There is also the golden snow lotus. Looking at its maturity, it has been growing for at least 10,000 years. Golden lotus seeds have condensed in it. This is a rare medicine in the world. Is it the purple infant blood Ganoderma? It has 36 leaves, and its roots are like a waterfall. It's rare. Even Go Shuxing, Go Shan, and Go Hai were moved. They looked around and found precious medicines one after another. All of them were rare treasures, which made their eyes burn. Only Go Chi could be considered to be composed. As a king, he didn't take ordinary rare spirit herbs seriously at all. But in next to no time, his eyes squinted, and he said with surprise, "There's actually an abode left behind here." Swish, that one sentence instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. Then, they could no longer remain calm as their gazes burned with passion. This mountain was extraordinary and nurtured many precious medicines. Was there an even more amazing opportunity hidden in the cave residence? Go Dong's eyes were dim as he analyzed calmly, maybe the boy is hiding in there now. His words caused Go Shuxing's killing intent to rise. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and said, "Go in and have a look. Remember, be careful." He was extremely cautious and didn't let it get to his head. He wanted to send his subordinates to scout out the situation first. However, Go Ruo smiled and said proudly, "There is no need for that. I will go alone." In reality, his heart was burning with desire. He felt that this mountain was extraordinary, and there were probably some peerless precious treasures hidden within the abode. He was unable to tolerate others beating him to it. As he spoke, Gochi took a stride forward and shrunk the ground to an inch. His blood-red cape fluttered as his figure flashed into the depths of the abode. This made Go Sushing's eyes flash. He saw through Go Ti's intentions, and he was instantly displeased. As an elder of a king level, he wanted to be the first to fight for the opportunity. That was a little unsightly. "Go Shan, go Hai," he said. "Young master, what are your orders?" The two half-step kings immediately asked. "Go and have a look with Lord Puppet. This place is very unusual. It looks divine, but we don't know what kind of dangers and murderous intents it hides. We can't let Lord Puppet take the risk for us alone." Go Sushing ordered in a low voice. Go Shan and Go Hai immediately understood. This was a kind of supervision. Even if some peerless opportunity was unearthed, they couldn't let one person take it all for himself. Immediately, the two of them flashed and entered the depths of the abode. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Sun witnessed all this in the dark, and his expression became even weirder. This was definitely a dog's audacity. They were actually scheming against each other in the dark, trying to fight for the opportunity. This almost made Lin Sun laugh out loud. He was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. Originally, he had prepared some means to let these powerful Black Sea Tengu clan cultivators and the single-horned golden-eyed beasts fight to the death so that he could reap the benefits. However, the development of the situation was clearly out of Lin Sun's expectations. He didn't even need to do anything, and these dogs went straight to the mines. This was going to be a lot of fun. Lin Sun had already gathered his strength and was ready. On the mountain, Go Sushing was obviously in a good mood. Today, not only would he be able to capture his target alive, but he would also be able to obtain a rare opportunity. This made him feel a sense of joy, as if he was blessed by the heavens. This is what it means to be blessed after extreme misfortune. Go Sushing had always believed in the theory of luck. Thinking of all that he had experienced in this mission, wasn't it the case that he was blessed after extreme misfortune? Haha, when luck comes, it can't be stopped. Go Sushing smiled leisurely. The others immediately nodded and flattered him. "Young master, you are the favored son of God who was born with luck. You are so lucky that you can shine for eternity." Go Sushing felt comfortable all over, but he said calmly, "I know myself. I may have luck, but it's not enough to shine for eternity. Please don't flatter me." Speaking of this, he glanced around and said, "This place is filled with spiritual herbs. Go and pick them one by one, and keep some for yourselves. Consider it your reward for this mission." "Thank you, young master." Go Dong and the others were instantly refreshed. They had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Go Sushing smiled reservedly, and he felt more and more happy. All of the anger and frustration from before were swept away, and he was in high spirits. This mountain is indeed a treasured land. Perhaps, this is also a form of luck that has descended upon me from the unseen world? Go Sushing murmured to himself, "If I can still have this kind of luck on my path of cultivation in the future, I won't have to worry about not being able to rise in the Great World War and trample over all the heaven's favorites." Boom, all of a sudden, the entire mountain shook violently. The entire mountain was filled with purple mist and spiritual light. It was a spectacular sight. Go Sushing's eyes were like lightning as he said joyfully, "Is this a response from the heavens to my wishes?" However, the next moment, his body stiffened, and his pupils dilated. A figure rushed out of the cave. His entire body was on fire, his hair was disheveled, his clothes were ragged, and his skin showed signs of being burnt. He looked extremely disheveled. He looked like a beggar. Because it was so sudden, Go Sushing almost jumped up in shock. He slapped the person. "Who is it? How dare you play tricks in front of me?" The disheveled figure did not expect Go Sushing to make a move, and the slap landed squarely on his body. However, he was fine, but Go Sushing was knocked back a few steps, and his expression couldn't help but change. However, when he recognized the identity of the person who came, his body couldn't help but stiffen, as if he had seen a ghost, and he cried out in fear, "Lord Su, what happened to you?" The disheveled figure was Go Su Xing. Go Su Xing was indeed a little confused. This change was too sudden. Go Su was a king, and he went into the cave in search of great fortune. How could he rush out like a beggar in such a short time? "Young master, run. We've been tricked." Go Su had no time to explain. He grabbed Go Su Xing and rushed into the sky. The other Black Nightmare Tengu cultivators were dumbfounded as well. What was going on? They had been happily preparing to harvest the spiritual herbs, and they did not expect this to happen. They were caught off guard. "Ah, no." In the depths of the cave, two shrill screams sounded at the same time, and they stopped abruptly. But all the cultivators present could tell that those were the voices of the half-step King Go Shan and Go Hai. In that instant, their scalps went numb, and they were horrified. They realized that the situation was bad, and they did not care about harvesting the spiritual herbs anymore. They turned around and fled, each faster than the other, as if they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. It was too terrifying. They had a premonition that Go Shan and Go Hai had probably suffered calamity, whereas even though Go Chi had escaped, he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. This undoubtedly proved that there wasn't any peerless fortune in the depths of the abode, and peerless killing intent was obviously hidden there. Go Su Xing also realized this, and his expression became terrible. It was as if he had been hit by a stick, and his whole body trembled. They had been tricked. This place looked like a rare treasure, but in fact, it was a hidden danger. They had been overjoyed, thinking that they had found a great fortune. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Go Su Xing was infuriated to the point he almost spat blood. Just now, he had thought that karmic luck had descended upon him and changed his situation. He had even been complacent and thought that he would be able to accomplish great things with this karmic luck. But in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. Reality was like a cold slap to his face, and it caused his heart to be filled with shame and rage. He was almost driven mad with rage. What the fuck is going on? Go Su Xing's expression was extremely gloomy. At this moment, he was being carried high up into the sky by Go Su. Looking down from here, he could see with a single glance that the nameless spirit mountain was rumbling and shaking, and a boundlessly terrifying pressure was faintly spreading out. This is... Go Su Xing was shocked, and his expression changed. A horned golden-eyed beast that has stepped foot into the king realm. Perhaps it can be called a beast king. Go Su's voice was icy cold and low, and his expression was livid. Before, he had also thought that he had a peerless opportunity, so he was the first to rush into the cave residence. Who would have thought that he would run into a horned golden-eyed beast? The most terrifying thing was that this beast's strength was boundlessly terrifying. When Go Su realized that something was wrong, it was already too late for him to escape. He was directly sent flying by the tail of the horned golden-eyed beast, which caused his skin to split open and his whole body to be scorched. He had suffered a lot of injuries. After all, he was a king. And he had dominated the world for many years, so he did not pay attention to ordinary kings. But now, he had been sent flying by the tail of a beast king. It could be imagined how abnormal and terrifying the strength of this beast king was. So, Go Su fled at the first moment, thinking back to what had just happened. It would be strange if Go Su's expression was good. He was even full of shame. He had been sent flying in a single blow. When had he ever been so embarrassed? This was absolutely a great humiliation. In the sky, the black demon Tengu warriors were all fleeing, and it seemed very chaotic. Lin Sun, who had been hiding in the dark and watching all this, could not help but sigh inwardly. This was what it meant to be a real stray dog. The ancients were right. And the embarrassing appearance of Go Su Xing and Go Su Xing was also an eye-opener for Lin Sun. Soon, Lin Sun had no time to care about this. The mountain was roaring violently, and a terrible majesty accompanied by dazzling and blazing golden light spread out like a tide, causing the wind and clouds to collapse and the earth to tremble. Lin Sun knew that the horned golden-eyed beast was about to come out, and his opportunity was coming. With a deafening roar, the single-horned golden-eyed beast soared into the sky. Its entire body seemed to be made of gold, and its body overflowed with the precious light of the great path, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Boom, with the appearance of this beast, bolts of golden lightning suddenly descended and swept in all directions. Suddenly, some of the black demon dogs who were fleeing nearby were struck by the lightning. They twitched all over and turned into charred corpses, falling from the sky. It was obviously completely enraged. Its divine power was monstrous, and its whole body shone with golden light. There was a faint light of lightning surging in its eyes. It was even more terrifying than before. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Sun's heart trembled as he felt a suffocating pressure. This was the second time the single-horned golden-eyed beast had appeared. Unlike before, its killing intent was soaring, and it seemed extremely violent. Roar! Its roar shattered the clouds and caused the void to collapse. As soon as it soared into the sky, it turned into a golden shadow and rushed towards Gogue in the distance. Boom! Its four hooves crushed the mountains and rivers, and it opened its mouth to spit out golden lightning. It seemed to be in charge of the lightning punishment of the heavens, and it was extremely terrifying. Gogue snorted coldly. He was very annoyed. He felt humiliated when he was slapped away just now, and now he was furious when he saw this ferocious beast rushing at him again. Clang! He took out a blood-colored machete, and it was wrapped in dazzling light. He rushed out and fought with the single-horned golden-eyed beast. For a moment, the sky seemed to have exploded, and the earth collapsed. The terrifying power of the king's way spread, and the nearby mountains were affected, collapsing and annihilating. This was a battle of the king's way, and the divine power was naturally terrifying. Fortunately, the nameless spirit mountain was extremely special. Its momentum was like a dragon, and it was beautiful and contained within. Purple chi lingered around it, and it was not affected by the battle. An opportunity, Lin Sun, who was hiding in the dark, moved. He had waited here bitterly not just to trap those black demon dogs, but for the golden essence jade liquid. Whoosh! His body was filled with the aura of black demon, and he used the ice dragon steps with all his strength. In a flash, he had already rushed up the mountain and swept into the cave residence. Lin Sun's heart was pounding. That was a whole pool of golden essence jade liquid. If he could take it away, he would not have to worry about cultivation in the future. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to arrive in front of the pond. It was very mysterious, as if the sun had melted in it. It emitted dazzling golden light, and the abundant vitality was so strong that it couldn't be dissolved. In an instant, Lin Sun trembled all over and was enveloped by the warm vitality. His spirit seemed to be cheering, and he had a feeling of flying in the sky. It's golden essence jade liquid, one of the 8 treasures of heaven. Lin Sun's heart was burning, and he couldn't keep calm. He looked at the pool with a touch of passion. The pool was full of golden liquid, as if the sun had melted into golden liquid. It was sparkling and translucent, releasing great radiance. No wonder the strength of that single-horned golden-eyed beast is so terrifying. It's hard for it not to become stronger after soaking in such a peerless medicine every day, Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Without hesitation, he swiftly took out a mutton fat jade bottle that he had prepared long ago from the wordless pagoda and started to store it. Crash! A stream of golden liquid flowed into the jade bottle. The strong vitality drifting in the air almost intoxicated Lin Sun's mind. Boom! However, just a moment later, a golden light swept out of the pool like a sharp sword, cutting through the void. If Lin hadn't dodged in time, it would have hit his face. Lin Sun broke out in a cold sweat. He had never thought that there would be killing intent hidden in the pool. He looked up and was stunned. Why was there another little guy? He saw a little single-horned golden-eyed beast that was only a foot tall, with a dragon's head and a body like an elk's. It had 4 meaty hooves and was staring at him with a pair of bright golden eyes. It bared its teeth and let out a roar. However, its voice was childish and babbling. It was not threatening at all. Instead, it seemed charmingly naive. Lin Sun relaxed a lot at once. He finally understood why the single-horned golden-eyed beast was so furious. It turned out that it fought out of the mentality of protecting its young. Little guy, go and play on the side. Lin Sun raised his hand and pulled. The little guy was flipped upside down and fell into the depths of the pool. Then, he continued to absorb the golden marrow jade liquid with the jade bottle. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the pool, beams of golden light shot towards Lin Sun fiercely. Obviously, the little single-horned golden-eyed beast was very angry and was resisting and stopping Lin Sun from stealing its precious liquid. Lin Sun was annoyed. At this time was more precious than anything else. It was shameful to waste even a little. He rushed forward, grabbed the little guy's tail, and slapped its butt several times. He said fiercely, "If you don't listen to me, I'll stew you." The little guy was so angry that it glared at Lin Sun with tears in its eyes, as if it wanted to bite Lin Sun to death. Anyway, it seemed to be a little afraid of Lin Sun. No one knew whether it was because of Lin Sun or the fear of being stewed by Lin Sun. Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the little single-horned golden-eyed beast was still a cub and had no attack power. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to take away the golden marrow jade liquid. To Lin Sun's astonishment, the little single-horned golden-eyed beast opened its mouth at this moment and swallowed the golden marrow jade liquid in big mouthfuls. It was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be stuffed. Obviously, this little guy was retaliating by using this method to stop Lin Sun from extracting the liquid. Moreover, it wagged its little tail and squinted at Lin Sun provocatively, very proud and arrogant. Seeing the golden marrow jade liquid flowing into the little single-horned golden-eyed beast's mouth, Lin Sun was a little flustered and exasperated. He ground his teeth secretly. This little guy was really stubborn. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the little guy's tail. He made it head down and shook it hard. "Spit it out. Spit it out." The little single-horned golden-eyed beast was dizzy from the shaking. It cried loudly, and its immature voice was full of anger. It probably didn't expect that the human in front of it would be so shameless. Not only did he steal its golden marrow jade liquid, but he also wanted to spit out the golden marrow jade liquid it had swallowed. Even scraping the ground 3 feet away was not so cruel. Lin Sun didn't think so. That was the golden marrow jade liquid. It was one of the 8 treasures of heaven and earth, but it was ruined by this little guy. It was simply unbearable. What? Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from the distant passage, which made Lin Sun's heart tremble. His face was gloomy. Why did someone come to disturb him at this time? In the end, Lin Sun raised his hand and threw the little single-horned golden-eyed beast into the pool. Then he ran the Bian Chi and hid quietly. Not long after, a tall and slender figure appeared. He had a handsome face and a heroic spirit. His green eyes were frightening, bursting out wisps of cold light. It was Go Xiuxing, the top figure of the young generation of the Black Tengu clan with the title of Thousand Executioner. It's this guy. Lin Sun was annoyed in his heart. He was ready to give this guy a hard blow. Golden marrow jade liquid. As soon as he arrived here, Go Xiuxing's entire body trembled while his jade-green eyes stared fixedly at the bright golden liquid within the pool, and he was shocked to the point of being slightly dazed. Lord Kong is right. There isn't just a calamity here, there's world-shocking fortune hidden within as well. Without hesitation, he hurriedly waved his sleeves, took out a cyan jade gourd, and crazily swallowed the liquid in the pool. At the same time, the little unicorn emerged from the water again. When it saw another person coming to steal its treasure, it was so angry that it bared its teeth and roared. This didn't scare Go Xiuxing. Instead, he was ecstatic and almost danced with joy, saying, "God! A baby of the golden-horned golden-eyed beast. If I keep it with me, it will definitely become a peerless war beast in the future." His eyes were blazing and full of greed. The little guy seemed to sense something was wrong and dived into the pool with a swish. "Little guy, this is fate. You are destined to belong to me. How can you escape?" Go Xiuxing smiled complacently and reached out to grab the little unicorn. Secretly, Lin Sun had secretly operated the broken blade and was ready to attack. He was really annoyed. This guy didn't come earlier or later, but at this moment, interrupting his plan. If the adult unicorn returned, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, just as Lin Sun was about to take action, his whole body suddenly stiffened. He sensed a cold and terrifying thought sweeping over like a hurricane. Not good. Lin Sun was so shocked that his heart trembled and his hair stood on end. What he thought came true. He didn't need to guess to know that the adult unicorn had been disturbed. Realizing the danger, Lin Sun turned around and fled without hesitation. Whoosh, he didn't hide his breath. Like a flash of flowing light, he operated the ice drake steps to the extreme, and before he left the cave residence, he had already taken out the vast universe. Arkansas Go Xuxing was shocked. He was just about to capture the little unicorn, but he never thought that a figure would suddenly appear in the side area and disappear in the blink of an eye. This shocked him and made him gasp. Who was that guy? Could he be the mysterious person suspected to be a half-step king who took Xiaoxiaocheng away? If he had suddenly attacked him just now, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Go Xuxing broke out in a cold sweat. He thought that it was a close call. He had just been focused on snatching opportunities and treasures, and he had almost failed miserably. Wait, why was he running? Go Xuxing suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was also at this moment that he sensed a terrifying and cold thought sweeping over like a hurricane. At this moment, his fingertips were only a palm's length away from the little unicorn, and he was still in the position of grabbing it. Perhaps it was because this action was too eye-catching that an extremely angry voice came from that terrifying and cold thought. You're courting death. The voice was very cold and went straight to the heart. It was filled with great majesty, and it shook Go Xuxing until his whole body trembled, and his soul felt like it was about to split. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation was quite high, just the power of this divine sense could have shattered his soul and killed him on the spot. His expression changed drastically as he realized the seriousness of the situation. He almost cried. How could he have imagined that the unicorn king with golden eyes would be disturbed at this moment? Young master, run. I can't hold on much longer. At the same time, Goji's roar came from outside the cave. There was still a chance. A glimmer of hope was rekindled in Go Xuxing's heart. He couldn't care less about anything else. He ran like crazy. As for the little unicorn, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Even if he caught it now, he would definitely be targeted by the one-horned golden-eyed beast king. He would probably be killed before he could escape the mountain. Bang! However, when Go Xuxing's figure reached the door of the cave, he felt a pain in his consciousness. His vision darkened, and he stumbled and fell flat on his face. A spirit-eating bug. Go Xuxing was furious. In his consciousness, his Yuan Shen was covered with a layer of mysterious armor, and it was defending against a rice grain-sized spirit-eating bug's attack. It must be that bastard's doing. Go Xuxing was furious. He was one of the top figures of the younger generation, and now he had suffered a series of defeats. Now, his enemy was taking advantage of him. How could he tolerate this? If he didn't have a secret treasure to defend his Yuan Shen, he would have been killed. Don't let me catch you. Go Xuxing took a deep breath, got up from the ground, and continued to run. He sensed that the spirit-eating bug had decisively retreated from his body and disappeared. This proved that the terrifying bug was being manipulated. Go Xuxing couldn't care about all of this at this moment. Right when he just escaped from the abode, he felt an extremely terrifying force descend from the sky. Golden lightning that covered the sky poured down densely like a rainstorm, and it was filled with an aura of destruction. This made him feel cold all over, and his hands and feet were cold. It was over, he was still one step away. Young master, run. A loud roar sounded in his ears. At this critical moment, Goji's figure suddenly appeared in front of Go Xuxing. This made Go Xuxing overjoyed. He had just escaped from a desperate situation, and he hurriedly ran. Behind him, Goji's painful screams rang out. The sky was filled with golden lightning. It was an angry attack from the one-horned golden-eyed beast king. It was terrifying, and it covered the entire area. Even if Goji resisted with all his might, he was still struck to the point his hair emitted smoke while his entire body trembled like a sieve. His skin was charred black and cracked apart, and he even coughed up blood without end. It was too tragic. A meaty aroma wafted from his body, as if he had been cooked by lightning. However, Goji was worthy of being a true life and death king. At this moment, he was resisting with all his strength. His whole body was shining with a bloody light. Even though he was seriously injured, he wasn't killed on the spot. At this time, Go Xuxing had already fled far away and met up with the other Black Sea Tengu clan powerhouses. They were lucky enough to escape the calamity. However, his expression was extremely unsightly while his eyes almost split apart from rage. He couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky, and his voice was filled with ruthless rage. He completely understood that everything that had happened earlier was a trap that the enemy had dug a long time ago, and they intended to use the strength of the horned golden-eyed beast king to destroy them. Previously, they were completely unaware of it, thinking that they had discovered a peerless opportunity and foolishly jumped into the pit. This made Go Suxing want to slap himself. What kind of bullshit luck was this? Was there really such bad luck? Immediately, the enraged Go Suxing's body stiffened as he sensed a frightening and cold wind sweeping over. Evidently, his howl had attracted the attention of the horned golden-eyed beast king in the distance, and it had swept over with its consciousness. This made Go Suxing's feet shiver. He was shocked, scared, and aggrieved. Mother ***, I'm so unlucky. I was just venting my emotions, and now I become the enemy of the Beast King, and I don't even dare to resist. This feeling almost drove him crazy. Run! In the distance, Gochi finally couldn't hold on any longer. His injuries were too heavy, and he fled in panic. Let's go! Go Suxing's heart trembled. He suppressed his anger and grievance, and left with the others without hesitation. Roar! Between heaven and earth, the horned golden-eyed beast king roared. Its voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was very angry, and golden light shot out from its body. It was dazzling and bright, illuminating the universe. But in the end, it didn't chase after them. After roaring for a long time, its figure flashed and rushed into the depths of the cave. Obviously, it was worried that the little horned golden-eyed beast king would be in danger. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the world returned to silence. However, the vicinity of this nameless spirit mountain was already full of ruins, and the earth was crisscrossed with ravines. The mountains, ancient forests, and grass in the vicinity had all been destroyed in the battle. They were bare and filled with smoke. This battle was undoubtedly terrifying, and the most terrifying was undoubtedly the horned golden-eyed beast king. Its strength was so monstrous that it could suppress a king of the Black Sea Tengu tribe. It was so tyrannical that it was a complete mess. If it hadn't been worried about the safety of the little horned golden-eyed beast king, Lin Sun, Go Suxing, and the others would all have died here. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. At this moment, he was hiding next to a small mound dozens of miles away from the nameless spirit mountain, and he covered his body with miasma chi. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the horned golden-eyed beast king. With the help of the vast universe arc, he could completely avoid being killed by a king. This had already been proven in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. What made Lin Sun regretful was that he didn't manage to kill all the Black Sea Tengu tribe members in one fell swoop. However, Lin Sun was also satisfied. At least half of the enemy's elite forces had been killed, and 2 half-step kings had died tragically, and 1 king had been seriously injured. This was a heavy blow. What a pity for the golden marrow jade liquid. Lin Sun thought about it and finally turned around to leave. He knew that he had no chance to get more golden marrow jade liquid. He even suspected that if he dared to approach it, he would inevitably attract an even more terrifying attack from the horned golden-eyed beast king. After all, he had taught the little horned golden-eyed beast a lesson in front of the pool in the depths of the cave residence. Although it was a cub, it was a descendant of a king. If the horned golden-eyed beast king knew that he had spanked the little guy's butt, grabbed its tail, and shook its head hard just to make it spit out the golden marrow jade liquid, the horned golden-eyed beast king would definitely go berserk. No. After flying for hundreds of miles, Lin Sun suddenly realized a problem. He immediately stopped and fell into contemplation. In the fierce battle just now, the king among the Black Sea Tengu tribe members has been seriously injured. This is the best time to kill the old dog. It would be a pity if I missed it. Lin Sun's black eyes were shining. He knew very well that the horned golden-eyed beast king had firmly remembered him and would inevitably chase him crazily on the way. Although Lin Sun was not afraid, there would be many twists and turns and dangers if he was entangled like this. Instead of that, it was better to solve the hidden danger once and for all. With insignificant bow and blue sky arrow, I can try to kill it, but the backfire of the bow and arrow will become more and more serious. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. Forget it. I can seal the bow and arrow in the future and suppress them in the wordless tower with golden Tau light. I will never use them again unless I encounter a life or death crisis. Whoosh, he flashed back along the original road and began to actively search for the traces and whereabouts of Go Suxing and others. He had to hurry up. Lin Sun knew clearly that once the king of the Black Sea Tengu tribe recovered from his injury, he would have no chance to kill him. As for Xia Xiaocheng, it was the safest for her to stay in the Golden Tower. Those dogs' noses were too sensitive, and it was inconvenient to take Xia Xiaocheng with him. Lin Sun planned to release Xia Xiaocheng when he arrived at the Green Mountains in Fengxi province, which was undoubtedly the safest and most worry-free way. What a great shame. On a barren, rugged mountain, Gou Xuxing's face was livid and his teeth were almost crushed by the cold wind. The casualties had been counted. This time, on that nameless spirit mountain alone, they had lost 2 half-step king warriors and 37 elite clansmen. This loss was too heavy, like a knife stabbing into Gou Xuxing's heart, making it bleed. Those clansmen were all forces that followed him. Every death was a significant loss to him. Especially the 2 half-step king warriors, Gou Shan and Gou Hai, were his protectors specially arranged by the clan. Other clansmen could not enjoy such special treatment at all. But now, they were all dead. Gou Xuxing did not even need to think about it. Even if he could successfully complete this mission, when he returned to the clan, he would definitely be criticized, questioned, ridiculed, and attacked. This would not only affect his reputation in the clan, it might even cause him to lose the care and attention of the elders. He would completely lose his power, and his status would plummet. The more Gou Xuxing thought about it, the more hatred he felt. His expression was extremely ugly, and his face was so dark that it seemed like it was about to drip water. Nearby, Gou Dong and the other powerful warriors were silent. They were also extremely angry. As Black Sea Tengu clansmen, when had they ever suffered such a huge loss? "Young master, did you see the target's appearance clearly?" Suddenly, an old voice sounded, seeming a bit weak and lacking in energy. It was Gou Su, who had suffered serious injuries. He was currently healing his injuries with the golden essence jade liquid that Gou Xuxing had given him, so he did not worry about any side effects. It was just that to completely recover was not something that could be done in a short period of time. According to his estimation, it would take at least 3 days for the wounds to heal, and this was with the help of the golden essence jade liquid and many other miraculous medicines. Otherwise, the recovery would be even slower. That guy, Gou Xuxing. Recalled carefully, and after a long time, he frowned and said, "I vaguely saw that it seemed to be a teenager, not like the half-step king we thought." As he spoke up to hear, his eyes suddenly shot out a wisp of frightening dark green divine light, and he said resolutely, "Yes, I might not be able to determine his age, but I can smell the aura on his body. I can be sure that he isn't a half-step king at all, and he isn't even at the reincarnation development stage, but at the paradise stage. But, his breath is stronger than that of an ordinary practitioner in the Tao Insight realm. His blood and qi are burning like the sun, and his qi is boiling like a furnace. If I'm not mistaken, this little bastard should also be an outstanding figure in the younger generation." If Lin Sun knew that the basis of Gou Xuxing's judgment of his cultivation came from his keen sense of smell, who knew what he would think, all the powerful warriors in the field were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the opponent who had made them suffer so miserably was just a teenager in the Tao Insight realm? P.S. The 5th update is here. The goal of 5 updates for 3 days in a row has been achieved. Of course, this is just to make up for the previous updates, and it is not a breakthrough, but I feel a lot more at ease. Many people have given me monthly votes and gifts these 3 days. Thank you. There will be a lot of breakthroughs this year. This is the goal I set in 17 years. After all, when I wrote Rune Emperor, I had many breakthroughs, but the Chosen One has not done it even once. It really makes me feel ashamed. No matter what, when you do something, you must persevere and stick to your beliefs. Let's encourage each other. A young man in the Tao Insight realm, Gou Qi, was also stunned and trembled with anger. An ant-like thing had dared to regard their people as food. Then he had dug a big hole and caused them heavy casualties. He was a king realm cultivator, and he had been famous for many years. He didn't even take ordinary king realm cultivators seriously. But now, he had been badly injured and almost died. An indescribable sense of shame and anger welled up in his heart. He wished he could drag Lin Sun out and eat him alive. "Young master, rest assured. When I recover, I will capture him as soon as possible. I will make him beg for death," Gou Qi said coldly. A famous king realm cultivator had been humiliated by a young man in the Tao Insight realm. If this got out, he would become the laughingstock of the entire ancient desolation realm. Go Xuxing was also in a bad mood. He said with a livid face, actually, I want to cook him alive and eat him myself. He was a top figure of the young generation with the title of Thousand Executioner, but he had been tricked and set up by a peer. This was absolutely a great shame. Haha. At this moment, a chuckle came from the void in the distance, and a treasure ship appeared above the clouds. On the treasure ship stood a handsome figure, his clothes and black hair fluttering in the wind. It was Lin Sun. It's you. Go Xuxing recognized him with a single glance. That young man was the target of their operation this time. How dare you? You actually dared to show yourself. Go Xuxing was so angry that he started laughing. His hatred was burning, and his eyes were extremely cold and terrifying. He didn't expect that Lin Sun not only didn't escape, but also appeared in front of him. Was he showing off? He really didn't know what was good for him. I can smell it. He has a trace of that girl's breath on him. He is our target. The other black demon dogs also shouted when they realized Lin Sun's identity. In an instant, the anger that had accumulated in their hearts completely exploded. It was this damned little bastard who ate one of their companions and caused them to suffer so badly, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. Now, he actually dared to take the initiative to come here. This was clearly a blatant provocation. Go to hell. Gochi was even more direct. The moment he determined Lin Sun's identity, he stood up from meditation and slapped him hard. Boom, a horrible and dazzling bloody light wrapped in the divine glory of King's Way made the sky collapse and the clouds burst, covering Lin Sun. However, before he attacked, Lin Sun had already escaped on the vast universe Arkansas. He was so fast that he easily avoided the strike of a King Realm cultivator. Gochi was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Even though he was seriously injured at the moment and could only exert less than 10% of his strength, its power was not something that a young man at the Tao Insight stage could dodge. You want to leave? Stay here. There was an indescribable anger in Gosha's heart. A little bug dared to come out and provoke him. If he let him escape, where would his face go? Go Chi, his figure soared into the sky. Ignoring his injuries, he chased after them. This was the confidence of a king. The strength of the King Dao reigned above the 5 great realms of cultivation, and it allowed one to comprehend life and death to forge the Tao of Kings. Even if one was on the verge of death, it wasn't something that just anyone could disrespect or violate. Go Dong seemed to be extremely anxious when he saw Go Che chasing after him. He quickly said, Young master, there's something strange. This child is as treacherous as a ghost and has already tricked us miserably before. Now, he has appeared abnormally and is provoking us. I'm afraid he's going to use some kind of crafty plot again. Go Xuxing also realized this. This was too abnormal. That guy had just appeared and then fled. Who knew what kind of trouble he was hiding in his stomach? Go Dang had already charged forward with incredible speed, and they didn't even have time to warn him. Don't worry, even if Lord Ming is heavily injured, killing that fellow would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Go Xuxing took a deep breath. His green eyes were filled with coldness. Despicable bugs like him don't know what a king is. Young master, what should we do? Go Dong asked. Chase. Go Xuxing's expression was filled with murderous intent. I won't rest until I see him killed with my own eyes. As he spoke, he'd already flashed up and soared into the sky. When Go Dong and the other powerhouses saw this, they didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed. Boom, terrifying blood-red divine radiance shot out, flattening mountains one after another. Rocks and ancient trees exploded, and terrifying cracks tore through the void. This was Go Dang's attack. It was overflowing with divine power, and it chased after green darkness to attack Lin Sun. It was terrifying and dangerous. The vast universe arc flew like lightning, breaking through the sound barrier. Lin Sun exerted its speed to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of meters away. However, it was impossible to escape Go Dang's pursuit in a short time. This old guy was a king who stood at the peak of the world, and he was incredibly strong. Even though he was seriously injured, the power he could erupt with could be called terrifying. Little bastard, I'd like to see what tricks you're going to play this time. Go Dang's expression was cold. He had been seriously injured before, and his skin was charred and his clothes were ragged. But this didn't affect his divine power at the moment. Obviously, he saw through Lin Sun's intentions and realized that Lin Sun had deliberately provoked him just now in order to lead him away. However, Go Dang wasn't afraid. Unless that single-horned, golden-eyed beast king appeared again, Go Dang couldn't imagine how much of a storm a young man in Tao Insight realm could cause. Thinking of this, Go Dang's heart trembled. Single-horned, golden-eyed beast king? This little bastard couldn't be thinking of using the same trick again and leading him to that nameless spirit mountain, right? This caused his expression to fluctuate. Finally, he gritted his teeth and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Boom, in an instant, his entire body erupted with boundless bloody light, and he actually transformed into a large dog that was hundreds of feet long, with fur as black as silk, and a body as large as a mountain. His eyes were like a blood-red lake, and his fangs were snow-white and sharp. His entire body emitted a bloody baleful aura that was like a tide, causing the world to change colors. Black Nightmare Tengu. In ancient times, a single roar from the ancestor of the Black Nightmare Tengu could shatter the vault of the sky and make stars fall, and now, Go Dang had revealed his true form, and his king's aura was even more terrifying. He opened his bloody mouth and directly spat out a raging flame that was as black as ink, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Black Nightmare Flame. In the legends, this was a terrifying divine flame that could burn gods, and it was the most powerful innate inheritance of the Black Nightmare Tengu. Swoosh! Lin Sun steered the vast universe arc to dodge, and a ghastly hole had been burned open in the space where he was just now. Some sporadic black nightmare flames fell down and instantly incinerated the ground, and the ancient mountains and trees were instantly turned into ashes. This scene was undoubtedly too terrifying. Lin Sun's heart went cold. This old dog was terrifying indeed. It had already suffered heavy injuries, yet it still possessed such monstrous ferocious might. Bang, the space collapsed. The large black dog rampaged about, and its entire body was suffused with bloody divine radiance as it pounced towards Lin Sun. Its enormous claws covered the heavens and the earth as it fiercely clawed at Lin Sun. Lin Sun realized the danger he was in, and he steered the vast universe arc with all his strength. Swoosh! He fled at his limits. This caused Go Dang to frown and be shocked. He was able to discern with a single glance that the treasured ship Lin Sun was controlling was actually no ordinary treasure. It was extremely mystical and had a faintly discernible aura of the Saint Dao. An incomplete saint artifact. No wonder this kid dared to provoke me so arrogantly. Go Dang's eyes shot out a terrifying divine light. He was even more determined to kill Lin Sun. Not only did he want to kill Lin Sun, he also wanted to seize the treasure. Fortunately, this old dog has suffered heavy injuries. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would chase me to the ends of the earth. Lin Sun's black eyes surged with an icy cold light. At the same time, Go Dang's heart was seething with unspeakable grievance and anger. If he was at his peak, he would have slapped Lin Sun to death a long time ago. But now, he was actually unable to kill Lin Sun for a long time, and this caused him to feel rather embarrassed and annoyed. He issued an icy threat. Little guy, you can't escape. If you don't die today, then I'll take my head and give it to you. Haha, the dog's head is too hard, and it doesn't have much meat. I don't like to eat it. Lin Sun's laughter came from within the vast universe. Arkansas Go Dang's face was gloomy, and he was completely enraged. Did this little bastard really think he couldn't do anything to him? Bang, he couldn't care about his injuries and exhaustion, and he chased with all his strength. In the following time, one chased and the other fled, whistling in the vast wilderness. Along the way, many mountains collapsed and towering ancient trees burst into pieces. Lin Sun calculated the time silently. What moved him was that even though the old dog was seriously injured, he still looked very terrible. Until now, there was no sign of weakness, and his divine power was terrifying. Originally, he wanted to test how much strength the old dog had left, and then kill him with insignificant bow and blue sky arrow. Only in this way could he be absolutely safe. Who would have thought that this old dog was actually still so tyrannical? Lin Sun suddenly realized that he had underestimated the terror of the King realm, which was far beyond those half-step King realm. This was the real demeanor of a king. Perhaps Lin Sun had seen many powerful kings before, such as Zhao Tai Lai, Zhao Xingya, and so on, but that was just an experience, not a personal confrontation and experience. Now, Lin Sun finally realized how terrible the power of a king was. Go Deng had been seriously injured, but he was still so terrible. What would happen if he was in his heyday? Puppy. You are really at your wit's end. Do you want to use the same trick again? Do you want to use the power of the one-horned golden-eyed beast king to deal with me? Ridiculous. Suddenly, Go Deng's disdainful and cold shout came from behind. Lin Sun realized that he had escaped back to the area near the nameless spirit mountain unconsciously and was about to approach. This made Lin Sun speechless, for he never thought of using the same trick again. He even suspected that once he appeared there, the one-horned golden-eyed beast king would also deal with him at all costs. After all, he had stolen more than 10 kilograms of golden marrow jade liquid and bullied its cub. In this case, how could it let him go, not to mention using its power to deal with the old dog? Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Sun stopped and stood upright on the vast universe Arkansas, looking at Go Deng, who was chasing from afar. He took out insignificant bow and blue sky arrow. He had dragged the old dog for a long time, which should have consumed a lot of his strength. Besides, he was seriously injured. In any case, it was time to win. Little bastard, why don't you run away? Go Rui suddenly turned into a human figure and came to Lin Sun. His face was cold, and his body was full of bloody brilliance. The pressure of a king was overwhelming. At this moment, he was very relaxed. When he chased Lin Sun all the way, he was also very vigilant, suspecting that Lin Sun had ulterior motives. But now he finally saw that Lin Sun's so-called intention was nothing more than to repeat the same trick. He wanted to suppress him with the one-horned golden-eyed beast king, which made him feel ridiculous. He had been cheated once. Would he be cheated a second time? Obviously, this guy had run out of tricks. Run away? Why should I run away? Lin Sun also smiled. His white teeth shone brilliantly in the sun. Don't you think the feng shui here is very good? Feng shui? Go Rui frowned. He felt that this kid was very abnormal. Out of caution, he didn't rush to take action. You're about to die. Do you start to talk nonsense? Old dog, I'm not joking. This is the burial place I specially prepared for you. Lin Sun said with a smile. Go Rui's face darkened. As he opened and closed his eyes, his killing intent burst out, making the world tremble. At this time, Lin Sun still dared to provoke him like this. It was unbearable. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Sun took action. The power that had been accumulated in his body for a long time reached an unprecedented peak in an instant, making his whole body steamed with dreamy green clouds. Buzz. The insignificant bow was pulled to the fullest, and the arrow of blue sky made a low and clear sound. At this moment, Lin Sun was like an incarnation of an ancient archer. His back was tall and straight, and his arms were wide open. An invisible and peerless killing intent rushed straight to the fighting bull like smoke. It was too frightening. Different from the past, Lin Sun ran the two inherited powers of fighting Saint Method and Yazi's wrath this time, and his spirit soared to an unprecedented level. His fighting spirit was boiling, which made his momentum different. He was like the god of fighting who fought in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and his fighting spirit was burning the world. There was no doubt that this was definitely Lin Sun's strongest attack since he started his cultivation. He ran all his power to the extreme. It had to be said that Go Rui was terrible. As a king, he instantly sensed a fatal threat. His face suddenly changed, and he turned back without hesitation. Boom, he transformed into an enormous black sea tengu and stepped through the void as if he was teleporting. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. What a terrifying aura. This brat lured me here just to bring out this killing weapon to kill me? Besides that, what sort of bow and arrow are those? They actually make me feel great terror. Could it be a pair of Saint Dao weapons? Damn it. How could this little bastard possess so many treasures? If I had known earlier, I would have made a move earlier and completely destroyed him. While fleeing madly, Goshu's face was gloomy, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He was a dignified king, but he only wanted to kill a small bug in the Tao Insight realm, but he couldn't chase after the hand that he couldn't, which was already shameful enough. But now, he had been scared off, this caused Go Gue to be infuriated to the point he almost exploded. How could he have imagined that the young man he'd taken to be like an insect would actually be so difficult to deal with? However, he didn't dare to not flee. That terrifying and lethal danger caused him to not dare to hesitate in the slightest. Boom! Suddenly, Goshu's face changed abruptly. He suddenly found that a golden thunderbolt had abruptly descended from the sky, and the electric arcs flickered with a peerless destructive aura. Oh no, he was so shocked that his soul almost left his body, and his scalp almost exploded. How could he have imagined that such a killing intent would suddenly flash across the way of his escape? All of a sudden, he was caught off guard and had to dodge. His figure rushed out violently, and he moved a distance of thousands of meters, narrowly avoiding the golden thunderbolt. However, just at this moment, his whole body stiffened, and he felt a fatal killing intent had attacked him. I'll fight you to the death. At this moment, Goshu fully displayed the decisiveness and ruthlessness of a king. His whole body surged with the terrifying divine brilliance of the Great Way, and his spirit seemed to be burning. His body moved forward instead of retreating, and he pounced on Lin Sun in the distance. Boom! In an instant, the arrow of blue sky punched a huge hole in Goshu's body, and half of his body exploded with flesh and blood flying in all directions. If it were any other practitioner, they would have been killed a long time ago after suffering such a blow. However, the terrible thing was that Goshu was still rushing forward, and his whole body was steaming with a terrible breath of destruction, which made the heaven and the earth wail. In the distance, Lin Sun's face was pale, and he felt weak all over. But at this moment, his face was solemn, and he was caught off guard. He had thought that the arrow would be enough to kill Goshu, who had been seriously injured for a long time, but he never thought that this old dog was so tough. This was the king. The 5 realms of cultivation were like 5 great mountains, which made the practitioners in the world struggle hard to seek. And the king stood above the mountains, beyond the 5 realms, overlooking the world. The power he controlled had already seen through the barrier of life and death, and he began to seek the opportunity of immortality. How could such a transcendent existence be so easy to kill? In the past, Lin Sun had only killed a half-step king, and he had seen a real king being killed. But after all, he had never really fought against a king, so he naturally didn't know how terrifying a king was. Now, when he clearly realized this, the situation had already become dangerous. Little bastard, go to hell. Goshu's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he'd gone completely mad and berserk. When a king was enraged, mountains and rivers changed, and rivers flowed with blood. Not to mention that this was Goshu's counterattack before his death, and it was extremely terrifying. In the nearby area, the heavens and earth collapsed and the light of the Tao rumbled. It was an expanse of chaos, and the signs of doomsday were terrifying to the extreme. If this were to occur in a city where all the living beings in the world gathered, then it was bound to cause an immeasurable calamity. On the other hand, Lin Sun's vital energy had been completely locked down, and he felt a suffocating pressure of danger. Swoosh, he couldn't be bothered about anything else. He used the Rage of Yazi's secret technique to ignite his blood essence, squeezing out his potential to the limit, and then he controlled the vast universe arc to flee. But he was a bit too slow in the end, and Goshu's claw smashed fiercely onto the vast universe arc and bang. The vast universe arc smashed directly into the ground, causing smoke and dust to rise into the sky. Moreover, Lin Sun instantly suffered a heavy injury, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood while the bones and tendons in his entire body almost collapsed. It was too terrifying. If it weren't for the vast universe arc being a damaged saint artifact, then it absolutely wouldn't have been able to block this strike, and it would have been impossible for Lin Sun to survive. And what was most fatal was that the arrow just now had nearly exhausted all of Lin Sun's strength, causing his entire body to weaken. Now that he had suffered a heavy injury, it was simply adding hail to hail. Die. In the void, Goshu's ruined body roared out loud. At this time, he was like a demon god making a final desperate strike. His expression was fierce and horrifying, and he released terrifying black nightmare flames that covered the void towards Lin Sun. Whoosh, the vast universe arc flickered, narrowly avoiding it. Lin Sun poured golden quintessence jade liquid into his mouth. He had thrown caution to the wind, exhausting all of his strength to escape. He could already see that this old dog was only having the last burst of energy before death. This was his final counterattack, and as time passed, he was doomed to be unable to persist. You still want to run? Goshu went crazy. With a loud bang, his figure flickered in the void, as if he were teleporting, and he instantly caught up. However, before he could make a move, another golden thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky with a loud rumble. Gotcha, the void was torn apart. The golden thunder was incomparably dazzling, filled with a destructive aura. It directly struck Goshu's body, causing him to stagger and almost fall from the void. You again! Goshu flew into a rage, his eyes dripping blood. He looked towards the distant nameless spirit mountain. This king will destroy your nest. Bang, he opened his mouth and spat out a mass of black nightmare flames. It blotted out the skies like a vast sea, rumbling and burning the void as it covered the distant nameless spirit mountain. At the same time, his figure wildly raced through the void. He lifted a hand and slashed out at the vast universe Arkansas Dong. The vast universe arc was struck away like a broken kite. As for Lin Sun, he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He coughed up blood again and again, his complexion turning incomparably pale. But he clenched his teeth and didn't give up. He controlled the vast universe arc and continued to flee. Damn it! Goshu had already gone completely insane. He never imagined that the vast universe arc would be so sturdy that it would save Lin Sun's life twice in a row. Die! Goshu roared. But at this moment, his whole body stiffened. The wound on his chest that had been pierced by the blue sky arrow split open, half of his body had already been destroyed, and the attack just now was only a desperate counterattack. But now, he couldn't suppress his injuries any longer. The remaining half of his body also began to show signs of disintegration. No. At the moment of death, Goshu finally felt fear. He began to panic and restlessness. He was a king who had already begun to explore the road to immortality. How could he be willing to die like this? He still had to wait for the Great World War to come, to explore the mystery of becoming a saint, and also, too much unwillingness filled his heart, and Goshu's state of mind was on the verge of collapse. He knew that he was really finished this time. It was just that when he thought that he would be dragged to death by a young man at the Tao Insight realm, Goshu felt a stifling sense of madness. He was too unwilling to die in such a pathetic way. Bang! Goshu dragged his broken body that was on the verge of collapse and ran wildly through the void, wanting to perish together with Lin Sun before he died. But, he didn't discover that as he ran, his flesh and blood were rapidly disintegrating and falling to the ground. Only when he caught up to the vast universe arc and was about to perish together with it did he discover to his amazement that he couldn't use even the slightest bit of strength. His hand was gone, his body was gone, and all that was left was his head that was still glaring at him. This scene was too horrifying, so horrifying that he almost didn't dare to believe it. It was like he had been struck by lightning. This way of dying was truly a grieving. Goshu was filled with grief and indignation. Finally, everything before his eyes went black and he lost all consciousness. Bang! His head fell to the ground, smashing open a large pit. His bleeding eyes still stared at the position of the vast universe arc, as if he had died with everlasting regret. A king of his generation, a man who had commanded the winds and clouds for many years, his ominous name shaking the world, had actually died at this moment. Even before his death, he hadn't been able to kill the opponent he had regarded as a tiny insect. His ruined bones were buried in the dust. Lin Sun's body was hot, and his internal injuries were recovering at an amazing speed. This was the miraculous effect of the golden marrow jade liquid he had swallowed before, repairing and nourishing his body. The golden marrow jade liquid was worthy of being one of the 8 treasures of heaven and earth. In a short time, Lin Sun's injuries were healed to a certain extent, and his physical strength was restored a lot. Lin Sun put away the vast universe arc, and with a flash, he began to search in the battlefield. Soon, Lin Sun found a dark silver ring. He probed it with his spiritual awareness, but he was a little disappointed. This was the storage ring left by Goguei. There were only some fragments of top-grade spiritual marrow, more than 10 kinds of rare spiritual herbs, and some high-grade spiritual materials. In addition, there were 3 jade slips recording secret methods, namely Black Nightmare Spirit Burning Scripture, Green Light at Will Technique, and Minor Calamity Deliverance. For ordinary practitioners, these 3 secret methods were absolutely the top inheritance in the world. They recorded the mysteries of the 5 realms of cultivation and becoming a king. Their value was immeasurable. But for Lin Sun, who had set foot on the top of the Tao, the first 2 secret methods were not of much value because they conflicted with his Tao. Only minor calamity deliverance tempted Lin Sun. This secret method should be regarded as the inheritance of the king's realm. It recorded some secrets about the 9 tribulations of immortality and the mystery of how to survive misfortune and live a long life. Although it was not suitable for Lin Sun to practice now, he could use it to comprehend and figure it out when he set foot on the king's realm and began to seek the way to live a long life. However, Lin Sun was a little disappointed with this little gain. Go Gue, a king who stood on the top of the mountains and began to seek the way to live a long life, carried such shabby things with him, which made Lin Sun speechless. After a while, Lin Sun finally found a huge black dog's leg, and the unwillingness in his heart dissipated a lot. This was the black dog meat of a king. He didn't know how it would taste after being roasted. Before leaving, Lin Sun glanced at the nameless spirit mountain in the distance, with a touch of surprise in his eyes. In the fierce battle before, he clearly saw the golden thunder falling from the sky, which helped him a lot at the critical moment. Finally, Lin Sun bowed silently, cupped his fists, and turned away. It wasn't long before a graceful figure of a woman appeared at the peak of a nameless spirit mountain. She wore golden clothes, and her entire body was enveloped in the glow of the grand Tao, causing her to seem like a peerlessly gorgeous god. There was a young boy with delicate features, red lips, and white teeth standing by the woman's side. His eyes were brilliant, and they were filled with intelligence. "Mother, why did you help that bastard just now?" The little boy was very angry and gnashed his teeth. "That bastard stole my gold marrow jade nectar and even spanked my butt. He's too shameless and despicable." Looking at the direction where Lin Sun left, the woman said after a while, "Child, do you remember who the enemy of our clan is?" "The Golden Crow tribe," the little boy answered without hesitation. "That's right." The woman nodded. "So, you have to remember that youth just now." The little boy was stunned. Could he be a descendant of the Golden Crow race? The woman shook her head, and a mysterious arc appeared on the corners of her mouth. "No, he's just like us. One day, he'll surely go to war with the Sun Crow clan." "Could it be that he has enmity with the Golden Crow clan?" "No, perhaps there is no enmity between us now, but it's hard to say in the future." "Mother, why is that?" "Because the bow in his hand has killed more than one sage of the Golden Crow tribe in ancient times, and the arrow in his hand is one of the 9 divine arrows of the Dei tribe, which has also been stained with the blood of many strong practitioners of the Golden Crow tribe." The woman said indifferently, "This is a predestined cause and effect. Perhaps the youth has no enmity with the Golden Crow tribe, but from the moment he got the pair of bows and arrows, he has been entangled with this cause and effect. Sooner or later, he'll have to face this cause and effect." "Mother, I don't understand." "Linner, you're still young. You'll understand it sooner or later. You must remember that you're a descendant of the single-horned Golden Eyes tribe. Your father was killed by the Golden Crow tribe. You can't forget this hatred no matter what." The little boy nodded, and a touch of firmness appeared on his handsome face. "I understand." In his heart, he said to himself, "No matter what, when I grow up, I'm going to give that bastard a good beating. He's the first person that dared to spank me, Tai Lin, on the butt. I absolutely can't tolerate such a humiliation." In the future, the little boy would be called the Tai Lin Emperor. He spent his entire life fighting in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and his divine power dominated the universe. He was worshipped by countless practitioners in the world. But no one knew that when the Tai Lin Emperor was young, he had been unceremoniously hit on the butt, which he had held a grudge for the rest of his life and regarded as a stain on his life. Of course, this was a matter for the future. Lord Qi was dead. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Go Su Xing and the others appeared in this area. When they confirmed that Go Qi was no longer in this world, they were completely dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. "Send the news back to the clan." After a long time, Go Su Xing said with a livid expression. He knew that he could no longer hide it. The death of a king was a heavy blow to the Black Sea Tengu tribe, which had forces all over the ancient Desolation realm. It was no less than a bolt from the blue. No matter how brilliant Go Suxing was among the younger generation, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not have the courage to hide such a grievous news. 2 half-step king warriors were killed, more than half of his elite subordinates were killed, now, even Gochi was killed, but his opponent was still alive. This operation could be said to be a complete failure, a complete mess. Go Suxing knew clearly that if he returned to the clan now, what awaited him would definitely be the anger and punishment of those high-level figures. I must kill you. I must. Go Suxing murmured in his heart, and Lin Sun's figure emerged in his mind. He had never been so resentful as at this moment. The clouds were steaming, the ancient forest was green, and the mountains in the distance were undulating. It was as magnificent as a painting. Lin Sun walked in it alone. During the day, he observed the landscape of the mountains and rivers, probed the acupoints, and tried to figure out the mystery of the wind-mocking eyes. At night, he meditated quietly, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and refining his body. Along the way, he did not encounter any danger, and the enemies seemed to retreat, and did not appear again. A few days later, on the top of a mountain steaming with purple mist, Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the mist all over the mountain was blown away, revealing the true appearance of the mountain. Clatter, he stretched out his hand, and the mountain shook under the control of his terrible palm power. Before long, a mineral vein like a divine rainbow was extracted out. The vein was like a snake, sparkling and resplendent as it flowed with resplendent purple light, overflowing and magnificent. Purple treasure copper, it was a kind of high-grade spiritual material, which was very expensive. A thumb-sized piece could be exchanged for 30 pieces of low-grade spiritual marrow in the market. But the purple treasure copper spiritual vein in front of him weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, like a thick purple python. Lin Sun put it into the storage ring, and then turned around and floated away. In the past few days, with the magical effect of the wind-mocking eyes, he found a lot of treasures along the way, breeding all kinds of spiritual veins and mineral resources. For example, Tai-Bai pure gold, green demon pattern iron, red smoke jade, and other mineral veins. There were also some scattered spiritual veins, breeding high-grade spiritual crystals, spiritual marrow, and other treasures. The quality of these treasures varied, but the number was relatively small. With the help of wind-mocking eyes, Lin Sun even found some spiritual mountains and rivers which could be called blessed places. In addition to gains, there were also dangers. Some treasured places which seemed to be borne by heaven and earth actually hid great dangers. Lin Sun had almost been in danger more than once. For example, yesterday, in front of a dark golden mountain full of treasure light and incomparably rich spiritual qi, Lin Sun inferred that there should be a star gold jade mine hidden here. But when he excavated it, a horrible earth-evil blood qi gushed out of the vein under the mountain and rose to the sky. In just a moment, all the vegetation, rocks, and mountains within a radius of 100 miles were corroded and annihilated, turning into ashes. All the vitality was extinguished. If Lin Sun hadn't dodged in time, he would have been killed. The earth-evil blood qi, which was the most terrible and strange power in the world, had unimaginable corrosive power. Even if it was a Tao Insight Realm cultivator, he or she would immediately die without a trace of it. Lin Sun had encountered such an encounter several times along the way. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. He learned a lot from it, and his understanding and comprehension of the wind-mocking eyes became deeper and deeper. Half a month later. Late at night, the stars were shining brightly in the night sky. The mountains were silent, and only the whistling mountain wind could be heard between heaven and earth. Halfway up the mountain, under a vigorous willow tree, Lin Sun was meditating with a raging bonfire. His handsome face flickered in the light of the fire. His aura was restrained, lonely, and soundless, and he was like a rock that remained unmoving. A little squirrel climbed up the willow tree and looked at Lin Sun curiously in the branches. After hesitating for a long time, it jumped down carefully and swept Lin Sun's face with its soft and fluffy tail. Seeing that Lin Sun still didn't move, it jumped on Lin Sun's shoulder happily, as if it had found an interesting toy. Finally, the little squirrel got tired of playing. It buried its fluffy head in Lin Sun's arms and lay on its back with its little paws curled up, snoring loudly. Silently, a pair of green eyes appeared in the darkness in the distance. It was a strong and slender blood leopard. It approached quietly like a vigilant hunter, staring at Lin Sun and the little squirrel with its green eyes. It was getting closer, the little squirrel was still sleeping soundly with its soft belly rising and falling. It didn't notice the approaching danger at all. Lin Sun, who was as still as a rock, opened his eyes at this moment. At that moment, 2 flashes of lightning seemed to flash in the darkness. Plop, the blood leopard crawled on the ground, shivering. It felt great fear and hissed in sorrow. Lin Sun's eyes were clear, and there was a touch of ethereal aura between his eyebrows. He looked at the blood leopard quietly, and for a moment, many wonderful perceptions emerged in his heart. This was a blood leopard that had been starving for many days. At the same time, it was also the mother of a group of cubs. It longed for food because its cubs were starving and dying. But now, it felt fear and despair. It was very unwilling because it wasn't afraid of death, but it was worried that its cubs wouldn't survive after it died. This was the emotion of the blood leopard, but Lin Sun completely grasped it and understood it in an instant. This was the magical effect of Xianxia's heart, the 9th transformation of 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. Xianxia, an ancient psychic beast, had the heart of 9 orifices, which could distinguish the language of insects and plants. Its heart was connected with all things, and it had an unfathomable talent. It was said that this beast could even communicate with the great way of heaven and earth. The inheritance of Xianxia's heart was a kind of strange secret method for comprehending all things in the world and integrating oneself with nature. After practicing this secret method, one's state of mind would be in harmony with all things in the world, and one's mind would be in harmony with heaven and earth, so that practitioners could naturally perceive the traces of the great way. This was extremely amazing. Enlightenment, even the great practitioners of reincarnation developing realm could not necessarily comprehend and control the power of Tao. After all, the great way was nameless, shapeless, and formless. It was too ethereal and obscure. There might not even be 1 in 1,000 reincarnation development realm cultivators who could comprehend its mystery and essence. It could be said to be 1 in 1,000, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If one had Xianxia's heart, he could perceive the traces of the great way more naturally. This obviously showed how shocking and miraculous this secret technique was. God has the virtue of cherishing life. It's fate that you can meet me at this time. This is for you. Lin Sun's mind was clear and clear. He took out a huge black dog leg and threw it to the blood leopard. Go. He waved his hand. The numerous stars in the sky were dazzling, and they scattered down chilly light that bathed his tall and handsome figure within, causing him to seem otherworldly. The blood leopard was obviously confused, and then made a low whimper. As if it had intelligence, it knelt on the ground and bowed to Lin Sun. Then it took the huge black dog leg in its mouth, turned around and disappeared into the night. The little squirrel was still sleeping, with its fluffy and smooth tail covering its body. It was fluffy, and it made a snoring sound through its nose. Lin Sun was trying to figure out and comprehend the essence of Xianxia's heart. A few days ago, when he finally understood all the mysteries of the wind-mocking eyes, he began to touch the inheritance mystery of the last transformation of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. It was also tonight that he managed to peek into the door of this wondrous technique and achieve some success. I didn't expect this secret method to be so incredible. With it, I can solve the obstacle on my enlightenment. Lin Sun's black eyes were clear, shining in the starlight. Now, he was about to break through to reincarnation developing realm, and that was the last gap to be filled, which was the state of Tao. The change of seasons, the rise and fall of day and night, the rise and fall of tides. These were the phenomena of all things. Everything in the world had an image, and the image was an illusion. It was the Tao, and when it was reflected in the world, it was the rhythm of the Tao. It deduced the order and change of all phenomena in the world, and it went round and round again. This was the Taoist rhyme, the blazing and wanton traces of fire, the endless vitality of wood, the incomparably swift and fierce traces of metal. All of these traces formed the aura of the Tao, and they represented the aura of the Tao. They fused with the heavens, and they filled the world. Because it was marvelous and formless, it was indescribable. Long before stepping into the Tao Insight realm, Lin Sun had comprehended and mastered the Tao of water. Until now, he was still stuck at the level of Tao Insight and couldn't break through to the Tao Insight realm. Originally, Lin Sun was still thinking about how to solve this obstacle, but now with the Xianxia's heart, he undoubtedly saw hope. When I master the water Tao, I don't have to suppress my realm and prepare to break through to reincarnation developing realm, Lin Sun murmured in his heart, full of expectation. He had been stuck in Tao Insight realm for too long. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure flashed in the distance. The blood leopard came back with a rusty copper piece in its mouth. Lin Sun was stunned. The blood leopard carefully put the copper piece on the ground and turned away. Obviously, this was a kind of repayment from it. Lin Sun was moved and thought, sheep have the heart to feed, and crows have the righteousness to feed themselves. I didn't expect that the blood leopard would come to repay me. He picked up the rusty piece of copper and saw that it was heavy. It was about the size of a palm and was covered with a layer of dark green rust. It seemed to be a fragment of some treasure. Lin Sun removed the rust with his palm, revealing the original appearance of the copper piece. Immediately, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. The copper piece looked very ordinary, but there was a picture engraved on it. An old man in Taoist robe was riding on the back of a green ox in a leisurely manner, looking up at the sky. The picture was a little dim and blurred, as if it had been eroded by countless years. But when Lin Sun looked at it, he felt a kind of supreme pressure. The pressure was vast and terrifying. For a moment, Lin Sun felt that the old man riding the green ox seemed to come to life and looked at him with a pair of eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were as deep as the universe, reflecting the ups and downs of the sun and moon, and the change of time. The mystery of the Tao of Heaven seemed to emerge in them. Hiss, Lin Sun gasped in shock. He was so shocked that he almost knelt down in awe. It was so incredible. But when he looked carefully again, the vision just now seemed to evaporate. No matter how Lin Sun tried, he couldn't find it. Lin Sun was stunned. How could the picture of a Taoist riding on an ox be imprinted on a copper piece? This thing must have a great origin. When Lin Sun got up, the sleeping squirrel suddenly woke up. With a scream, it turned over and ran away. Before long, Lin Sun came to a cave on the cliff. A blood leopard was lying in it, surrounded by 5 or 6 blood leopard cubs. Lin Sun stood outside the cave and scanned it carefully with his spiritual awareness, trying to find some clues about the copper piece. But he got nothing in the end. The blood leopard was awakened. It seemed to be a little surprised to see Lin Sun. It made a low hissing sound as if it was asking Lin Sun why he came. Lin Sun tried to communicate with the blood leopard by running the secret method of Xianxia's heart. Suddenly, a picture emerged in his mind. In a wilderness, the blood leopard was looking for food, but it found a skeleton in the cave. The skeleton was in a meditative posture. It should be a cultivator who had passed away in meditation for many years. The body was covered with dust. The blood leopard stepped forward and touched it gently. The skeleton suddenly turned into powder, leaving only a rusty copper piece on the ground. The image disappeared at this point. It turns out that a cultivator passed away in meditation here and left this copper piece. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Suddenly, the blood leopard got up and rushed down to the depths of the cliff. After a long time, it returned with a decaying bone scroll in its mouth. It stepped forward and placed it at Lin Sun's feet. Crack, when Lin Sun picked up the bone scroll, the surface of the scroll was cracked, as if it was about to shatter and be annihilated. Lin Sun hurriedly probed it with his spiritual awareness. Immediately, he saw a line of unique Taoist runes in ancient times. I wanted to imitate the sages and cross the starry sky to go to the ruins of wonders. However, this road has been cut off. I have been searching for 48,000 years, but only left the relics of the sages. I have no chance to see the path of the sages. Lin Sun was stunned. Crack, in his hand, the decayed bone scroll completely turned into powder and disappeared in the world. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. In his mind, he seemed to have seen the scene of an exceedingly powerful cultivator in the primeval times obtaining a relic left behind by chance. Thus, the cultivator intended to imitate the actions of the saints and traverse the starry sky to explore the ruins of profundity. But he searched bitterly for 48,000 years, yet he was unable to find the path to the ruins of wonders. In the end, he passed away in regret and returned to the dust, leaving only this copper piece behind. Perhaps this is the so-called relic of the sages. That cultivator thought it was related to the ruins of wonders on the other side of the starry sky, so he had the intention to imitate the sages and head to the ruins of wonders to take a look. Lin Sun fell into deep thought as he rubbed the copper piece branded with the painting of a Taoist riding an ox, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had been searching for 48,000 years, yet he had no chance to see it in the end, and he passed away with regret. The ruins of wonders deserved to be one of the 4 great ancient ruins of ways. Lin Sun had once entered the ultimate and obtained a mysterious Taoist hymn and a flying immortal token related to the ruins of Kunlun, so he naturally knew how mysterious the 4 great ancient ruins of ways were. But he'd never imagined that this copper piece left behind by the ancient sages would actually be related to the ruins of wonders. After a long time, Lin Sun put away the painting of a Taoist riding an ox, and then he nodded to the blood leopard before turning around and leaving swiftly. 3 days later, Lin Sun appeared before a majestic and lofty mountain that seemed like a coiled tiger. Through the observation of the wind-mocking eyes, he instantly determined that a rich vein of spiritual essence was hidden within this mountain. However, when he was just about to dig, he noticed that some people had arrived here a long time ago, and they were digging in the mountain. It was a group of cultivators that were moving through a mine at the waist of the mountain. Besides that, there was a gorgeous carriage parked outside the mine, and there were elite cultivators guarding it nearby. Obviously, it was definitely a figure of extraordinary status within the carriage. Lin Sun had no intention to fight for the vein with others when he saw this, and he was about to leave. However, a gentle voice resounded at this moment. "Young master, have you come for this vein as well?" As she spoke, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open to reveal the face of a beauty. Her black brows were curved, her red lips were moist, and her pearly teeth were crystalline. There was a wisp of a smile on the corners of her mouth, and her bearing was graceful like an orchid as she raised her eyes to look at Lin Sun. Instantly, the guards near the carriage were alarmed. Only now did they notice Lin Sun's existence, and all of them looked over in unison with vigilant expressions. This woman's perception is really sharp. She's still able to notice my existence from so far away. She ought to have cultivated some sort of secret technique of the soul. Lin Sun was slightly surprised in his heart, and then he shook his head to indicate that he was just passing by before he turned around and left. How audacious. My big sister is asking you a question. Who allowed you to leave? Could it be that you have ulterior motives? A rather handsome young man around the age of 15 or 16 by the side of the carriage instantly shouted out loudly. The elite guards all revealed hostile expressions. This vein contained shockingly valuable spiritual essence, and it had just been discovered by them a few days ago. Since they were excavating it, they were naturally worried that others would covet it and seize it. Lin Sun's sudden appearance caused them to have no choice but to suspect that he might be a spy sent by some power to obtain information. Lin Sun turned around with a smile on his lips. Looking at the handsome boy who scolded him, he said indifferently, "Little guy, be careful of your careless talk." The handsome boy was furious. He pointed at Lin Sun and said, "Careless talk? How dare you threaten me? Tell me. Who sent you here? If you don't tell me the truth, don't even think about leaving today." Clang! 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 Near the handsome boy, a group of guards drew out their weapons and stared at Lin Sun coldly, ready to attack. A trace of coldness flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He knew that the boy misunderstood him. But even if it was a misunderstanding, he shouldn't be so overbearing, right? "If I stay, can you bear the consequences?" Lin Sun said casually. The profound meaning of Puzeo's roar ran naturally, making his voice carry a terrible deterrent force. The handsome boy trembled all over as if he was struck by lightning. He staggered and fell to the ground, trembling all over. The guards were all shocked and restless. They couldn't believe that this scene was so weird that their young master was suppressed by Lin Sun's words. "How dare you sneak attack?" The handsome boy screamed angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go and kill this damn bastard." Lin Sun frowned. If it were other practitioners, they would be vigilant and cautious after suffering such a blow and dare not be presumptuous to him again. But this boy was different. Obviously, he was a spoiled guy who used to be domineering and arrogant and had never suffered any losses. "Shut up." Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the gentle woman who came out of the chariot finally couldn't help scolding the handsome boy beside her, "Little Tian, have you had enough? It's too presumptuous to fight and kill without asking the right and wrong." When the woman was silent, she was skilled and graceful, but once she got angry, she carried a unique majesty, which made the handsome boy's face change constantly. Finally, he restrained himself and said nothing. At the same time, the woman looked at Lin Sun and apologized. "My younger brother is spoiled so much that he offended you. Please forgive him." Lin Sun replied with a faint smile, "Since you knew that he had such a bad temper, you didn't stop him before. Do you also want to test my temper?" The woman's expression became increasingly apologetic. "So young master has already seen through it. This is indeed my fault. If young master is unhappy, I am willing to compensate young master with sincerity." She was very frank, without refutation or concealment, which surprised Lin Sun. He thought in his heart that this woman was not simple. No need. Since it's a misunderstanding, I won't argue with a little kid. Goodbye. Lin Sun waved his hand casually and turned around to leave. The woman was a little anxious and hurriedly asked, "May I ask for young master's name?" Lin Sun said, "We met by chance." "Why do you ask?" The woman explained, "Young master, please don't misunderstand. I have offended you just now. I just want to do my best to make up for my mistake. Otherwise, I will feel very uneasy." Lin Sun sighed in his heart, feeling a little dispirited. This woman seemed to be sincere and gentle, but in fact, there was a hidden mystery behind it. After all, she just wanted to confirm Lin Sun's identity, so as to infer the purpose of his coming here. In other words, she still suspected that Lin Sun suddenly appeared in front of this mountain where the spiritual vein was hidden for another purpose. Lin Sun had seen all kinds of storms and waves since he started his cultivation. He could see through her at a glance without guessing. If you really want to make up for it, you can dig your spiritual mine with peace of mind. I don't care about such little wealth. After saying this, Lin Sun no longer hesitated and floated away. The woman's expression stagnated, and her pretty face was a little hot. This guy seemed to have seen through her mind long ago. She seemed to be lost in thought. She acutely realized that this youth was very unusual, and he was different from all the outstanding geniuses she'd seen in the past. "Young master, my name is Xianxia, from Snow Maple City. If we are fated to meet in the future, I will make up for it and repay you." She spoke in a clear voice. Her voice spread very far, but unfortunately, Lin Sun had already walked far away, so she didn't know whether he heard it or not. "Sister, with your identity, why do you have to be so respectful to that guy? I think that guy is obviously a spy with bad intentions." The handsome young man was very dissatisfied. He was called Yu Shuatian, and he was Yu Shuajiao's younger brother. The other guards were also very puzzled. Their Yu family was the #1 power in Snow Maple City. Within the surrounding 10,000 miles, their name was awe-inspiring. As the most outstanding woman of the Yu family's younger generation, Yu Shuajiao's name was definitely known far and wide within Snow Maple City. Her status was extraordinary. But now, she was repeatedly apologizing and giving way to an unfamiliar youth, and this seemed to be too unusual. Yu Shuajiao was stunned for a while, and then she sighed lightly, "What do you know? If he really wanted to rob the spiritual vein here, none of us could stop him." She had cultivated the secret skill of the soul since she was young, and her perception was extremely strong. From the first time she saw Lin Sun, she knew that this young man was extremely extraordinary, like a deep abyss, unfathomable. "We have been out for almost a month, it's time to go back to the city." Yu Shuajiao suddenly made a decision, and it seemed very abrupt, causing the others to be startled. Go back to Snow Maple City, 2 hours later. As far as the eye could see, the terrain had become flat and level. In the wilderness, the mountains gradually disappeared in the horizon, and the outline of a huge city could be seen in the distance. After arriving here, Lin Sun slowed down and walked towards the city. From the time he left Yen capital until now, he had been trekking in the wilderness for more than a month. Whether it was day or night, he was always accompanied by fierce birds and beasts, wandering in the deep mountains and forests. According to Lin Sun's estimation, he had traveled at least hundreds of thousands of miles. On the way, besides being chased by the strong practitioners of the Black Demon Tengu tribe, he also encountered many dangers. After all, the vast mountains were as primitive as the prehistoric times, with fierce beasts everywhere, exotic birds flying in the sky, and poisonous insects everywhere, making the road of cultivation difficult. It was impossible for ordinary people to travel such a long way. Even ordinary practitioners didn't dare to travel alone in the vast mountains like Linsun. Now that he finally saw a city, Linsun was also refreshed. He needed to inquire and confirm the way to Phoenix Perch Province. At the same time, he also needed to exchange for some necessary items, such as the spiritual marrow needed for cultivation and the mid-rank congealing jade to feed the spirit-eating bugs. Moreover, he was able to find out about the major events that had occurred in the Great West Dimension during this period of time in the city. After breaking out of the endless mountains, there were not so many fierce birds and beasts. On the way, Lin Sun saw some people one after another. Most of them were merchants who went in and out of the primitive forests to dig and collect spiritual medicines and herbs. They also bought sundries such as animal skins from some mountain tribes. Although the journey was dangerous, they could make a lot of profit. From their words, Lin Sun already knew that the city in the distance was called Snow Maple City, located in the border area of Cloud Jade Province. Cloud Jade Province was a famous place in the West Hing Territory. The reason was that there was an ancient orthodoxy that had a great influence in the entire West Hing Territory. Feather Sword Sect. This sect claimed to have 8,000 disciples and 3,000 caves. Its foundation was extremely strong and terrifying. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 6 Sword Kings and 1 half-step Sword Saint in the Feather Sword Sect. Sword King, this was the name given to the sword cultivators who had stepped into the life and death realm. Half-step Sword Saint was even more abnormal. They were terrifying figures who had passed through the 9 tribulations and were only a step away from becoming a saint. A single Feather Sword Sect had 6 Sword Kings and 1 half-step Sword Saint, so it was easy to imagine how powerful it was. Because of this, the Feather Sword Sect was reputed to be one of the holy lands of cultivation in the West Hing Territory, and it was a first-rate power among the ancient orthodoxies. In terms of status, it was only slightly inferior to the number 1 orthodoxy of the West Hing Territory, the Profound Sword School. After all, the Profound Sword House had a true saint residing within it, and merely this alone was sufficient to display how extraordinary its resources and reserves were. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation came from the sky. A divine bird that was pure white like snow soared through the sky, carrying over 10 young men and women. This place was already very close to the enormous city gate of Snow Maple City, and there were many figures coming and going on the road. At this moment, all of them were alarmed and couldn't help but raise their heads to look. After that, an uproar resounded. That's a phoenix blood snow one that possesses the bloodline of an ancient phoenix. What a terrifying aura. It probably possesses the might of a half-step king. Phoenix blood snow one, I know. They're the disciples of the Feather Sword Sect. The scene seemed to be extremely clamorous, and many people couldn't conceal their shock and fervor. The Feather Sword Sect was the supreme holy land of cultivation in the Cloud Jade Prefecture, yet now, a phoenix blood snow one had descended from the sky, and it carried over 10 young disciples of the Ascension Sword Sect to appear in Snow Maple City. How could this not cause everyone to be shocked and shocked? Along with their shock, everyone couldn't help but be curious. Why did these disciples of the Feather Sword Sect come to Snow Maple City? At this moment, Lin Sun had just arrived before the city gate and was about to enter when he saw this scene, and his gaze was drawn over. Swoosh! The phoenix blood snow wand descended, causing violent winds to sweep the ground and dust to rise into the air. Over 10 disciples of the Feather Sword Sect floated down to the ground. All of them were handsome and beautiful, and all of them were like immortals that had descended to the mortal world. All of them could be said to be dragons and phoenixes amongst men, and they each had their own elegant bearing. Especially the man in the lead. He wore feathered clothes and a starry rainbow crown. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he had a heroic bearing and was in high spirits. His gaze was like lightning, his hair was black like ink, and his posture was ramrod straight like a sword. As he stood there casually, he was simply like a sword immortal of legend, and he possessed a peerless bearing. My God! That wouldn't be Zhuo Quanlan, right? Someone cried out in surprise, and it caused a great commotion. The nearby cultivators gasped without end. Zhuo Quanlan, he was an outstanding talent of the Feather Sword Sect's younger generation, and he was ranked among the 5 great true disciples of the Feather Sword Sect's inner court. He was rather famous in the entire Westlake region, and he was like a peerlessly dazzling star in the younger generation that radiated boundless light. Even Lin Sun's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw this person's bearing. He realized how terrifying this person was, and there was a fierce sword intent contained within him that was extremely terrifying. But in next to no time, Lin Sun's gaze was quickly attracted by a man beside Zhuo Guanglan. How could it be him? Lin Sun's heart shook when he recognized the man's identity, and he felt slight disbelief. Never had he imagined that he would actually encounter this person here. The man wore a green robe and a jade belt. His hair was coiled into a bun, and he had a handsome face. He carried a blue ancient sword on his back and looked aloof. Young Sword King, Xia Yutong. When Lin Sun was a weak teenager of 13 or 14 years old, he had met Xia Yutong in the ancient forest outside Feiyun village. At that time, Lin Sun was only in the martial realm, while Xia Yutong had already reached the sea spirit realm and could fly on his sword like an immortal. Later, Lin Sun met Lu Qingyan for the first time in Mist City, southwest province of the empire, and he met Xia Yutong again. But at that time, Xia Yutong put his sword 1 inch away from Lin Sun's throat, threatening him to let go of a defeated playboy in an indisputable manner. Lin Sun still remembered what Xia Yutong had said at that time, "Little ant, if you overestimate yourself, you are bound to get yourself killed." That was the first time that Lin Sun had been threatened like this. He would never forget the feeling in his life. But not long after Lin Sun entered the Forbidden City, Xia Yutong, the young Sword King, had left for the ancient desolation for cultivation. Since then, Lin Sun hadn't heard any news about him. But he didn't expect to see this man again in front of Snow Maple City on the border of Yunizhou in the West Hing territory. It seems that after coming to the ancient desolation, he has entered the Feather Sword sect to cultivate, and he is valued by the sect. Lin Sun realized that Xia Yutong's status in the Feather Sword sect would not be low since he could accompany Zhuo Guanglan, one of the 5 inherited disciples of the Feather Sword sect. Lin Sun didn't like Xia Yutong, nor did he hate him. Although he was threatened by Xia Yutong with a sword in his throat, Xia Yutong had saved him by accident before. Therefore, as far as Lin Sun was concerned, he and Xia Yutong were even, and no one owed the other anything. Of course, Lin Sun had his own pride and dignity. Although he would not retaliate against Xia Yutong, he would not take the initiative to cross paths with Xia Yutong. Although for the people of the ancient desolation realm, the two of them were old friends from the same place, old friends couldn't just ignore what had happened in the past and bury the hatchet. Lin? However, when Lin Sun was about to turn around and leave, Xia Yutong also found him and said in surprise, "You also came to the ancient desolation realm?" Lin Sun answered with a calm look. Xia Yutong frowned. It had only been a few years since he last saw Lin Sun. He was surprised to find that Lin Sun had reached the peak of Tao Insight realm. "Have you joined a sect?" Xia Yutong asked. He didn't take Lin Sun seriously at that time. It was also when he was in the Forbidden City that he learned that Lin Sun had made a name for himself. However, he didn't expect that this young man, who came from a small village at the border of Xiao Empire, had the ability to cultivate in the ancient desolation realm in just a few years. This made him feel surprised and curious. In Xiao Empire, not everyone could enter the ancient desolation realm at will. Only the most powerful forces in the world had the ability to send their disciples to this vast and boundless holy land of cultivation. No. Lin shook his head. Oh, Xia Yutong felt relieved. It was already a great fortune for a young man with no background and no identity to cultivate in the ancient desolation realm. How could he join an ancient orthodoxy to cultivate? "Junior brother Xia, is this the friend you made in the mortal world?" Suddenly, Zhuo Guanglan spoke. He was wearing a wide sleeves and a wide belt. His figure was as straight as a sword, with a soaring spirit. As soon as he spoke, he became the focus of all the people present. "We're not friends, just acquaintances," Xia Yutong said casually. Oh, Zhuo Guanglan withdrew his gaze. He didn't exchange greetings with Lin Sun. There was a sense of arrogance in his reserved manner. The mortal world, the descendants of Yuhua sword sect nearby were all stunned, and then they showed disapproval on their faces. They more or less despised and disdained Lin Sun. Originally, they were quite curious about Lin Sun when they saw Xia Yutong talking with Lin Sun, thinking that he was a disciple of an ancient sect. But when they learned that Lin Sun was a young man from the barren mortal world and had no sect, they immediately lost interest. "Junior brother Xia, business is urgent." We can't waste any more time, Shu Quanlan said casually. Xia Yutong obviously didn't want to introduce Lin Sun to others. He nodded and said, whatever you say, senior brother Xue. Then let's go. They immediately walked into the city gate. From beginning to end, they didn't look at Lin Sun. For them, a young man from the mortal world like Lin Sun was indeed no different from a passerby and didn't deserve their attention. Only Xia Yutong squinted at Lin Sun before he left and said calmly, if you encounter any trouble, you can come to me. But I'll help you if I can. If I can't, don't hold too much hope. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed, and then he smiled. When Xia Yutong said these words, there was a unique sense of superiority, as if he was giving alms. Obviously, he didn't mean it. Lin Sun didn't expect that he would be despised and ignored by a group of descendants from Feather Sword sect before he entered Snow Maple City. And even Xia Yutong showed a high and mighty attitude, which made Lin Sun feel ridiculous and funny. Shaking his head, he quickly threw this small incident to the back of his mind and strolled into Snow Maple City's grand, tall, and ancient city gate. Not long after Lin Sun left, a gorgeous chariot surrounded by a group of practitioners came from a distance. It was Yu Xuejiao and Yu Xuetian sitting in the chariot. Sister, let's go to the message tree in the center of the city first. We've been away for a month. I don't know what happened in Xihing territory during this period. Yu Xuetian said excitedly. Yu Xuejiao hesitated for a moment. She couldn't bear to let her brother down, so she nodded and said, well, let's go and have a look. Message tree. This was a kind of strange ancient tree, planted by the most well-informed strong practitioners of Wind Whisperer clan. Whenever the most sensational thing happened, the strong practitioners of Wind Whisperer clan would hang the news they had inquired on the tree and condense it into leaves for people to browse and watch. The leaves of the message tree were also quite wonderful. They could evolve into words and pictures, vividly reproducing the real scenes of some news. Some very secret news could also be found on the message tree, but it was necessary to take out some spiritual marrow and feed these leaves, so that the content of the news could be seen immediately. Because of this, the message tree was also known as the money tree of Wind Whisperer clan. In the center of Snow Maple City, a towering, ancient, and vigorous message tree was rooted here. Its branches extended like a dragon, and it was covered with dense leaves. The leaves were as white as ice and snow, as big as a cattail leaf fan, shining. There were all kinds of news inquired by the strong practitioners of Wind Whisperer clan in them. When Yu Xuejiao and Yu Xuetian arrived, they were surprised to find that this place was unusually lively. Figures that were like a tide surrounded the message tree. There are so many people. Something big must have happened. Yu Xuetian shouted excitedly. He stood up and hurriedly jumped off the chariot and squeezed into the crowd. Little brother's character is still too rash. Yu Xuejiao shook her head, and then she also stood up and walked down the chariot. Yu Xuejiao clearly remembered that unless something extremely sensational happened, the vicinity of the message tree would not attract the attention of so many practitioners. Could it be that something extremely sensational really happened during this period of time? Yu Xuejiao couldn't help but be curious. At this moment, Yu Xuetian, who had already squeezed into the front of the crowd, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, quickly come and see." Yu Xuejiao's heart shook. Under the escort of a group of guards, she smoothly arrived in front of the message tree and met up with Yu Xuetian. When her gaze looked at the most conspicuous position of the message tree, her body stiffened, and her expression changed slightly. All the cultivators knew that there was rarely any news hanging on the main trunk of the message tree. But once the news was hung in this area, it would definitely mean that something big that could shake the entire Westwind region had happened. Now, there was a leaf that was the size of a cattail leaf that was as white as snow condensed on the main trunk of the ancient message tree. The leaf glowed and transformed into a light screen. On the screen of light, there was an incomparably shocking battle taking place. It was a battle between a young man and a young woman. The man was like a young demon god. His black eyes were like lightning, and his body was covered in a bright light. His figure moved through the sky, and he was arrogant and overbearing. The woman wore a silver mask. Her figure was graceful like a celestial, but her attack was equally shocking. She released a terrifying sword chi that was peerlessly sharp, and it could slash through the 9 heavens. The light screen was slightly trembling and blurry, but it didn't affect the attention of the cultivators present. They were shocked, and their minds were attracted by the battle. At the same time, an aged voice sounded on the light screen, and it was introducing the battle. This is an unprecedented battle that took place in Fire Spirit Province's Yin capital a month ago. At that time, it caused a stir in the entire Fire Spirit Province. When our Wind Whisperer clan received the news, we started to inquire about all the details of the battle as soon as possible. Unfortunately, up until now, we can only confirm that the young man who is like a demon god is called Lin Sun, and he once appeared in an inn in Yin capital. It's said that he has a close relationship with Xia Xiaocheng, the successor of Star Vault Daoist sect, and Feng Linhan, the successor of Baji Saber Nunnery. However, our Wind Whisperer clan spent many days investigating Lin Sun's background, but we couldn't find out anything. But we can confirm that this young man can be called a peerless figure among all the young talents in the Westwind region. Lin Sun, this name was too unfamiliar, and it made all the cultivators present feel puzzled. When did such a peerless talent appear in the Fire Spirit Province? On the other hand, Yu Xuejiao's heart trembled. With practically a single glance, she recognized the peerlessly arrogant man in the screen of light like a devil god. Shockingly, it was the young man that she had met a few hours ago. His strength turns out to be much stronger than what I perceived. Yu Xuejiao couldn't calm down. She secretly rejoiced that she didn't use tough means to stop Lin at that time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for Yu Xuejiao's brother, Yu Xuetian, he was dumbfounded. His face was gloomy and filled with disbelief. He also recognized Lin Sun. At the thought that he had spoken rudely to provoke and scold Lin Sun, he broke out in a cold sweat. He almost caused a great disaster. In the light screen, the old voice still sounded. As for the girl, her origin is even more mysterious and terrifying. Due to some taboo, our Wind Whisperer clan can only keep the secret for her and not leak the news. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. A demon-like young man named Lin Sun was already mysterious enough. Now, even the girl with the silver mask was even more terrible and frightening, so that the Wind Talker clan dared not reveal her identity, which was too shocking. The deadline of the great battle of the world is coming. Many evildoers in the world who have been hiding from the world have begun to show up one after another. I'm afraid that the world will become more and more lively in the future. Among the younger generation, there are bound to be many amazing and extraordinary figures, such as this young man named Lin Sun. No one knew his name before. Many practitioners sighed with emotion. Such an unparalleled battle is really too rare. It can be foreseen that the name of Lin Sun will spread throughout the Westhang world before long. Some people also made predictions. Yes, such an evildoer is absolutely not inferior to the 5 inherited disciples of our Feather Sword sect in the Cloud Dream province. His name is also destined to be known all over the world. Hearing the sighs and judgments of the practitioners nearby, Yu Xuetian's face became paler and paler, and he felt uneasy. Yu family was just a big force in Snow Maple City. Although it had a strong foundation, how could it compare with a peerless talent who could be famous throughout the Westhang world? Little brother, remember this lesson. Don't act recklessly in the future. Otherwise, you will get yourself killed sooner or later. Yu Xuejiao took the opportunity to remind and teach Yu Xuetian a lesson. Yu Xuetian nodded. He had learned his lesson this time. Make way, all of you. Suddenly, a strong practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan squeezed through the crowd, looking extremely excited. This time, there is more amazing news, and it is still related to Lin Sun. If you don't make way and delay the time to get the news, don't blame me for not reminding you. Related to Lin Sun? More amazing news. With a clatter, the practitioners in front of the message tree consciously made way for him, urging the strong practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan to release the news quickly. The strong practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan was very proud at once. Like a king who was being worshipped by thousands of people, he walked slowly to the message tree with his head held high. Their clan was born to inquire about news and liked to be so focused on. This was a feeling that couldn't be bought with money, and it could greatly satisfy their vanity. Although people nearby wanted to strangle the strong practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan who deliberately kept them in suspense, they had to wait eagerly before the mystery was solved. In the end, it seemed that the strong practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan had enough suspense. He hung a snow-white leaf on the main trunk of the message tree. Buzz, the snow-white leaf suddenly seemed to come to life, emitting a blurred and illusory luster, and soon a light curtain was condensed. However, the content of the light curtain was a line of bloody and murderous words: Reward Order. Arrest Lin Sun, a young practitioner of the human clan. Anyone who can provide clues about his whereabouts will be rewarded with 1,000 top-grade spiritual marrow. If you can kill him, you only need to bring his head to me, and you will be rewarded with 5,000 top-grade spiritual marrow. This order is effective for a long time. The content was simple and direct, without any exaggeration, but the murderous intent overflowing between the lines made people's scalp numb. When they saw the inscription of the reward order, there was a sudden dead silence, and all the practitioners' faces changed dramatically. The Black Demon Dog Clan. This was a reward order from the Black Demon Dog Clan, and the person they wanted to arrest was Lin Sun, who was like a peerless talent. 1000 top-grade spiritual marrow was enough to make a top practitioner of the reincarnation developing realm willing to sell his life to buy a king's spiritual treasure. And 5,000 top-grade spiritual marrow, that was even more valuable. What on earth did Lin Sun do that the Black Demon Dog Clan would not hesitate to offer a huge reward to arrest and kill him? This clan is best at tracking and killing enemies. They are fierce and cruel, but now they have to use the reward order to arrest Lin Sun. It seems that they must have suffered a great loss at Lin Sun's hands. After a short while, the silent atmosphere started to resound with discussions. All of them were bewildered and anxious, and their expressions changed when they talked about it. The Black Nightmare Tengu clan was definitely a clan that caused others to loathe, fear, and dread. They were unscrupulous, bloodthirsty, and cruel, and had committed countless atrocities in the entire ancient Desolation region. But now, they actually put up a reward order to arrest a young man who had recently risen like a comet and had the bearing of a peerless talent. This news was undoubtedly too shocking. Why? The Black Demon Dog Clan has gone too far. Our human clan has just had a new peerless talent, and they can't help but want to kill him? Some practitioners spoke indignantly, and the atmosphere immediately ignited. Most practitioners deeply hated the Black Demon Dog Clan, and subconsciously, they all stood on Lin Sun's side. Damn it! These black dog bastards are too arrogant, and they even put up a reward order to arrest Lin Sun in the entire West Hing region. How can they bully people like this? Just you wait, they will suffer retribution sooner or later for being so arrogant and domineering. The practitioners in the field all spoke indignantly. Even Yu Xiujiao and Yu Xiujiao chose to stand on Lin Sun's side at this moment. The Black Sea Tengu clan was simply the public enemy of the cultivation world. They were notorious and had a bad reputation. If it wasn't for the fact that their clan was too powerful and had a terrifying foundation, they would have been annihilated by many orthodoxies. And you Wind Whisperer clan, how dare you help the wicked and spread the reward order for those black dog bastards? Have you all become their lackeys? Someone angrily pointed the finger at the expert of the Wind Whisperer clan who spread the news. The latter immediately cried injustice and hurriedly said, "We, the Wind Whisperer clan, have always adhered to the principle of fairness and justice. We only spread the news, and as for grievances and disputes, we have never been involved. I believe you all know this." After a pause, he rolled his eyes and said, "Please don't be angry, everyone. Some of the big shots of the Wind Whisperer clan have carefully analyzed the news and come up with some shocking facts. If you know, you might even feel happy." Happy? Everyone was surprised. Then, they heard an old voice ring out from the ice and snow leaf that had transformed into the bounty notice. It is reported that Lin Sun was once chased by the Black Demon Dog Clan for an unknown reason when he left Yen capital city. In this pursuit, the Black Demon Dog Clan sent out 2 half-step kings and 1 real king. Apart from that, there were nearly 100 elite top-notch experts under the command of Go Shuxing, a young master of the Black Demon Dog Clan who has the title of Thousand Killer. When they heard this, there was a burst of gasps in the field. Some practitioners' hands and feet were cold, and their hearts were in their throats. It was too terrifying. In order to hunt down a peerless young man, they actually sent out a real king. Just this alone was enough to make one feel incomparably stifled and shaken. What's more, the whole force of the pursuit was not just that. The scene became dead silent again, and the air was very oppressive. All the practitioners were listening attentively, lest they miss any detail. This was explosive news that shook the world, and it was sufficient to cause a mighty uproar in the entire Westhang world. According to the news we have inquired, the operation of the Black Demon Dog clan did not go smoothly in this pursuit. Instead, they suffered setbacks, the old voice was analyzing, and the practitioners near the message tree were all listening attentively. The streets of the city were as bustling as water, and crystal clear snow maple trees could be seen everywhere. This kind of ancient tree was as white as snow, enshrouded in a pale white mist. As far as the eye could see, thousands of trees were piled up like jadeite, hazy and beautiful. This was the unique scenery of Snow Maple City. It was said that in ancient times, there was a snow maple tree here. On the day it became a saint, its leaves danced like snowflakes, creating a spectacle of snow and ice falling and its leaves covering the sky. Lin Sun, however, was not in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery. He put on a cloak and covered his face with the brim of his hat, hurrying through the street. The Wind Whisperer clan is really famous for their big mouth. The news spreads faster than anyone else. Lin Sun thought to himself. He entered the city earlier than Yu Xiaojiao and her brother, and arrived at the message tree earlier. He wanted to see what major events were happening recently, but the sensational news was all related to him. If he hadn't been quick enough to cover his face with the cloak, he would have been recognized. The Black Demon Dog clan is really despicable to post a bounty for me. Do they really think I'm a pushover? As soon as Lin Sun thought of the bounty he had just seen, his heart was filled with killing intent. After leaving Yan capital, he had been chased all the way and encountered many dangers. Now, before he could settle the score, the Black Demon Dog clan even issued a bounty for him in the whole Westhang territory. There was no doubt that the Black Demon Dog clan was trying every means to kill Lin Sun. Well, I'll settle the score with these Black Demon Dogs after I finish my business. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. Snow Treasure House. This was the largest trading house in Snow Maple City, selling treasures, rare treasures, elixirs, spiritual treasures, which could completely meet the needs of the practitioners in the city. Before long, Lin Sun appeared here and was immediately warmly received by a waitress. I'm going to sell a batch of spiritual materials. Please arrange it for me. Lin Sun went straight to the point. The waitress was stunned and couldn't help asking, what kind of spiritual materials do you want to sell? How much? If it's too little. Hearing the doubt in the waitress's voice, Lin Sun interrupted, the spiritual materials are of good quality, and the quantity is enough. I'm just a little worried about whether your Snow Treasure House can afford them. The waitress smiled reservedly and lightly said, young noble might not know this, but our Snow Treasure House is the #1 merchant house in the city. In the entire Snow Maple City, there is nothing that our Snow Treasure House can't handle. Lin Sun nodded and said with a smile, that's great. You can hire an appraiser and prepare sufficient spiritual marrow. We can start the transaction right away. He had to make the best use of his time. Snow Maple City was not a place for him to stay for long. Even the bounty notice had appeared. If his whereabouts were to be exposed, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Seeing that Lin Sun was so confident, the waitress didn't dare to neglect him anymore. She brought him into a quiet elegant room and then left in a hurry. Not long after, the waitress returned with a man and a woman beside her. Miss, this is the young master who wants to sell spirit materials, the female attendant introduced in a low voice. However, she was surprised to find that when the young miss saw Lin Sun for the first time, she was shocked and sluggish as if she had been possessed. Not only the young miss, but also the young master was dumbfounded as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, Lin Sun was also stunned. It was such a coincidence that it turned out to be this pair of brother and sister. They were Yu Xiaojiao and Yu Xiaotian. As soon as they returned to Snow Treasure House, they heard someone reporting that a guest wanted to sell a large number of spiritual materials and was worried that Snow Treasure House couldn't handle them all, which made them not know whether to laugh or cry. The Yu family had been running Snow Treasure House for thousands of years, but never had a guest dared to talk big like that. Out of curiosity, they immediately decided to come and see who this guest was and how he dared to talk big like that. In fact, he even suspected that this was a competitor purposely trying to make trouble for him. But they never thought that they would meet Lin Sun here. Thinking of the sensational news they heard in front of the message tree, the sister and brother felt it was unreal. The young prodigy who was like a demon god had long since spread like wildfire in Snow Maple City. Why would he appear here? If this news was spread out, would it cause a greater sensation? Even though most of Lin Sun's face was covered by the brim of the hat, Yu Shuajiao still recognized him at a glance, but soon, Yu Shuajiao felt stiff all over. She saw Lin Sun was looking at her. Although his eyes were calm, it made her completely sober up with a chill. She waved the waitress away and closed the door of the quiet room. Then she said, "Child, are you going to sell spiritual materials?" She looked calm, as if she was receiving an ordinary guest. "Sister, didn't you recognize him?" "He is." Yu Shuatian couldn't help reminding her. "Little brother, we mistook you for someone else. Don't say anything more. Just stand aside and watch," Yu Shuajiao said casually. Yu Shuatian couldn't understand, but he didn't dare to say more. He stood in the corner and looked at Lin Sun with deep fear and curiosity. A trace of admiration flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. Even he had to admit that Yu Shuajiao was an extremely intelligent woman. There were some things that couldn't be said even though they were well aware of it. It was undoubtedly the best to pretend not to know. Just like at this moment, Yu Shuajiao knew that once the Black Demon Tengu tribe knew that their Yu family had been in contact with Lin Sun, it would inevitably lead to an unpredictable disaster. "If it's too troublesome, I'll just go to another shop," Lin Sun said. Yu Shuajiao was startled, then immediately smiled. "My snow treasure tower is a business. How can we drive our customers away?" Immediately, Lin Sun stopped being polite and waved his sleeves. With a clatter, a complete purple mineral vein swept out like a coiling python, illuminating the room. A complete purple copper vein. Yu Shuatian's eyes lit up and blurted out. At this time, Yu Shuajiao also showed her exquisite treasure appraisal ability. After examining for a moment, she said, "The quality is high, but it still needs to be refined again to be able to extract the real purple profound copper. According to my estimation, this vein is almost equivalent to 80 pieces of high-grade spiritual essence." Lin Sun nodded. "At your price, 80 pieces of upper spiritual marrow was equivalent to 8,000 pieces of middle spiritual marrow. This could definitely be considered a generous offer." Yu Shuajiao smiled slightly. "I'm glad you're satisfied. I'll go prepare the spiritual marrow for you. Don't worry, I still have a lot of spiritual materials to sell." Lin Sun stopped her. Yu Shuajiao was stunned. To be honest, a transaction of 80 pieces of upper spiritual marrow was already a big deal, and it was very rare. She might not encounter such a transaction in 10 days or half a month. But she didn't expect that this was just the beginning of the transaction. Clatter. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and a red mineral vein with steaming mist swept out. It was only as thick as a thumb, but it was extremely long and coiled into a pile. A complete red smoke jade mine. At a glance, Yu Shuajiao recognized that it was also a kind of high-grade spiritual material, and it was quite rare. It was a precious item, more valuable than the purple copper. Its color is red like burning, and its quality is crystal clear with few impurities. It belongs to the highest grade. According to the market price, it can be exchanged for 120 pieces of upper spiritual marrow." Yu Shuajiao took a deep breath and quoted a price. She didn't have the courage to deliberately lower the price to cheat Lin Sun, a peerless figure who was destined to be famous in the West Hing world. Lin Sun nodded and took out a grand white adamantine vein, a green demon pattern iron vein, a star gold jade vein, and there were over a dozen types of ore veins in a forest, and they filled the entire quiet room. They were of various colors, dazzling and resplendent. They flowed with alluring rays of light, and it seemed especially shocking. This is too much." Yu Shuatian's lips trembled. He was completely dumbfounded and shocked. He was born in the Yu family, the first force in Snow Maple City, and had seen all kinds of spiritual treasures, but he had never seen so many spiritual veins gathered together. Even Yu Shuajiao was in a trance and felt a little strange. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Child, are you also a spiritual celestial master who is proficient in detecting acupoints and pulse?" Spiritual celestial master, they were a kind of noble and transcendent existence. They were proficient in detecting acupoints and pulse, and could deduce the general trend of mountains and rivers and the direction of veins of the earth. They had unfathomable means. In today's world, if any major force wanted to build a blessed place or excavate mineral veins, they would spend a lot of money to invite a spiritual celestial master. Unfortunately, there were too few spiritual celestial masters. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and they could only be seen in ancient orthodoxies. For example, in the whole Cloud Dream province, there were less than 5 spiritual celestial masters in thousands of cities, and 4 of them were worshipped in Feather Sword sect. From this, it could be seen how transcendent and respected the status of spiritual celestial master was. They were no different from spiritual tattoo masters who were proficient in refining weapons. No. Lin Sun shook his head. He also knew about the existence of spiritual celestial master, but he didn't know the secret skills mastered by spiritual celestial master. The spiritual mineral veins he was selling this time were all found in the vast mountains and rivers in the wild, and he relied on the magical effect of wind-mocking pupil. Yu Xuejiao's expression was a little complicated. She thought to herself, if he wasn't a spiritual celestial master, how could he find so many rare and precious spiritual mineral veins? However, since Lin Sun didn't want to admit it, she couldn't ask again. It didn't take long for the final transaction price to be estimated. It was a total of 1,020 pieces of top-grade spiritual marrow. When they heard this number, even Yu Xuejiao and Yu Xuetian were dumbfounded. They were in a trance. This was an astronomical number. Even Yu family, known as the first force in Snow Maple City, couldn't take out so many spiritual marrow in a short time. At this time, they finally understood why Lin Sun said that he was worried that Snow Treasure House couldn't afford this batch of goods. Lin Sun seemed to see some clues and said, I need a batch of congealing jade, preferably of high quality, or medium quality. The more, the better. I wonder how many can Snow Treasure House provide? Yu Xuejiao was instantly refreshed. 600 pieces of top-grade spiritual marrow, 30 top-grade congealing jades, and 66 middle-grade congealing jades. When Lin Sun walked out of Snow Treasure House, the spiritual mines and spiritual veins he obtained in the wilderness a few days ago had turned into such a fortune. He was very satisfied. The magical effect of wind-mocking eyes was to detect acupoints and pulse, but for Lin Sun, it was no less than mastering a way to make money. Lin Sun took out a map made of jade slips, on which were the locations and directions of all the provinces in the West Hing territory. This was what he had just bought from Snow Treasure House. There are more than 10 provinces between here and Fengxi province, which is about 1,000,000 miles away. It will take me 10 days to get there, Lin Sun thought silently. Now that he was wanted by the Black Sea Tengu clan, he could only choose to go through remote mountains and forests even if he wanted to go to Fengxi province. In this way, it would undoubtedly take more time to get to Fengxi province. The street was bustling with people and shops. Lin Sun walked along the street, through the busy market, along a bluestone road, and finally arrived in front of a restaurant. Drunken Flower Shade. The name of the restaurant was quite elegant. It was 300 meters high, built entirely of cyan jade, surrounded by a faint mist, and set off among the snow maple trees, giving it an antique atmosphere. Here it is. Lin Sun glanced at the name of the restaurant and walked in. Drunken Flower Shade, the oldest restaurant in Snow Maple City, was very unusual. Most of the guests were nobles in the city, and there was no lack of top powerhouses in the city. Not only were they drinking, but they were also communicating and discussing with each other. Lin Sun went straight to the top floor, chose a seat by the window, and ordered a pot of the exclusive old wine of the restaurant, snow maple wine, and 3 pounds of spiritual roe deer meat. In 3 months, the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival will begin. As far as I know, Li Qinghuan, the leader of the young generation of Psangmei Taoist sect in Qingyun province, Wu Duanya, the first inherited disciple of Xianyang sect in Huayin province, and the third prince of Golden Condor clan in Floating Wood province, have already set off for Kangwu Mountain. This year's Lantern Festival is indeed unprecedented. The young geniuses and heaven's favorites are gathered like stars in the sky. They will definitely shine during the festival. Exactly. I heard that one of the 5 great elite disciples of our Dream Cloud Prefecture's Ascension Sword sect, Shuaquanlan, will be leading a group of geniuses of the Ascension Sword sect's younger generation to the Tao Discussion Lantern discussion. Actually, the person that receives the most attention during the Tao Lantern discussion this time is undoubtedly the Holy Maiden of the Profound Sword School, Ji Xingyao. I heard that the peerless genius from the southern profound world's paradises of longevity, Yu Ling Kong, will be participating in this grand event along with Ji Xingyao. What a pity. A gathering like this only belongs to the top geniuses of this world. Ordinary people like us don't even have the qualifications to participate. In the pavilion on the top floor, all the cultivators were discussing the rumors and news related to the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival, and they frequently sighed with emotion. This caused Lin Sun to be slightly surprised because he never expected that the Dao Discussion Lantern Conference would actually receive so much attention before it even began. All those years ago in the Fire Spirit Province, he'd once been invited by Yu Jianming, a genius of the younger generation of the Thousand Illusion Dao sect, and Yu Jianming hoped to participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival with him. After that, Fong Linhan of the Baji Saber Nunnery had expressed that he would head to the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival no matter what. Up until now, discussions related to the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival could even be heard in the border cities of Dreamcloud Prefecture, so how could Lin Sun not be surprised? Looks like when the curtains to the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival are drawn, it'll probably draw the attention of the entire Westlake region. Lin Sun drank wine as he chewed on the spirit deer meat. The snow maple wine was sweet and clear, and its aftertaste was mellow and carried a unique fragrance. On the other hand, the spirit deer meat was marinated using a secret technique, causing it to be fragrant, spicy, and chewy. Its flavor was superb. Occasionally, Lin Sun's gaze would intentionally or unintentionally look towards a room. A group of figures sat upright in the room with a terrifying aura, and all of them had arrogant and cold expressions. There was utterly no need to discern them carefully to know that they were from the Dark Demon Dog clan. According to the information Lin Sun obtained from the message tree earlier, any cultivator that obtained information related to him would be able to obtain a reward of 1,000 high-grade spiritual essence from the Dark Demon Dog clan. Lin Sun's objective for coming to Flower Shade Restaurant this time was very simple. He wanted to see if he would be able to obtain this reward if he made an appearance. After he was satiated, Lin Sun was just about to make a move when he suddenly saw a group of young men and women walking up to the top floor. All of them were handsome men and beautiful women, and they possessed extraordinary bearing. They were like celestial beings that possessed dazzling elegance. Shockingly, the person in the lead was one of the 5 great elite disciples of the Ascension Sword sect, Shuoquanlan, and the young Sword King, Shi Yutong, and the others followed by his side. As soon as they appeared, the sounds of conversation in the restaurant instantly vanished, and it was perfectly silent. The gazes of everyone were drawn over while their expressions carried reverence. Obviously, these guests recognized the identity of Shuoquanlan and the others, so they were shocked in their hearts. They seemed to have never imagined that the disciples of the Ascension Sword sect would make an appearance here. As soon as Shuoquanlan and the others arrived, they heard hearty laughter resound from a room, and then a tall young man walked out with large strides. "Brother Zhua, you finally arrived. Please come in quickly." The young man wore a fiery red Taoist robe, and he had slanted brows and starry eyes. As he looked around, he seemed to be in high spirits, elegant, and unrestrained. In terms of might, he was actually not inferior to Shuoquanlan. Especially the space between his brows, there actually seemed to be a blazing talisman of fire that was dazzling and resplendent, and it caused others to be unable to open their eyes. It seemed to be extremely miraculous. On the other hand, all the guests were unable to maintain their composure when they saw this young man, and all of them revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. "The 5th prince of the Flamecraw clan, Lu Jioga." Someone cried out involuntarily. A wave of gasps resounded in the surroundings. The Flamecraw clan was a clan that could be ranked in the top 5 of the West Shore world, and their holy son, Lu Jioga, was even a legendary genius. When he was born, a fiery glow descended from the heavens and condensed into a mysterious mark of fire that was branded on his chest. He was reputed to be born with the body of fire, and he possessed unbelievable natural talent and physique. In the current younger generation of the West Shore world, Lu Jioga was the indisputable peerless genius that shone brilliantly, and his name shook the entire West Shore world. Now, such a legendary genius had actually appeared here. How could it not be shocking? Shuoquanlan, one of the 5 great disciples of the Emergent Sword sect, and Lu Jioga, the 5th prince of the Flamecraw clan. What were these 2 peerless geniuses meeting here for? All of a sudden, everyone's curiosity was aroused. The peerless genius of the Flamecraw clan? His aura is very strong, and he already possesses the cultivation of the reincarnation development realm. He's not the least bit inferior to Zhuoquanlan. Lin Sun seemed to be lost in thought. At the same time, Xia Yutong also noticed Lin Sun's presence, but he was only slightly startled before he withdrew his gaze. This was equivalent to directly ignoring Lin Sun, and he had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Lin Sun. On the contrary, when he noticed Lin Sun's gaze on him, a proud smile appeared on the corners of Xia Yutong's mouth, and there was a faintly discernible sense of superiority and pride. Lin Sun immediately laughed in his heart. Did this guy really think that being with Zhuoquanlan and Lu Jioga could make Lin Sun look at him in a different light and feel envy? Not long after, the group from Feather Transformation Sword Sect and the fifth prince of the Flamecraw clan, Lu Jioga, entered the box together. Lin Sun had already finished the wine in his cup at this moment. Without hesitation, he stood up and strode towards another box. Sitting in that private room was an expert from the Black Sea Tengu clan. What is this guy going to do? All the guests present frowned. They did not have a good impression of the Black Demon Dog clan at all. At this moment, seeing that Lin Sun, a human cultivator, had the posture of greeting the experts of the Black Demon Dog clan, they could not help but feel a little disgusted. He's wearing a cloak, and even his face is covered by the brim of the hat. He's definitely up to no good. Who knows, he might be up to something bad. Someone snorted coldly. He did not dare to speak too bluntly, for fear of angering the experts of the Black Demon Dog clan in the box. However, his accusations towards Lin Sun were clearly unbridled. I heard that just now, a bounty notice appeared in front of the message tree in the city. It seems that the Black Nightmare Tengu clan wants to capture a young demon god. Don't tell me this fellow is here to inform them and claim his reward? That's really possible. How shameless. The guests discussed animatedly, looking at Lin Sun with suspicion, contempt, and disdain. If not for the presence of the experts of the Black Demon Dog clan in the box, their words might have been even harsher and harsher. Lin Sun felt helpless. He knew that he had been misunderstood, but he could not be bothered to explain further. He came to the front of the box and looked at the experts of the Black Demon Dog clan, saying, I heard that anyone who can provide clues to the bounty notice will be rewarded handsomely? As soon as this was said, all the guests present could not sit still. Their faces were all gloomy. Indeed, this guy was a scum. In order to obtain the reward, he did not hesitate to inform the Black Demon Dog clan. How shameless! People nowadays are really blinded by greed. For the sake of some money, they can even throw away their pride and dignity? These guests did not dare to go against him. They could only make sarcastic remarks and ridicule Lin Sun. Do you want to die? Shut up. Suddenly, a cold rebuke came from the box. It was a young man in a black robe. He had a long and narrow face, and his eyes were blood-red and demonic. His whole body was filled with a violent and terrifying aura. Instantly, all the guests present kept quiet out of fear. Their expressions were uncertain, and they dared not say another word. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they did not dare to contradict and confront the Black Demon Dog clan face to face. They were afraid of bringing trouble and disaster upon themselves. At the same time, the young man in the black robe looked at Lin Sun with a pair of demonic blood-red eyes. He said lightly, You're right. As long as you provide clues to that kid, the 1,000 pieces of upper spiritual marrow in the storage bag will be yours. Clang. In an instant, the atmosphere on this floor of the restaurant became silent, and many guests looked over. At this time, the act of snitching on the Black Demon Tengu clan in front of everyone was undoubtedly shameless and deserving of disdain. After all, the Black Demon Tengu clan was notorious, and they were a clan that almost everyone in the cultivation world hated. 1,000 pieces of upper spiritual marrow? That's far from enough. Lin Sun said calmly, I don't believe that the target you want is worth so little. The black-robed young man frowned, and a cold light shot out of his demonic blood-colored eyes. He did not expect that a guy who came to claim a reward would dare to demand so much in front of him. He could not help but feel a murderous intent in his heart. Brother Gochi, it seems like this friend is very confident. As long as he can provide clues about the little bastard, it doesn't matter if we give him more spiritual marrow. A rather coquettish woman with snow-white hair said. She looked at Yen Xing, and her lips were scarlet. Her breasts were white and smooth, and her figure was very sexy. But when he heard her words, an imperceptible cold light flashed through Lin Sun's eyes under the brim of the hat. Little bastard, just because of this sentence, she was sentenced to death by Lin Sun. Clang, the black-robed young man called Go Chi threw out another storage bag and said with a cold expression, "There are 300 pieces of upper spiritual marrow in this bag. Altogether, it's 1,300 pieces of upper spiritual marrow. I believe that this price is enough to buy the life of a half-step king. If you are still not satisfied, don't blame us for being rude." Lin Sun did not even look at it, and shook his head, "Not enough. I can tell you the specific location of the target. I believe that this clue is far more valuable than this amount of spiritual marrow." Even the guests who were watching from the side could not help but click their tongues. This guy's appetite was really big. Was he not afraid of being stuffed to death? 1,300 pieces of upper spiritual marrow was already a sky-high price, enough to make a half-step king sell his life without hesitation, but this guy still thought it was not enough? "Friend, you've gone too far." Go Chi's face was cold, and his scarlet eyes overflowed with a terrifying cold light. "Do you really think that the Black Demon Tengu clan is a fool? Hee, you want to use a single clue to pinch us and rip us off. Friend, are you sure you want to do this?" The silver-haired flirtatious woman chuckled and said, "One must know one's own limits. If you cooperate now, perhaps you might even gain the favor of my Black Sea Tengu tribe." She had mentioned the Black Nightmare Tengu clan, which was an enormous power. It was undoubtedly a warning and a threat. Lin Sun smiled silently and said, "In my impression, the Black Sea Tengu clan is a big clan with influence all over the ancient Desolation realm. But now you can't even take out some spiritual marrow? This was truly disappointing. It seems that none of you are willing to obtain any clues about the target. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave." With that, he was about to leave. "Stop." Go Chi suddenly stood up while his entire body revealed killing intent, and his imposing aura was terrifying, causing the bodies of all the guests to go cold while their expressions turned grim. If all of you were to make a move now, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to telling the entire world that the bounty notice issued by your Black Nightmare Tengu clan was a pretense, and you were intentionally trying to fool everyone. Lin Sun said slowly. Go Chi's face was livid with anger, and he wanted to slap this bastard to death. He had never seen anyone who dared to threaten his clan like this. At this moment, the silver-haired flirtatious woman spoke, "Brother Go Chi, this friend is right. We may not be able to break our promise. Since that's the case, my friend, please name a price." She was filled with killing intent, and at the same time, she transmitted her voice to Go Chi, "Satisfy him first. When we get the clues, it won't be too late to take back the rewards from his corpse." Go Chi's face was gloomy, and he said nothing. "At least 5,000 pieces of upper spiritual marrow, right?" Lin Sun said with a smile. As soon as this was said, the eyes of all the guests almost popped out. They thought they had heard wrongly. This was not just an exorbitant price, it was clearly an attempt to rip off. Those black dogs. Go Chi was already furious, and his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. "Are you sure?" Lin Sun said casually, "Of course, it can be negotiated, but not too little. After all, many people now know that the target you are dealing with is a dangerous person. If I expose his tracks like this, I will have to face the consequences of his revenge. My friend, you are clearly blackmailing us." The silver-haired flirtatious woman was so angry that her nose almost became crooked. They had never seen such a reckless guy who dared to blackmail them. Did he not want to live well enough? Most importantly, they really didn't have that much spiritual marrow on them. This wasn't a small amount, and it was shockingly huge instead. It was sufficient to purchase a peerless king-grade precious herb or an imperial weapon. In the end, Go Chi decided to calm Lin Sun down first, and settle the score with him after he got the clues of the target. "Here are 3,000 pieces of upper spiritual marrow. If you are still not satisfied, then we can only drop the matter." Go Chi and the other 7 people gathered 3,000 pieces of upper spiritual marrow and put them in their storage bags. Then he looked at Lin Sun coldly. "Now, can you tell me the clues of the target?" 3,000 pieces of upper spiritual marrow just to buy a clue. All the guests were extremely shocked, And they also realized how determined the Black Demon Tengu clan was to capture and kill the target. While they were talking, even the future leader of Feather Sword sect and the fifth prince of Fire Raven clan, Lu Jioga, were alarmed. Who is this person? He is really bold to extort the Black Demon Tengu clan, Lu Jioga chuckled. He was dressed in a fiery red Taoist robe with a white jade belt, and had a handsome face with a kind of arrogance. I have seen this person once, Zhuo Quanlan frowned slightly. He is from the mortal world, but I didn't expect that he would choose to inform the Black Demon Tengu clan, which is really despicable. Junior brother Xia, you know this person. Tell me, what kind of person is he? As he spoke, he looked at Xia Yutong on the side. Him? He was just an uncouth boy from a remote village, but I didn't expect him to be so spineless. From now on, I will draw a line with him. Xia Yutong looked indifferent, but he was a little angry in his heart. He thought that Lin Sun had made him lose face in front of everyone, and he was ashamed to be associated with Lin Sun. Lu Jioga responded with an and smiled. I'm rather curious as to who the Black Sea Tengu clan's target is. They're willing to fork out 3,000 upper-grade spiritual essence just for a single clue. Immediately, a successor of Feather Sword sect said, speaking of this, I heard that not long ago, there was news from the message tree in the city that a young man named Lin Sun. He recounted the matter of Lin Sun being wanted, and also briefly introduced the shocking duel between Lin Sun and the silver-masked girl. Hearing this, even Zhuo Quanlan and Lu Jioga were surprised and moved. They didn't expect such a peerless figure to appear in this world. By the way, junior brother Xia, I remember that the young man from the mortal world is also called Lin Sun? Suddenly, Zhuo Quanlan's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xia Yutong was also shocked when he heard all this, and subconsciously shook his head. It can't be him, it should be someone with the same name. What a joke! If Lin Sun was a peerless talent, then what was Xia Yutong? This was definitely impossible. Seeing this, the others also felt relieved. How could a young man from the mortal world have such a peerless style? What's more, Xia Yutong, who knew the young man from the mortal world, denied it himself. These two Lin Sun couldn't be the same person. At the same time, Lin Sun immediately agreed in the face of the heavy reward of 3,000 pieces of upper-grade spiritual marrow, and said with a smile, barely enough. What did he mean by barely enough? Hearing this, Go Qi and the silver-haired woman's faces became worse, and they almost couldn't control the killing intent in their hearts. At this time, Lin Sun raised his hand to take the storage bag, but was interrupted by Go Qi. Wait. You haven't told me the clue, and you want to get the reward? I just want to check if the amount is enough, Lin Sun said casually. What's more, I suspect that you just promised me verbally. Once I tell you the clue, I'm afraid you'll regret it. So, it's better for me to keep the spiritual marrow for now. Saying this, he picked up the storage bag and weighed it in his palm. At this moment, Go Qi really wanted to kill Lin Sun. He gritted his teeth with hatred, but in the end, he held back and said coldly, Now, can you tell me? Their faces all became gloomy and cold, and their killing intent was almost undisguised. How could their spiritual marrow be taken so easily? This guy really didn't know what was good for him. Don't worry, everyone. I'm here, and I can't escape. Why are you so nervous? Lin Sun slowly put away the storage bag, and then said with a smile, I'm not full yet. Would you like to have a meal together? Eat your mother's meal. If you don't tell me the clue again, I'll tear you apart. A strong black Tengu couldn't help but roar. Friend, are you messing with us? Go Qi also had a kind of anger burning in his heart, and his killing intent filled the air. The faces of the guests in the hall changed dramatically. Was this going to start a war? In another box, the future leader of the Yuhua sword sect and Lu Jioga also looked over. Xia Yutong's expression was still indifferent. He wished that Lin Sun would be killed, so that he wouldn't make a fool of himself and lose face. At this moment, Lin Sun stopped smiling and glanced at Go Qi and others, saying, I'm not kidding you. I've been in front of you all the time, but you just have to ask me for the clue. I'm also quite helpless. Is there anyone more stupid than you in this world? Suddenly, everyone present was stunned. What was going on? You're Lin Sun. At this moment, Go Qi seemed to understand and immediately shouted. The silver-haired coquettish woman's expression also changed, as if they were struck by lightning. Whether it was Go Chi or the silver-haired woman, they were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. The target they wanted to kill appeared in front of them, but they didn't recognize him. Instead, they were extorted by Lin Sun for a huge amount of spiritual essence. It was so shameful that they didn't realize it until now. If this matter was spread out, how could they keep their faces? You're courting death. Go Chi couldn't hold back anymore. He let out a low roar, and a huge shadow of a black dog appeared behind him. It was incomparably terrifying and overflowing with black light. Kill! The silver-haired coquettish woman shouted. They all moved to kill Lin Sun to vent the shame and anger in their hearts. But Lin Sun smiled and said, I've been waiting for you to fall into my pot to satisfy my appetite. Boom! Lin Sun took a step forward, and his momentum suddenly changed as if he had turned into a demon. He punched out, and the fist force rushed out like a real dragon, directly breaking a man's chest. His bones were broken, and blood burst out. Everyone was shocked. How terrible it was. A strong man was killed with one punch? How dare you? Go Chi rushed over and slapped down with his palm. With a bang, blood surged like a river of purgatory blood pouring down, which was a terrifying scene. Dong! Lin Sun took a step forward, and a snow-white ice dragon rushed out. It raised its head and roared like a dragon. With a bang, it waved its tail and dissolved Go Chi's attack. Lin Sun had already taken the opportunity to launch his killing move. Puff! Puff! Like lightning, he first confined several oncoming opponents with the hegemonic prohibition, and then suppressed them with the seal of Swanni. The Black Sea Tengu powerhouses didn't even have time to dodge before their bodies exploded in the air, turning into a mist of blood. It was too domineering, everyone present gasped. As soon as Lin Sun made a move, he killed all the people on the spot like slaughtering chickens and monkeys. His arrogant and matchless posture was like a demon descending to the world. These dogs are too weak. Their meat must be terrible. Lin Sun's eyes were like lightning, which deterred everyone. Only Go Chi and the silver-haired woman were left in the field. Lin Sun, you're courting death. Go Chi roared, angered to the point where he was trembling. He also felt fear. Only now did they realize that their opponents were too powerful, not something they could contend against. This caused Go Chi to feel as if he was on the verge of collapse, and he was on the verge of going mad. First, he was deceived and extorted, and then he killed them as if they were food. But it just so happened that they weren't a match for him. This simply caused him to feel aggrieved and humiliated to the extreme. Hand over your life. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he confronted Go Chi with the 9 strikes of shaking heaven. His fists were wide and simple, with a kind of earth-shaking and earth-shattering power. Boom! This restaurant trembled, affected by the collision of this terrifying power, about to collapse. The guests inside were all horrified, fleeing in panic. Only the disciple of the Ascension Sword sect and the 5th prince of the Flameclaw clan, Lu Jioga, could be considered to be composed. But when they witnessed the strength Lin Sun revealed, they couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Kacha! Go Chi's right arm was severed, and blood splattered everywhere. He was a reincarnation developing realm expert and was considered a top figure among the younger generation. However, he had suffered a great loss in the first round, everyone present was moved. Kill! At the same time, the silver-haired woman let out a loud shout, but she suddenly flashed, broke through the wall with a bang, and fled out of the restaurant. Obviously, she knew that she was no match for Lin Sun, and she didn't dare to continue fighting, intending to seek help. However, how could Lin Sun let her go? An obscure syllable came from his lips, tut. Puleo's roar, Lin Sun's whole body shone like a terrifying sun, and a sound wave transformed into a golden ripple that spread out from his mouth. That roar was vast and boundless, like the cry of an ancient god, and it was boundlessly terrifying, as if it could shatter mountains and rivers. Puff! The silver-haired woman who had just flown out of the restaurant exploded directly, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! A gasp sounded in the field. Everyone was shocked, and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying. That woman was a reincarnation developing realm existence, but she was killed by a roar. Someone in the restaurant screamed, and his face was pale with fright. What a terrifying secret method inheritance. The eyes of Lu Jiuge, the fifth prince of the Fire Raven clan, overflowed with divine light, and his heart was slightly touched. This reminded him of the talent inheritance of the golden-horned Azure Lion clan, Lion's Roar. The successors of the emergent sword sect were also surprised, and their expressions changed slightly. They had thought that this guy from the mortal world was very spineless, and it was despicable for him to snitch on them for the sake of the spiritual marrow. They had never thought that in the blink of an eye, Lin Sun seemed to have become another person. His divine power was matchless, arrogant, and domineering, and it shocked them. Xia Yutong's heart was in turmoil, and his face was gloomy. It had only been a few years, and he couldn't imagine how the country boy who had just arrived at the Forbidden City could become so powerful. He couldn't accept this. The roar shocked everyone, but for Lin Sun, this was the result of him deliberately controlling his strength. Otherwise, the entire restaurant was bound to disintegrate and turn into powder in an instant. At this moment, his figure was tall and graceful, overflowing with an illusory green glow. His temperament was otherworldly and ethereal, but his power was unparalleled, like a demon god descending to the mortal world. Only Gochi was left in the restaurant. He looked at Lin Sun in despair, and his heart was drowned in fear. Only now did he fully realize how terrifying this young man in front of him was. Lin Sun, are you planning to become the enemy of the Black Demon Tengu tribe? Gochi gritted his teeth. He could only rely on the power of his tribe to intimidate Lin Sun. Crack, Lin Sun didn't bother to talk nonsense. He leaped forward and continued to kill. There was no suspense at all, and in the blink of an eye, Gochi's neck was broken. With a bang, Gochi turned back to his original form, the huge black dog body lying on the ground, blood gushing out. At this point, all the experts of the Black Demon Tengu tribe were killed. Or rather, it should be said that this was a massacre. They didn't meet any strong resistance at all, and were dealt with by Lin Sun as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. That kind of decisive killing and invincible power made the hearts of the guests in the restaurant tremble again. He was too strong, and it subverted their imagination. Lin Sun seemed to have done something that couldn't be more casual. He picked up the black dog body that Gochi had transformed into and stuffed it into his storage ring. However, before he left, he looked at the other box and locked his eyes on Xia Yutong. Xia Yutong's eyes narrowed, and he was a little surprised. Did this guy still want to do something to him? Shui Quanlan, who was at the side, looked calm and thoughtful. Lu Jiuge was drinking and watching from the side, and the heirs of the emergent sword sect nearby were secretly on guard. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little quiet and oppressive. Lin Sun smiled and said, "You did well just now. It's best that you draw a clear line between us. This way, it'll save you the trouble of having the Black Sea Tengu tribe find trouble with you because of me. From now on, we're no longer friends." Lin Sun heard what Xia Yutong had said before. In front of the heirs of the emergent sword sect and Lu Jiuge, Xia Yutong regarded him as an uncouth country boy and was ashamed to be associated with him. This made Lin Sun feel bitterly disappointed. He didn't want to retaliate against Xia Yutong, but from now on, if Xia Yutong slandered and humiliated him like this again, then don't blame him for being impolite. After saying that, he withdrew his gaze and floated away. Xia Yutong's expression was uncertain, and he seemed to be extremely angry. He suddenly stood up and looked at Lin Sun from afar like lightning, as if he was going to teach Lin Sun a lesson. "Junior brother Xia, don't be angry. He's just a guy who gets carried away. Why bother with him?" Shui Quanlan smiled and stopped Xia Yutong. "Yes, this guy is very arrogant. He even dared to make an enemy of the Black Demon Tengu tribe. It won't be long before he is doomed." "That's right. The Black Sea Tengu clan is so powerful that even the ancient orthodoxies in the world don't dare to provoke them. He's just a coarse youth from the lower realm, yet he chose to make enemies with such a clan. Isn't he courting death?" Other successors of Yuhua sword sect also comforted him. Xia Yutong sighed in his heart and sat down silently. In fact, he was still angry and wanted to kill Lin Sun with his own hands. Did he really think that he could be lawless and disregard me just because he became stronger? This was the reason for Xia Yutong's anger. In fact, it was a psychological gap. A long time ago, he had never taken Lin Sun seriously and regarded him as an uncouth country boy. But he was born in the Xia family, one of the 7 top aristocratic families of Zhou Empire. His talent was outstanding, and his status and identity were not comparable to Lin Sun at all. Until he entered the ancient Desolation realm to cultivate, he successfully joined Yuhua sword sect to cultivate, which gave him a natural sense of superiority when facing Lin Sun. But the things that happened today made him feel embarrassed. He suddenly realized that the young man he looked down upon had now grown to a point where he was about to surpass him. How could he, who had always been proud, accept this? This young man is not simple. Lu Jioga, the 5th prince of the Fire Raven clan, who had been watching from the side, said softly. His eyes were surging with divine light. If it's possible for him to appear at the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival, I'd be interested in sparring with him. Immediately, Xue Kuanglan, Xia Yutong, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lu Jioga to think so highly of Lin Sun. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise in the restaurant. I'm sure that he's the peerless talent that rose in the fire spirit state. A young man like a demon. It must be him. The Black Demon Tengu clan wanted him, but he took the initiative to show up and kill his opponent. Only he has the courage to do so. My God, this demon Lin actually appeared in our Snow Maple City? There was an uproar in the restaurant, and everyone was extremely shocked. Previously, they despised Lin Sun's behavior, thinking that he was shameless and wanted to tell the Black Demon Tengu clan about Demon Lin's whereabouts. Who would have thought that he was Demon Lin? This was embarrassing and also made people sigh with emotion. Perhaps only Demon Lin dared to come and claim his own reward. Hearing these discussions, Xue Kuanglan, Lu Jioga, and Xia Yutong suddenly realized something. This young man from the lower realm was really Lin Sun, the Demon Lin who had risen to fame in the Westhang boundary. What was funny was that Xia Yutong had said with certainty that these two Lin Sun were not the same person, but merely had the same name. Xia Yutong clenched his fists quietly, and his heart was filled with unspeakable shame and indignation. A youth that he had never thought much of had now become Fiend God Lin, who shocked and caused an uproar. He could not accept it. At this moment, even Xue Kuanglan was silent for a moment, and then he chuckled. In this case, I also want to learn from him and see his ability. I hope he has the opportunity to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. All the descendants of Feather Sword sect looked at each other. A young man from the mortal world had made such a big sensation. Not only did he arouse the interest of Lu Jioga, the 5th prince of Fire Raven clan, but also Xue Kuanglan, one of the 5 inherited disciples of Feather Sword sect, seemed to pay attention to this young man, which inevitably caught them off guard. If you dare to appear in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, I will defeat you with my own hands first. Xia Yutong's heart surged with hatred, and his teeth were almost crushed. Dude, what happened in the restaurant? Outside the restaurant, a strong practitioner of Wind Whisperer clan began to inquire about the news like a cat smelling blood. When he learned everything he wanted to know, the strong practitioner's eyes shone with excitement and he grinned. Big news, absolutely big news. The strong practitioner of Wind Whisperer clan seemed to be able to imagine that when he spread the news, it was bound to cause a sensation and attract everyone's attention. He made a prompt decision, turned around, and went to the message tree to spread the news as soon as possible. However, just as he moved, he was stopped. Are you going to spread the news? Why do you ask if you know? Get out of the way, don't waste time. The strong practitioner of Wind Whisperer clan was very impatient. However, when he saw the appearance of the person who stopped him, he jumped 3 feet high and said involuntarily, Lin. Lin. Before he could say anything, Lin Sun glared at him, and he immediately shut his mouth. What's your name? Lin Sun asked. Bai Xiaoxing. Good name. Hey, Lin. Child Lin, what can I do for you? Bai Xiaoxing asked. Do me a favor and spread the news that I, Lin Sun, have no intention to be the enemy of the entire Black Sea Dog tribe. But if they still don't intend to stop, don't blame me for being rude. Young Master Lin, can I ask exactly how you will be impolite? Bai Xiaoxing's heart itched and he was extremely curious. Lin Sun said in a joking tone, maybe one day, you will slaughter all the black demonic dogs in the world? Bai Xiaoxing was instantly flabbergasted. This wasn't just impolite, it was obvious that he wanted to annihilate the entire Black Sea Tengu clan. He couldn't help but ask, young master, are you joking? Just take it as a joke. Lin Sun said with a smile. Then he floated away. However, Lin Sun didn't expect that soon after he left Snow Maple City, the all-seeing star made such a big movement. Demon God Lin has appeared in Snow Maple City and killed a group of Black Sea Tengu experts in a fit of rage. At the same time, Demon God Lin announced that he has no intention to be the enemy of the Black Sea Tengu clan. But if the Black Sea Tengu clan still doesn't intend to stop, he will slaughter all the black demonic dogs in the world one day. On this day, when the news spread, the whole Snow Maple City was in an uproar. Demon God Lin is so fierce and domineering. Who dares to ignore the threat of the Black Sea Tengu clan like him? Many practitioners exclaimed, thinking that Lin Sun was full of courage and his demonic power was shocking. For so many years, I haven't seen any younger generation dare to declare war on the Black Sea Tengu clan like Demon God Lin. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Some practitioners of the older generation sighed with emotion. Humph, this lad has just risen for a few days. Does he really think he is invincible in the world? Too hard is easy to break. His arrogance is like a meteor in the sky, destined to disappear in a flash and die in this world, unable to live long. Some practitioners thought otherwise, thinking that Lin Sun's move was too stupid. Wanting to fight against the entire Black Sea Tengu clan alone was no different from an egg hitting a stone or an ant trying to shake a tree. They were afraid that he would be doomed before long. No matter what, this news about Lin Sun set off a great uproar, shaking the whole city and spreading to the whole Cloud Dream State at an astonishing speed. Some strong practitioners of the Black Sea Tengu clan were so angry that they almost went berserk. Slaughter all the black demonic dogs in the world, this lad should be killed. Moreover, they were also dissatisfied with the Wind Whisperer clan. What the hell was this news? It was so insulting. How could the Wind Whisperer clan say such words? Realizing that the situation was not good, the strong practitioners of the Wind Whisperer clan quickly spread the news. Friends of the Black Sea Tengu clan, please don't misunderstand. This is what Demon God Lin said, it doesn't represent the attitude of the Wind Whisperer clan. But no matter what, this news caused a great uproar and even attracted the attention of many major forces. They began to investigate and understand Lin Sun's identity and background. For a time, Lin Sun, like a comet, officially entered the vision of many major forces with this series of deeds. However, the Westing world was too large after all, with thousands of provinces. Although Lin Sun's deeds were sensational, they were only limited to one area. His reputation had not yet reached the point of shaking the whole Westing world. But as time went by, more and more practitioners and forces in the Westing world would inevitably know the existence of Lin Sun. This was fame. Among the younger generation, some people became famous all over the world by virtue of their superb talent, and some people were known by their identity and status. There were also some people like Lin Sun, who had gone through countless bloody battles and killed their way to fame. For Lin Sun, he had just arrived in the Westing world for less than half a year. Among the younger generation, he could only be regarded as a rising star. Although his influence was fermenting and spreading, he was still far behind some peerless talents who were famous in the whole Westing world. Of course, this was only the difference of fame and influence, not the real comparison of fighting power. On the main trunk of the message tree, there were 3 ice leaves the size of cattail leaf fans, displaying different scenes. On the first leaf, Lin Sun was fighting against the mysterious masked girl in the sky like a demon god. On the second leaf, there was a bounty order from the Black Sea Dog tribe, full of bloody murderous spirit, which was frightening. On the third leaf, there was the news about Lin Sun killing a group of strong Black Sea Dog tribe in the Drunken Flower Shade restaurant, including Lin Sun's voice against the Black Sea Dog tribe. The successors of Feather Sword sect and Lu Jioga, the 5th prince of the Fire Raven clan, stood there, staring at the different messages on the 3 leaves, and fell into a long silence. Suddenly, an invisible aura surged from Lu Jioga's body, causing his fiery red robe to flutter. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he released a terrifying aura. This shocked everyone nearby. Their expressions changed greatly, and they all retreated. Almost at the same time, Shuaquanlan, who was standing in silence, also shot out a fierce sword intent straight into the sky. His black hair fluttered while his ramrod straight figure was peerlessly terrifying like a sword, and his imposing aura caused the hearts of the nearby people to tremble and gasp. However, neither Lu Jiuge nor Zhuo Quanlan seemed to be aware of it. Their eyes were fixed on the battle on the first leaf, without blinking. Even they had been aroused with the fighting spirit in their hearts, some sharp-eyed people immediately saw that the aura reflected around Lu Jiuge and Zhuo Quanlan was affected by the battle on the screen. This was the feeling of aura between the peerless talents. It was quite subtle, and only those who had reached their level could understand it. Xia Yutong also saw the scene. His heart was in turmoil, and he felt more and more resentful. He couldn't imagine how Lin Sun could grow so fast. The peerless demeanor of looking down on the mountains and rivers shocked him. Until he saw the unintentional aura of Zhuo Quanlan and Lu Jiuge, which made Xia Yutong feel like he was dreaming. Did this mean that Lin Sun already had the potential and foundation to fight against Senior Zhuo and Lu Jiuge? No, impossible. How could he rise so fast in just a few years? Xia Yutong couldn't accept it. He was eager to see Lin Sun and fight him head-on. Only by defeating Lin Sun could he get rid of the knot in his heart. Perhaps this could already be called an inner demon. If he didn't get rid of it, it would definitely become a hindrance to his cultivation. Xia Yutong was very smart and talented. Otherwise, he couldn't have achieved what he had today. He almost instantly judged that Lin Sun had become a knot in his heart. If he didn't defeat Lin Sun, his state of mind was bound to leave a shadow. For practitioners, once such a thing happened, it was simply a disaster. It would seriously affect their cultivation and even stop them on the road of cultivation. However, Xia Yutong had never thought that there would be such a day. A young man who he had never paid attention to could affect his mind now. If this kid is able to survive the pursuit of the Black Sea Tengu clan, he will definitely become a top figure among the younger generation of our Western Han world that cannot be ignored. At this time, Lu Jiuge suddenly spoke and made such a judgment. Is the battle of the world really coming? A young man who was unknown in the past can rise like a comet. In today's world, how many people are there like him who rose to fame from obscurity? Zhuo Quanlan murmured, his eyes full of frightening light. Zhuo Quanlan and Lu Jiuge glanced at each other as though they were telepathic. They could see through each other's thoughts. When Lin Sun appeared, there was no doubt that they found another worthy opponent. Of course, the premise was that this young man could survive this confrontation with the Black Demon Dog tribe. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. It was also in the evening of the same day that groups of Black Sea Spirit Cavalry began to appear in Snow Maple City. Groups after groups of experts belonging to the Black Sea Tengu race appeared with murderous intent. Gathering together, the entire Snow Maple City was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. In the wilderness, the mountains stretched on. In the evening, the sunset glow was like fire, dyeing the green sky red and bathing the mountains in it, showing a magnificent orange red. The sunset was infinitely beautiful, but it was near dusk. Lin Sun walked alone in the ancient and primitive mountain forest. The luster cast by the sunset glow made his handsome figure very long. Occasionally, the roar of beasts and the cry of birds could be heard, which made the wilderness more quiet. Creation of all things, Tao follows nature. Cultivation and enlightenment should be sought from heaven and earth. Lin Sun walked steadily in the mountain forest with his clothes fluttering in the wind. The ancient forest was also dyed with a layer of brilliant red, hazy like smoke. Along the way, Lin Sun ran the secret method of Qianxia's heart, and his state of mind showed a kind of dustless and ethereal state, like a clear lake, which could reflect the changes of all things in the world. He was pondering the Tao of water he had mastered. Now, he was close to breaking through the level of reincarnation developing realm, and he only needed to break through the level of Tao of water. Hualala before long, a turbulent river rushed out of the mountain valley, like a jade belt, flowing into the distance. The waves were like pearls, splashing and rolling, shining with illusory and transparent luster in the setting sun. Lin Sun stood upright by the river, meditating in meditation. His figure was tall and straight, motionless, as if he had turned into a sculpture. Until the twilight faded and the night fell, he turned around and floated away. The best is like water. Because it has nothing, it can enter into no space, omnipresent, and endless. At night, Lin Sun sat quietly by a stream, immersed in meditation both physically and mentally. Nothing in the world is weaker than water, and no one who is strong can defeat it. This is called the combination of softness and hardness. The next morning, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. The moment he opened his eyes, a drop of dew slipped down from a grass leaf beside him. It was crystal and round, drawing an arc in the void and falling to the ground, breaking into strands of watermarks, and then infiltrating into the soil and disappearing. Linson was stunned and seemed to understand something. After a while, he got up and continued to move forward. Rumble, in front of a quiet and secluded valley, a waterfall poured down from the precipice like a white dragon, and it charged into a jade-green pond, causing a myriad of waves to splash up. Linson had been standing here for a day and a night, watching the waterfall, the spray, the mist, the ripples and waves of the green pool. Linson squatted down and looked at a rock on the side of the green pool when it was late at night, sparkling with the starlight. There were many honeycomb-like holes on the surface of the rock, and the diameter was only as thick as a thumb. There were many honeycomb-like holes on the surface of the rock, and the diameter was only the thickness of a thumb. Linson murmured, "The waterfall, the spray, the mist, the ripples, the waves, are ever-changing, demonstrating the essence of water to the extreme. However, all the changes are the same as the essence of water." All kinds of understanding flowed into Linson's heart like a trickle, making his chi as clear and mellow as water. Before, Lin chi, Lin, he, mountain, and water. Lin rose. And rose. Lin. He stretched out his 5 fingers and waved casually. Some water droplets splashed out of the waterfall, as if they were controlled, were suddenly elongated from round and clear, and turned into tiny needle-like sharp water swords, crystal clear. Clatter as soon as they appeared, they shot out of the valley. The night was as dark as ink. It was dark and quiet outside the valley, but now there was a muffled sound, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Almost at the same time, Linson appeared here. There were 6 corpses lying on the ground, with a bloody hole where their hearts were, still bleeding. Their eyes were wide open with a look of horror. They came so fast. Linson frowned. The corpses on the ground were the strong men of the Black Demon Dog tribe, which made him realize that from tonight on, the journey was destined to be turbulent again. Moreover, since the Black Demon Dog tribe didn't intend to stop, they would definitely send out a stronger force than before. However, Linson didn't worry about anything. Unless a Real King appeared, it would be difficult for others to threaten him. On the 7th day after leaving Snow Maple City, Linson's body sank little by little in the depths of a vast lake in the mountains. In the process, he emptied himself and focused on perceiving the breath, power, flow, and rhythm of the water, until he sank to the bottom of the lake. Linson opened his eyes and waved his palm. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the water and rotated rapidly. Soon, the whirlpool accumulated more and more water, making a rumbling sound. Then, the vast lake was stirred, setting off stormy waves, and a huge whirlpool water column appeared, rushing up to the sky. Boom! At that moment, it was like a white dragon rushing out of the lake, spinning wildly, rolling up thousands of waves, making the lake water boil. Looking carefully, the void seemed to be broken into pieces, turning into turbulent flows. More than a dozen black figures, men and women, appeared on the lakeside. At this moment, they all looked at the whirlpool water column in the middle of the lake in surprise. Whoosh! After the water rushed to the clouds, it turned into a heavy rain and poured down. Suddenly, the area was covered with misty rain and dyed with gorgeous and dreamy rainbows. Noiselessly, like a dream, like a thread, the rain fell on the bodies of those men and women. Puff! Puff! Suddenly, a terrible scene appeared. Those men and women had no time to react. Their bodies seemed to be cut by thousands of sharp blades and fell to the ground with blood and flesh. In the distance, the lake was bright and misty, while the lakeside silently turned into a bloody purgatory. Corpses and bones turned into mud, and the air was full of blood. Whoosh! Linson's figure floated out of the lake with his hands behind his back. Standing on the misty lake, a lot of enlightenment emerged in his heart. Small is silent, large is turbulent. It has the capacity to accommodate hundreds of rivers and unfathomable implication. It stands aloof from worldly affairs and can nourish all things. If it fights with the world, it will be invincible. In the murmur, Linson's clothes fluttered and he disappeared in the vast mountains and rivers like an immortal. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the corpses by the lakeside. Because he didn't need to look at them to know that they were spies from the Black Demon Tengu tribe. It was worth mentioning that this was the 6th batch of enemies he had killed along the way. But from this day on, the enemies that appeared on the road were obviously different. Almost all of them had the cultivation of reincarnation development realm, and they were vigilant and experienced. There was no lack of old guys who were cruel and cunning. It was getting more and more dangerous. Lin Sun had a strong sense of vigilance. He realized that he didn't have much time left. Maybe it wouldn't be long before the half-step king or even the real kings would come one after another. It was the 15th day since he left Snow Maple City. Boom, a fierce battle was taking place between the mountains. Lin Sun fought alone against 8 great practitioners of reincarnation development realm from the Black Demon Tengu tribe. These old guys had rich combat experience and were good at joint attacks. They were extremely difficult to deal with. However, Lin Sun was not afraid. He was surrounded by mellow and clear Tao runes, and the clear divine brilliance was like a boiling glow. Above the void, his divine power was immeasurable, and he was as brilliant as the sun, illuminating the mountains and rivers. The sound of the collision was like thunder. In this area, the mountains collapsed, the ancient trees turned into ashes, and the void was full of raging divine brilliance and secret techniques. Spiritual treasures whistled and scattered the clouds in all directions. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the beasts wailed and ran, and the fierce birds fled in panic. The terrible fluctuations of the battle were about to turn this place into a land of devastation and death. Kill. The enemies exerted all their strength and displayed their trump cards. The power was terrible. 8 great practitioners of reincarnation development realm besieged a young man of Tao Insight realm. If this was spread out, it would definitely cause a great sensation in the Westing world. If people knew that Lin Sun, who was alone from beginning to end, was not suppressed, but had the upper hand, they would not know what to think. Puff, an ice dragon soared into the sky, as if it was made of ice and snow. With a wave of its tail, it swept away one of the great practitioners of reincarnation development realm. His bones and muscles were broken, and he died on the spot. At this moment, the ice drake steps actually displayed a terrifying killing power that was different from the norm. Boom, the Swanee seal appeared, surging with Tao runes and water light, showing a majestic and boundless power. It broke the void and smashed a great practitioner of reincarnation development realm to the ground. His body was smashed flat, and the ground was stained with blood and flesh. At the same time, Lin Sun's fist force roared and rushed forward. The terrible Tao runes and water light appeared, with an earth-shaking and invincible spirit. Bang, the treasure was blown away with a wail. Bang, the enemy, like falling into the sea of a storm, was drowned by the mighty fist force, and then his body collapsed and disintegrated, turning into blood mist. Today, Lin Sun was really different from the past. He had an unprecedented spirit, like a majestic sea, overwhelming and invincible. Compared with the past, his power was more than a level stronger. In just a moment, the 8 great practitioners of reincarnation development realm were all killed, and no one survived. On the other hand, Lin Sun was completely unharmed. His tall and handsome figure stood upright in the void while he was surrounded by a misty Taoist light, and he seemed like an otherworldly immortal. This was the power of Tao. After many years of meditation and speculation, Lin Sun finally realized the meaning of the Tao of water from the nature of heaven and earth. Water covered all things, combining hardness and softness. There was nothing in the world that was weaker than water, and no one who was strong could defeat it. It had a myriad of changes, so it was invincible. It had no fixed shape, so it was omnipresent, able to accommodate hundreds of rivers, and unfathomable. Without struggle, all things would be silently moistened. With struggle, the world would be invincible. The ancient sages said, the best is like water. This was the Tao of water. Different from the Tao runes of water, it was a kind of cognition and insight of the meaning of Tao, a new understanding and control of its power. If the realm of Tao runes only grasped the traces of Tao, then the realm of Tao was where the meaning of Tao was. The difference between the two was only one word, but the realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. The realm of Tao meaning was the second stage of enlightenment, which was beyond the Tao aura. When a practitioner reached this realm, he could use the power of Tao meaning to integrate it into his own cultivation, such as fighting or cultivation. Generally speaking, even if it was a great practitioner who had reached the level of reincarnation developing realm, only a small number of them could comprehend the power of Tao meaning in the creation of heaven and earth. However, Lin Sun could see through the Tao meaning of water with the foundation of Tao insight realm, which was undoubtedly very unique and different from the world. He could be regarded as an anomaly. The setting sun shone, and the clouds of fire were burning. Lin Sun's figure appeared in front of a calm blue lake. The surface of the lake was clear, like a clear and bright mirror, reflecting the scenery at a glance. The images of the nearby mountains and rivers were all projected on the surface of the lake, big and small. Lin Sun's state of mind was also as calm as still water, tranquil and peaceful. He naturally perceived and understood the beauty of heaven and earth that he had never perceived before. The beauty of heaven and earth was unspoken, the four seasons were unspoken, and everything in the world was unspoken. Only by meditating and experiencing could one understand its meaning. This was a wonderful effect of the state of mind after comprehending the Tao meaning of water. The mind is as still as water, and can reflect the universe. Lin Sun stood on the lakeside, opened his fist, and silently performed the mystery of 9 strikes for shaking heaven. He didn't use his cultivation, but his fist strength was filled with a kind of lustrous and translucent water essence, like flowing water in clouds, ethereal and simple, without a trace of worldly aura, which was indescribably beautiful. Clatter on the lakeside in the distance, a ripple was set off on the calm surface of the lake, which seemed to be drawn by the invisible fist strength and resonated. After a short moment, the ripples on the lake transformed into surging and enormous waves that rumbled like thunder, and water pillars that were 300 meters tall surged like numerous water dragons that were pulled by the force of the fist and whistled through the sky. In the end, the entire heavens and the earth were filled with a myriad of streams of water. The boundless glow of water surged through the world, and it revealed a boundlessly powerful and boundless aura. The world began to tremble, the nearby mountains were shaking, and the luxuriant ancient trees were rustling. Some fierce birds and beasts living in the mountains were all trembling and fleeing. Boom, as Lin Sun became more and more engrossed in his practice, the trembling rhythm of heaven and earth became more and more intense, and the mountains and lakes were completely filled with terrifying water light. Even from 100 miles away, one could hear the surging fist energy. It was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. It was truly too astounding. He didn't utilize any spirit energy and merely fused the water Tao insight into his fist, yet it deduced a terrifying might that caused the heavens and the earth to resonate and everything in the world to tremble. At this moment, Lin Sun's tall and handsome figure was surrounded by wisps of water light, which made him look unreal and unreal. Boom, suddenly, he withdrew the force in his fist and took a step forward. An ice dragon soared into the sky, and it was an entire 3 kilometers long. Its body was like a coiled mountain ridge, and it was lustrous and crystalline. It raised its head and roared like a dragon, and it was simply like a true primeval ice dragon had appeared and moved through the world. Dragon ice steps, crack, with a flick of its tail, a nearby mountain range collapsed. At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly raised his head, and 2 lightning-like beams shot out of his eyes. He held his hands in the air and gently pressed them down. A shocking scene appeared. The mountain that was originally collapsing actually stopped abruptly as if it had been shackled and fixed in place. The splashing dust and gravel all stopped there, motionless. The whole scene showed a state of stillness. Basha prohibition, all this was not the end. In the following time, Lin Sun performed the mysteries of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, such as Swanee Seal, Swanee Chi, Swanee Strike, Yazi Fury, Puleo Roar, etc. But different from the past, the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, which was fused with the water Tao insight, had produced an earth-shaking transformation, and was more than twice as powerful as before. Until the night fell, Lin Sun was still performing the power of martial arts, using the water Tao insight as the guide to rebuild his own combat effectiveness. No one knew how long it had been. Boom, Lin Sun suddenly stopped, and the terrible power that was turbulent between heaven and earth suddenly seemed to have lost its traction and dissipated. At the same time, Lin Sun's whole body was filled with a terrible momentum, which spread in all directions. In a twinkling of an eye, all the birds and beasts within a radius of 100 miles fell to the ground, shivering and paralyzed with fear. This was the terrifying aura of a peerless king, and it belonged to the might of someone at the peak of the heavenly passage realm. It was like a ruler among kings, and it affected all living creatures, causing them to tremble and feel an irresistible desire to submit to it. This is the real perfection. I finally achieved it. Lin Sun's eyes burst with brilliant light, tearing the darkness, and his whole body glowed with a kind of perfect and ethereal unique aura. He could clearly feel the surge of his strength, which was much stronger than before. Whether it was the power of his soul or the power of his cultivation, it could be said to have skyrocketed. Soon, all the visions returned to calm. The lake was calm, sprinkled with silver starlight, sparkling. The mountains in the distance were silent, shrouded in the curtain of night. Occasionally, the sound of insects could be heard, which was very quiet. Lin Sun had a feeling that as long as he raised his hand, he could pick up the stars in the sky, and with a step, he could cross endless mountains and rivers. Of course, this was an illusion after the improvement of his strength, but Lin Sun was really powerful. If he was the king of the Tao Insight realm before, he could suppress all enemies. But now, even if there was a king of the Tao Insight realm, he was competent to suppress him easily. Next, I can start to prepare for the promotion to the reincarnation development realm. Lin Sun smiled, and a touch of joy flashed in his heart. As early as when he was in Xiao Empire, he had stayed in the Tao Insight realm. It was not until now that he had finally reached the perfection of this realm. This was no less than successfully climbing a dangerous peak, and there was a kind of joy of conquest and success. Here. A cold voice sounded in the distance, immediately breaking the quiet atmosphere and adding a sense of chilliness to the mountains and rivers in the night. Go. Along with the shout, the night was illuminated by the brilliant divine light. 4 or 5 figures shone all over like scorching suns as they rushed over. Each of them had a terrifying aura, and they were all in the half-step king realm. As soon as they attacked, the mountains and rivers couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed with a bang. The void was chaotic, and everything was in turmoil. The real danger had finally begun. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Half-step king realm experts had started to travel together. This was not a good sign, and it proved that the Black Demon Tengu clan had started to get serious. Clang, without hesitation, Lin Sun directly took out the broken blade and rushed forward to start a fierce battle. He had no intention of escaping. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly and he had comprehended the power of Tao, he was worried that he couldn't find an opponent to practice with. Moreover, Lin Sun also wanted to try how terrifying the power of the broken blade controlled by the wordless inheritance of Taoist pattern formation would be after it was integrated with the power of water Tao. In a gorge that was densely covered in jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, Go Xuxing had his hands behind his back while he stood under the night sky with an icy cold expression. 2 old men sat cross-legged by his side. Both of them wore black robes and were senile, but they emanated a suffocating and terrifying pressure just by sitting there casually. They were called Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong. Both of them were old fellows in the king realm, and they'd made a name for themselves many years ago. Their strengths were even slightly stronger than Go Chi, who died at Lin Sun's hands. Old fellows like them rarely made an appearance in the world. They were either in closed-door cultivation to comprehend the secrets of immortality, or they were preparing to overcome the tribulation and attain immortality. It was utterly impossible to ask them to come for ordinary matters. But this time, they had no choice but to come. The reason was very simple. As a king of their Black Demon Tengu clan, Go Chi had died miserably outside without leaving a corpse. This caused the entire Black Demon Tengu clan to be shocked, and they were unable to tolerate this. Moreover, in the recent period of time, the news of Lin Sun repeatedly defeating the experts of their Black Demon Tengu clan by himself had caused an extremely shocking and mighty uproar, and it caused Lin Sun's reputation to rise greatly. But this was undoubtedly an extraordinary humiliation to their Black Demon Tengu clan. If they didn't kill Lin Sun, then wouldn't it mean that their entire Black Demon Tengu clan couldn't even do anything to a youth at the Insight realm? How would they gain a foothold in West Hing region if that happened? Slaughter all the Black Demon Tengu clan in the world? This kid is really arrogant to the point he's courting death. We'll surely burn his bones and scatter his ashes this time. Go Yangbua spoke indifferently. His figure was emaciated, his eyes were long and narrow, and his aura was gloomy and ghastly. So many days have passed, yet we still haven't heard the news of this kid's death. Xuxing, is your deduction wrong? On the other side, Go Yangtong frowned as he spoke. His face was densely covered in wrinkles while his eyes were muddy, and he seemed extremely old. However, in terms of might, he wasn't inferior to Go Yangbua. Absolutely not. Go Xuxing answered resolutely. The reason he escaped last time was entirely because he possessed a treasured ship that seemed to be a saint artifact. Moreover, the reason why Lord Goda suffered at that time was because he was heavily injured by a single-horned golden-eyed beast king, and it wasn't because of this kid. Right, Go Shan and Go Hai, the two half-step kings, were killed by that single-horned golden-eyed beast king as well. If we really fought, that kid wouldn't be a match for us at all. As soon as he spoke up to this point, an indescribable feeling of grievance and hatred surged in Go Xuxing's heart. The defeat last time was truly too miserable. They were completely tricked by that kid. If they were to fight head-on, that kid probably wouldn't be able to kill them even if he had 100 lives. But why is it that after so many days have passed, we still haven't been able to capture this kid, and instead, we've lost so many clansmen? Go Yangtong's expression was cold and indifferent. Xuxing, the mistake you made last time was too severe. If it wasn't for your grandfather pleading for you and hoping to give you another chance to redeem yourself, the clan would have stripped you of your position as young master a long time ago and punished you severely. He paused for a moment before he continued, if you still don't seize this opportunity, you should be aware of the severity of the consequences even without me telling you. Go Xuxing's heart sank, and he said with a livid expression, I understand. Just now, I've already sent out 5 half-step kings. Tonight, we'll absolutely be able to take this kid's head. Go Yangtong said lightly, I hope so. If you can't do it, then we'll have to do it. But at that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to redeem yourself anymore. Go Xuxing's heart tightened, and his face became even more livid. The Black Demon Tengu clan was extremely large, and its forces were spread all over the ancient Desolation region. It had hundreds of thousands of clansmen, which was an astonishing number. And there were also many direct descendants of young masters like Go Xuxing, who had the title of Thousand People Slayer. Others might not understand, but Go Xuxing knew very well how cruel and bloody the competition within the clan was. To stand out among the younger generation, one needed more than just strength. Go Xuxing's position in the clan today was all because he had stepped over piles of corpses, and experienced storms of blood to achieve it. It looked dazzling, but Go Xuxing knew very well that once he lost his power, there would be many people in the clan who would kick him when he was down, and he would never have the chance to rise again. Just like the 2 King Realm old monsters beside him, Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong, who seemed to be here to help him kill Lin Sun. But in fact, the 2 old guys wanted him to fail completely. The reason was simple. Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong were the supporters of another 1,000 People Slayer young master, and they were competitors with Go Xuxing's force. Therefore, even though he had suffered heavy losses, Go Xuxing would rather send his own force to kill Lin Sun than let Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong do it. Once that happened, Go Xuxing would never have the chance to redeem himself and make a comeback. This time, I have to win. Go Xuxing secretly clenched his fists. He had calmly analyzed the reason for his last failure, and finally came to a conclusion. As long as he didn't fall into a trap like last time, and sent 5 half-step King Realm experts to kill Lin Sun together, he would definitely die. Go Xuxing even suspected that even the peerless geniuses of the entire ancient Desolation territory would be doomed if they were to face such a siege. After all, it was a group of half-step King Realm experts. Even if they were not real kings, their power was not something that a random peerless talent could fight against. Tonight, I will wait for the good news, and turn things around so that those bastards who want to kick me when I'm down will never have an excuse to attack me again. Go Xuxing murmured to himself. He inadvertently glanced at Go Yangtong and Go Yangtong, his expression uncertain. In the mountains. The battle erupted intensely. Divine radiance engulfed everything, collapsing mountain peaks and causing rocks to crack apart. Rumbling sounds rang through the air. Boom, the snow-white saber radiance swept past a stone mountain and sliced off a section of the mountain that was thousands of feet tall as if it was cutting through tofu. The scene was terrifying, just like the ancient saber immortals in the legends who could slice mountains and split seas. Lin Sun's figure flickered as he moved in the void. An ice dragon raised its head and roared, coiling around its body, releasing terrifying power. But even so, the situation of the 9 Revolutions 9 being besieged could not be resolved in a short time. 5 half-step kings were using their full strength, releasing boundless divine might as they activated secret arts and spirit treasures, completely sealing off the area. Rumble, sometimes, they fought fiercely above the 9 heavens, and sometimes, they whistled through the vast wilderness. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the earth cracked into terrifying ravines that spread out. Some living beings didn't even have time to escape and were directly crushed on the spot. Such a scene was too horrifying to behold. If this were to happen in the city, it would definitely be a disaster that would lead to endless bloodshed. "Little bastard, hand over your life." Amidst an icy cold shout, an old man charged over. He held a brilliant and glowing scroll in his hand. The sun, moon, and stars were reflected within the scroll, and they cycled through it. Ciphers surged out like a torrential rain, and they were filled with terrifying crushing force. This was a unique and miraculous ancient treasure. Once the scroll was unfolded, it seemed to be able to cover the heavens and the earth, and it enveloped everything within it and completely refined them. On the other side, a mighty middle-aged man's wrist shook, and a blood-red spear flashed out. Layer upon layer of spear images pierced through space and emanated peerlessly terrifying penetrative force. Besides this, there was a golden hammer that emanated lightning that struck down, and it was simply like a bolt of lightning descending from the 9 heavens while raging with an aura of slaughter and destruction. The person that held the golden lightning hammer was a woman with a delicate figure, yet her imposing aura was extraordinarily ferocious and terrifying. Dazzling lightning surged on her body, and she seemed like a divine spirit that was bathed in lightning and was born. On the other hand, a man in scholar's robe stood in the surroundings. He had an indifferent expression while a golden lamp floated above his palm. This golden lamp was simple and mysterious. As the wick swayed, thousands of tiny sparks drifted out, which turned into a golden flame dragon and enveloped this area. Looking down from the sky, it was like thousands of golden lights were blooming here, bright and dazzling, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The man in scholar's robes holding the golden lamp was guarding the formation to prevent Lin Sun from escaping. In the face of such a siege, Lin Sun's pressure also doubled, and his expression became unprecedentedly serious. In the past, he had also killed half-step kings with the help of insignificant spiritual bow and blue sky arrow. For example, he killed a half-step king of voodoo barbarian tribe in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and killed Sun Heng, the supreme elder of Lingji sect a few days ago. He had never really confronted a half-step king of half-step kings. But today, after comprehending the power of Tao and thoroughly reaching the Tao insight realm, Lin Sun really began to fight with a half-step king of half-step kings. Moreover, he had to face the siege of 5 half-step kings alone. The pressure was really great. Since the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun had been in a situation of being suppressed. Not to mention killing enemies, it seemed a little difficult for him to break through the siege. If it weren't for the further transformation of the power of ice drake steps after the integration of the power of water Tao, Lin Sun was likely to have been seriously injured, but anyway, Lin Sun finally resisted this kind of suppression. Moreover, in the fierce battle, Lin Sun was honing himself by fusing the Yuan inheritance of Taoist formation diagram with the Tao meaning of water, so as to deduce a brand new spirit control technique, so that the broken blade also began to show the true power of a divine weapon, a magic weapon. It was a rare secret treasure. Even the real kings rarely owned it. In ancient times, there were too many incredible and horrible rumors about a magic weapon. When some ancient powerful figures used a magic weapon, they could completely cut the heaven and earth, destroy the universe, and mess up yin and yang, which was extremely terrifying. Even though the broken blade was damaged, it was a true magic weapon after all. In the past, Lin Sun was limited by his cultivation, so he was utterly unable to fully display the might of the broken blade, but now, all of this was changing. The effects of comprehending the Tao insight of water were absolutely beyond imagination, and it allowed Lin Sun's control of the broken blade's might to start to change. Rumble, the mighty middle-aged man held a blood-red spear in his hand, and he crushed the void as he tore through the sky with a shocking momentum. Bang! The broken blade spun and flowed with a white and illusory holy luster. Even though it was blasted back, it dealt with this lethal move. This caused the mighty middle-aged man to frown and feel slight disbelief. 5 half-step kings had attacked together, yet they were unable to kill a young man at the Tao insight realm in a short period of time. This was undoubtedly unbelievable. If news of this were to spread, probably no one would believe it. It wasn't just him, the other 4 half-step kings couldn't calm down as well, and the gazes they shot at Lin Sun had changed. What kind of freak was he? He was so young and only at the Tao Insight realm, yet he was able to persist until now while being besieged by 5 half-step kings. This was simply no different from defying the heavens, in the younger generation of the 4 great worlds of the ancient Desolation region, even if it was a peerless genius, unless he utilized a heaven-defying secret treasure, otherwise, it would probably be difficult for him to accomplish this. But now, such a young man had done it. This was undoubtedly too shocking, and once news of this were to spread, it would surely cause a great uproar and stir. Kill! The old man who held the painting shouted loudly. This kid must not be allowed to survive this time. Otherwise, not only will the young master be implicated, it might even cause our clan to face the threat of a peerless enemy in the future. Rumble, the old man's might grew even more terrifying, and the painting expanded into the heavens and the earth while the sun, moon, and stars circulated and produced a terrifying obliterating force. At the same time, the hearts of the other 4 half-step kings turned cold as they realized the severity of the problem. According to the terrifying reserves and strength this kid revealed now, there was no doubt that once he was allowed to grow, he would absolutely become a peerless enemy that defied the heavens. Kill! They were all ruthless and used their trump cards. For a moment, the divine light was dazzling, and the spiritual treasure soared into the sky, illuminating the whole world. The scene was appalling. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes, and he suddenly laughed loudly. Do you still want to kill me now? It's too late. With a loud shout, Lin Sun's whole body produced a roar, and the rolling cyan divine light diffused and spread, making him look like a cyan sun, illuminating the world, mountains, and rivers. Inside his body, his essence, chi, and spirit were burning like smoke, reaching an unprecedented state of perfection. At this moment, the power of his spirit was as calm and clear as ice and snow. This was a kind of extreme power. At this moment, Lin Sun's power was greatly enhanced by the saint method of battle and the wrath of Yazi. The old man who held the painting was completely moved, and his pupils shrank. He didn't expect that at this time, this young man should suddenly burst out such a shocking power. Swish, the illusory and ethereal broken blade that was jade white like snow flashed out. Unlike before, strands of obscure and mysterious markings of the Tao actually seethed on the surface of the blade. That terrifying aura made even the heavens and earth dim and wail. The old man's expression changed again. He shouted, "Not good," and did his best to resist. Whoosh, the painting of the sun, moon, and stars in his hand was like a piece of cloth. It was easily torn in half. Then, with a puff, the old man felt a chill on his neck, and his head was directly thrown into the air. He didn't even have time to react. That kind of power was too sharp, even the elder's soul was destroyed at the same time, instantly obliterated. It was because the power of the Tao markings on the broken blade was too terrifying and incomparable, and it seemed as if there was nothing it couldn't destroy. All of this happened too quickly, and no one had imagined that merely a single slash would actually possess such divine might that shook the heavens and the earth. What was indestructible, that was it. Even half-step King Realm warriors couldn't block it, and they were caught off guard by the blade's edge. Lin Sun's strike was too sharp. It was like a flash of lightning, and a half-step King Realm expert was killed on the spot. The moment Lin Sun appeared, the old man couldn't believe it. How could such a strike come from a young man at Tao Insight Realm? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think. His soul was destroyed and he was killed on the spot. The death of the old man shocked the other 4 half-step King Realm experts, and they almost cried out. They couldn't imagine how such a scene could happen. What kind of strike was this? It seemed to be invincible, and invincible. Boom, the momentum of the broken blade didn't diminish. A crack was cut open in the void, and it spread straight to the front of a mountain. The mountain was directly flattened and collapsed. Then, the broken blade flashed lightly and returned to Lin Sun. At this time, Lin Sun's body was shining like the sun, making people unable to look at him directly. He was like a god. A broken blade as white as snow surrounded his body, shocking the soul and illuminating the mountains and rivers. Swish, without hesitation, he operated the battle saint method and the fury of Yazi to the fullest. His whole body had a kind of power that could swallow the ages. He controlled the broken blade and rushed forward. Hurry up. Let's attack together. The middle-aged man roared and slashed out with the bloody spear in his hand. On the other side, the figure of the woman bathed in lightning flickered. She waved a lightning golden hammer, and she was fierce and tyrannical. With a swish, another thin man moved like a ghost. His eyes burst with blood light, and he took out a long and narrow awl and attacked Lin Sun silently. The man in a scholar's robe who stood outside also moved. Buzz, with a light flick of his slender fingers, a golden lamp in his palm rose up, and like a furnace of chaos, it poured out a terrifying torrent of golden flames and covered Lin Sun. The golden flames were like a sea, magnificent, and had an amazing power to incinerate. It burned the void to the point of collapse, and many black holes appeared. Blood spear. Thunder hammer. Sharp awl. Golden lamp, exotic treasures and magical techniques poured out, causing this world to fall into a fierce battle. The sky was dark, and the earth was dark. Sand and stones were flying in the air, accompanied by the deafening sound of explosions. All of this vividly displayed the might of 4 half-step kings, and if it was any other cultivator, that cultivator would have probably been annihilated on the spot. However, unlike before, Lin Sun seemed to have become a completely different person. His entire body was suffused with Tao insight while divine radiance rumbled, and he was extremely powerful and arrogant. The broken blade flashed through the sky like an imposing bolt of lightning, like a divine ray of light that whistled through the sky, and it was extraordinarily swift and peerlessly sharp. Obscure markings of the Tao seethed on its surface, and it emanated a terrifying fluctuation that caused even gods and devils to tremble. It simply seemed capable of crushing gods and devils. This was the power of the king of the first realm, known as the most powerful way of cultivation. Lin Sun used the Saint method and the fury of Yazi to run it to an unprecedented extreme. It could even be said that this was the first time that Lin Sun had exerted his full strength without reservation. His blood was boiling and his fighting spirit was burning, which gave him a kind of absolute confidence and boldness to be fearless, as if he could sweep through the world. Bang! After a short moment, and all exploded into pieces. The thin man cried out in alarm and dodged in panic, but his figure suddenly showed a trace of sluggishness. This was the might of the lower tyrant restriction, and it was capable of producing a shapeless and profound effect of confinement. In the past, it was utterly incapable of being effective against half-step kings. However, after it fused with the Tao insight of water, the lower tyrant restriction had undergone a transformation, and as soon as it was executed, it instantly caught the thin man off guard. Even if it merely caused the thin man's figure to show a trace of sluggishness, it was sufficient to be lethal in such an intense battle. As expected, Lin Sun seized this opportunity, and the broken blade flashed lightly before slashing the thin man into 2 at the waist. Blood flowed like a waterfall, and the thin man died on the spot amidst a shrill cry. Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult for half-step kings to be killed. Their soul cores had developed intelligence, and they were supported by the energy of the grand Tao they possessed. So long as their soul cores didn't perish, then they would have a chance to rise from the dead. But the strength of the broken blade was too terrifying. It was a peerless divine weapon, and the obscure energy of the Tao suffused it was capable of instantly annihilating one's soul core. In other words, so long as one was killed by the broken blade, then even a god would be unable to save that person, and it was bound to be impossible for that person to come back to life. Another half-step king had been killed. This bloody scene caused the expressions of the remaining 3 half-step kings to go pale, and they were shocked and furious to the extreme. No matter how they racked their brains, they were unable to imagine how such a strange and unbelievable thing could have occurred. Their hearts trembled and were unable to calm down, and their expressions became livid and gloomy. As they fought, they seemed to become even more violent and terrifying. But all of this seemed to be in vain. At this moment, Lin Sun was immersed in a form of tempering, and he was tempering the broken blades. Completely new might. Along with him gradually fusing the Yuan character inheritance of the Tao marking formation diagram with the water Tao insight, the might of the broken blade rose step by step. The broken blade became even more dazzling to the point it seemed ethereal, and it revealed a world-shocking sharpness that was too dazzling to the point others were unable to look at it directly. On the other hand, obscure Tao marking surged and suffused its surface, and its might caused even Lin Sun himself to be shocked and surprised. Is this the true might of the broken blade? Lin Sun realized that all of this was surely related to the energy of the Tao insight he grasped. Perhaps it was precisely the energy of the Tao insight that awakened the true might of the broken blade. Bang! It wasn't long before the golden lightning hammer was directly shattered into pieces, and it transformed into a violent rain of light that sprayed down. On the other hand, the beautiful face of the woman with a delicate figure and an extremely ferocious and overbearing aura turned ghastly pale, and her figure staggered back while emitting a sharp cry. She finally felt panic and terror, and it caused all the hairs on her body to stand on end. It was too formidable. That broken blade was like a divine artifact in the hands of a god, and at that instant earlier, she almost thought she was going to die. Crack, however, before she could recover from her shock, she saw that the mighty man and the blood-red spear in his hand had been instantly slashed into two. Before he died, the mighty man still maintained a charging posture with his eyes wide open with rage. But in the end, his figure transformed into a rain of blood that crashed to the ground along with the broken spear. He's dead. An indescribable coldness surged out from the depths of her heart and suffused her entire body, causing the woman to feel as if she'd fallen into an icy pit and her soul almost left her body. Swoosh, she didn't hesitate in the slightest to turn around and flee as if she'd gone mad. The scenes from before seemed to be so inconceivable and unreal, and it was too bloody and terrifying. It caused a half-step king realm like her to feel terrified and uneasy. She was unable to imagine exactly what sort of terrifying reserves that young man possessed to be able to seem so heaven-defying and world-shocking. She was similarly unable to imagine exactly what sort of treasure that dazzling to the point of seeming illusory broken blade was to be able to possess such invincible might. All she knew was, if she didn't flee now, then she wouldn't have another chance. Going? You actually abandoned me and fled? The furious roar of the man who held the golden lamp sounded out from behind her, and it carried extreme disappointment. The woman called Going gritted her teeth and didn't speak. She was fleeing because if she stayed, then she would definitely die. Since it was like that, then why didn't she flee? Bang! When she fled an entire 500 kilometers away, Going suddenly heard a terrifying rumbling sound coming from extremely far away. She swiftly turned around and spread out her divine sense, and she instantly noticed that in the distant battlefield, golden flames were raining down like a rain of light, and they covered the heavens and the earth. It was a magnificent and gorgeous scene. However, the figure of the man in scholar's robe was nowhere to be seen. He's dead, Going felt bitter and sorrowful in her heart. She was unable to imagine that when all 5 of them half-step kings had set out together for the sake of dealing with a young man at the Paradise Realm, they would suffer such an outcome. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel fortunate in her heart. If she hadn't fled quickly, then she would have probably suffered calamity as well, and it would be no different than being completely annihilated. Go Ying's entire body shivered, and she noticed that the handsome young man was looking towards her from afar with her divine sense. His figure was handsome, his clothes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair was suffused with a bright sheen. As he stood in the sky that was covered in golden flames, it caused his figure to flicker and be enveloped in a wisp of a mysterious and terrifying aura. He was like a fiend god that commanded the world during the primordial times. Even though they were 500 kilometers apart, Going seemed to have noticed that pair of eyes that were deep like an abyss had already locked onto her from afar, and those eyes were filled with piercingly cold and emotionless. Flee, Going seemed as if she'd suffered extreme terror, and she didn't dare hesitate any longer before turning around and fleeing. A dignified half-step king from the Black Nightmare Tengu clan had been terrified to such an extent from 500 kilometers away. If news of this were to spread, it would surely cause a mighty uproar in the Westing world. You're lucky to have fled quickly. Amidst the golden flames that covered the sky, Lin Sun, who stood upright in the sky, withdrew his gaze. He didn't pursue Going, and his figure flashed before he started to clean up the battlefield. In merely a short moment, he'd floated away with 4 storage treasures and an ancient golden lamp, and he vanished under the boundless veil of night. The battlefield recovered its calm. However, the ground was covered in smoke and a mess. The ground was split open, the mountains and rivers that had collapsed, the vegetation that had been destroyed, and the living beings that had died miserably and been reduced to ashes. Everything seemed to be telling the story of how terrifying and earth-shattering that duel had been. Judging from the time, there should be news by now. In the gorge, Go Xuxing frowned. He was slightly anxious and uneasy in his heart, but his expression was still calm and steady. Xuxing, it's just a waste of time to delay any longer. We don't have too much energy to wait here. Go Yanghua spoke indifferently, and he was a little dissatisfied. If we had attacked from the very beginning, that brat would have been killed long ago. Why do we have to keep waiting here? Go Yangtong also snorted coldly. Go Xuxing was furious. He knew that these two old guys had no good intentions, and they couldn't wait to see him lose so that they could hit him when he was down, and make him completely unable to raise his head in the clan. Let's wait a little longer. Go Xuxing didn't bother to cover up, and his tone was firm. He wasn't afraid that these two old guys would dare to do anything to him. Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong frowned when they saw this, but in the end they chuckled and said no more. They didn't want to push Go Xuxing too hard. Young master, it's bad. Suddenly, a bitter and dejected voice came from afar. Go Ying's figure appeared along with the voice. Her pretty face was pale, and her eyes were filled with guilt and unwillingness. She actually didn't dare to look Go Xuxing in the eyes. Immediately, Go Xuxing's expression changed drastically. He suppressed the panic in his heart and said, "What happened? Why are you the only one who returned? Where are the others? They're all dead." Go Ying lowered her head and spat out the words with difficulty. However, these 3 words were like a bolt from the blue. It made Go Xuxing's body stiffen, and he was completely stunned. They're all dead. Go Xuxing was completely out of control. His face was cloudy, and his chest was heaving up and down. There was no trace of calmness left. 5 half-step kings attacked, but only 1 escaped in panic, and the other 4 were all killed. Go Xuxing could not accept this at all. Last time, he failed because of a one-horned golden-eyed beast king. What about this time? Could it be that the boy asked another king realm creature to help him? Soon, Go Ying told the whole story of the previous battle, and showed that Lin Sun was not as simple as a peerless talent. His fighting capacity, the secret methods and treasures he used, were all horrifying and heaven-defying, and could not be measured by common sense. That's it, when Go Xuxing learned the truth, he felt like he was about to collapse. He felt it was too absurd. A young man in Tao Insight Realm, under the siege of 5 half-step kings, not only was he not killed, but he also won the battle. Who would believe this if it was spread out? Originally, Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong were very happy, and they were happy to see Go Xuxing suffer a setback. But when they heard Go Ying's analysis of Lin Sun's battle, their faces suddenly became serious, and their eyes flickered. This boy must have set foot on the peerless Tao, and the secret methods he mastered must be extremely shocking. Go Yanghua said in a low voice, "But if that's all, he can't cross a big realm to kill a half-step king realm." Yes, the most important thing should be the treasure he used. Go Yangtong also said, and his turbid eyes were filled with a terrifying divine light. In terms of current treasures, even if it's the Imperial Way armament, it's definitely impossible for it to kill a half-step king in a single move. Based on this treasure is definitely. Speaking of this, Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong's eyelids twitched, and they said at the same time, "Saint Treasure." As soon as this was said, Go Xuxing and Go Ying's expressions changed, and they could not calm down. Saint Treasure, just the meaning of these 2 words was enough to make one feel suffocated. Because such a treasure possessed unimaginably terrifying might. According to legend, merely the aura of a true saint treasure was capable of suppressing kings to the point they couldn't even raise their heads. Go Yanghua frowned and said, "No, it may also be a peerless divine weapon. But, if so, it is even rarer than a saint treasure." Divine weapons were rare, made with real divine materials, and could only be seen in ancient times. In today's world, it was almost impossible for a real king to have such a treasure. The power of a divine weapon might not be as terrible as a saint treasure, but it was even more rare. Saint treasures. After all, divine weapon was just a general term that referred to secret treasures and divine treasures that could be controlled by the divine control technique. There was no of any doubt that this young man had had great luck Tao before. A treasured vessel that's suspected to be an incomplete saint artifact, a broken blade that's suspected to be a peerless divine weapon. Moreover, this kid's resources and reserves are so terrifying, and it's extremely likely that he's stepped foot onto the path of the ultimate abyss path. There's utterly no need to doubt that this kid has surely obtained great fortune in the past. Of Goxing. And, go, and down, of Goof Schness of and, Goof go. And, it's time for us to take action. Go Yangbua stood up slowly and said softly. Let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, the two monarchs disappeared into thin air with a flash. From beginning to end, they didn't ask Go Xuxing's opinion at all, which was equivalent to ignoring him. Obviously, from the moment they were sure that Lin had a great luck, Lin's existence had successfully aroused their interest. More importantly, even as kings, they also had an extreme desire for saint treasures. Go Xuxing's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he was so angry that his teeth almost broke. He knew that from the moment the two old guys took action, he had no chance to atone for his mistake. What was waiting for him was bound to be severe punishment from the clan, and countless attacks and trampling on him when he was down. Maybe it would be hard for him to raise his head again in this life. How could this be? Why? The more Go Xuxing thought about it, the more unwilling he was. He was on the verge of collapse and lost his soul. Young lord, maybe the situation is not as pessimistic as you think. Even if the two old guys take action, who can guarantee that they won't fail? Going suddenly said, which stunned Go Xuxing. Think about it. If the two old guys also fail, no matter how serious the consequences are, you can't be blamed for it. After all, even kings can't do anything to that boy, let alone you. Go Ying's words seemed to have magic power, which made Go Xuxing, who was originally depressed and anxious, suddenly recover a trace of calmness. You mean, the two old guys may also fail? Go Xuxing hesitated. No one can guarantee it before the result is out. Go Ying's eyes flickered, but don't forget, last time Lord Go Shu personally took action, didn't he? Before he finished his words, his meaning was clear. Go Xuxing completely calmed down, but he still felt desperate in his heart. Go Shu was seriously injured by the single-horned golden-eyed beast king, so he suffered a disaster. But this time, there were two old monsters of King Realm attacking together. How could that boy have a chance to survive? It was sad to say that at this moment, Go Xuxing actually didn't want Lin Sun to die. But in order to keep his position in the clan, he couldn't help thinking otherwise. This contradictory mood was like poison, tormenting his heart. I hope so. After a long time, Go Xuxing sighed deeply. In the night, his expression was gloomy, which made him look a little creepy. Come out. In the night, the mountains rose and fell. Lin Sun, who was flying stealthily, suddenly stopped and looked into the distance with his eyes like lightning. If you don't show up, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Sun raised the corner of his mouth. Calm down, child, calm down. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from under the dark mountain, sweating profusely and bowing repeatedly. I'm Bai Fenglu of the Wind Talker clan. I've been waiting here just to ask you something. This was an old man with a thin figure, dark skin, and a simple and honest appearance. In fact, he was a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm. His eyes shone inadvertently, which made Lin Sun realize that this old guy was not as simple and honest as he looked. Lin Sun replied with a faint smile, what do you want to ask? Bai Fenglu, this name really didn't live up to its name. Bai Fenglu laughed dryly and approached Lin Sun, saying, child, now you are famous and famous. You have become one of the most popular figures in the younger generation. These days, many cities have been promoting your prestige, cut the crap. Let's get down to business, Lin Sun interrupted him bluntly. Bai Fenglu smiled embarrassedly and said, well, it's very simple. I'm from the Wind Talker clan. I just want to know some of the grievances between you and the Black Sea Dog clan, and also the situation of the battle between you and the Black Sea Dog clan. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. This old guy came to the wild alone just to inquire about these things. This made Lin Sun admire him a little. This clan deserved to be the most well-informed clan in the ancient Desolation realm. Once they inquired about something, they would run away faster than anyone else. However, although Lin Sun admired him, he was not in the mood to accept the old guy's interview. He refused directly and turned to leave. What a joke. He was being hunted now. How could he reveal any information about himself? Bai Fenglu was dumbfounded by Lin Sun's refusal. After a while, he murmured, when other young talents hear that the Wind Talker clan is inquiring about them, they can't wait to tell us all the proudest things in their lives so that we can spread their fame. But this guy doesn't care about it at all. How unreasonable. Although he was a little dissatisfied, Bai Fenglu had to cheer up and try his best to inquire about Lin Sun. During this period of time, the news about the battle between demon god Lin and the Black Sea Dog clan was widely spread in more than a dozen states of the Westing realm. Moreover, this news was extremely sensational and caused a great disturbance. Until now, it was still spreading at an astonishing speed to the other states of the Westing realm. After all, among the younger generation, demon god Lin was definitely the first outstanding talent who dared to challenge the Black Sea Dog clan. Moreover, his bloody battle record proved that he was not just boasting. In particular, his phrase "slaughter all the Black Sea Dogs in the world" became a hot topic of discussion among countless practitioners. Now, many practitioners knew that after Demon God Lin left Snow Maple City, he was hunted by the strong practitioners sent by the Black Sea Dog clan. This also made those practitioners pay close attention to this matter. They were all speculating whether Demon God Lin would encounter a calamity this time and whether he could kill his way out and leave. And the Wind Talker clan, which had always been responsible for spreading news around the world, naturally could not ignore this matter. They sent out a large number of spies to conduct a comprehensive investigation. Bai Fenglu was one of the most senior spies. He was rich in experience and had the reputation of 100 wise men. Alas, what a pity. I've waited so long for this kid, but he just has to refuse to cooperate. Looks like I can only investigate on my own. Bai Fenglu sighed, then pulled himself together and searched along the path Lin Sun came from. He did not chase after Lin Sun. This was the experience he had developed over the years. His intuition told him that Lin Sun must have experienced many bloody battles along the way. Since there were battles, there must be battlefields left behind. Lin Sun might not be willing to reveal these, but as long as he found the battlefields, he would be able to find out the actual situation of the battle. Sure enough, it did not take long for Bai Fenglu to find a battlefield that was full of devastation. However, at the instant he saw the battlefield, even with his years of experience and vast experience, he still couldn't help but stiffen and gasp. The battlefield covered thousands of miles. Mountains and rivers had collapsed, the ground had cracked, and the plants had turned into ashes. It was a scene of desolation. As an experienced spy from the Wind Whisperer race, Bai Fenglu immediately realized that a shocking bloody battle had taken place here. Although you don't want to leak the news, I am not someone to be trifled with. This battlefield in front of us has big news about you. Bai Fenglu smiled. When he thought that he was about to discover a piece of shocking news, his heart couldn't help but beat violently. He couldn't suppress his excitement. Swoosh, without hesitation, his figure flashed and he started to explore the battlefield. At this moment, Bai Fenglu seemed serious and focused. He was meticulous and even had a sense of piety. Other cultivators might be good at fighting, crafting, alchemy, taming beasts, spiritual plants, but for the Wind Whisperer race, discovering and spreading news was a natural ability they had. Very soon, Bai Fenglu discovered many clues about this battle. However, as he discovered more and more clues, he could no longer remain calm and collected. Oh my god! There are 5 different auras belonging to half-step king tiers. Doesn't this mean that there were 5 half-step king tiers fighting at the same time? The battlefield covered thousands of miles. Mountains collapsed, and the ground exploded. I can be sure that this battle was extremely intense and lasted for a while. F***CK. 5 half-step king tiers fighting at the same time couldn't kill that kid? This is going against the heavens. It's a fragment of an Emperor Path treasure. The broken blood-colored spear, the torn picture scroll, the shattered remains of the giant hammer. They were all destroyed? No, I can only find the broken bones of 4 half-step king tiers. This should prove that 1 half-step king tier escaped. Under the night sky, an old man who was as thin as a bamboo jumped around in the battlefield like a mouse, shouting and yelling. It looked very strange and funny. However, Bai Fenglu was completely unaware of it. At this moment, his expression kept changing, and his heart was filled with more and more shock. He was almost unable to control his emotions. After a long time, he stood still and let out a long breath of foul air before he muttered in a slightly dazed manner. If I fucking spread the news of this battle, then everyone in the world would definitely think that I've gone mad. Damn it. This is too unbelievable. After a long time, Bai Fenglu finally regained some of his composure. He had already decided that whether the world believed him or not, he would spread the news. This was the professional integrity of a descendant of the Wind Whisperer clan. However, how should we spread this news so that it will be more convincing? Bai Fenglu fell into deep thought. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a golden leaf that looked like a fan. This was a leaf from the golden messenger tree. It was extremely precious and rare. Even in the Wind Whisperer race, only a small portion of them had it. Under normal circumstances, one would only choose to use the leaves of the golden message tree to inscribe information unless it was an extremely sensational event. Damn it. I'm going all out. Success or failure depends on this. When this news shakes the Westing realm, I can legitimately ask the clan for more leaves from the golden messenger tree. Bai Fenglu gritted his teeth and made a decision. The next moment, he began to use a magical technique. The golden leaf shone brilliantly and flowed out of the light screen. It began to inscribe some clues and details of this battlefield. In Bai Fenglu's opinion, this was the only way to prove that the news he spread was not fake. Only then could he make the world believe that this extremely unbelievable and shocking battle had taken place. After doing all this, Bai Fenglu felt invigorated and was filled with infinite longing. He could already foresee that when he spread this news, it was destined to set off a huge commotion in the Westing realm. A young demon god at the Tao Insight realm had fought against 5 half-step king tiers of the Black Sea Tengu race alone. In the end, he killed 4 of them in a nature-defying manner, and the last one escaped. Among all the peerless geniuses of the younger generation in the Westing realm, who could do this? All of a sudden, Bai Fenglu, who was immersed in his wild imagination, froze. An extreme sense of danger emerged in his heart, making his hair stand on end. Then, he saw 2 elders in black robes walking in the air extremely far away. Life and death realm, Bai Fenglu's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He was terrified to the extreme. All these years, he had traveled all over the world, and his eyes were already extremely sharp. With one look, he could tell that they were 2 king-tier-old monsters from the Black Sea Tengu race. Oh no, when Bai Fenglu thought about how the news he was about to spread might have an extremely negative impact on the Black Sea Tengu race, he had a feeling that he was going to die. It's those damned flies again. They're everywhere. In the air, Go Yangtong let out a cold snort. His voice was like a clap of thunder, making Bai Fenglu shiver and fall to the ground. However, just when Bai Fenglu thought that he was going to die, he heard an indifferent voice. Do me a favor, and I will spare your life. It was Go Yangbua's voice. Bai Fenglu was startled, but he quickly nodded. Senior, please give me your orders. Spread the news that anyone who dares to slander the Black Sea Tengu race will pay with their lives. With that, Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong walked in the air together, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Hiss, Bai Fenglu sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing drastically. Did this mean that these 2 king-tier-old monsters were going to kill Demon God Lin together? However, the next moment, he laughed out loud, his eyebrows dancing. Oh my god! You're too good to me. To be able to witness such a big news, I won't have to worry about not being able to rise in the clan in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He almost danced with joy. At dawn, Bai Fenglu left the wilderness at full speed and returned to a city in the Westing region. On the same day, Bai Fenglu hung the golden message tree leaf on the main trunk of the ancient message tree in the city. Boom, something miraculous happened. In the thousands of continents and tens of thousands of cities in the Westing region, every message tree produced a fluctuation, and a golden leaf shadow appeared on its main trunk. In an instant, countless cultivators in the entire Westing region were attracted to it, fighting to see it. This was because they all knew that once the golden message tree leaf of the Wind Whisperer clan appeared, it meant that something extremely important had happened. The news has already been spread. I'll just laugh and watch the world change. As for the instigator of the incident, Bai Fenglu, he could not help but laugh the moment the news was sent out. Treasure Eagle Region, Green Water City. In front of the message tree, there was a huge crowd of cultivators. From time to time, exclamations would erupt, and everyone's face was filled with shock. Fang Linhan stood there. His handsome face, which usually carried a demonic and wild aura, had a gloomy and uncertain expression on it. After a long while, he grumbled indignantly, "Brother Lin, oh, Brother Lin. To think that I treated you as a friend. You never told me that you're actually Fiend God Lin." Soon after, he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. "Everyone says that I, Feng Linhan, am boundlessly arrogant and courageous, but compared to you, I'm nothing. At least I'm not as arrogant and perverted as you." In the distance, more and more cultivators were coming, which looked spectacular. Seeing this, Feng Linhan's expression became rare and serious. He realized that the news sent by the Wind Whisperer clan was no different from piercing the sky, which suddenly pushed Lin to the top of the limelight. "You must resist it. If you don't participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, it is destined to lose a lot of colors," Feng Linhan murmured. Floating Tooth Region, Billow Light City. Yu Jiaming was drinking. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with a kind of gentle and dignified temperament, which was quite eye-catching. However, he didn't pay attention to this. He was thinking about going to Kangwu Mountain to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Suddenly, a great uproar sounded, which attracted Yu Jiaming's attention. "Big news! The golden leaf of the Wind Whisperer clan has appeared again. It is said that it is related to a young demon named Lin Sun." Suddenly, countless cultivators rushed to the center of the city. The escape lights were like rain, dazzling and extremely spectacular. "Lin Sun, it couldn't be him, right?" Yu Jiaming's heart moved, and he floated up. In front of the message tree in the city, Yu Jiaming stood for a long time, and his heart was shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. It was really him, but what Yu Jiaming couldn't imagine was that the young man he met by chance in Purple Ox Mountain had now possessed such power. Demon Lin. What a good Demon Lin. I didn't misjudge him at that time, but this surprise is a little too big. Yu Jianming's heart was filled with emotion. "I have given you the token to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, and it depends on whether you will come or not." Tang Province, Chang'an City. This was the core area of the Western Heng region, and Chang'an City was taken to be the holy city of cultivation in the Western Heng region. Because an entire 3 ancient sects stood towering nearby this city, amongst them was the profound Sage Sword School that was said to be the #1 sect in the Western Heng region. A chilly and pleasing voice sounded out from an inconspicuous azure treasured carriage. "What happened outside? Why is it so clamorous?" The person driving the treasured carriage was an azure-clothed old woman. She listened briefly when she heard this before she answered. "A gold rank leaf has appeared on the message tree in the city, and it ought to be because something extremely important has occurred. Let's go take a look." "All right." It wasn't long before the azure treasured carriage stopped before the message tree, and then a woman in a black dress with a graceful figure and a veil walked out from within it. "Why is it him?" Free, 83 Chinese net. At this moment, the old woman's expression was rather strange as well. She'd recognized Demon God Lin as well. He was the young man who'd fought the young miss at the Pine Mist Martial Arena in Flame Capital. However, she'd never imagined that in less than 2 months, this young man's reputation had already spread to Chang'an City. Chang'an City was the holy city of cultivation in the West Ocean region, and it received the attention of countless cultivators in the thousands of states of the West Ocean region. As expected, Jin Lin isn't an ordinary person, and he transforms into a dragon upon encountering a storm. The old woman sighed with emotion in her heart. That day when she saw this young man was able to go against the young miss, the old woman knew that this kid was bound to rise up in the world and become renowned. But this speed of his rise was really too fast. Demon God Lin. Haha. Demon God Lin. Haha. The nearby young woman in a black dress let out a cold laugh that seemed to be ridiculing, hating, and extremely disgruntled. Even if it was a cold laugh, the sound was pleasant like the sound of nature. The old woman's expression became even more strange. She understood the young miss's current state of mind very well. It was that kid's fault for being too rash and actually disrespecting the young miss's private parts in battle, causing the young miss to completely remember him. It was truly difficult to determine if it was fortune or misfortune. "Young miss, this kid is extraordinary. I was still able to kill my way out while being surrounded by 5 half-step kings. It's truly inconceivable, said the old woman. Humph. Based on the traces left behind in the battle, it can only prove that this bastard relied on an extremely formidable treasure to win. If it wasn't for that, it would be utterly impossible for him to go against 5 half-step kings with his true strength. The young woman in a black dress grunted lightly and was indifferent. Perhaps others wouldn't be able to discern anything, but as a peak figure of the younger generation, she naturally discerned the crux of the battle with a single glance. The old woman nodded and said, "Young Miss is right. There are some destroyed King Dao treasures left on the battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid probably possesses a treasure comparable to a saint artifact. Only in this way was he able to kill 4 half-step kings in a domineering manner." She paused for a moment and continued. "However, the more it's like this, the more it proves that this kid's resources and reserves are formidable. Not only does his cultivation possess extraordinary strength, he's probably a young man that possesses great karmic luck." The young woman in a black dress seemed to be slightly displeased and said angrily, "Is an extremely despicable bastard worth such praise? Demon God Lin? I think he should be called Shameless Lin." After saying that, she turned around and left. It seemed that if she took another look, she would be unable to control the anger in her heart. The azure-clothed old woman felt helpless. She had originally wanted to test the young miss and resolve the grudge in her heart. She had even wanted to find an opportunity to recruit that youth into their orthodoxy. After all, a young man like this was definitely a superb seedling that the various ancient sects would fight to rope in. But now it would seem like it was obviously impossible. Suddenly, the green-clothed old woman had a flash of inspiration, and she said, "Young miss, according to the information, this kid is being pursued by 2 old geezers at the King realm from the Black Sea Tengu clan. What do you think? What does that have to do with me? It's better if he's dead." The girl in the black dress didn't even look back as she boarded the green treasure carriage. The green-clothed old woman sighed in her heart. What a pity for such a peerless youth. However, you can pay close attention to this matter. I want to know exactly how he'll die. The voice of the young woman in a black dress sounded out from within the treasured carriage. The old woman was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Young miss, if he doesn't die this time, will you?" "Impossible." The young woman in a black dress seemed to understand what the old woman wanted to say, and she directly interrupted her. "Even if he's lucky enough to survive, I'll crush him myself." The green-clothed old woman grinned when she heard this. She knew that the young miss wasn't willing to see that youth be killed by the Black Sea Tengu clan in the depths of her heart. That was enough. Tahan Prefecture, Inkcloud City. This kid should be treated as our greatest enemy. The 5th prince of the Flamecrow clan, Lu Jioga, had a solemn expression as divine light surged within his eyes, and it was extremely terrifying. Exactly. He's the same type of person as us. Not only does his cultivation surpass his peers, he even possesses a secret treasure that's sufficient to kill half-step King realm experts. If a conflict arises in the future, then we'll naturally treat him as our greatest enemy. At the side, Shui Guanglan's gaze was sharp like a sword, and his entire body emanated a fierce imposing aura. They'd met Lin Sun a long time ago in Snowmaple City, and they'd personally witnessed how he'd killed those experts of the Black Sea Tengu clan. It was also at that time that they'd acknowledged Lin Sun, and they'd viewed him as an existence of the same type. However, in the depths of their hearts, they had someone to rely on, so even though they valued Lin Sun, they weren't really afraid of him. But now, their attitudes had changed because they'd noticed that they weren't the only ones who possessed heaven-defying weapons. This demon god Lin had them as well. I'm really curious how a fellow from the lower worlds could possess such a strong foundation. As long as he doesn't die in this pursuit, then I'll personally test him one day. Lu Jioga's eyes were suffused with a dazzling light that burned like a dazzling flame. Sha Yutong, who stood at the side, had mixed feelings when he heard them talking about demon god Lin. He was filled with resentment, shock, and dissatisfaction. He was also from the lower worlds, and he was even from a high-class clan. But now, in terms of power and reputation, he couldn't even compare to Lin Sun. This was unacceptable to him. Let's go. The Azure Parasol Mountain isn't far away. We'll arrive there in half a month at most. I'd really like to see exactly how many geniuses, saints, and saintesses will appear this time. Lu Jioga said. Brother Lu, do you think this demon god Lin will die this time? Xue Kuanlan asked. They turned around and walked into the distance. Unless there's a heaven-defying figure to save him, he'll definitely die. Even if he has a true saint treasure, he won't be able to turn this situation around if two king realms attack together. Lu Jioga said casually. Xue Kuanlan sighed softly. It seems that this lad has no chance to participate in the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. It's really a pity. In his opinion, Lin Sun was from the lower worlds and a loner in the ancient Desolation realm. It was impossible for anyone to save him. After all, it was the Black Sky Dog clan that was hunting him down. Even if the ancient orthodoxy saved him, they had to consider the risk of clashing with the Black Sky Dog clan. Hearing this conversation, Xia Yutong inexplicably felt a lot better. He even felt a little happy about Lin Sun's misfortune. This made his expression change slightly. He realized that the inner demon that Lin Sun brought to him was getting deeper and deeper. On this day, not only Feng Linhan, Yu Jianming, the girl in the black dress, Lu Jioga, Xue Kuanlan, and Xia Yutong paid attention to the news about Lin Sun. Countless practitioners in thousands of states and tens of thousands of cities in the Westing domain also learned about it. Demon Lin. A young man who rose from the fire spirit state had completely entered the vision of the entire Westing domain. Countless forces and practitioners realized that there was another peerless figure in the younger generation. Of course, there were exclamations, uproars, and shocked voices. There were also disdainful and pessimistic voices. Demon Lin? He's clearly an arrogant young man who doesn't know what's good for him. He even dared to say that he would slaughter all the Black Sky Dogs in the world. Now he's being hunted down by two king realms. He won't die if he doesn't court death. How can a young man like him offend the Black Sky Dog clan? He must be tired of living. Just wait and see. It won't be long before the news of Demon Lin's death spreads. That's the price of arrogance. In particular, some strong practitioners from the Black Sky Dog clan even uttered arrogant words. Those who dare to slander our clan must be killed just like Lin Sun. Stand out if you're not convinced. Many practitioners who supported Lin Sun were furious. These Black Sky Dogs were too arrogant. Were they threatening the whole world? What's more, Lin Sun was still alive. There were also many practitioners who were worried about Lin Sun, thinking that he had no hope of survival after being hunted down by two king realms of the Black Sky Dog clan. It could be said that Lin Sun's life and death had attracted the attention of the entire Westing domain and affected the hearts of countless practitioners. At this moment, Bai Feng Lu, who was the first to release news about Lin Sun, stood out and released another gold-level news. Our clan will pay full attention to Demon Lin's life and death and announce it as soon as possible. Bai Feng Lu was very proud. As a spy of the Wind Whisperer clan, he was able to see his news set off such a storm in the entire Westing domain. This made him feel an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride. Moreover, because he released the news about Lin Sun, he won the favor and commendation of countless big shots in the clan. His status in the clan also rose, and he was in the limelight. No one could match his coquettishness. In the ancient times, there was a senior in my clan who was crowned as the King of News. His name was well known throughout the ages. Today, I, Bai Feng Lu, will also take this as my goal and strive to ascend to the throne of the King of News as soon as possible. Bai Feng Lu was full of ambition and lofty sentiments. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Sun, who was pursued and supported by countless practitioners, was running for his life. In the evening, the setting sun was like blood. In the vast mountains, a treasure ship was like a streamer in the void of the universe. It flashed and disappeared at an incredible speed. Behind it, two black shadows with terrifying power were chasing after it. Every step they took covered a distance of thousands of feet, as if they were moving in the void. Their speed was also extremely fast. Rumble, until their figures disappeared, there was a deafening sound of something tearing through the air. An extremely narrow and long rift split open in space, and the sound wave spread out and shook the mountains and rivers to the point of trembling. The beasts that lay dormant within the rift were astounded and dazed, and they didn't know what had happened. One could imagine just how fast they were chasing after him. Puff, in the vast universe arc, Lin Sun suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. He cursed angrily. Without any delay, he immediately took out the golden marrow jade liquid to replenish and repair his injuries. P.S. Make up for it tonight. That night, Lin Sun killed 4 half-step King Realm experts in a row and then flew away. It seemed that he had won beautifully, but in fact, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, before he could recover his strength, he was chased by Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong, 2 old monsters of the King Realm, so he immediately fled. The vast universe arc was driven to the extreme by him. Fortunately, although this damaged holy treasure consumed a huge amount of spiritual marrow, it was a first-class weapon for escaping. Along the way, it was precisely by relying on the vast universe arc that Lin Sun had avoided countless fatal attacks. It could absolutely be said that he had narrowly escaped death. However, although he was lucky to escape until now, Lin Sun had suffered heavy injuries. The qi in his body was in disorder, and there were faint signs of collapse. This was the terror of the old monsters of the King Realm. Although they couldn't kill Lin Sun in a short time, every time they attacked, they brought great damage to Lin Sun. If not for the vast universe arc's defense, he would have died many times. At this moment, Lin Sun was bleeding all over, and his skin showed signs of cracking. His face was pale, and there were still traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked very miserable. It was also by relying on the help of the golden marrow jade liquid that he had persisted until now, and still had the strength and capital to escape. Swish, the vast universe arc was extremely fast, flying above the boundless sky. Lin Sun was going all out, not daring to relax for a moment. To him, ever since he started cultivating, he had never been in such a miserable state. His body was practically in tatters. Boom, terrifying fluctuations descended again, fiercely suppressing him. Although Lin Sun controlled the vast universe arc to dodge, he was still affected. The entire treasure ship seemed to be smashed by a divine mountain, emitting a deafening roar. Lin Sun violently coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his vision darkened. His body was bleeding inch by inch, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. He almost fainted. Gulp, gulp, he picked up the golden marrow jade liquid in the jade bottle, and then gritted his teeth. Like a madman, he drove the vast universe arc with all his strength, and the speed was much faster than before. From last night until now, more than 20 hours had passed, and Lin Sun didn't know how far he had escaped. However, at this moment, he was exceptionally aware that he couldn't hold on any longer. Fight! Lin Sun tried to keep himself awake, no longer caring about his injuries, and operated all his strength to the limit. Boom, the heavenly passage within his body rumbled. A simple and ancient Tao platform released intense buzzing sounds. Divine radiance surged, and its aura immediately rose greatly. However, on his body, the cracked skin burst out inch by inch, and his injuries became even more serious. But Lin Sun couldn't care less about this at the moment. If he didn't change, it wouldn't be long before he completely collapsed. At that time, the enemy wouldn't even need to do anything. He would be finished first. Crash! A billowing dreamlike mist spread out from Lin Sun's body, covering the entire vast universe. Arkansas sigh. Suddenly, Go Yangbua's pupils shrank. Within the range of his divine sense, he had actually lost all traces and aura of the vast universe Arkansas. He was no longer able to lock onto it. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. What happened? On the other side, Go Yangtong's heart shook, and he was slightly taken by surprise. Whoosh, a moment later, the 2 old King Realm monsters appeared in the void where the vast universe arc had first vanished. They carefully sensed their surroundings. But in the end, he came up empty-handed. This caused their expressions to turn gloomy. They'd been pursuing Lin Sun since last night, yet they'd actually been unable to succeed until now. This caused them to feel slightly embarrassed. As existences at the King Realm, not to mention killing a youth at the Heavenly Passage Realm, even killing a half-step King Realm expert was no different than slaughtering a chicken. Yet now, 2 of them had set out together, yet they were unable to kill Lin Sun in a short period of time. If news of this were to spread, then what would the people of the world think of them? Originally, it seemed to be extremely disgraceful for them to kill Lin Sun with their identities. Now that they'd encountered such a situation, it caused their hearts to burn with rage, and they felt they'd lost all face. We can conclude that the treasured vessel that Kid possesses is definitely a Saint Dao treasure. Go Yangtong's gaze burned, and it carried a wisp of admiration and greed. There's definitely more than just a single treasure in his possession. Once we kill him, we'll just divide up the fortune in his possession. Go Yangbua took a deep breath with a ghastly expression. The urgent matter at hand is to find this kid's tracks as soon as possible. We absolutely can't allow him to escape. Swoosh, the two old monsters at the King Realm attacked once more and carried out the search. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be burning himself. Although his breath was strong, his physical condition was getting worse. Originally, according to his plan, after comprehending the Tao of Water, he began to prepare for breaking through to the reincarnation developing realm. But the sudden pursuit disrupted all his arrangements, and even brought him to the verge of death. Plop, a quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun couldn't hold on any longer. He reluctantly put away the vast universe arc, and then flew down. He staggered into the depths of a cave, and finally lay down with a plop. He tried to keep himself awake, repair his injuries, and strengthen himself. But his consciousness became blurred. This battle made him too tired and exhausted his foundation. His body was extremely broken, and he was in a state of exhaustion. I can't sleep. Xia Ji and Old Toad are still meditating in the wordless pagoda and haven't woken up yet. And Xia Xiaochong, and I'll go to find Yun Qingbai for revenge, and I'll seek the way of Tao, on heart-cleansing peak, they're also waiting for me to return, and, Lin Sun murmured in his heart, reminding himself over and over again. He knew that once he fell asleep, he might never wake up again. So, he couldn't sleep. But what if I don't sleep? In my current state, I can't recover in a short time. And it won't take long for the two old dogs to catch up with me. The outcome seems to be doomed and can't be changed, no. I must live. If Master Lu knew that I would accept my fate, how could he save me at the beginning? If Zhao Tai Lai, the old fox, knew that I gave up, would he laugh at me for going to the bloodthirsty battlefield in vain? Yes, in the bloodthirsty battlefield, I've long been accustomed to life and death and understood the meaning of life. At this moment, how can I give up easily? What's more, if I die, how can I slaughter all the black demonic dogs in the world? Live. No matter what. Lin Sun endured the severe pain all over his body and sat up. His eyes were red as if they were dripping blood, showing an unprecedented ruthlessness. Poverty leads to change, and change leads to enlightenment. Lin Sun instantly remembered that there were some strange and mysterious items with him. There was a drop of heart blood of an ancient great man in the spirit refining gourd, which contained some kind of Tao inheritance. But at this moment, it was useless. Luoho's horn, which Lin Sun obtained in the ancient wind world, was said to be left by the Luoho demon king in ancient times, and there was a mysterious Xuanji treasure map in it. But it was also useless at this moment. Golden marrow jade liquid, although this treasure could bring the dead back to life, it could only play a healing role for Lin Sun, who was seriously injured now, but could not help him resolve the current situation. Will fragment, a foreign object obtained from the burial sea in the depths of the soul oblivion sea, imprinted with some fragmented insights belonging to the great men in ancient times, could only be used for cultivation and broaden one's horizon. Spirit-eating insects? No, they were still larvae with limited combat power, and they were no match for the old monsters in the King Realm. Wordless pagoda? No. Insignificant bow? No. Over the years, Lin Sun had collected a lot of magical treasures when he traveled all over the world. But at this moment, there were very few of them that could resolve the current crisis. Finally, Lin Sun locked his attention on the gate to heaven in his sea of consciousness. When he was in the monster saint's secret realm, he once ushered in a rare and peerless thunder tribulation. After the heavenly tribulation, he suffered a terrifying Tao injury. He was chased by all sorts of people and almost lost his life. At that time, it was the Tao-cutting tactics obtained from the gate to heaven that helped Lin Sun completely refine the Tao injury in his body and completely restore his strength. More importantly, Lin Sun clearly remembered that when he went to the ancient wind world, he was directly moved out of Xiao Empire by the gate to heaven. When I left the gate to heaven last time, the mysterious voice said that I need to master the power of Tao next time. Maybe it's worth a try to resolve the current crisis. In the end, Lin Sun gritted his teeth, held his breath, and sensed the gate to heaven with his spiritual awareness, with the attitude of making every possible effort. Buzz, the familiar scene reappeared in front of him. In the empty and boundless void, a straight green cloud avenue spread out in the void. At the end of the avenue, there was a mysterious gate standing in the sky, as if it hadn't been opened for countless years. But standing here this time, Lin Sun didn't have the feeling of revisiting the old place. A familiar obscure wave spread quietly and swept through Lin Sun's body. Immediately, the cold and hollow voice sounded in the world, "Practitioner, the sixth test of Green Cloud Avenue is spirit control. Do you want to start now?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "Let's start." Success or failure depended on this. He was willing to give it a try. Even if the hope was small, it was still hope, not despair, but this stage is called spirit control. Is it related to the cultivation of the essence soul? If so, he might be able to preserve a wisp of primordial spirit and abandon his body. When he got out of danger, he could rebuild his body. In the past, Lin Sun had also heard that in the past years, there were also many practitioners who carried out the body disintegration and let their primordial spirit fly away. But this method was too dangerous. A little carelessness would lead to the destruction of both body and spirit. But for Lin Sun, even if this method was dangerous, it was more acceptable than being killed by the enemy. However, to Lin Sun's surprise, he had waited for a long time, but the test didn't start. Was it because he was too injured to take the test? Lin Sun frowned. In the outside world, has the Great World War come? The voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion, but Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't believe it. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time that the other party had taken the initiative to ask. This undoubtedly proved that his previous conjecture was correct. This voice should be in existence with intelligence. Not yet, but it will come soon. Lin Sun told the truth. Soon. The voice fell into silence. In the vast and boundless world, the green cloud avenue spread straight, and the mysterious gate to heaven stood there. Everything was so familiar. But when this voice began to become different from the past, everything here also became different. Lin Sun suddenly realized why the other party also paid attention to the Great World War. Could it be that the other party had known a long time ago that the world would usher in an unprecedented great change in today's time? Immediately, Lin Sun laughed at himself. He was in a desperate situation, and his life was in danger. Even if he knew all the reasons, what could he do? "I'm going out to have a look." Suddenly, the cold voice sounded, and the words made Lin Sun stiff all over. Go out, could it be? Just as Lin Sun was shocked, a vague and hazy figure suddenly appeared at the end of the Green Cloud Avenue. It was graceful and ethereal, and couldn't be seen clearly. Because there was a rain of light like that of a fairy drowning there, blazing and dazzling. But there was no doubt that it was a woman. "Don't worry about it. I'll be back soon." Amidst the misty and chilly voice, the graceful figure that seemed like a flying immortal had already swiftly transformed into a rain of light and vanished. Be back soon? Lin Sun was shocked and a little confused. He didn't expect that there would be such a change in the heaven accessing place this time. Boom! Before Lin Sun could think about it, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The sixth challenge began. It was dusk. I've found it. This man's breath has appeared here before. In the void, Go Yongbo's figure appeared. His skinny and indifferent face revealed a trace of a smile. Are you finally unable to hold on any longer? On the other side, Go Yangtong's eyes flashed with coldness. A young man at the Tao Insight stage was able to persist until now under our pursuit. It's indeed very rare. However, no matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the true strength of the King realm. When we catch this lad, don't kill him yet. I want to hang his corpse outside Chang'an City of the Tang Empire for 100 days so that all the cultivators in the Western Han realm can see how miserable the fate of those who dare to offend our clan is. Go Yangbo's tone was light, but his words caused people to tremble. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? That's right, the disturbance this child has caused damage to our clan's prestige. We must use this cruel punishment to serve as a warning to others. Go Yangtong was deeply convinced. As they spoke, the figures of the two old fellows at the King realm appeared in the sky before a verdant mountain peak. This is the place. In an instant, their eyes moved and locked on a cave at the bottom of the mountain. The outcome has been decided. Go Yangbo's lips curled into a cold arc. Let me do it. Go Yangtong smiled, and there was a touch of indescribable joy in his heart. After all, he was a king. Now he just killed a young man at the Tao Insight stage, so he should feel ashamed. But now he had such emotions, which was really inappropriate. From this, it could be seen how stifled Go Yangtong's heart was from the chase. Today, he finally found a chance to vent his frustrations. Well, remember, don't be anxious to kill this lad. Go Yanghua reminded again, as if he was afraid that Lin Sun's death would not allow him to vent the accumulated anger in his heart. Of course. Go Yangtong smiled. They talked unscrupulously as if they were sure to win. However, when Go Yangtong was about to take action, the smile on his lips suddenly froze, and his pupils dilated. He was stunned. At the same time, Go Yanghua's heart trembled, and he felt an extreme uneasiness that caused the hairs on his body to stand on end. In the cave at the bottom of the mountain, a blurry and hazy figure had walked out, and it was graceful and indistinct. However, in the eyes of Go Yanghua and Go Yanghua, it was a different scene. They were old monsters in the King realm, and they stood proudly above the 5 realms of cultivation and looked down upon the world. In the current world, the King realm was the most powerful, but when they saw this figure, they felt cold all over. What kind of existence was this? Her body seemed to be coiled with bright and dazzling divine chains of order, and there was a rain of ascension, blazing divine light, and all kinds of lights bloomed like fireworks. In the sky, there was a sudden rumble, and auspicious light and rain poured down as if they were worshipping a supreme god that had descended to the world, and it revealed a brilliant phenomenon. She stood there, and she seemed to look down upon the world, and she seemed to be making time bow before her. This was a terrifying phenomenon that could shock the world. What did it mean to stand above all living beings? This was exactly it. Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong were old monsters at the King realm, and they felt that they'd experienced great storms. They'd even had the fortune to witness the elegant demeanor of a saint from afar. However, when compared to this supreme figure that stood before them, even a saint was slightly inferior and couldn't compete for glory with her. This caused their scalps to go numb, and their expressions to turn grim. How could they have imagined that such an unexpected event would actually occur at such a moment when they were about to reap their harvest? Who's this person? Why has she appeared here? Why have I never heard of such a figure in the entire ancient Desolation region? Countless questions surged into the hearts of these 2 old monsters, and the feeling of terror and astonishment that they hadn't felt for many years appeared once more in their hearts. Bang! The heavens and the earth started to tremble while chaos surged, and then a divine and extraordinary aura shot into the sky and threw the wind and clouds into disorder. This force was extremely terrifying. It passed through the energy of the Grand Tao in the sky and instantly swept out towards the surroundings. At this moment, all living beings in the world trembled and prostrated themselves. Countless cultivators in West Sea region felt horrified and oppressed, and they had the feeling of wanting to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. Earlier, Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong seemed as if victory was within their grasp, and they were extremely arrogant. Yet now, they were completely terrified. They were old monsters at the King realm, yet at this moment, they felt terrified as if they were tiny like ants. Both of them had a strong impulse to turn around and flee. However, the divine might of that graceful figure swept through the surroundings, and the aura of the heavens and the earth was suppressed by it, causing them to actually not dare take the slightest step forward. It was like if they dared to do so, then it would be a form of disrespect that couldn't be tolerated by the heavens and the earth. At this moment, countless formidable existences throughout the thousands of states in West Sea region had been jolted awake, and they looked towards the same direction with disbelief. However, even with their strengths, they were only able to sense a supreme pressure that was sufficient to cause all living beings in the world to tremble. Exactly what sort of existence has emerged into the world to actually possess such peerless and extraordinary might? Even the saints of this era are only SOSO, right? How could this be? The battle between the worlds hasn't truly arrived, yet some supreme energy that's like a taboo is about to emerge into the world? Even the formidable existences at the King realm were shocked, and it was even to the extent that some seniors that were halfway into the Saint realm were alarmed by this, and they felt horrified and oppressed. At this moment, that aura shot into the 9 heavens and shocked the 9 hells. Everything in the world submitted before it, and it was like the will that ruled over the world. The surroundings were oppressed while the hearts of countless living beings trembled. Some ordinary figures even thought that a divine miracle had appeared, and they prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowed, and prayed. I've returned once more. But, the ancient desolation isn't a place I'm familiar with anymore. She muttered in a light voice that carried boundless frustration, and her light sigh caused even the heavens and the earth to wail. As soon as she finished speaking, the supreme aura that shot into the sky had converged like tidewater, and it was completely restrained into the graceful figure of the woman. In an instant, all the cultivators far away in West Sea region were dazed, and they recovered from their shock and oppression. They glanced at each other because that instant from before was like a nightmare, and it was so unreal. On the other hand, some old monsters and seniors knew that all of this was true. This made their hearts tremble, and they deduced one after another because they really didn't know why there was such a terrifying aura dormant in the vast territory of West Sea region. She was like the ruler of the world that could overlook the 9 heavens and the earth. After all, it's not the same. The eternal vicissitudes of life and the passage of time. Even if I defeat all enemies and become invincible in the world, how can I resist the rise and fall of the world? Those familiar things don't exist anymore. It turns out that the path of seeking the Great Way has always been like this. I'm destined to walk alone. She seemed to be extremely depressed and frustrated, and her eyes were gloomy. If Lin Sun saw this, he would definitely not dare to believe that the voice that was as cold as ice, empty and indifferent actually contained such emotional fluctuations. Well, I embarked on the right path in loneliness all those years ago, and I was obsessed with something in my heart. The karma of this life has long been predestined. Although the aura on her body had been restrained, the woman stood there still bathed in the dazzling brilliance, and it echoed with the great way of the world, forming a kind of transcendent momentum that made all living beings want to prostrate themselves in worship. Her eyes turned, and the void suddenly collapsed and rumbled. It seemed to be unable to bear the gaze of this kind of gaze, and it seemed as if it was about to be annihilated. Thump. Thump, Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong directly knelt on the ground, and they braced themselves and said in a trembling voice, "We passed by this place without any intention to offend or slander you. Please forgive us, Senior." They were 2 old monsters of the king realm of the Black Demon Dog clan. They had commanded the world for many years, and they were famous throughout West Sea region, but now, they knelt directly like stray dogs. If this was seen by the world, they would probably be unable to believe it at all. Oh, I didn't expect that after countless years, the Black Demon Dog clan could still survive until now. It seems that, the woman let out a sigh with emotion. Her voice had become cold and emotionless, and there was an extra kind of extreme indifference and calmness. It seemed that so long as she was willing, there was nothing in this world that could cause waves in her heart. As soon as her voice fell, a fairy-like beam of light swept out from her fingertips and entered the space between the eyebrows of Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong. From the beginning to the end, not to mention resisting, they didn't even have the time to react. In the next moment, they felt that their souls and memories were seized by a supreme will, and there was a sharp pain in their minds. At the same time, the woman seemed to have understood everything, and her eyes were still emotionless. After a moment of silence, she sighed softly, "Fine, let me end this enmity. I only hope that one day, he can open that door." Suddenly, a bone-piercing chill filled the hearts of Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong, and it made them realize that something was wrong. Put an end to our enmity? What does this mean? Go Yanghua and Go Yangtong weren't idiots, and they'd lost control of their emotions from the shock they felt earlier. At this moment, they instantly came to an understanding. They were astounded in their hearts because that kid's aura had vanished within the cave, and didn't this woman that possessed a supreme dignified aura walk out from that cave as well? Is she going to stand up for that kid? When they thought up to here, both of them felt oppressed and on the verge of collapse. How could they have imagined that merely pursuing a young man at the heavenly insight realm would actually offend such a great figure? "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." Go Yanghua's forehead was covered in sweat as he begged for mercy in terror. Swoosh, on the other hand, Go Yangtong directly fled. He'd already discerned that it was useless even if he begged for mercy. After all, they'd pursued that kid all the way here. Under such circumstances, how could there be any room to turn things around? So, Go Yangtong fled extremely decisively and exerted all his strength. His figure flashed while jet-black light seethed from his entire body, and he rumbled as he transformed into a 300 m long black nightmare Tengu that shattered space and seemed to be fleeing for his life. "You." Go Yanghua was shocked and furious. He was dumbstruck because he was unable to imagine that she would actually abandon him and flee. The woman's entire body was coiled with strands of gorgeous and resplendent divine radiance that seemed like chains of order. Her expression was indifferent, and even if she watched Go Yongtong flee, her expression didn't change in the slightest. So what if I flee to the ends of the world? I can't avoid death in the end. Amidst her icy cold voice, the woman stretched out a slender and crystalline hand, and she lightly pinched the space in front of her. Her movements were casual and natural. However, a few thousand kilometers away, Go Yongtong, who was fleeing madly, noticed to his astonishment that his figure was actually retreating. The faster he fled, the faster he retreated. No. Go Yongtong was terrified to the point his soul almost left his body, and he was terrified to the extreme as he let out a howl that shook the heavens. However, to his despair, a dignified existence at the king realm like him was actually like a tiny ant at this moment, and he was actually powerless to struggle or resist. He could only watch helplessly as he retreated. On the other hand, Go Yongbwa saw a different scene. Go Yongtong's enormous figure actually shrank incessantly, and in the end, he actually became the size of an ant that was pinched between the mysterious woman's fingers. Hiss, Count Go Yongbwa gasped. He was completely stupefied. What kind of supreme technique was this? How could it possess such terrifying and inconceivable divine might? A king realm expert was like an ant. This scene was not a metaphor, but a live performance. Before Go Yongbwa could react, his body was also grabbed uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but let out a terrified and helpless roar. At this moment, if he had a chance to choose again, he would never chase after Lin Sun no matter how much courage he had. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. In merely the blink of an eye, two old fellows at the king realm had vanished. On the woman's palm were two black dogs the size of ants. They were struggling and barking madly, but their voices were too soft and could not be heard at all. This scene was too shocking. The two kings who stood proudly above the 5 realms of cultivation were picked up like weeds, unable to escape from the woman's fingertips like ants. It was just like the legendary ancient secret technique, Universe Finger. If news of this scene were to spread, it would surely cause great waves. So many years have passed. Has the king realm become so fragile now? It hasn't even condensed its Tao seed, and it only has an undeserved reputation. The woman was stunned. In her memory, the power of the king realm could overturn mountains and seas, roar through the universe, and it should not be so weak. Ancient desolation has really become different. With the passage of time, not only the inheritance but also the loss of cultivation power, the woman sighed softly, and the light flowed from her fingertips. Suddenly, the two black dogs that were like ants were obliterated. In this way, 2 king realm experts died. It was too casual and ordinary, as if she had crushed 2 ants inadvertently. This was undoubtedly too shocking. Life and death, reincarnation, all the laws are empty. The homeland is still there, but the old friends are gone. In the murmuring voice, the woman took a step forward. The mountains and the earth shook, the wind and clouds changed, and auspicious light gushed out, producing a magnificent and grand vision. Oh my God, is she still a human? Extremely far away, an old man that was thin like a bamboo fell limply to the ground with a thump, and his eyes were devoid of spirit. Surprisingly, this fellow was Bai Feng Lu, who was determined to become the king of information in the ancient desolation domain. However, at this moment, he seemed as if he was possessed, and his soul was in a trance. In his field of vision, he saw a large dragon soaring in the sky, an immortal phoenix coiling around it, a black tortoise opening a path. Numerous rays of auspicious light transformed into rays of light that paved a brilliant path that couldn't be looked at directly, and it shot into the sky. On the other hand, the woman's figure strode through it like an empress. In merely an instant, the woman's figure vanished, and only expanses of divine light flickered and covered the sky. It was dreamy and illusory. This was a phenomenon that was rarely seen throughout the ages, and there were very few records of such a phenomenon in the legends since the ancient times until now. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and it was uncomfortable to the touch. However, Bai Feng Lu couldn't be bothered about this, and he hastily withdrew a golden leaf from his pocket. Earlier, he'd engraved it in secret with the intention of recording everything he'd seen. However, when he saw the golden leaf, Bai Feng Lu was completely dumbfounded. It was empty. And there was nothing on it. It was so clean that there was not a single trace of engraving. Could it be? Could it be a female saint? Bai Fenglu cried out involuntarily. In the ancestral records of the Wind Whisperer clan, it was as sacred as the heavens, and should not be blasphemed. Even the golden leaf of the golden message tree was useless in front of the sacred power. Something big is going to happen in this world, Bai Fenglu had a strong feeling in his heart. Although he didn't have any concrete evidence, he felt that this supreme existence that he suspected to be a female saint was very likely related to demon god Lin. The Black Sea Tengu clan had kicked a huge iron plate this time. Was it going to be unlucky? Bai Fenglu stood up abruptly and took a deep breath. With a fearless attitude, he gritted his teeth and left in a hurry. He was going to find out more about the actions of this suspected female saint. On this day, the Western Heng realm was shaken. Cultivators everywhere felt their hearts palpitate and were moved by the suffocating pressure. They had a premonition that something big was going to happen in this world. Meanwhile, some old monsters of the King realm walked out of seclusion and used all their strength to investigate the news. Previously, they had also been shocked and terrified. The woman walked through the void with a graceful figure. In just a short 15 minutes, she had crossed over 100 continents and the boundless wilderness. Her eyes were filled with a sense of loss, as if she had recalled many ancient events along the way. Is the saint on a journey? Heavens! Along the way, the King realm powerhouses of various places had seen traces of the woman. Unfortunately, it was too ethereal and supreme. They had only caught a glimpse of it before it disappeared. Even so, it still made those old monsters of the King realm tremble in fear, and they almost wanted to prostrate themselves in worship. After a long time, the woman stopped in front of a towering ancient spirit mountain. She stood in the void and looked down. This mountain was majestic, and it was suffused with celestial mist and rising purple energy. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it was bathed in a faint golden divine glow. Expanses of ancient buildings were scattered within it, and it was peaceful and tranquil. It was like an immortal paradise that was isolated from the world and transcended the mortal world. This mountain was called Kunwu, the number 1 orthodoxy of the Western Heng realm. The Profound Inquisition Sword School stood towering above it. She's headed to the Profound Seeker Sword School. All along the way, there were many old fellows at the King realm following her. Why has an existence that seems to be a saint made an appearance today? This caused them to be curious. However, when they saw her figure appear before Kunwu Mountain, all of these old fellows were shocked and practically stunned. What does she intend to do? Kunwu Mountain was lofty, divine, and enshrouded by violet energy. At this moment, the hairs on the cultivators of the Profound Seeker Sword School that were stationed there stood on end while they felt extreme pressure, causing their entire bodies to stiffen while their expressions turned pale with astonishment. In next to no time, the sect master of the Profound Seeker Sword School was alarmed, and he led all the higher-ups of the sect over. However, their expressions changed drastically when they saw the graceful figure that stood towering in midair. They were unable to maintain their composure, and it was like they were facing a supreme overlord. All of you stand down. Right at this moment, an aged voice resounded from the most mysterious restricted area of Kunwu Mountain, and it emanated an extraordinarily dignified aura. Even Ancestor Xianxia had been alarmed. In an instant, the entire Profound Seeker Sword School was shocked to the extreme. Ancestor Xianxia was a senior that was like a living fossil, and he was a saint that was renowned throughout the ancient Desolation region. However, he hadn't made a single sound for over 1,000 years. Yet now, he'd been alarmed and issued a decree, so it naturally caused them to be extremely shocked. Moreover, they realized that the graceful figure that arrived abruptly definitely possessed a terrifying background. Otherwise, how could Saint Xianxia have been alarmed? The woman stood there and seemed to be completely unaware of all of this. She swept Kunwu Mountain with her gaze while a wisp of sorrow appeared on her face. In her daze, she seemed to have heard that carefree, unrestrained, and heroic laughter once more. If I don't hate the ancients, then I don't see them. If I hate the ancients, then I don't see them. All those years ago, that person wore a white robe, had extraordinary horns on his head, and was in high spirits. He'd once slashed 8,000 mountains apart with a single sword strike and awed the 19 prefectures of the ancient Desolation region. But the passage of time had caused even he to be gone now. The woman sighed in her heart. She strode through space and suddenly arrived at Kunwu Mountain, and her figure appeared before an extremely damaged thatched cottage. During this entire process, the sect guarding grand formation of the Profound Seeker Sword School that was said to be capable of annihilating old fellows at the King Realm actually didn't show any movement. As for all the cultivators from the Profound Seek Sword School, they were dumbstruck, and they were shocked to the point of being stunned on the spot. The scene before their eyes was too extraordinary and terrifying, and it had exceeded their imagination. A sword grindstone resided before the cottage. It was bright like a mirror, and it still emanated a strand of peerless sword insight that was extremely piercing. Fellow Taoist, please stop. This is the sacred grounds of my Profound Seek Sword School, and you're not allowed to spy on it. Saint Songjing's voice resounded. It was a saint, and its sage saint. However, from the beginning until the end, he hadn't actually made a move to stop her from entering the Profound Seek Sword House, and this undoubtedly displayed that even a saint like him was slightly uncertain. His voice was low, and it revealed boundless loneliness and disappointment. She walked to the front of the sword whetstone and lowered her head to stare at it. The surface of the stone was like a mirror, and it vaguely seemed to reflect the imposing figure that stunned time. She couldn't help but stretch out her jade-like hand, wanting to touch the sword whetstone. Fellow Taoist, stop. Sage Songjing's voice suddenly resounded with a terrifying divine pressure. In an instant, the entire Kunwa mountain trembled. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and a suffocating aura spread out. This was the wrath of a saint. With a single thought, the universe changed and the mountains and rivers trembled. When looked at from afar, the entire Kunwa mountain was covered in a layer of terrifying divine energy, and it caused all living beings in the vicinity of 5,000 kilometers to tremble and almost fall limply to the ground. The bodies of some of the old fellows at the King Realm that followed him here trembled while they revealed astounded expressions. This is the true might of a saint. Could it be that the Profound Inquisition Sword School Saint Songjing intends to make a move against that mysterious woman? Inside the dilapidated thatched hut, the woman frowned. Finally, feeling a little impatient, she gently swiped her finger. A wisp of sword insight surged into appearance and charged into the 9 heavens before descending to Kunwu. Bang! The pressure of a saint that covered this expanse of the heavens, and the earth rumbled as it exploded into pieces, and it dispersed towards the surroundings like tidewater and caused deafening rumbling to resound. At the same time, Sage Songjing let out a muffled groan as if he'd suffered a great loss. But right after that, he cried out with surprise and bewilderment. Eternal Cloud Sky / Why would you know the ultimate inheritance of the Profound Sword School? His voice was filled with disbelief. The woman paid no further attention to him. She lightly stroked the sword whetstone with the tip of her finger while a trace of desolation appeared on her face, and she sighed lightly. Profound when? Profound when? The world respects you as the Emperor of the Sword Tao, but so what? After a myriad of years, it's just as you said that day. Everything in the world has become nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and didn't spare another glance at the dilapidated thatched hut and the sword whetstone before she left swiftly. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Sage Songjing urged her to stay. He'd realized that it was very likely that this woman had some sort of relationship with the founding ancestor of the Profound Pursuit Sword School, Sword Emperor Wen Xian. However, the woman had already left swiftly and vanished into the distance in the boundless sky. On this day, Kunwa Mountain was shaken, and the entire Profound Pursuit Sword School was shocked. On the other hand, news related to Sage Songjing's appearance had even swept through Westmost Dimension like a storm. The scalps of all the old geezers at the King Realm who'd witnessed all of this felt numb because even Sage Songjing hadn't been able to make that woman stay. This was too shocking. A gorgeous ray of light shot through space, and it was countless kilometers long. An immortal phoenix circled in the sky while a true dragon soared into the sky, and they revealed a supreme and brilliant dignified aura. It was like an empress had arrived. The woman strode about and gazed at the world. Her footsteps were indistinct, and she instantly traversed a few tens of thousands of kilometers. She seemed indistinct and unfathomable. It wasn't long before she arrived before a river of stars. Vast silver water surged down from the sky, and it whistled through space before surging into the seemingly boundless river of stars. When looked at from afar, the sky and water were connected together, and it was vast and surging. It didn't seem like a river at all, and it was clearly like a boundless ocean that lay across it like a barrier between worlds. Lightning rumbled within the river of stars while time and space fell into disorder. Moreover, terrifying black holes flashed into appearance from time to time, and they emanated an aura of destruction that seemed to intend to devour everything. This was the river of stars that stood between the four worlds of the ancient Desolation region. It was like a natural chasm that had obstructed the path of countless cultivators. The River of Stars was taken to be a renowned place of great danger in the ancient Desolation region, and it was filled with all sorts of strange and ominous things. It was mysterious and terrifying. There'd once been a true king who'd tried to traverse the river to arrive at the other side of the world, yet he perished on the way and didn't even leave a corpse behind. It was said that the one who killed this king was merely an inconspicuous red carp. There were many similar legends, and it caused the River of Stars to become a forbidden area. Even the old geezers at the king realm weren't willing to step foot into it rashly. The woman's clothes fluttered as she stood at the bank of the river, and her entire body was suffused with rays of light that seemed like divine chains of order. She was merely standing there casually, yet it forced the surging silver waves of water within the river to retreat, rumble. The river water roiled while it rumbled like thunder, and waves of intense sounds of battle and slaughter seemed to resound within the woman's mind. Everything before her eyes seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, the heavens and the earth were shaking while mountains of corpses and seas of blood flowed. All the fiend gods soared through the sky and fought intensely in the world. The glow of blades and the radiance of the grand Tao interweaved together while the furious roars of the fiend gods and Buddhas resisted each other. At that time, even the sky was sinking while the ground was collapsing. All the living beings that were swept into this battle were unable to escape, and even if they were gods, they were unable to remain unscathed. It was too horrifying. Later on, some great figures of legend appeared as well. They stretched out their hands to pluck the stars and moon, and they struck the sky. It was a scene that seemed like the end of the world had arrived. That battle was called the Battle of Nirvana. From that day onward, the ancient Desolation region fell into darkness and collapse, and the ages were like an eternal night. Those people from all those years ago probably didn't know that the ancient Desolation region has already transformed into the four worlds and countless shattered minor worlds. After a long time, the woman sighed lightly before turning around and leaving. Only when the woman's figure vanished did a pair of eyes open in the depths of the Boundary River, and it stared at her disappearing figure for a long time. In the end, the eyes closed once more and vanished. Black Mirror Province. She just returned from the Boundary River, yet she's already entered Black Mirror Province in the blink of an eye. What exactly does she intend to do? The hearts of some old fellows at the king realm that followed the woman trembled. Black Mirror Province was the territory of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan. After the woman entered Black Mirror Province, she slowed down and seemed to be searching for something. However, this caused the hearts of all the cultivators in Black Mirror Province to tremble and feel terrified. That supreme aura covered the heavens and the earth as if it existed everywhere, and even if it was extremely far away, it could still be clearly sensed. What does she intend to do? The woman traversed through Black Mirror Province, causing many great figures to be uneasy. It was like a peerless storm had passed through, and no matter who saw it, they were unable to maintain their composure. Some ordinary cultivators even seemed as if they'd seen a miracle, and they prostrated themselves on the ground and prayed devoutly. That level of divine might was far too terrifying. In merely a short moment, the woman's graceful figure had already appeared before Savage Cloud Mountain. Savage Cloud Mountain was one of the bases of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan that resided in the Western Ocean region, and it was extraordinary and a first-rate paradise. Who is it? Shit. My God. It's too terrifying. As soon as the woman's figure appeared, a wave of commotion arose on Savage Cloud Mountain while clamorous and panicked voices rose and fell, and the scene was chaotic. In next to no time, all the higher-ups of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan appeared. All of them had serious expressions as they looked at the graceful figure in the distance, and their hearts palpitated and felt uneasy. A peerless expert that had arrived abruptly had suddenly appeared before their clan, and this caused them to realize that the situation was bad. Especially when, even though she was all alone, she seemed like an overlord that controlled the world as she stood there, and the terrifying pressure she emanated caused, no matter how deep their cultivations were, all of them felt suffocated to the point of being on the verge of collapse. May I know why Senior has graced our clan with your presence? In the end, an old fellow at the king realm of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan walked out, and he forcefully endured the terror in his heart as he took a deep breath and asked. killing dogs. These two words were spoken casually, but they were like a sharp blade that stabbed into the hearts of the Black Sea Tengu clan powerhouses. Their faces instantly became extremely ugly as they felt endless humiliation. In the current world, the Black Sea Tengu clan was so powerful that they could be found all over the ancient Desolation region. Even some ancient orthodoxies didn't dare to offend them easily. But now, there was a mysterious woman standing in front of the mountain gate and speaking nonsense. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation and trampling on the dignity of their clan. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and every Black Sea Tengu powerhouse was furious. Especially the king stage-old monster who had asked the question. He thought that he had been polite enough, but he didn't expect that the answer he got would be like this. This made his face darken, and he couldn't help but say darkly, "Senior, if my clan has offended you in any way, please tell us directly. Why must you humiliate my clan like this? Even though you're extremely powerful, my clan also has a saint. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win." These words were extremely unyielding because they were indeed very confident. Even a true saint wouldn't be willing to completely fall out with their clan. The other Black Sea Tengu clan members were also refreshed. Indeed, their clan had a saint-level old monster, and they didn't fear anyone in the world. "Heh, you really are audacious." The woman's words were filled with indifference and disdain. The words audacious made the king stage-old monster's expression even more unsightly. He was about to retort and say something when he suddenly felt his body stiffen. An indescribable sense of danger flooded his body like a torrent, causing him to tremble all over. His soul almost left his body, and he cursed inwardly. At the same time, a voice that was as cold as ice resounded in his ears. "The killing of dogs starts with you." Under the gaze of countless eyes, the woman stretched out a slender, fair, lustrous, and almost perfect hand and casually grabbed at the air. Puff! The king stage-old monster's body suddenly exploded like a crushed bug, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and dyed the air red. This was a king that looked down upon the world with monstrous might. Yet now, he didn't even have time to react before he was annihilated on the spot. All of a sudden, all the Black Sea Tengu powerhouses on the barbaric Cloud Mountain were dumbfounded. They were initially fearless, thinking that even if a true saint came, they would not dare to kill indiscriminately. But now, they almost collapsed. Who had ever seen such a shocking scene? A life-and-death realm warrior, who stood above the 5 levels, was wiped out like a piece of grass. There was no time to react. He didn't even have the time to scream. Just like that, under countless gazes, he was squashed to death like a bug. This was too terrifying. Those higher-ups were terrified out of their wits, and they felt a chill run down their spines. On the other hand, those ordinary clansmen were terrified to the point their bodies went limp and they sat on the ground while their souls almost left their bodies. But no matter who it was, they all had the same thought in their minds. Today, their clan was probably going to suffer an unprecedented calamity. Sure enough, the woman moved. Her figure was hazy and indistinct, and it was coiled by gorgeous and brilliant divine chains of order. Her might shot up to the 9 heavens and terrified the surroundings. With a single step, the mountains and rivers collapsed, the wind and clouds howled, and space transformed into a terrifying chaotic flow that rumbled. Boundless divine radiance that was dazzling like a rain of light sprayed out from the woman's illusory figure. At that instant, this expanse of the heavens and the earth revealed numerous phenomena. There was the roar of a true dragon, the flap of an immortal phoenix's wings, the black tortoise swallowing the sea. There were even the furious howls of fiend gods and the rumbling of the Tao, and it was like waves of divine lightning was spreading out. Pooh! Pooh, pooh! Even the barbaric Cloud Mountain was collapsing. Ball after ball of bloody mist exploded like dense firecrackers on the bodies of the Black Sea Tengu powerhouses. Bloody. Tragic and beautiful. Terrifying. With this step, at least 1,000 Black Sea Tengu powerhouses were annihilated on the spot. Such a bloody scene was simply like purgatory had appeared in the world, and this expanse of the heavens and the earth revealed a dark red color of blood. No. Damn it. Don't you dare. No. Shrill, miserable, and terrified cries resounded and seethed in the heavens and the earth, causing this place to seem like a slaughterhouse that caused one's scalp to go numb. Some Black Sea Tengu powerhouses intended to flee, yet they were directly swept by numerous strands of divine radiance, causing their bodies to be incinerated and vaporized in midair, and not even ash was left behind. On the other hand, some powerhouses knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. But even then, they were still unable to escape the fate of being annihilated. This was too terrifying. With barbaric Cloud Mountain as the center, an area of 500 kilometers was confined by an extremely terrifying force. In this expanse of the heavens and the earth, the woman was like a ruler, and she annihilated them with a flick of her finger, not to mention ordinary experts. Even great figures like half-step kings and old fellows at the king realm seemed tiny like grass at this moment, and it was futile no matter how they struggled. The woman was too extraordinary and divine. Her entire body was bathed in the brilliant glow of the Tao, and she was hazy and graceful. She simply didn't seem like a person of the world, and she seemed like a god that looked down upon the world and controlled the life and death of all living beings. Rumble, barbaric Cloud Mountain collapsed while bloody mist bloomed one after another, and brilliant divine rays of light enveloped this area. From the beginning until the end, the woman had only taken a single step. But this step seemed to be too world-shocking. My God! What did I see? She's all alone, yet she actually trampled through barbaric Cloud Mountain and killed her way into the territory of the Black Nightmare Tengu clan. King Realm experts are like grass before her, and they were casually annihilated. Who exactly is she? What sort of cultivation does she possess? It's too terrifying. She entered and left Kunwa Mountain as if she was entering an unstoppable area, and even the profound Inquisition sword house's Saint Songjing didn't dare forcefully make her stay. Now, she's even slaughtering her way into barbaric Cloud Mountain. She's trying to pierce through the heavens. All the King Realm experts that were extremely far away from barbaric Cloud Mountain felt their scalps go numb while their hearts trembled, and they felt unprecedented shock. She's too formidable. Even though they were merely looking at her from afar, it caused them to feel almost suffocated, and they truly didn't dare imagine what sort of terrifying pressure they would suffer if they were to face that woman. Who exactly is she? No one knew, but there was no doubt that this was absolutely a shocking event, and once news of it spread to the outside world, it would cause a great earthquake. This sort of divine dignity and strength was sufficient to terrify others to death. After all, the strongest known existence in the ancient Desolation region was only a saint. On the other hand, even though this woman's strength couldn't be seen through, there was no doubt that she was absolutely not inferior to a saint. At this moment, the entire Black Mirror province had fallen into a state of shock, and many cultivators had once again sensed the supreme aura that caused their hearts to palpitate with terror. They were anxious and uneasy, and they didn't know what had happened. But they had a premonition that a terrifying event that shook the heavens and the earth had absolutely occurred in the Black Mirror province today. In a short moment, the curtains to the battle had already been drawn. The extraordinarily beautiful barbaric Cloud Mountain that was over 10 kilometers tall had been razed to the ground now, and it was covered in blood and a mess. It wasn't long before some King Realm experts finally dared to approach carefully. My God! When they saw the terrifying scene before them clearly, even these old fellows that were accustomed to experiencing storms were terrified and flabbergasted. This place was covered in blood, wreckage, and corpses that had fallen into pieces. Besides that, the entire barbaric Cloud Mountain had collapsed and been razed to the ground. The world is about to change. These King Realm experts gasped. The Darksea Tengu clan covered the entire ancient Desolation region, and even though the barbaric Cloud Mountain was only one of the residences of their clan, it was comparable to an ancient power in the Westworld. Yet now, including the barbaric Cloud Mountain and the Darksea Tengu clan that resided within it, everything had been destroyed, and even the King Realm experts were unable to escape. This was simply no different from the impact of annihilating an entire orthodoxy. Most terrifying of it all was that all of this had occurred in merely a short moment, and the person that did this was merely a woman. A woman comparable to an ancient emperor. The news was bound to be unable to be concealed, and it started to leak and spread. The barbaric Cloud Mountain had been destroyed, a world-shocking battle had occurred here, and all the experts of the Darksea Tengu clan had been annihilated. As soon as this news spread, it caused a shocking uproar. For a time, the entire Westworld was shaken, and the entire world was shocked. Countless gazes shot towards the barbaric Cloud Mountain in Black Mirror province in unison, and countless secret agents started to inquire about the details like madmen. At the same time, the woman strode through the sky amidst the desolate group of mountains and started to return. Her footprints had covered numerous provinces in Westworld during this trip, and she'd gone to the Tang province's Kunwa mountain for the sake of reminiscing about the past. She'd once headed to the boundary river that was taken to be a place of great danger in the world, and she sighed with emotion when she recalled the Battle of Nirvana. After that, she turned around and stepped into Black Mirror Province, flattened the barbaric Cloud Mountain, and wiped out a residence of the Dark Sea Tengu clan. All of this had merely occurred in less than the time for an incense stick to burn. Leave when you're done, and it's best to conceal your merits and reputation. Crack, right when the woman strode through the sky, she suddenly stopped moving, and her eyes looked towards the sky while her expression was indifferent and cold as before. Only the space between her brows carried a wisp of a solemn expression. A horrifying rift in space had actually appeared in the clear sky, and at the same time, a spear image that was filled with supreme dignity flashed out from within the rift. Clang, the spear image howled as the heavens and the earth rumbled and resonated, and it was like the sonorous tune of the Grand Tao resounded through the world while an indescribable aura of slaughter swept out from within the spear image. At that instant, it was simply like a god had awakened from within the spear image, and it was interweaved with the supreme energy of the Tao and arts as it rumbled as it pierced down towards the woman. The woman didn't dodge and stood there silently. She knew that it was useless even if she dodged. During the ancient times, there were numerous extraordinary figures that had been killed beneath the spear image, and they died with resentment while the path they pursued towards the Tao had become nothing. Because this spear's origins were unfathomable, and it was like the embodiment of the Grand Tao, yet it represented inauspiciousness and death. It was also taken to be the Tao severance spear. Pooh, the woman's chest was penetrated, yet she seemed to be completely unaware of it, and her figure flashed before vanishing into thin air. On the other hand, the spear image was unable to find its target, and it searched for a long time in space before returning to the rift in space in the end. Instantly, the rift vanished while the sky recovered its calm once more, and it seemed as if nothing from before had occurred. A blurry and hazy figure appeared before the cave that had once caused Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong to die with resentment. Compared to the past, her imposing aura was still the same. However, her figure seemed to have become even more blurry like mist, and it seemed as if it would disperse at any moment. A great era will arrive in the end, and your Tao severance energy is nothing to be afraid of. The woman glanced at the sky with a chilly expression before she turned around swiftly and vanished within the cave. Shocking news! The savage Cloud Mountain has been flattened, and all the Black Nightmare Tengu clan experts residing there have been annihilated. Rumor has it that a woman suspected to be divine took action. She killed King Realm experts like cutting grass. She is terrifying beyond compare. That's not all. That woman's footprints even appeared on the Kunwa mountain of the profound Sikh sword house, and she seemed to have entered an uninhabited area. Even Saint Songjing, who'd been silent for a few thousands of years, was alarmed. A piece of news like this was like a storm that swept through the entire Great West world, and it caused an enormous uproar. Who was that woman? No matter if it was the normal Shouja or the old freaks of the major factions, they were all shocked. The Profound Inquiry Sword School was the #1 sect in West Hing Dimension, and it had a true saint protecting it. However, it didn't dare to make a move against that woman and allowed her to come and go as she pleased. The Black Sea Heavenly Dog clan's power spread across the 4 great worlds of the ancient Desolation realm. However, in one day, the clan's residence in the West Hing realm was uprooted. All of this clearly displayed how terrifying the woman that seemed to be a goddess was. She was comparable to an ancient emperor, and with a flick of her finger, she could overturn the heavens and earth. For a time, the entire Westlast world was in an uproar as countless cultivators discussed and guessed the origins and cultivation of the mysterious woman. Perhaps only a true sage would dare to destroy the habitat of the Black Sea Tengu clan. Many great figures came to such a conclusion, which shocked them. When did another divine-level existence that they had never heard of appear in the Western Hing realm? Even Saint Songjing didn't dare to force her to stay. I'm afraid the word sacred isn't enough to describe that lady. I even doubt if she belongs to our generation. After all, in the entire ancient Desolation region, I've never heard of any saint with such divine power. Because they did not understand the situation, there were many discussions and speculations, but in the end, no one could give a definite answer. However, there was one similarity, and that was that the mysterious woman's strength was considered to be at the divine level, or even stronger. The Profound Inquiry Sword School has spoken. They announced that the mysterious woman was closely related to their orthodoxy, and was a divine existence. It wasn't long before a piece of news from the Profound Inquiry Swordhouse spread, and it instantly caused the already extremely turbulent Westhing region to be completely thrown into an uproar. Does this mean that the Profound Sword School is expressing goodwill towards that mysterious woman? Many major forces made such a judgment. However, no one knew the real inside story, so they were unable to speculate further. The sky is going to change. I can foresee that the Black Nightmare Tengu clan will definitely not let the matter rest. After all, they've lost at least 5 King Realm experts and a few tens of thousands of clansmen in the Westhing region this time. This is a deep enmity. That's right. The Black Sea Tengu clan also has a saint-level existence overseeing it. If that's the case, there might even be a battle between the saints in the future. When all these discussions converged onto the effects caused by this storm, the entire West Ocean region fell into a state of shock. A battle between saints, the Black Sea Tengu clan had suffered such heavy losses. Would they really disregard everything and go all out? All sorts of discussions sounded out in different parts of the Westhing world, and in the end, it even started to spread towards the East Victory world, the Big Dipper world, and the South Profound world. Amidst the clamor of discussions, many practitioners were concerned about the same question. Why would that mysterious woman appear today? Why did she want to slaughter all the Black Sea Tengu clan experts of the barbaric Cloud Mountain? It must be that the Black Sea Tengu clan is used to being arrogant and unintentionally provoked this mysterious woman, provoking this great calamity. Some people took pleasure in their misfortune. That's right. These black dogs are cold and cruel, and they've done innumerable things that incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of men in these past few years. They deserve this retribution. Even more practitioners felt delighted, and they felt that the mysterious woman's actions were simply gratifying, causing them to be delighted. But these analyses were emotional in the end, and they seemed to be very unreliable. Thus, they didn't have much confidence in them. At this moment, someone ridiculed the Wind Speaker clan and questioned them. Isn't your Wind Speaker clan known for being the most well-informed? Why hasn't there been any truly big news that has been revealed until now? Instantly, some busybodies started to criticize the Wind Speaker clan. They felt that as long as they encountered some trivial matters, they would run faster than anyone else, but once they encountered a major matter, they would be completely at a loss. This caused the higher-ups of the Wind Speaker clan to instantly feel extremely embarrassed, and they felt that they'd lost face. Since the news about the mysterious woman had spread, they'd arranged for all their forces to investigate. But the embarrassing thing was that the mysterious woman's movements were elusive, and she'd traversed the boundless mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye. How could they possibly find out any information in an instant? Investigate. Go King investigate. Otherwise, where will our Wind Speaker clan put our face? Our ancestor was the famous king of news in ancient times. How can we allow others to criticize and blaspheme such a supreme reputation? Among the Wind Speaker clan, the old monsters were furious and roared. At this critical moment, Bai Feng Lu stood up and stuck a golden leaf on the message tree. Suddenly, the Shiheng domain was stirred up, and everyone paid attention to it. They thought that the Wind Speaker clan had finally come up with some substantial news. Who would have thought that the golden leaf was empty, and there was no news at all? Damn, is your Wind Speaker clan playing with people? How extravagant. There's no news at all, and you've even used a golden leaf. It's obvious that you're fooling people. Isn't your Wind Speaker clan too unreliable? If that's the case, who will believe in the news of your Wind Speaker clan in the future? It's too disappointing. For a moment, everyone was furious, and they all criticized the Wind Speaker clan. However, Bai Feng Lu seemed very calm. When he successfully ignited the anger of countless practitioners, he opened his mouth with a serious look and announced the news. In the ancient books of my clan, it is recorded that the sacred is like the sky, and cannot be slandered. The golden leaf that you're looking at now was once engraved with the traces of that mysterious woman, but in the end, there was only a blank space left. As soon as these words came out, countless practitioners were stunned, and they were skeptical. Really? Everyone was doubtful. Even the higher-ups of the Wind Speaker clan were stunned. Did this Bai Feng Lu want to use a blank golden leaf to shut the mouths of the world? Bai Feng Lu was a practitioner of the Wind Speaker clan who aspired to become the king of news. Naturally, he could not tolerate others questioning his news. Not long after, he revealed a piece of shocking news. Everyone, do you remember the news about demon god Lin that I released a while ago? Bai Fenglu appeared to be very patient. He did not reveal all the news at once, and he played the trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better, to perfection. The cultivators of West Xianxia were astounded. They did indeed remember that a while ago, news had once spread that fiend god Lin had furiously slaughtered a group of black hyenas in Snow Maple City, and he'd once said he would slaughter all the black hyenas in the world. Later, demon god Lin killed 4 half-step king tiers from the black demon dog clan alone in a tight encirclement, and finally left. At that time, it caused a sensation in the West Hing realm, but very soon, the black demon dog clan launched their revenge, sending 2 king tier existences to pursue and kill demon god Lin, causing this matter to instantly attract the attention of the entire West Hing realm. Until now, no one knew whether demon god Lin was dead or alive. However, what did this matter have to do with that mysterious woman? Many practitioners were confused and angry, thinking that Bai Fenglu was deliberately mystifying things. Some of the more intelligent people vaguely guessed a certain possibility, and their hearts could not help but tremble, and they could not help but gasp. Could demon god Lin be related to that mysterious woman? When they thought like this, they became even more curious, and their appetites were completely whetted. At this moment, some ancient orthodoxies were attracted by the news that Bai Fenglu released, and they started to pay attention to this matter. It couldn't be helped, even they had not obtained any information about that mysterious woman until now. Imperceptibly, Bai Fenglu had become the center of attention of the West Hing realm at this moment, and this caused him to feel excited and elated. What did it mean to be the center of attention of the world? That was it. The vanity in Bai Fenglu's heart was greatly satisfied, and only then did he reveal the shocking news that he had discovered. Although I don't know who that mysterious woman is, I know that when she first appeared, she killed 2 king tier existences from the black demon dog clan. And those 2 king tier existences were Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong, who were pursuing demon god Lin. After that, that mysterious woman headed to Kunlun Mountain, and that's how the series of events that happened after that happened. From this, it can be inferred that it's extremely likely that the mysterious woman is an expert from the sect behind demon god Lin. As soon as this piece of news appeared, countless cultivators were dumbfounded, and they were shocked on the spot. That mysterious woman is actually related to demon god Lin? This seems to be very unreal and inconceivable. Even though it's difficult to imagine, this explanation makes sense. After all, who in the West Hing realm doesn't know that demon god Lin is being pursued by the black demon dog clan? Now that mysterious woman has appeared and flattened Cloud Savage Mountain, she's obviously standing up for demon god Lin. Many cultivators were excited, and the more they analyzed it, the more they felt it was reasonable. Is it really related to demon god Lin? How unbelievable! Who could have imagined that such a monstrous and terrifying existence is standing behind him? I knew it. A peerless youth like demon god Lin is absolutely not an ordinary figure, and he definitely has an extremely mysterious and ancient orthodoxy behind him. Moreover, that mysterious woman is probably a senior of demon god Lin's sect. However, there were also people who refuted this, and they felt that Bai Fenglu was completely far-fetched and speaking without thinking. Humph. If demon god Lin had such a formidable existence standing behind him, would the black demon dog clan dare to rashly pursue him? What a joke. If demon god Lin had such a senior, he would have long been famous in the world. How could he only be known by us now? This is obviously fake. Some cultivators were disdainful, thinking that Bai Fenglu was overestimating Lin Sun by associating him with that mysterious woman. Xia Yutong couldn't help but be angry or jealous. During this period of time, the rumors about Lin Sun came out one after another, which shocked the whole West Hing territory and set off many storms. Lin Sun also became one of the most popular peerless figures in the younger generation of Western horizontal world, which was known to all. Now, in thousands of states and tens of thousands of cities in the West Hing territory, everything about Demon Lin was widely spread. In contrast, although Xia Yutong had long been a disciple of Feather Sword sect, his reputation was only limited to Cloud Dream State. The gap was too big. How could Xia Yutong, who had always been arrogant and looked down on Lin Sun, bear this? Xia Yutong couldn't accept that a young man who came from a remote place in the mortal world was now famous all over the world. So, on the same day, as the successor of Feathersword sect, he revealed the news to the Wind-Talking clan to expose Lin Sun's background and crush the absurd rumors about him. This was big news. When the Wind-Talking clan learned all this, they publicized it as soon as possible. Breaking news. According to Xia Yutong, the successor of Feathersword sect, Demon Lin came from the mortal world and was born in a humble place. He was definitely not the successor of a mysterious orthodoxy. So, Demon Lin should have nothing to do with the mysterious woman. Suddenly, the Westing territory was shocked again, and many practitioners were dumbfounded. The mortal world, in the eyes of countless practitioners, it was a barren place with imperfect Tao, like a ruin of cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was an abandoned place. When facing the mortal world, the practitioners in the ancient desolation territory were born with a sense of superiority, just like the nobles living in the palace facing a group of beggars living in the slums. Demon Lin was actually a practitioner from the mortal world. This made countless practitioners who highly admired Lin Sun a little confused. Oh, it turns out to be a guy from the mortal world. I thought he was great, but he is just SOSO. What Demon Lin? It's all exaggerated by the Wind-Talking clan. In the final analysis, he is just a bumpkin from the mortal world. He doesn't live up to his name. Many sneers and sarcastic voices began to appear. These days, there were rumors about Lin Sun everywhere, saying that he was a peerless figure of the younger generation with extraordinary courage, which shaped him into a dazzling and matchless figure. This originally made some practitioners of the younger generation very unconvinced, envious, and jealous. Now that Lin Sun's secret was exposed, they gloated at once. They took the opportunity to attack and make sarcastic remarks to Lin Sun. For a time, all kinds of slandering Lin Sun sounded in an endless stream, mostly from the practitioners of the younger generation. They were very dissatisfied and jealous, thinking that Lin Sun did not deserve his current reputation at all. Seeing the reversal of the situation, Xia Yutong, who had spread the news, suddenly laughed and vented his anger. He thought to himself, Lin Sun, don't blame me. It's your fault for being so cheerful. A false reputation is a false reputation after all. I'm just telling the truth. It's time for the world to wake up and see your true colors. Xia Yutong did not think that he had done anything wrong. Even if Lin Sun hated him because of this, he was not afraid. Bai Fenglu was also very depressed and annoyed after knowing all this. The glory and status he enjoyed today were all established by spreading news about Lin Sun. Deep in his heart, he had already regarded Lin Sun as a great treasure for digging out information. Under such circumstances, how could he allow others to refute the news he had spread? He had just said that there was news about demon god Lin and that mysterious woman, and the next moment, it was refuted. What was the difference between this and a slap in the face? Bai Fenglu was very angry. He also began to spread the news and retaliated, haha, I really don't know when a successor of the Ascension Sword sect can represent the entire Ascension Sword sect to slander a peerless talent of the younger generation. He directly said ruthlessly, if you have the guts, make a bet with me. If Fiend God Lin isn't related to that mysterious woman, I'll pluck off my head and apologize to the world. But if what I said is true, do you, the successor of the Plume Manifestation Sword sect, dare to pluck off your own head to apologize? Boom, suddenly, countless practitioners in the Westing boundary were boiling again. This bet was too exciting, and the situation was obviously going to be reversed. Xia Yutong was so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. His face was livid, and he was about to respond, but he was stopped by Zhuo Guanglan. Junior brother Xia, whether the news is true or false, what does it have to do with us? Don't cause trouble because of this. Zhuo Guanglan's tone was calm, but it was unquestionable. Xia Yutong's expression changed for a long time, but he finally gritted his teeth and endured it. He secretly decided that when the truth came out, the world would finally know who was right and who was wrong. Xia Yutong's silence was seen as a concession by Bai Fenglu. He was proud of himself and very magnanimously sent a message, young man, don't always want to make big news. If something goes wrong, won't you be slapping your own face? Xia Yutong was so angry that his face turned green. This old guy from the Wind Whisperer clan dared to make irresponsible remarks to him. He was simply tired of living. In short, all this was enough to show that the storm this time was too big, and the whole Westing boundary was affected. Of course, there were also extremely strong voices. For example, an extremely famous peerless talent of the younger generation in the Westing boundary was very conceited and arrogant. He said, "The current world is getting more and more out of hand. Who dares to call himself a devil god? Tell this so-called devil god Lin, if he has the guts, come to the Azure Parasol Mountain to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. I, Zhongli Wuji, will be the first to suppress him." This caused a huge wave, and many practitioners gasped. Zhongli Wuji was a peerless figure like a devil incarnate. He was extremely famous and powerful among the younger generation in the Westing boundary. Not long after, another woman said indifferently, "Is there no genius in the world? If Lin Sun dares to appear on the Azure Parasol Mountain, I will make him repent in public and admit that he doesn't live up to his name." For a moment, many people were stunned and couldn't believe it. This was because the woman who spoke was from the Cyan Phoenix clan, one of the top 10 clans in the Westing boundary. Her name was Qing Lian, and she was the saintess of this generation of the Cyan Phoenix clan. She had unparalleled elegance and divine beauty. Zhongli Wuji spoke disdainfully, and Qing Lian followed closely behind. All of a sudden, the attention of the Westing boundary was attracted, and the hearts of countless practitioners trembled. Even some ancient orthodoxies were alarmed. Everyone realized that a shocking battle was destined to take place in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival that was about to begin soon. However, in the face of such contempt and criticism, would Devil God Lin really have the guts to go to the Azure Parasol Mountain to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival? The outside world was in an uproar. Lin Sun, as the main character, knew nothing about all this. He was breaking through the barriers. After the mysterious woman left the heaven accessing place, he had been breaking through the barriers. The sixth barrier of the Green Cloud Path was called Spirit Control. Although it was called breaking through, it was actually a kind of test and sharpening for the spirit of practitioners. When the challenge began, the phantoms of heavenly demons appeared in the sea of consciousness and attacked the spirit. Although these phantoms were invisible and intangible, they controlled the terrible secret method of soul attack, which evolved into thunderbolts, storms, underground fire, mysterious water, and other strange phenomena, which was extremely terrible. Lin Sun ran meditating magic, and his spirit shone brightly like the sun in the blue sky, brilliant and vast, and invincible. In this kind of fighting, Lin Sun tempered his spirit more and more solid, faintly showing a sense of solemnity. Before long, the phantoms of heavenly demons evolved into annihilation wind, flowing light, magnetic rainbow, heavenly flower, and other magical forces, launching a new round of attacks. Lin Sun finally felt the pressure. His spirit trembled violently, in a state of alternating between life and death, as if it would collapse at any time, and as if it could undergo nirvana and undergo a new transformation at any time. It was extremely mysterious and dangerous. In the end, the phantoms of heavenly demons transformed again, turning into chains entangled with robbery power, trying to imprison and obliterate Lin Sun's spirit. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying attack. The only thing Lin Sun could do was to keep his spirit, stick to his heart, and run meditating magic to the extreme. His spirit sometimes evolved into stars circulating all over the sky, shining like a chessboard in the universe. Stars densely covered it, deducing the wonderful phenomenon of star circulation. Sometimes, a full moon hung above the sky, shining with silver light, showing the changes of gloomy, bright, round, and waning, deducing the phenomenon of moon change. Sometimes, it condensed into the sun again, releasing infinite light and omnipresent. In the end, the three wonderful phenomena of star circulation, moon change, and sun glory merged into one, outlining a grand spectacle of the sun and the moon in the sky, surrounded by thousands of stars in the sea of consciousness. At the same time, his spirit underwent a transformation, like the beginning of chaos or the cracking of eggshell, turning into thousands of magnificent light rain, and then began to condense little by little. In the end, it turned into a small man with a handsome figure, only an inch high. The original blurred face gradually became clear, with bright black eyes and handsome facial features. It was exactly Lin Sun's appearance. The little man sat cross-legged in the sea of consciousness, holy and ethereal, solemn and dignified. Above his head, the stars surrounded and protected him, the full moon was hanging obliquely, and the sun was shining alone, making the little man look like a ruler, incomparably magical. At this point, the phantoms of heavenly demons suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun's practice of meditating magic had also reached perfection. Finally, his primordial spirit was transformed into a deity from a primordial spirit. Spirit was the spirit of the spirit of the spirit. In the secular world, the spirit respected by ordinary people actually referred to the great practitioners who had the spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit. After all, in the eyes of mortals, practitioners who could fly in the sky and manipulate wind and thunder were no different from the legendary spirit. Swish, in the heaven accessing place, Lin Sun opened his eyes. At the same time, the spirit of the spirit of the spirit in his sea of consciousness also opened its eyes. At this moment, an indescribable wonderful feeling arose spontaneously from the bottom of Lin Sun's heart. He realized that he had completed a unique transformation and sublimation in this challenge. In today's cultivation world, even in the reincarnation developing realm, only the real top talents could condense the spirit of the spirit of the spirit. When one reached this stage, the spirit of a practitioner could come out of the shell and roam the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening. He was free and unfettered under the sky like an immortal on earth. For most practitioners, only when they reached the half-step king realm could they condense the spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit. Of course, most practitioners could only stop at this stage for their whole lives. This was a hurdle. Once one stepped past it, one would be able to shake the heavens and the earth. If one couldn't, then one's path towards the Tao would stop here. However, unlike other practitioners in the world, Lin Sun had condensed the spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit before he stepped into the reincarnation developing realm. He had the ability to leave his body and roam the universe. This was undoubtedly shocking. If it was spread out, he would be regarded as a monster and cause a great sensation. At this moment, Lin Sun was fully aware of the changes in his body. It had nothing to do with his cultivation, but a new transformation in his spirit. The transformation of the power of the spirit was like the light of wisdom. When one thought was born, all the laws would follow. When one thought was destroyed, all illusions would cease to exist. In short, the biggest advantage of reaching this realm was that even if the body was destroyed, the spirit could still exist in the world. Congratulations on passing the 6th level of the heaven accessing place. Just as Lin Sun was feeling the changes after the transformation of the spirit, a cold voice rang in his ears. He suddenly looked up and saw a hazy and vague figure standing at the end of the green cloud path, looking at him from a distance. Lin Sun clearly remembered that before he passed the level, the mysterious woman said that she would go out to have a look and would be back soon. But he didn't expect that after she returned, she didn't disappear, but appeared there without fear of being seen by him. This kind of change had never happened before. It's just the reward of the 6th level. The woman snapped her fingers, and a crystal-clear ball of light appeared in front of Lin Sun in a flash. In an instant, Lin Sun perceived that there were 2 secret skills imprinted in the ball of light, namely the second half of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture and the Tianyuan saber play. But Lin Sun didn't rush to get the inheritance, because he found that the mysterious and graceful figure was still standing there and didn't leave. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Sun expressed his gratitude. The woman stood there with a hazy divine light, like a dream, giving people an unreal feeling, as if she would disappear in the next moment. She said after a moment of silence, "You are now only 3 levels away from the gate to the heaven, namely the 7th level, the burning realm, the 8th level, the Tao breaking, the 9th level, the seeing self. I hope that the next time, I can reach the place where I stand." His voice was chilly, and it reverberated through this expanse of the void. Lin Sun was shocked. Didn't this mean that he had to pass 3 tests in a row and stand at the end of the green cloud path? At the end was the place where the door to the heavens stood, and it was also the place where the woman was standing. Lin Sun realized that there must be a reason for the mysterious woman to make such an arrangement. "Senior, may I ask what level of cultivation I should have to come here again?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and asked. "Forging the Tao, becoming a monarch, stepping into the absolute peak." The woman turned around. Her graceful and blurry figure slowly disappeared into the mysterious door that reached into the sky. "Within 3 years, the great era will come. If you can seize the opportunity, maybe, you can open the door." The voice was ethereal and cold, but it made Lin Sun fall into meditation. The peak of the king realm. After a long time, Lin Sun murmured softly. He looked at the end of the green cloud path. There, the closed gate to the heavens stood there, as if it had never been opened for thousands of years. It was extremely mysterious. What was hidden behind that door? Was it the biggest secret of the heaven accessing place? An unprecedented desire surged in Lin's heart. He realized that maybe only when he reached the end of the green cloud path could he have the qualification to further understand and know the heaven accessing place. Maybe he could know who the mysterious woman was. Remember, before you reach the Extinction King realm, I will only help you 3 times. You've already used up 1 chance. If I still can't save your life after 3 times, then I'll take it that I've misjudged you. Suddenly, the cold voice sounded again, which made Lin's son, who was about to leave, stunned. 3 chances to lend a helping hand. For Lin's son, it was like a pie falling from the sky. It was a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that he could get such a reward after passing the 6th level. But when he heard the words, used up 1 chance, Lin's son was stunned. What was going on? He had never asked for help before. However, before Lin's son could ask, he only felt darkness in front of him. Suddenly, the world turned upside down, and he was moved out of the heaven accessing place. In the dry cave, Lin's son's face flickered. He couldn't remember when he had asked the mysterious woman to help him. Didn't this mean that he only had 2 chances left? Lin's son sighed in his heart, feeling a little depressed. However, he had been fighting alone since he started cultivation. He had never relied on anyone, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Cultivation was to cultivate one's own heart and rely on oneself. If one's heart was dependent, it would restrain one's cultivation and he was doomed to be unable to become a real strong man. Although Lin's son helped, he would not put all his hopes of life and death on others. Huh? No. Lin's son's face suddenly changed as he realized a problem. He didn't have time to think about other things and was about to get up. Soon, he let out a muffled groan, and the pain in his body caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. Earlier, when he was pursued by Go Yangbua and the other 2, it caused his body to be practically in tatters, and he was on the verge of exhaustion. Now, even though he'd cultivated the spirit of a soul core, the injuries on his body were still extremely severe, and it was extremely bad. I don't know if the 2 old dogs have caught up with me. Lin's son was a little anxious. He didn't know that the outside world had already changed dramatically. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Lin's son almost gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and barely dragged his broken body out of the cave. In the morning, the breeze was gentle, the morning sun was shining, and the verdant mountains were covered with a layer of golden morning glow. The wilderness was vast and quiet. Occasionally, there were roars of beasts and birds. Everything seemed quiet and peaceful, without any sense of danger. Lin's son didn't dare to be careless and walked away. He could clearly feel that the state of his body had not deteriorated, but was being repaired and restored little by little. This was the magical effect of the golden marrow jade liquid he had swallowed before. However, for now, Lin's son could no longer exert his cultivation power, so he could only walk alone in the wilderness. Before long, a stream gurgled out of a mountain stream, and a green deer was drinking water by the stream. Lin's son was inspired to use the secret method of Xianxia's heart to communicate with it. Soon, the deer hesitated for a moment, walked to Lin's son, stuck out its tongue and licked Lin's son's palm, and then bent its knees on the ground. Lin's son smiled and rubbed the deer's head. Then he turned over and rode the deer towards the vast wilderness in the distance. A holy and terrifying aura appeared, which shocked the wilderness and made all spirits bow down to me. On the way, Lin's son communicated with the deer and was surprised to find that there was an earth-shaking change in this mountain area yesterday. I'm afraid that the mysterious woman showed up, so she could have such a mighty power. After all, she once said in the heaven-accessing place that she wanted to go out and have a look, so, the 2 old dogs of King Realm didn't die in her hands, did they? At the thought of this, Lin's son was shocked and quickly communicated with the deer. Unfortunately, there was no memory of this in the deer's mind. By the way, she once said that she helped me once. Inferring from this, what happened yesterday must have something to do with her. And with the ability of the 2 old dogs, I'm afraid that they could find my trace yesterday, but they haven't appeared until now. It seems that they must have been killed. Lin's son thought and analyzed repeatedly, and finally came to a conclusion. No wonder she said that she had already helped me once. However, just how powerful is she to be able to kill those 2 old dogs without making a sound? Lin's son couldn't calm down. Anyway, for now, I'm in a safe situation. It's time to find a secluded place to break through to the next realm. The deer walked steadily, carrying Lin Sun on its back, between the cliff and the stone path, and gradually went away. 7 days later. In an extremely primitive and ancient forest deep in the mountains, a peerlessly tyrannical aura suddenly rushed out and soared into the sky. In an instant, the world trembled and great changes occurred. Rolling clouds gathered from all directions, dark as ink, covering the sky and the earth, emitting an extremely oppressive aura, as if the end of the world was coming. Boom, the terrible thunder sounded like a big drum beaten by an ancient giant god, rumbling and stirring the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The dazzling lightning was like a waterfall, flowing and dancing wildly, full of killing intent that could destroy all things. The creatures living in this mountain area wailed in horror and fled frantically. This scene was so horrible that it was obvious that a terrible heaven's retribution was coming. Some powerful demonic cultivators and fierce beasts were watching from a distance, tensed up. As long as there was a little danger, they would escape as soon as possible. Boom, in the sky, the lightning tribulation surged. It gradually turned from a dazzling silver color to a blood-red color, dyeing the sky red as if the blood of a god was burning. The bright red blood lightning tore the void, releasing a terrible aura that was enough to make all living beings in the world tremble and shatter the void. It was too horrible. All of a sudden, those powerful demonic cultivators and fierce beasts also panicked, feeling extremely frightened. Who on earth was crossing the heavens' retribution? How could it attract such a terrible thunder? Swish, just as they were speculating, a figure rushed up, shining all over. The tall and handsome figure, full of disdain and peerless aura, rushed straight to the clouds above the sky. Hiss! In the distance, a group of demonic cultivators and fierce beasts gasped and felt their scalps numb. Who was this guy? He was too abnormal. Was he going to take the initiative to fight against the peerless heaven's retribution? Boom! In the sky, the tribulation thunder rumbled, dark red like blood, and was filled with a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. Lin Sun's figure glowed as he rushed up to attack the tribulation. His handsome figure was constantly bombarded by the tribulation thunder, and dazzling blood-red lightning splashed everywhere. After 7 days of meditation, Lin Sun completely recovered his injured body to the peak state, and he finally welcomed the tribulation to advance to the reincarnation development realm today. Crack, the blood-red lightning danced wildly and struck down. The void was shattered, and the mountains were instantly smashed and completely evaporated from the ground. The destructive aura caused some demonic cultivators and fierce beasts in the distance to tremble with fear. They were almost scared out of their wits, and they had no choice but to retreat far away. They lived in this mountain area and also had cultivation, but they could never imagine that there would be such a terrifying tribulation in this world. The sky seemed to be burning with divine blood, dark red and dazzling. The tribulation thunder and lightning roiled, representing the will of God, and it released a supreme power that could destroy the world and eliminate all evil. However, Lin Sun's expression was calm and unprecedentedly calm. His figure whistled as he operated his cultivation to the fullest and released it completely, and he constantly attacked and resisted. Looking from afar, his whole body flowed with dazzling light, his black hair fluttering, and his figure disdainful. He was simply like a legendary god with a peerless demeanor. Rumble, the power of the tribulation became more and more terrifying, as if it was infuriated. The tribulation thunder that rolled like waves actually gradually turned from bright red like blood to purple. The electric arcs were crystal clear, and the purple light lingered, dazzling. Boom, the purple and dazzling tribulation sometimes evolved into the form of divine birds and fierce beasts. They were vivid and lifelike as they appeared in the world and attacked the sky. Sometimes they evolved into the form of spears, halberds, warhammers, swords, and other treasures, and they emitted monstrous killing aura that shocked the world. Sometimes they transformed into towering mountains, ancient palaces, and other strange phenomena that suppressed the universe and were filled with supreme power that could crush all things into powder. No matter how the tribulation changed, Lin Sun never took a step back and fought it head-on. His fists rumbled and smashed all the killing aura. God! This guy is too ferocious. The power of the tribulation thunder is absolutely rare and boundlessly terrifying, but he was actually not defeated. The living beings in the distance were stunned. The more heaven-defying one was, the more ferocious the tribulation lightning one encountered would be. This was the common understanding of all cultivators since the ancient times until now. The scene that was unfolding before their eyes undoubtedly proved that the person overcoming the heavenly tribulation was definitely a monstrous genius that possessed heaven-defying resources. Not long after, Lin Sun stretched out his body and let out a long roar. His breath rose again, and his blood and qi surged like a dragon. This was an unprecedented display of power that exceeded the past. It was full of disdain and confidence. Rumble, a shocking scene appeared. The tribulation cloud containing rolling thunder was blown away by Lin Sun's punch, space seemed to have been blasted apart, and the dispersed tribulation clouds spread out in all directions, causing the scene of a vacuum to appear there. This was simply unbelievable. The living beings in the distance were shocked to the point they almost fell to the ground when they witnessed this scene. Was he still human? That could be said to be a peerless great lightning tribulation. It was boundlessly terrifying, causing people to feel great fear just by looking at it from afar. But now, it had been blown away by a single punch, all of the creatures shivered in fear. Just where did this monster come from? It was simply heaven-defying. Lin Sun's figure stood under the sky, bathed in the dispersed and drifting purple lightning. Every inch of his skin was emitting a crystalline luster, and his powerful qi and qi roared within his body, rumbling like thunder. He was quietly savoring it. This was the great tribulation of lightning of the three calamities. The descending great lightning tribulation was called the Great Lightning Tribulation. It was filled with terrifying killing power and targeted at the cultivation of the practitioner. Once the practitioner couldn't bear it, his Taoist foundation would be destroyed, his cultivation would be destroyed, and his body and cultivation would be wiped out in an instant. It was truly boundlessly terrifying. According to Lin Sun's knowledge, he had never heard of anyone facing the three disasters when advancing to the reincarnation development realm in the present world. Such a tribulation was extremely rare even in ancient times. Only the true-born saints and peerless geniuses could cause such a tribulation. The path to the peak is really different from the rest of the world. Lin Sun had many comprehensions in his heart. The shattered purple lightning tribulation transformed into a rain of light that covered the sky, and it was being devoured by his body, causing his cultivation to undergo a shocking transformation. The cave within his body was ceaselessly shrinking, and the simple Tao platform was also being tempered and gradually shrinking. A dazzling prototype of the divine wheel was faintly condensed. Bang! Before the metamorphosis was over, another shocking change occurred in the sky. Numerous shocking cracks appeared in the sky, each one more than 10,000 zhang long. Looking up from the ground, the sky was like cracked glass. At the same time, strand after strand of seemingly translucent pure black flames silently surged out from the rift in space. They weren't blazing or resplendent, and they instead possessed a restrained and terrifying hazy aura. But this made one's heart palpitate. In the distance, the souls of all the creatures trembled as they felt a fatal suffocation, and their expressions changed drastically. What tribulation was this? It wasn't lightning anymore, but a strange and silent transparent black flame, but compared to it, this tribulation fire was undoubtedly more terrifying. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in the void. Above his head, the 1-inch high spirit of the spirit suddenly rushed out, surrounded by glittering brilliance, and rose to the sky. This was the second tribulation of the three calamities, and it was called the soul incineration tribulation flames. It targeted the soul of a cultivator, and once the cultivator was unable to endure it, the soul core would be instantly transformed into ash while all the memories, thoughts, and divine sense would be incinerated into nothingness. Even the legendary deities couldn't save him. When the 1-inch high spirit of the spirit appeared, the tribulation fire gushing out of the sky covered and burned the spirit of the spirit in a flash like a shark smelling blood. Sitting in the void, Lin Sun was safe and sound. He was not hurt at all. The spirit of the spirit of the spirit was solemn, meditating silently in thousands of tribulation fire. His whole body shone brightly, which evolved into a divine ring around him. Inside the divine ring, tens of thousands of stars were shining and circulating. The full moon was hanging obliquely, pouring down its silver brilliance, and shining brilliantly. As early as the 6th time in the heaven-accessing place, Lin Sun had completely integrated meditating magic and derived his own spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit. Now, he naturally wasn't afraid of the power of the soul-burning tribulation. On the contrary, under the burning of the tribulation fire, his spirit was tempered again. His thoughts were crystal clear and bright, and he had a sense of detachment naked. What did it mean to be naked? It was like a fish that wasn't entangled by the fishing line and was unfettered. It was like his thoughts were pure, perfect, and ethereal, free from any distracting thoughts. The so-called naked fish escaped from the abyss and returned to the same place for all eternity. This was the essence of the saying. The atmosphere was very quiet, but the suffocating and terrifying atmosphere was still everywhere. It seemed that this tribulation fire was calm, but the more it was like this, the more terrifying it was undoubtedly. All the creatures in the distance were stunned. The tribulation they saw in front of them was completely beyond their imagination and understanding. However, all of them realized that such a heavenly tribulation was bound to be rare since time immemorial. 15 minutes later, the soul spirit suddenly opened its eyes, stood up, and opened its mouth to suck. Crash! The soul-burning tribulation fire that filled the sky was instantly swallowed into the body of the primordial spirit. After that, the primordial spirit's entire body emanated divine radiance and surged with multicolored light before returning to calm in the end. But compared to before, the soul core spirit seemed as if it had been thoroughly tempered, and its edge had been ground away, causing it to have a feeling of returning to simplicity and transcendence. Whoosh! It rushed into Lin Sun's body and disappeared. At the same time, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and there was a flash of divine light in his pupils. All the creatures in the distance stiffened. Everyone felt as if Lin Sun's gaze had seen through all their secrets. This caused a chill to run down their spines, and they were astounded to the extreme. They were almost unable to restrain themselves from kneeling down in worship because it was like they were facing a god. But this heavenly tribulation wasn't over yet. Lin Sun stood up, his black eyes clear and calm, like an abyss illuminating the sky. His body was surrounded by wisps of perfect and translucent brilliance, and the aura of Tao was rising. Above his head, the world was silent and extremely chilling. Lin Sun knew that the third major heavenly tribulation was coming. This heavenly tribulation, also known as the wind tribulation of destruction, destroyed the way of cultivation and the root of enlightenment. If one couldn't bear it, his internal organs would be turned into ashes, his bones and flesh would dissipate, and all his methods would be destroyed. This heavenly tribulation was undoubtedly the most terrible. However, before this heavenly tribulation came, all the creatures watching in the distance couldn't bear the horrible aura between heaven and earth and fled in panic. They had a hunch that if they stayed any longer, they were doomed to be affected and die. Whoosh! Before long, there was a sound like a hurricane passing through the sky. For a moment, the sky was in disorder, as if it had turned into the eye of a storm. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was covered by a black wind. Mountains of thousands of meters high were uprooted from the ground, suspended in the void, and then suddenly turned into powder and disappeared without a trace. Rolling streams, rivers, grass, and rocks were all torn apart by the terrible wind and annihilated into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the original lush vegetation, primitive and ancient forests were all erased, and the world was completely turned into a raging place shrouded by the black wind. That scene was like the end of the world. This was the art annihilation wind tribulation. In the ancient times, after some peerless and shocking geniuses overcame the grand obliteration lightning tribulation and the soul incineration flame tribulation, many of them were unable to endure the pain of the art annihilation wind tribulation, and they perished in the end. At this time, Lin Sun, who was in the wind tribulation, suddenly glowed all over his body and deduced the methods he mastered to fight against and conquer it. 9 strikes for shaking heaven, Tianyuan saber play, 9 changes of calamity dragon. For a time, all kinds of peerless visions were reflected in the terrible black wind tribulation. There were stars falling, the sun and the moon competing for glory, there were pythons and dragons soaring in the sky, big phoenixes chirping, there were even icicles coiling, negative impact pillars. All the visions seemed to be real, integrated with the Tao of water, surrounding Lin Sun in the center, and were completely controlled and deduced by him. The wind tribulation was annihilating, and Lin Sun was performing it. The black wind whistled and covered an area of 500 kilometers. The sound was like the roar of a fiend, and it shook the world. Besides Lin Sun, everything in this area had fallen into annihilation. Nothing existed, and even the void was torn apart like a rag. There was no doubt that if other cultivators approached at this moment, they would definitely be instantly annihilated on the spot because such a tribulation was really too terrifying. Woo! Woo, the wind tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. The world was shaking, and the black wind surged and covered the sky and the earth. It seemed like the world had fallen into the last days. Later on, Lin Sun's figure was drowned in it and couldn't be found anymore. There was a city extremely far away from this barren mountain range, and it was called Blood Mist City. At this moment, many cultivators in Blood Mist City were alarmed. They soared into the sky at the same time and looked towards the wilderness in the distance. The sky there was dark like ink, and it raged in the world like smoke. It was a terrifying scene, as if a peerless demon had been born. Just a glance at it made people tremble and feel an inexplicable chill. What's that? Many people's expressions changed, and they exclaimed endlessly. It's a tribulation from the heavens. The wind of annihilation. The legend recorded in the ancient books is actually true, an expert of the older generation sighed with emotion. It's foreseeable that a heaven-defying genius must have appeared. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to cause such an unprecedented tribulation. Many cultivators were in an uproar and extremely shocked. The person who is crossing the tribulation wouldn't be a peerless genius, right? But who on earth would it be? Let's go and have a look. Out of curiosity, they turned into streaks of light and whistled through the void, flying towards the wilderness in the distance. Be careful. Don't get close to the place covered by the wind tribulation. Otherwise, you're bound to die even if you have extraordinary ability. The expert of the older generation warned. However, this didn't scare those cultivators away. Instead, it made them even more curious. Who on earth caused such a rare tribulation? The black wind covered the world like a tide, and it made that area seem like an ancient demonic domain. It was extremely terrifying. My God! It's too scary. Which fellow cultivator is crossing the tribulation? Some Xianxia rushed over and inhaled sharply, their pupils dilating. Such a great calamity had never occurred in the Western world in recent years. It was too inconceivable and terrifying. Perhaps such a world-shaking calamity could only be seen in the ancient times? Some Xianxia sighed. Who's going through the tribulation? Why can't I see his figure? In the Western Han world, who can possess such a heaven-defying talent? More practitioners couldn't suppress their curiosity. They opened their eyes wide to look for the person, but they couldn't find the figure of the person going through the tribulation. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled rumble resounded in the sky. Even though it was extremely far away, it still caused the spectating practitioners to feel suffocated, and their hearts were almost shattered. It was so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. Look! Someone cried out in alarm. The space that was covered by the wind tribulation of annihilation that was like a domain of devils suddenly glowed brilliantly, and then a myriad of strands of divine radiance flashed up like rays of light before condensing into an extremely dazzling divine wheel. The divine wheel was like a great sun that was coiled with brilliant rays of light. Even the wind tribulation of annihilation was unable to conceal its brilliance because it was too dazzling. The divine wheel was completely round as it rotated slowly in the sky, and it revealed a boundlessly grand and pure miraculous scene. A mighty divine figure stretched its body and displayed a peerless fist technique that incinerated the sky, boiled the sea, annihilated all living beings, and shook the world. There were saber lights that shot into the sky, and they revealed terrifying scenes of stars falling, the moon filling the world, the sun shining alone, and so on and so forth. There were also the figures of numerous ancient divine beasts that appeared, such as the dragon Ice, Fushi, Swani, Bashya, Paleo, Taunt. Scene after scene appeared in the dazzling divine wheel, and it was peerlessly miraculous and earth-shattering. Later on, there were even scenes of gods shooting the sun and golden crows crying blood. However, practically no one was able to see such a scene because the divine wheel was too dazzling, and it was like the great sun of the universe that was emitting a brilliant light that couldn't be looked at directly. Wheel development. This is actually the heavenly tribulation caused by advancing to the reincarnation development stage. Heavens! What kind of heaven-defying freak would have to be to possess such a terrifying foundation to be able to cause such a peerless tribulation that's rarely seen since ancient times when he's merely advancing to the reincarnation development stage? The crowd of cultivators was horrified. Only now did they realize that the person undergoing the tribulation was most likely a monstrous genius of the younger generation. Is the great era really coming? Why is it that ever since Demon God Lin appeared, more and more monstrous geniuses have appeared in this world? Some cultivators trembled all over. Demon God Lin? Humph, he's being looked down upon and criticized by many peerless geniuses of the current age, and all of them think that he only has an undeserved reputation. How can he possibly compare to this monstrous genius who's undergoing the tribulation? There were also many cultivators who disdained and used the scene before them to criticize the so-called Demon God Lin. This undoubtedly seemed very comical and absurd. If they were to know that the person undergoing the tribulation was the Demon God Lin that they disdained, who knew how they would feel? Boom, in the Dharma extermination wind tribulation, the divine will shone brighter and brighter like the sun. In the end, the divine will actually emitted a roar that sounded like the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It was as if ancient sages were reciting scriptures within it, and the profound truth floated between heaven and earth, magnificent and boundless. At the same time, a tall figure vaguely appeared. With the divine wheel as his back, his entire body was shrouded in a hazy radiance, making it impossible for people to see his appearance clearly. From afar, it made people suspect that a legendary god had descended into the world. Crack, the figure raised his head and casually tore apart the Dharma extermination wind tribulation that covered heaven and earth like a piece of cloth. A huge crack was directly torn open. In an instant, the radiance swept across the 9 heavens. The divine wheel was like a great sun, releasing light that swept away the wind tribulation that covered the sky. The crowd of cultivators gasped, almost not daring to believe their eyes. In their understanding, the tribulation of cultivators was extremely miserable. They had to go through endless dangers before they could luckily survive. It was definitely a disaster that had a slim chance of survival. However, the person undergoing the tribulation in front of them seemed exceptionally powerful. With a wave of his hand, he actually tore apart and swept away the tribulation that covered the sky. They were all dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. When they came back to their senses, the area of the tribulation had already returned to peace. The sky was clear as if it had been washed, and the void was peaceful and calm. There was no trace of the tribulation. It was as if everything they had seen just now was like an unrealistic nightmare. At the same time, the figure undergoing the tribulation had also disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No one knew when he had left. But what was certain was that the peerless great tribulation that was only recorded in the legends of ancient books had been passed by that person. Moreover, the way he passed the tribulation was extremely powerful. Within the area of 1,000 miles, the mountains were crushed, all living things were destroyed, and the earth was cracked like the ruins of a battlefield. It was a ghastly sight. Everything seemed to prove how terrifying the tribulation that had just happened was. Who on earth is that person? This was the doubt of all the cultivators. Until the end, they had not clearly seen the appearance of the person undergoing the tribulation, which made them all disappointed and frustrated. It can be foreseen that such a monstrous person who defies the natural order is not an ordinary person. After passing the tribulation this time, he will definitely rise in the world and be able to compete with all the geniuses in the world. This was the common understanding of all the cultivators. A practitioner from the Wind Whisperer clan had already engraved this scene on the leaves of the message tree. He was waiting to return to the city to spread the news. Another peerless figure has appeared out of nowhere. He has passed the rare thunder tribulation and stepped into the reincarnation development realm. Who is he? No one knows. Thinking of the sensation that would be caused after the news was spread, the strong practitioner of the Wind Whisperer clan was so excited that he trembled all over. The clear stream gurgled, making a tinkling sound like the sounds of nature. The fine waves rolled, reflecting a magnificent luster under the sunlight. By the stream, a green deer was chasing butterflies in the flowers, making a cheerful cry. Lin Sun looked at all this with a smile. After a long time, he pointed his fingertip in the air and left a spiritual imprint in the mind of the green deer. This was an inheritance called True Scripture of Pan Wu, which came from the Blood Lion clan in the ancient times. This green deer once carried Lin Sun, who was seriously injured, to walk among the Green Cliff Mountains, which was also a kind of fate. Now that Lin Sun had passed the thunder tribulation and was about to leave, he intended to leave a good karma for the green deer. As for how much it could achieve in the future, it depended on its own luck. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun hung a storage bag on the neck of the green deer, which contained some elixirs and some treasures needed for cultivation. After doing all this, Lin Sun raised his hand and rubbed the head of the green deer, saying with a smile, "Little guy, let's meet again if fate allows it." With that, he smiled, turned around, and left. The green deer was stunned for a moment, and then it seemed to react. It ran wildly to chase after Lin Sun, as if it was very reluctant to let Lin Sun go. However, it was disappointed soon. In just a moment, there was no trace of Lin Sun in the forest, and only the sound of the gurgling water was still echoing. The green deer wandered back and forth anxiously and disappointedly, whimpering. After a long time, it lowered its head, turned around, and rushed into the primitive and ancient mountain forest, disappearing without a trace. "Take care, little guy." Standing on the top of a mountain far away, Lin Sun saw every move of the green deer and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Finally, he silently waved to the place where the green deer left and floated away. Bloody Mist City. The moment Lin Sun appeared at the city gate, he keenly noticed that the passers-by around him all looked at him in a daze with different expressions. Lin Sun couldn't help touching his nose, feeling puzzled. What was going on? When he entered Bloody Mist City, Lin Sun increasingly felt that all the practitioners who noticed him along the way were all stunned with their eyes wide open, with a doubtful and uncertain look. Moreover, Lin Sun noticed that there were many practitioners following him in secret, all of whom were trying to find out his details. Something was wrong, but what on earth was going on? Why did they all seem to recognize him? Lin Sun suppressed his doubts and moved forward calmly. He just sped up and disappeared in the bustling street in a few blinks of an eye. Before long, some gossip about the appearance of Demon Lin in Bloody Mist City spread like wildfire and began to spread in the city, in front of the message tree in Blood Mist City. Lin Sun's face was cloudy and uncertain. He had been standing here for a long time, but he still couldn't calm down. The message tree had the scene of his duel with the mysterious masked girl in Yan capital. There was also news of him killing 4 half-step King Realm powerhouses of the Black Demon Dog clan. Even the words he had said before, "slaughter all the black demonic dogs in the world," could be seen on the message tree. However, Lin Sun couldn't imagine that so many things had happened after he left Snow Maple City. Breaking news! Demon God Lin is being chased by 2 old monsters of the King Realm of the Black Demon Dog clan, and his life is unknown. A mysterious woman has appeared, suspected to be an ancient saint. The Cloud Barbaric Mountain was destroyed, and all the powerhouses of the Black Demon Dog clan living in it were killed. None of them survived. All of this was done by that mysterious woman. After reading all of this, Lin Sun finally understood that the mysterious woman in the heaven accessing place had actually done so many sensational things. Even though she said she was going out for a walk, she went straight into the Kunlun Mountain and Xianwen Sword House alone, and even the real saints didn't dare to force her to stay. Then, she arrived at the bank of the Boundary River, turned around and killed her way into the Cloud Barbaric Mountain. In the blink of an eye, she destroyed all the powerhouses of the Black Demon Dog clan on the Cloud Barbaric Mountain. In the end, she left in a huff, hiding her achievements and fame. In this way, isn't she in existence no weaker than the mighty figures of the Saint Path? Lin Sun's expression became very strange, and his emotions surged. It turns out that not only Go Yangbua and Go Yangtong, but also the dwelling of the Black Demon Dog clan in the Westing world was uprooted by her. Well, she once said that she would help me 3 times. In this case, if I encounter a life-threatening crisis next time, can I ask her to help me? Lin Sun thought. But soon, his face darkened, and his mood became very bad. He saw the message sent by Baifeng Liu, which directly pointed out that he had a connection with the mysterious woman. Lin Sun could imagine how great a sensation it would cause when the world learned of this news. Many people would definitely focus on him and discuss and speculate endlessly. No wonder I encountered so many suspicious and strange gazes the moment I entered Blood Mist City. It turns out that it was Baifeng Liu's doing. Lin Sun was so angry that he wanted to beat someone. Baifeng Liu was really a blabbermouth who loved to see the world in chaos. What he had done was no different from putting himself on a fire to roast. Lin Sun noticed that shortly after Baifeng Liu released this message, Sha Yutong also sent a message. But when he saw the content of the message, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly became cold, with a touch of coldness between his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Xia Yutong, an acquaintance, would be the first to attack him, which made him feel an uncontrollable anger. They were both from the Zhou Empire in the mortal world, but Xia Yutong claimed to be the successor of Yu Hua sword sect and used such a despicable method to attack him in front of the world. His intention was extremely sinister. When we met last time, I had already said that I would break off all ties with you. But you jumped out at this time to attack me. If we meet again in the future, don't blame me for being impolite, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. What made Lin Sun speechless was that after Xia Yutong released the message, he saw that it was by Feng Lu, the old man, who spoke out to defend himself. This guy is really an old weirdo, he muttered to himself. Although Xia Yutong and Bai Fenglu annoyed Lin Sun, it was not enough to make him completely angry, because it was not worth it. But when he saw the next message, Lin Sun's face suddenly became a little gloomy. The world is getting more and more out of control. Who dares to call himself a devil? Tell Lin Sun that if he has the guts, he should come to Azure Mountain to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. I, Zhongli Wuji, will be the first to suppress him. Zhongli Wuji? Lin Sun didn't know what he was. Seeing such contempt and attack, Lin Sun just felt ridiculous. But when he heard the voice of a saintess of Cyan Phoenix clan named Qing Lian, Lin Sun finally got a little angry. Is there no heavenly talent in the world? If Lin Sun dares to show up at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, I will make him repent in public and admit that he is unworthy of his name. This was very rude, not only with contempt, but also with undisguised humiliation. Even a man made of clay had a temper, not to mention that Lin Sun was never willing to suffer losses. If Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lian just said these words in private, Lin Sun didn't bother to care about it. After all, he couldn't control people's mouths. What made Lin Sun angry was that these two guys publicized it in public and spread it throughout the cultivation world of Xihing territory, which was too much. There is no grievance between us, but you jumped out to attack me. Do you really think I am easy to bully? If you want to step on me and boost your prestige, you don't have to use such dirty means. How could Lin Sun not see that Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lian, who seemed to be criticizing and despising him on the surface, actually took this opportunity to use him as a stepping stone to make a name for themselves, but they chose the wrong target. Lin Sun didn't mind being criticized by others, but if others tried to use such means to step on him and make a name for themselves, Lin Sun couldn't bear it. Fight. In the struggle of the great world, one should fight, forge ahead, and advance bravely. When Lin Sun came to the ancient Desolation territory, the current emperor of Zhou Empire had instructed Lin Sun that the struggle of the Great Tao was like a race of thousands of sails. There was never any forbearance or concession. Lin Sun was naturally not a person who was afraid of trouble. When he was in Zhou Empire, he was famous for his courage and was often criticized for being too cruel and fierce. Later, when he was in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, he killed many holy sons and saintesses of various tribes, but he was never afraid. If Lin Sun was afraid of trouble, he would not have offended ancient sects such as Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, Spiritual Treasure Holy Land, and Heaven-Reaching Sword Sect. Now in the ancient Desolation territory, Lin Sun still maintained his original heart and never changed. Otherwise, he would not have fought with the Black Sea Dog tribe until now. Now, some peerless figures who had long been famous in the Westing territory wanted to use him as a stepping stone to make a name for themselves. If he didn't care about it, he wouldn't be Lin Sun. The Tao Discussion Lantern Festival will start in almost a month. At that time, I'd like to see if you can do what you say. Lin Sun took a deep breath and kept this in mind. He decided to go to Kangwu Mountain after sending Xia Xiaochong to the Green Mountains. Make way, there is big news. A strong man of the Wind Whisperer clan squeezed through the crowd and hung a message leaf on a tree. The message read, "A mysterious genius has appeared out of nowhere and passed the 3 disasters. It can be expected that there will be another peerless figure in the younger generation of the Westing territory." In addition to the words, there was also a picture. The Dharma destruction wind tribulation was overwhelming, and a divine wheel as bright as the sun was fighting against it. The picture was shocking and frightening. However, when Lin Sun saw this scene, he was speechless and completely convinced. Who was the best at spreading news? The Wind Whisperer clan was definitely the best. It had only been a short time, and the news about him passing the tribulation came out. Fortunately, he left quickly and his identity was not found out. However, before Lin Sun could rejoice, another piece of news came. After nearly a month, Demon Lin has appeared again and just entered Blood Mist City. According to many witnesses, Demon Lin has stepped into the reincarnation developing realm. According to the analysis of our Wind Whisperer clan, we have made an irresponsible prediction. Is the appearance of Demon Lin related to the mysterious genius who has passed the 3 disasters? Or could it be that this calamity was caused by Fiend God Lin? For the record, this prediction is just a bold guess of our Wind Whisperer clan. It belongs to the opinion of one party. Whether it is true or false, please continue to pay attention to the progress of this matter. Suddenly, there was an uproar near the message tree. Lin Sun's lips couldn't help but twitch secretly. No wonder so many big shots in the world hated the Wind Whisperer clan so much. Now, he finally had a taste of it. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun turned around and left. The news of his appearance in Blood Mist City was bound to spread quickly, so it was not safe to stay here for a long time. This made Lin Sun more and more depressed. Because of this Wind Whisperer clan, the things that happened to him were exposed again and again, which made him quite passive. Now he had to leave as soon as he entered the city, which was really annoying. If one day you really annoy me, I will go to the dwelling place of your Wind Whisperer clan and cut down that golden message tree. Lin Sun secretly grinded his teeth. Fortunately, he had sensed that something was wrong earlier, so he had been wearing a cloak and covering his face with the brim of a hat. Otherwise, he would have been recognized. Whoosh! In the boundless space, a treasured vessel crushed the snow-white clouds as it flashed towards the distance. On the treasure ship, Lin Sun analyzed for a long time and finally made a judgment. At this speed, it would take about 3 days to reach the territory of Fengxi province. Brother Lin, why are you dressed like this? You are so sneaky. Don't you dare to show your real face? Next to him, Xia Xiaochong blinked her big clear eyes and asked curiously. You don't understand. Lin Sun sighed. He was still dressed in a cloak, which indeed looked a little out of place. Under Xia Xiaochong's repeated questioning, Lin Sun told her the current situation one by one. Xia Xiaochong was overjoyed and giggled when she learned that Lin Sun was made to behave like a rat on the street by the spies of the Wind Whisperer clan for fear of being recognized. Seeing that Lin Sun's face was a little strange, Xia Xiaochong quickly tightened her little face, held back her laughter, and said seriously, Brother Lin, I have a way to make sure that you don't have to worry about it. Lin Sun replied absent-mindedly. Secret method? Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't lack any secret method now. However, when the voice of Xia Xiaochong imparting the secret method rang in his ears, Lin Sun was slightly stunned, and then his expression became serious. Until later, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and a touch of surprise appeared uncontrollably between his eyebrows. Grand Formless Method, this was an extremely wonderful ancient inheritance. The incantation was not long, but it was a supreme secret method. Xia Xiaochong's voice was as clear as spring water, tinkling and sweet. Unconsciously, Lin Sun was immersed in all kinds of mysteries and studied it quietly. Grand Formless Method was a secret method created by the ancestor of the Green Hill Celestial Fox who observed the changes of all things and captured a trace of the truth of the changes of the universe. This method was a part of the supreme inheritance of the Green Hill Celestial Fox, the non-phase method, which was extremely wonderful. When this method was practiced to the extreme, practitioners could master all kinds of changes and transform themselves into different forms at will. For example, plants, rocks, birds, beasts, all kinds of living beings, and so on. This was no different from the legendary 36 changes of heavenly spirit and 72 changes of earthly evil in the ancient times. The most feared thing of the Green Hill Celestial Fox in the ancient times was the transformation of illusion, which could be described as unpredictable and impossible to guard against. It was said that the ancestor of the Green Hill Celestial Fox once used this method, which made the sages standing on the top unable to distinguish the true from the false. And this grand formless method was the supreme secret method of the Celestial Fox clan. Of course, although the essence of the non-phase method was change, its essence was not only limited to illusion, but also contained obscure and mysterious truths. Moreover, without the bloodline of the Green Hill Celestial Fox clan, even if one practiced this method, he couldn't practice it to the extreme. However, even if he mastered some superficial knowledge, it was enough to benefit him greatly. Now that Lin Sun had the spirit of spirit, and with the help of Qianxia's heart, he almost grasped the essence of the grand formless method in a moment. However, he noticed that cultivating this technique carried an extremely great restriction. Unless he possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, otherwise, the profundities he grasped were extremely limited. Even so, Lin Sun was still shocked. This kind of secret method was too magical and supreme. It was absolutely the secret of a clan, and it was impossible to pass it on to outsiders. Now, Xiao Xiaochong imparted this secret method to him, which made him feel both touched and stressed. As the saying goes, the secret method should not be passed on to others. If Lin had known that Xiao Xiaochong would teach him such a secret method, he would have refused it at the first time. However, it was too late to refuse now. Big brother Lin Sun, hurry up and give it a try. Xiao Xiaochong's innocent face was filled with anticipation. Lin Sun was in a daze. Then he put aside his concerns and nodded, all right. Crash. After a short moment, a divine radiance flashed, and Lin Sun suddenly transformed into a green bird. However, it had the limbs of a human, and its head was covered in long hair, causing it to look like a birdman. It seemed to be neither fish nor fowl, and it was extremely strange. Xiao Xiaochong's eyes widened at once, and then he laughed heartlessly. Lin Sun was embarrassed. He silently operated the secret method and turned into an ancient pine, but it was still very strange. Its torso was too slender, and there was a head hanging on the branches, which looked very creepy. Xiao Xiaochong laughed so hard that tears came out. Lin Sun became more and more embarrassed. Next, he transformed into rocks, plants, birds, beasts, insects, but they were all incomplete. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. In the end, Lin Sun's aura surged. There were only some subtle changes in his appearance, but he was completely different from before. The most obvious change was that his temperament had changed. He was not as pure and ethereal as before. Instead, he seemed to be as simple as a rock, very ordinary and mediocre. At this time, even Xiao Xiaochong was stunned and said, "It's okay. You look alike, but no one will doubt that you are demon god Lin when they look at you carefully." Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that limited by his own bone structure, he could only practice the formless skill to this extent. It would be futile to continue to practice it. Unless one day he set foot on the real divine path. At that time, he would be able to run all the mysteries of the formless skill in his heart. That's good. At least I can avoid the spying of those wind whispers in the future. Lin Sun thought. 3 days later, in Xianxia province. Lin Sun drove the treasure ship into a city. After a little inquiry, he left with Xiao Xiaochong. Xianxia Mountain, located outside Fuyun City in Xianxia province, was extremely famous locally. The reason was that Xianxia Mountain had existed in ancient times. It was one of the ancestral lands of Xianxia holy foxes. However, a long time ago, the Black Sea Holy Dog tribe had attacked Xianxia Mountain on a large scale, intending to kill all the Xianxia holy foxes, which triggered a bloody war that lasted for hundreds of years. In the end, the huge Xianxia Mountain completely turned into a barren land. Today, although Xianxia Mountain still existed, compared with the past, it was no different from a barren mountain. But Lin Sun didn't think so. When he was in Yan capital, Lin Wenjun, Xiao Xiaochong's master, once said that he would send Xiao Xiaochong here. At that time, someone would meet him. Moreover, whether Lin Sun could go to Dongxing territory was also related to this person. A few hours later. Outside Fuyun City, Lin Sun and Xiao Xiaochong arrived in front of a hill overgrown with weeds. However, Lin Sun was still a little surprised when he saw this extremely famous Xianxia mountain. It was too barren. The mountain, which was thousands of meters high, was full of barren weeds. One side of the cliff was broken, and the fracture was smooth, leaving dried blood stains. It seemed that a long time ago, someone had cut this mountain with a sword and flattened the whole Xianxia mountain, leaving such a barren mountain beyond recognition. It was hard for Lin Sun to imagine what the mountain would be like if the Xianxia holy foxes lived here. The setting sun shone on the withered grass. Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and was about to search carefully. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he quietly withdrew his spiritual awareness. There was no need to search for it. When they appeared here, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared out of thin air on the barren Xianxia mountain. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. All of them looked extraordinary. When they saw Lin Sun, these men and women all frowned, but when they saw Xia Xiaocheng, a touch of excitement appeared between their eyebrows, as if they had recognized the latter. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was a little startled. At that moment, he clearly sensed that there was a kind of extremely obscure and ancient formation fluctuation in this barren green mountains. It was full of sacred aura and extremely terrifying. Just now, those men and women came out of the formation. It seems that there is another world hidden in this mountain, and there is a holy formation to protect it, Lin Sun thought. Xiaocheng. Suddenly, another figure appeared. At the instant he saw Xia Xiaocheng, he actually cried out involuntarily with excitement. It was a beautiful woman with snow-white hair, a slim and slender figure, starry eyes, skin as white as mutton fat, and a charming and beautiful face. Third grandmother. Xia Xiaocheng also opened his eyes wide, looking pleasantly surprised. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was in a cold sweat. Such a charming and outstanding beautiful woman was actually a grandmother. Immediately, the beautiful woman came forward to talk with Xia Xiaocheng. Her expression was full of excitement, emotion. The group of young men and women also gathered around and looked at Xia Xiaocheng curiously. Obviously, it was the first time for them to see Xia Xiaocheng. Through their conversation, Lin Sun learned that the beautiful woman was called Lin Taizhen, a big figure of the older generation of the Fox branch of the Green Mountains. Xiaocheng, it's good that you can come back. I won't let you suffer any more in the future, Lin Taizhen looked kind. Third grandmother, this is brother Lin Sun. Xia Xiaocheng realized that she had only been talking and neglected Lin Sun next to her, so she hurriedly introduced him. Brother Lin Sun, this is my third grandmother. She often visited me when I was young, and she was very good to me. Greetings, senior, Lin Sun bowed. Lin Taizhen nodded and put away her kind smile. Her gaze towards Lin Sun carried a wisp of imperceptible fierceness, and then it vanished without a trace. She said, young man, thank you for escorting Xiaocheng back. My clan won't treat you unfairly, and will give you sufficient repayment and compensation. Third grandmother, brother Lin Sun didn't send me back for any repayment or compensation, Xia Xiaocheng corrected. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. This silly girl obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Taizhen's words. I see. Lin Taizhen smiled and said, Xiaocheng, go take a rest at the side. I have something to say to your brother Lin Sun. Xia Xiaocheng was stunned, yet Lin Sun smiled and said, go on, I just happen to have something to say to your third grandmother as well. Your brother Lin Sun. Your third grandmother. This conversation was so awkward no matter how one listened to it. Unfortunately, Xia Xiaocheng didn't have time to react. She responded with an "oh," walked to the distance obediently, and sat on a rock. Seeing this, the young men and women of the Green Mountain Celestial Fox clan all gathered around and chatted with Xia Xiaocheng. Senior, do you want to speak first, or shall I? Lin Sun asked with a smile when there were only two of them left. From the moment Lin Taizhen appeared, he realized that this beautiful woman seemed to have a different opinion of him. If Xia Xiaocheng hadn't taken the initiative to speak just now, she would definitely pretend to ignore his existence. Moreover, when dealing with him, his attitude was somewhat cold and indifferent, as if he was doing business according to the rules. Seeing Lin Sun speak so straightforwardly, Lin Taizhen no longer concealed the fierceness in her eyes. She stared at Lin Sun and transmitted her voice to him, young man, our clan is naturally grateful to you for sending Xiaocheng back and will definitely give you sufficient repayment. But please remember, from now on, you have nothing to do with Xiaocheng, and you'd better not have any other unrealistic ideas. Unrealistic ideas? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? Lin Sun was silent. Lin Taizhen's words were straightforward enough to tell him not to have any improper thoughts. The saintess of the Green Mountain's Holy Fox branch was unattainable. But Lin Sun was quite angry in his heart. He promised Lin Wenjun to escort Xia Xiaocheng all the way, but he never had any other thoughts, but now, as soon as he arrived, he was warned like this. How could Lin Sun not be angry? What did they take Lin Sun for? But in the end, Lin Sun restrained himself. After all, Lin Taizhen was Xia Xiaocheng's elder. Although he was very rude to Lin Sun, it was all for Xia Xiaocheng's good. Don't worry, there's nothing between me and Xia Xiaocheng. Lin Sun only said one sentence in the end. Lin Taizhen made an O sound and said, since that's the case, just say what you want. Just treat it as my clan's repayment and compensation. There was no gratitude, no warm greeting, only an indifferent warning and a businesslike attitude. All this was to tell Lin Sun that he'd better not have other intentions. Lin Sun frowned, feeling more and more disgusted. Along the way, he was frequently chased by the Black Sea Dog tribe. It could be said that he had gone through many difficulties and dangers before he finally sent Xia Xiaocheng here safely. But instead of gratitude, he was treated like this. How could he not be disgusted? Immediately, Lin Sun said directly, there's no need for reward and compensation. I will leave later. He was disappointed and angry, and didn't bother to ask about going to Dongxing boundary. He didn't believe that without the help of the Green Mountain's Holy Fox branch, he couldn't go to Dongxing boundary. Unexpectedly, his answer made Lin Taizhen's face sink. She frowned and said, young man, don't you give up? Our tribe will repay kindness, and we will never owe you a favor. Obviously, she thought that Lin Sun was taking a step back in order to advance, and he was threatening her. Thus, her tone became blunt, and her expression carried a wisp of coldness. She absolutely could not tolerate any outsider to have anything to do with the saintess of the Green Mountain's Holy Fox branch. Lin Sun smiled and said, if I really want to repay you, I'm afraid you can't give me enough compensation. I think you'd better forget it. He was not speaking out of anger. Along the way, he had killed countless Black Sea Tengu clan experts while escorting Xia Xiaocheng. Moreover, it was precisely because of him that the mysterious woman had appeared and wiped out one of the Black Sea Tengu clan's residences in the Western Han world in one fell swoop, causing the Black Sea Tengu clan to suffer heavy losses and innumerable King Realm experts to die. Imperceptibly, this was equivalent to helping the heavenly foxes of Qingqiu resolve a potential crisis. How could such a favor be so easily repaid if one really wanted to fuss about it? However, Lin Taizhen's expression became more and more gloomy. She thought that Lin Sun didn't know how to appreciate favors. She didn't want to talk nonsense and said directly, seeing that you have reached the reincarnation developing realm, I will give you a heaven-rank secret treasure, which is comparable to an ordinary king's treasure. It should be enough to compensate and repay you. This was a kind of alms attitude with a taste of no refusal, as if Lin had already taken a great advantage by doing so. This made Lin Sun almost unable to control his inner emotions and felt extreme instead. Not only did he have the vast universe arc and the broken blade in his hands, but he also had the insignificant spirit bow, the blue sky's arrow, and the wordless pagoda. There were even many other treasures suppressed in the pagoda. Why would he care about a heaven-step treasure? However, looking at Xia Xiaocheng who was chatting happily in the distance, Lin Sun couldn't bear it. He suddenly sighed and said, in that case, thank you very much. Immediately, Lin Taizhen showed a victorious smile and looked more and more arrogant. He took out a jade box and handed it to Lin Sun, with this treasure, you and my clan don't owe each other anything. I hope you can behave yourself. Lin Sun didn't want to be perfunctory. He took the jade box and threw it into the storage ring without looking at it. Then he turned to Xia Xiaocheng, ignoring Lin Taizhen's murderous eyes, and said, Xiaocheng, I have to leave first. Xia Xiaocheng was startled and stood up suddenly, Brother Lin, I want to go with you. Seeing this, Lin Taizhen's face suddenly became gloomy and angry. How could this boy say that he had nothing to do with Xia Xiaocheng? I have urgent things to do. If I have free time in the future, I will come to see you. Lin Sun rubbed the little girl's head. He was also a little reluctant to let her go all the way. Finally, he made up his mind and turned away. Brother Lin. Xia Xiaocheng was about to chase after him, but she was stopped by Lin Taizhen. This caused the little girl to be rather annoyed and angry, and she cried out endlessly. Seeing Lin Sun go further and further away, tears couldn't stop flowing down her pure little face. Seeing this, Lin Taizhen's face became more and more gloomy. She had lived for most of her life. How could she not see that this girl had developed a great dependence on the boy and probably had a secret love for him? Xiaocheng, you're tired from the journey. You'd better have a good rest. Lin Taizhen said and hypnotized Xia Xiaocheng with a secret method, making her fall into a coma. Then, she looked in the direction of Lin Sun's departure with a cold expression. On the way, Lin Sun was also a little depressed and couldn't vent it. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a disgusting thing after arriving at the Green Mountains. If it weren't for Xiao, would I listen to an old woman's nonsense? Lin Sun held the wine gourd and drank alone. However, very quickly, he narrowed his eyes as he felt a strong murderous intent. Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded in his ear, "Young man, I think it's better to stay than to let you go." With the voice, a figure appeared, with snow-white hair and a coquettish and cold face. It was Lin Taizhen. "Give me a reason." Lin Sun's expression suddenly became calm and indifferent. The depression and anger accumulated in his heart couldn't be suppressed at all. He had already bowed his head and endured it, but the old hag was still going to kill him to keep his mouth shut. "Originally, we should repay you for your great kindness. Unfortunately, if we let you go, I'm afraid that the secret of our clan living on the Green Mountains will be revealed." Lin Taizhen's expression was proud, arrogant, and icy cold as he said indifferently, "Most importantly, if I'm not wrong, you ought to have cultivated the secret ultimate technique of my clan, the Grand Faceless Arts. Do you think I would still allow you to leave?" She blocked in the void, full of killing intent. "Is this what you call biting the hand that feeds you?" Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and he laughed out of extreme anger. "I've never seen such a shameless old thing as you since I started my cultivation. Young man, I know you're very unwilling, but who can you blame? Whether for the sake of our saintess or not to leak the secret of our clan, we have to keep you here." Lin Taizhen was expressionless, and her killing intent became more and more fierce. As soon as her voice fell, she took action without hesitation. Boom, a big purple handprint appeared, covering the sky and the earth, oppressing the void, and rumbling toward Lin Sun. The nearby mountains couldn't bear this terrifying force at all, and directly collapsed and burst into pieces, rocks instantly turning into powder. Lin Taizhen was very terrifying, with the strength of half-step King Realm, and he used a killing move as soon as he made a move, intending to kill Lin Sun on the spot. Lin Sun looked indifferent, but his black eyes were burning with anger. His figure flashed, and the big handprint fell with a loud bang, smashing a huge pit in the ground, and cracks spread. "Young man, don't struggle. From the moment you practiced the big formless skill, your fate has long been determined." Lin Taizhen's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was indifferent. He used a secret skill and swung his handprint, and the purple divine light whistled in the void, extremely terrifying. "Aren't you afraid of disappointing little Chong by doing this?" Lin Sun asked coldly, constantly moving and dodging the attacks all over the sky. "Little Chong is still young and doesn't understand the sinister nature of people. As long as I erase you, she naturally won't know what happened to you in the future." Lin Taizhen pressed his fingers together like a sword, and a purple sword light shot out that covered the sky. It was brilliant and peerless, and it covered the sky with an extremely terrifying murderous aura. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and he still didn't counterattack. He used the ice drake steps to dodge, and then he said, "Is this the intention of the Heavenly Fox branch, or your own decision?" The sharp sword rain tore countless shocking holes in the void, and it was a horrifying scene. However, it still didn't injure Lin Sun. Lin Taizhen couldn't help but be slightly surprised by this, and the killing intent between his brows became even more intense. He said, "Why ask so much when you're about to die? Accept your death obediently, and I'll give you a quick death." Boom, her figure fluttered in the air, and with a stroke of her fingers, strands of purple divine light transformed into terrifying sword light that was entwined with the power of lightning, and it densely covered Lin Sun. This attack could be said to be terrifying, and if it was Lin Sun in the past, he would absolutely not dare to take it head-on. "Old woman, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Sun gritted his teeth, and he was completely unable to endure it. Not only did this old woman return kindness with enmity, she even wanted to silence him. At this moment, even if little Chong came, he wouldn't endure it any longer. Bang, suddenly, the imposing aura around Lin Sun's body changed. It was extraordinary and ethereal, and he possessed a peerless spirit that could swallow the heavens and the earth. Compared to before, he simply seemed to have become a completely different person. His entire body was suffused with clear radiance, and the mellow energy of Tao insight rumbled. The image of a divine wheel appeared behind his head, and it emanated boundless light that illuminated the world. Lin Taijian's pupils constricted, and she was slightly surprised. A young man at the reincarnation development realm actually possessed such a formidable aura, and this caused her to be slightly surprised. But right after that, she grunted coldly. As a half-step king realm expert, she wasn't afraid of a junior. She tore through the sky and clawed with her hands, and the purple lightning sword light that covered the sky descended like a waterfall falling from the heavens. However, right at this instant, a dreamlike blade light that was as white as snow suddenly flashed out from between Lin Sun's brows, and it emanated a dazzling divine radiance. Swoosh, the blade light flashed out like a divine rainbow, and it seemed to intend to slash the heavens apart. Ah! Lin Taijian let out a shriek as her right arm was directly chopped off, and she was thrown into the void. The right side of her body was also swept by the blade, and a wound so deep that bones could be seen was torn open. Her stomach was almost cut open, and she directly fell from the void with her head raised. P.S. Just now, the area covered by the residential area's electricity meter suddenly caught fire. Electric sparks flew everywhere, and the smell of burnt plastic pervaded the entire residential area, scaring the neighbors into running out of their homes. Not long after, the fire truck arrived. Damn it, this is the second time in 2 years that such a fire has occurred. Fortunately, the laptop had electricity, and it supported her to finish writing this chapter. Then, she successfully uploaded it using her phone's data. What kind of writing spirit did everyone think Goldfish had? Swish, fresh blood splattered as Lin Taijian shrieked. This strike had heavily injured her, and she was so shocked that she almost fell to the ground. A single strike had almost killed her. She found it hard to believe and even more so, unable to accept it. How could a youth at the reincarnation developing stage possess such terrifying strength? Little bastard. Lin Taijian let out a sharp howl as her white hair fluttered in the wind. Her entire body's vital energy and blood surged, and her severed right arm grew back in an instant. Even the bone-deep wound on her body healed in the blink of an eye. I'll kill you. She was furious. She felt that she was careless and had almost suffered a calamity, so she attacked once more. Bang! Lin Taijian's entire body glowed as her vital energy shot into the sky. She stretched out her hand and grabbed. A purple spiritual sword suddenly appeared and sprayed out a fierce and resplendent sword rain. The void was torn apart and emitted an extremely ear-piercing howl. Needless to say, Lin Taijian could be said to be an extremely powerful existence even at the half-step king realm. She grasped an ancient secret technique and possessed peerless strength. As this strike spread out, heaven and earth trembled, and the mountains within a 500-kilometer radius were shattered and collapsed by the fierce sword light. It was a terrifying scene. However, since Lin Sun had already attacked, he naturally couldn't hold back. Sifting the stars. His entire body surged with a clear divine radiance, and a broken blade flashed in the void like a flowing light. In an instant, it seemed as if numerous stars were slashed down and the eternal night descended. Bang! An earth-shattering collision resounded like the collision of volcanoes. In an instant, Lin Taijian was sent flying. She coughed up blood, and her white hair was disheveled. She seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She shrieked again and again in disbelief. Since when did a reincarnation developing stage cultivator possess such terrifying might? The first strike had severed her arm and caused her to suffer a heavy injury. The second strike had actually pushed her back in an extremely sorry state. This was too inconceivable. Bang! Lin Taijian attacked once more. Her entire body seemed to be on fire, and she still couldn't believe that she would be so weak in front of a reincarnation developing stage youth. The purple sword rain danced in the sky like a storm, and it swept through the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. Even if it was a true half-step king, the half-step king wouldn't dare bear the brunt of such a slaughter. Lin Taijian could be considered to have experienced hundreds of battles in her life. She had even personally slaughtered a true half-step king. She was very confident that this attack was enough to kill most of the reincarnation developing realm existences. However, in the face of such an attack, Lin Sun did not dodge. Instead, he waved his broken sword in the air. Moon fetching. At that instant, it was like a full moon had risen above the jade blue ocean, and its bright silver radiance was pure and ethereal as it filled the heavens and the earth. Rumble, the violet rain of swords that covered the sky suddenly dispersed and transformed into a dim rain of light that was drowned beneath the clear radiance of the pure and holy moonlight. At the same time, Lin Taizhen coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her entire body was in pain, and it was unknown how many strands of her white hair had been cut off. She almost became bald. This almost drove her mad, and her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Before, she had always regarded Lin Sun as a piece of meat on the chopping block. She was arrogant and indifferent, never taking Lin Sun seriously. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she would be the one being defeated again and again? Moreover, she didn't even have the strength to fight back. Was the disparity in strength too great? The most unbelievable thing was that a half-step King Realm cultivator was easily defeated by a reincarnation developing realm youth. She didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was too terrifying. If one didn't know better, they would think that she was at the reincarnation developing realm, and that youth was only a half-step King Realm cultivator. Old witch, are you going to bite the hand that feeds you? Come on. In the distance, Lin Sun's expression was cold. He hadn't completely vented the anger that had accumulated in his heart. This old woman was too hateful. Not only did she bite the hand that fed her, but she also wanted to silence him. This was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. Little bastard, don't be arrogant. Lin Taizhen was about to go crazy. She let out a shrill howl, and her charming face became ferocious and livid. She attacked again. Burning sun. Lin Sun's figure was dazzling, and a faint shadow of the divine will appeared behind him. At this moment, the broken sword seemed to have turned into a sun, and it suddenly exploded and burned. Rumble, the terrifying and glaring flames of light spread in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void burned, the mountains melted, and even the rivers evaporated in an instant. The power was magnificent and vast, as if it was going to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Ah! Lin Taizhen screamed. She was seriously injured. Her skin was cracked and charred, and her white hair was burned. She used to be a charming and beautiful woman, but now she was like a piece of burnt charcoal. It was so miserable. If it was seen by the practitioners outside, they would not believe it. After all, a half-step King Realm was like an ant trying to shake a tree with an egg. She couldn't even resist and struggle, and was repeatedly defeated by a young man of Tao Insight Realm. Who could believe it? Clang! Lin Sun put away the broken sword and walked down from the void. His body was full of clear light, and a bright divine will behind him showed all kinds of wonderful images, which made him look like a god. This was the first battle after he passed the 3 disasters and became a great practitioner of reincarnation developing realm. Naturally, the power he displayed was different from before. In the past, if he dealt with the half-step King Realm, he could almost do it with all his strength without the help of insignificant bow and blue sky arrow. But now, the half-step King Realm could no longer threaten Lin Sun. This was the power of entering the reincarnation developing realm. At the peak, like the king of a realm, he could overlook all enemies in the same realm, and the foundation and strength accumulated by Lin Sun's reincarnation developing realm had already reached an unprecedented level, so the power he possessed could also be said to be different from the world and unique in the past and present. What are you going to do? Lin Taizhen screamed. She looked miserable at the moment. She was angry before, but now she was completely sober and frightened. After all, she would be really stupid if she didn't realize her own situation after being hit so many times. Therefore, when she saw Lin Sun coming, Lin Taizhen also trembled in her heart as if she saw a devil approaching. I sent the saintess of your race back with good intentions. I didn't have any other intentions, but you saw me as harboring ill intentions and wantonly humiliated me. That's fine. After all, ignorance is not a crime. Lin Sun stepped forward with his black eyes like lightning. But you not only want to bite the hand that feeds you, but also want to kill me. Don't you think you are very shameless and mean? I'm doing this for the safety of my clan. Lin Taizhen still straightened her neck, extremely resentful and unwilling, and tried to defend herself. You are shameless, but you still use the righteousness of the clan's safety as a cover. It seems that you are really shameless. Lin Sun was so angry that he laughed. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slapped the old witch's face. The slap was clear and resounding, and she screamed again and again. Her scorched face suddenly became red and swollen, blood sprayed from her mouth and nose, and many teeth fell off. Until later, when Lin Taijian's mouth was so swollen that she couldn't speak, Lin Sun stopped and threw her on the ground. "If you weren't the elder of Little Worm, I would have killed people like you long ago." Lin Taijian's eyes were full of resentment, and her heart was full of humiliation. She was a dignified half-step king realm, but she was beaten and taught a lesson by a younger generation, which made her want to find a hole to hide in. Lin Sun frowned. He saw the resentment in Lin Taijian's heart, and a killing intent suddenly arose in his heart, which almost couldn't be restrained. But in the end, he still held back, took out the jade box that Lin Taijian had given him before, and threw it on the ground. "You'd better keep this thing for yourself. Get out of here." After saying that, Lin Sun turned around and left. He was worried that he couldn't help but kill this old witch if he stayed any longer. He had never seen such a shameless old guy since he started his cultivation. "Little bastard, wait and see." Watching Lin Sun's figure go away, Lin Taijian didn't feel any gratitude, but became more resentful. Unfortunately, now Lin Sun was not afraid of anyone's threat at all. Even if he didn't kill her this time, he wouldn't be afraid of her revenge in the future. The struggle of the world and the path of cultivation would inevitably cause one to make numerous enemies. If one were to become a butcher that slaughtered indiscriminately out of fear of revenge and completely become a person that even oneself hated, then what was the point of cultivating the Grand Tao? What was the point of seeking longevity? The enemy might become stronger and take revenge in the future, but he would only become stronger than the enemy as long as he persisted in the heart of self-improvement. This was the confidence of a real strong man. "No matter how many tricks you have, if you dare to come, I will kill you with one strike." It was dusk. Lin Taijian returned to the Green Mountains. Her appearance had recovered, but her vitality was greatly injured. Her face was extremely pale, and her eyebrows were full of weakness. A group of young men and women gathered around her in high spirits. "Elder, we have heard from the Saintess that the young man who sent the Saintess back just now is the famous Devil Lin in the Westing world." "Yes, he is the great benefactor of our clan. If it weren't for his protection all the way, I'm afraid that the Saintess would have met with misfortune long ago. Think about the illustrious achievements of Devil Lin. I don't know how many black dog bastards he has killed. This is equivalent to helping our clan vent our anger." Those young men and women chattered excitedly, but they didn't notice that Lin Taijian's face was extremely stiff. A while ago, the residence of those black dog bastards in the barbaric Cloud Mountain was uprooted by a mysterious woman that possessed extraordinary might, and she slaughtered them to the point of not leaving a single one behind. Presently, it's widely spread in the Westing world that young Master Lin has a deep relationship with the mysterious woman. If it's really like this, then young Master Lin is absolutely the great benefactor of our clan. When she heard this, Lin Taijian's vision went black, and she felt as if she was struck from behind with a rod, causing her to feel terrible. "Devil Lin. He's actually that Devil Lin," she muttered in her heart, and she had an indescribable feeling of collapse. If she knew all this earlier, how could she have done such a thing? When she thought about how she failed to repay kindness with enmity and was instead beaten and reprimanded by Lin Taijian simply felt like dying. No matter who you are, enmity has already been sown. Perhaps my clan owes you a great debt, but I absolutely won't admit it. One day, I'll get revenge for the humiliation and enmity I suffered tenfold. In the end, Lin Taijian gritted her teeth and made a decision in her heart. "Taijian, where's that young Master Lin?" Suddenly, an aged voice resounded out, causing Lin Taijian to be jolted awake. He saw an old man appear in the distance, and he had an extraordinary bearing like a sage. This was the elder of their Greenhill Heavenly Fox clan, Lin Du, and he possessed great authority in the clan. Instantly, Lin Taijian's expression went grim, and she forcefully restrained the roiling feelings in her heart before moving forward and saying in shame, "Young Master Lin had important matters to attend to, and I painstakingly urged him to stay yet was unable to make him stay as a guest. I'm truly ashamed in my heart. P.S. I didn't stop updating yesterday, and I only said something off topic at the end of the chapter, yet it was taken as an excuse by some children to attack me." The undulating mountains were a scene of desolation. A figure whizzed between the mountains at an extremely fast speed. A snow-white ice dragon soared into the sky and roared to protect him. In an instant, the figure disappeared, but it startled some birds and beasts along the way and made them wail in panic. That figure was Lin Sun. Since leaving Xianxia Mountain, he had been shuttling through the mountains towards Great Qin Province. In another 20 days, the world-famous Tao Discussion Lantern Festival would begin, and the place of the Lantern Festival was Kangwu Mountain in Great Qin Province. Boom, the mountains stood in the sky like halberds. Lin Sun's body emitted divine light, and his speed was so fast that it was like chasing the sun and lightning. As he crossed the void, there was a deafening sonic boom. Along the way, he was deducing and tempering his own strength. Although he had just entered the reincarnation developing realm and set foot on the legendary path of the strongest Tao, Lin Sun would not relax. If he wanted to forge his Tao and become a king when the great era arrived, set foot on the peak, and become a true king realm existence, the cultivation of the reincarnation development realm was undoubtedly the most crucial. This realm was the last of the 5 realms of cultivation. It was the head of martial realm, gang spirit realm, sea spirit realm, and Tao insight. Above it was the life and death realm that countless practitioners dreamed of. It could be said that the reincarnation developing realm was a key realm in cultivation. If one wanted to become a king, he must build a solid foundation in this realm. The reincarnation developing realm was divided into 3 stages: initial realm, middle realm, and later realm. At this stage, the Tao insight in one's body would turn into a wheel that contained all one's original power. Just as the name suggested, reincarnation developing meant to derive wonderful images and complete reincarnation. A wheel contained the practitioner's own cultivation and the true meaning of Tao. At the same time, it was also the source of the practitioner's power. At this stage, the practitioner could manipulate the power of Tao, condense the spirit to develop the divine awareness, and have the power to turn the world upside down. Generally speaking, the reincarnation developing realm was already the top existence in the world. As for the king, it was the existence that stood at the top of all mountains. It had already surpassed the scope of the 5 realms of cultivation. It was a giant overlord in the world. If the divine didn't appear, then the king was the most powerful. Lin Sun's current cultivation was at the initial stage of the reincarnation development realm, and he had developed his own divine wheel of the great path. However, he was different from ordinary cultivators in the reincarnation development realm. He had already stepped on the path to the top, and his primordial spirit had evolved. Even his cultivation of the great path had reached the stage of Tao meaning when he was in the grotto heaven realm. Presently, his strength was capable of forcefully crushing a half-step king realm expert, so he was naturally completely unafraid of anyone at the same cultivation realm as him. However, Lin Sun pursued the path of perfection, and it was for the sake of stepping foot onto the peak of the king realm in the great world. So, it was naturally impossible for him to be satisfied with just this. The second half of the Nature Insight and Nature Devour scripture contains the secrets of becoming a monarch, but it is not the real cultivation method. It seems that in order to break through life and death and become a monarch, the cultivator needs to step on a path that belongs to himself. Only in this way can he be different from the world, different from the ages, and become a true Death King. On the way, Lin Sun comprehended and tried to figure it out. Last time in the heaven accessing place, the rewards he got were the Nature Insight and Nature Devour scripture and the second half of the Tianyuan saber play. However, what the Nature Insight and Nature Devour scripture recorded was a kind of mystery of becoming a monarch, or a kind of experience and perception. This made Lin Sun realize that if he continued to cultivate according to his own path, then the path he took was destined not to be suitable to follow the old path of the king realm in the past. He needed to carry on the past and open up a new path that belonged to him. From the ancient times to the present, take the present as the road, and open up the way to the future. This was destined to be a path that was different from the ancient times and the present. As the saying goes, there are talents in every generation, and each of them leads the way for hundreds of years. The previous path was just an inheritance. It could be inherited, but it couldn't be conservative. In this way, it was no different from following the old path of the ancient people. No matter how great one's achievements were, he couldn't compete with the ancient sages after all. Now, an unprecedented great world war was coming, which was destined to be a great world that had never happened in the ancient times. Everything was full of unknowns. If he still followed the old path, how could he set foot on the legendary and ethereal path of the Supreme King? Lin Sun was no longer comparable to the past until he stepped into the reincarnation developing realm, which made him more and more aware that if he rigidly stuck to the inherent path of inheritance, he was doomed to have no chance to reach the Supreme King realm in this life. So, what he was searching for now was an unprecedented path towards the Tao that belonged to himself. Perhaps this was true forging of the Tao. It was forging a path towards the grand Tao that was different from the ages, and it was sufficient to compete for glory with the sages of the ancient times. Of course, all this might still seem a little illusory, but a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. As long as one persisted, there would be a day when he would succeed. 3 days later. In the wilderness, Lin Sun stood upright in the void. The broken blade, like silver lightning, suddenly flew across the sky and cut the mountains for thousands of miles. However, everything was silent. Not long after his figure left, the mountains broke from the middle and then collapsed with a rumble. Each mountain was smooth and tidy, as if it had been flattened by the hand of God, with a kind of shocking power. Silence Chop, the first move of the second half of Tianyuan saber play, silence as silence, emptiness as boundless, could cut the universe, mountains, and rivers in an instant without being disturbed by ghosts and gods. Lin Sun had now comprehended the complete Tianyuan saber play, which should actually be called 6 cuts of Tianyuan. The 6 cuts were reaching for the stars, embracing the moon, burning the sun, silence, life and death, and impermanence. Every single slash possessed might that shook the heavens and the earth, and it was profound, unfathomable, and boundlessly terrifying. It was absolutely a supreme ultimate technique that shook the ages. In the past, Lin Sun only practiced the first half of Tianyuan saber play, so he couldn't see the real core mystery of this inheritance. But now it was completely different. The complete saber play seemed to glow with a new mystery. The mystery and power contained in it shocked Lin Sun, and he became more aware of the extraordinariness of the heaven accessing place. Because this inheritance was inherited from the heaven accessing place. With his current comprehension, Lin Sun could barely comprehend the mystery of Silence Chop. As for Life and Death Chop and Impermanence Chop, they were too obscure and mysterious for him to deduce all their mysteries for a while. Lin Sun couldn't help marveling at this. On the way, Lin Sun didn't stay idle. He let the spirit of the primordial spirit sit cross-legged in the sea of his consciousness, concentrating on deducing the mystery of Life and Death Chop and Impermanence Chop. According to his estimation, he could fully comprehend the mystery of the last 2 cuts in about half a year. 7 days later. Lin Sun walked out of the vast mountains. Originally, his momentum was as sharp as a sword, emitting peerless sharpness. His whole body was like a well-tempered sword edge, blooming with brilliance that changed the color of the world. But as he walked out step by step, his momentum began to converge little by little like a tide. Finally, all the sharpness was restrained inside his body. Looking at him again, he was dressed in a moon-white robe, with his black hair casually hanging down to his waist. His breath was as calm as still water, and he regained his transcendent aura. After many days of practice, Lin Sun finally consolidated his realm and made a step forward in his cultivation. Yet now, he was already able to control every single inch of strength in his body at will. This was what it meant to do as one pleased without going beyond the rules, like having a thunderstorm in one's chest yet a heart as calm as a lake. Luoyun City, in the distance, the outline of a huge city came into view. It was evening, and the sunset was like fire, plating the whole city with a layer of magnificent gold. Entering this city is equivalent to entering the territory of Great Qin Province. Now there are about 7 days before the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival begins. I don't know how many talents have gathered in Shihing World. As soon as Lin Sun thought of this, he inevitably thought of Yu Jianming of Thousand Illusion Taoist sect and Feng Linhan of Baji Saber Nunnery. He also thought of Ji Xingyao, the saintess of Xianwen Sword House, who was known as the leader of the younger generation in Shihing World, and Yu Ling Kong, a peerless figure from the pure land of longevity in South Xian World. He even thought of Shui Kuanglan, one of the 5 inherited disciples of Yu Hua Sword Sect, Shai Yutong, and Lu Jioga, the 5th prince of Fire Crow Clan. They might have already arrived in Great Qin Province. And Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lianer, the saintess of Cyan Phoenix Clan. I wonder if they have come. As soon as Lin Sun thought of this, his black eyes flashed with coldness. He would never forget how these 2 fellows had looked down on and criticized him in front of the world. They had treated him as a stepping stone to boost their reputation. Whoosh, without staying any longer, Lin Sun's figure flashed and flashed towards the distant Luoyun city. Shocking news! Li Qinghuan, a young talent of Songmei Taoist sect in Qingyun province, and Wu Duanya, the first inherited disciple of Xianyang sect in Huayin province, have arrived at Star Cliff City in front of Kangwu Mountain. According to statistics, up to now, the number of famous talents from thousands of provinces in Xihing world has reached more than 500. Rumor has it that the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival is very likely to be attended by powerful figures from Dongxing, Beidou, and South Xian world. As soon as he entered Luoyun City, the bustling streets, crowded restaurants, and tea houses were almost everywhere discussing and talking about the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. The extremely hot scene surprised Lin Sun secretly, and he had to sigh with emotion that the influence of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival in Xihing world was really great. Some clues could be seen from the discussions of the practitioners in this world. Hey, I heard that demon god Lin has appeared in Bloody Mist City. I wonder if it's true. What made Lin Sun's expression slightly strange was that there were actually many voices talking about him amidst these bustling discussions. Haha, I'm more curious about whether demon god Lin dares to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Nowadays, it's not only peerless figures like Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lian but also some other talents have a lot of opinions about demon god Lin, and they intend to take him down a notch in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. I've also heard that the reason is that demon god Lin has made too much of a stir before, and it has faintly covered the fame of many talents. This naturally causes people to be very dissatisfied. Moreover, I heard that many orthodoxies now think that demon god Lin is very likely to be unworthy of his name, and he's not as powerful as the legend says at all. No matter what, if demon god Lin dares to come, there'll definitely be a great show to watch. Lin Sun's expression became more and more strange when he heard these discussions. He seriously suspected that behind all these discussions were those big mouths in the Wind Whisperer clan fanning the flames. Lin Sun stayed in Luoyun City for half a day and then set off for Star Cliff City. Star Cliff City was located in the hinterland of Great Qin Province. It was an extremely ancient city. It was said that Star Cliff City had existed since ancient times. Star Cliff City was extremely famous in West Hing territory because the location of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, which was held every 100 years, was located on Kangwu Mountain outside Star Cliff City. Half a day later, outside Star Cliff City, Lin Sun put away the treasure ship and floated into the city. Master, since Kangwu Mountain is outside the city, why don't we go there immediately? Why wait in this city? Haha, it's your first time to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, so you naturally don't understand. Kangwu Mountain was also a holy mountain in ancient times. It's said that there was a real congenital deity who established a Taoist field here to teach. It can be said to be a land covered with miracles. Even if you approach it now, you can't set foot on it unless the time is right. I see. In Star Cliff City, there was an endless stream of carriages, people coming and going, and the noise of conversation resounded everywhere. This magnificent and ancient city was one of the most prosperous places in Great Qin Province. It had a population of tens of thousands and was extremely lively. As the time of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival was getting closer and closer, the whole Star Cliff City had become the most eye-catching place in the whole West Hing territory. Every day, countless strong people came from all directions, including the descendants of ancient orthodoxies, the descendants of aristocratic families with a long history, the descendants of various clans and creatures. Of course, even more people had come to watch the show. After all, the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival wasn't something that just anyone could participate in. When Lin Sun entered the city, a touch of surprise flashed in his black eyes. So many strong people, under the perception of his powerful divine soul, he found that there were many people with powerful aura in the street. Some of them were even not inferior to some of the top talents Lin Sun had seen in terms of momentum and style. There were also some figures of old monsters flashing among them. They were either the elders of a certain orthodoxy or the big shots of a certain great force. They were all followed by young men and women. There are actually some auras that are comparable to formidable figures like Shui Kuanglan and Lu Jiuge. Looks like it's really as the news said, Starcliff City has already become the place where the geniuses of the younger generation of the Western Ocean world gather. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He'd just entered the city, yet he'd casually seen so many outstanding geniuses on the streets. This obviously showed that the Tao discussion lantern meeting this time had drawn over countless influential figures from the Westworld. However, top geniuses like Shui Quanlan and Lu Jioga could only be considered a small minority. Only 2 or 3 of them were among the hundreds. But even so, it was shocking enough. After all, Shui Quanlan was one of the 5 great true disciples of the ancient orthodoxy emergent sword sect. There were only a small portion of people like him in the ancient orthodoxies of the West Hing world. Lin Sun followed the crowd to the center of the city. Message trees stood towering in the tens of thousands of cities in the West Hing world's 1,000 provinces, and Starcliff City was naturally no exception. There's less than 7 days left before the Tao discussion lantern meeting begins. According to the statistics of our Wind Speaker clan, there are over 1,000 geniuses that have come from the various places of the West Ocean world within Starcliff City. Moreover, this number is still increasing at an alarming rate. It's certain that when the Tao discussion lantern meeting officially begins, it's bound to be an unprecedented scene of 10,000 geniuses fighting for hegemony. Now that the battle of the great world is coming, the significance of this Tao discussion lantern meeting has become extraordinary at such a critical moment. In the end, which peerless genius can stand out and win the title of the first in the lantern meeting? Let's wait and see. In front of the message tree, figures were moving and heads were moving. Countless message leaves were unrolling, deducing the latest news. Lin Sun stood there with his breath restrained. Moreover, he'd used the formless skill, and his temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes, so he didn't need to worry about being recognized. Now, Lin Sun already knew that there was an extremely magical tree on Kangwu Mountain. Its whole body seemed to be made of bronze, vigorous and ancient, and it could hold up the sky. It had existed since ancient times and experienced the vicissitudes of time, and it had an ancient past that was sufficient to shock the world. Most miraculous of it all was that numerous bronze flower buds would condense on the bare branches of this tree every 100 years. Every single time they bloomed, it was like a bronze lamp had been lit up, and they hung on the branches while emanating a myriad of multicolored and gorgeous rain of divine flames that illuminated the sky, causing it to seem extremely divine. These bronze flowers were known as the ancient Tao's lantern flowers. As for the ancient and sacred bronze tree, it was called the ancient path's green lamp tree. The curtains to the Tao lantern discussion that was held every 100 years would be drawn beneath that green lantern tree. However, before the ancient Tao lamp flower bloomed, this divine tree was like a sage that lived in seclusion and wouldn't appear in the world. Even if one arrived at Kangwu Mountain in advance, it was impossible to find any trace of it. The reason why the Tao discussion lantern meeting attracted the attention of the entire Shihing territory wasn't just because of the Tao discussion, but because of the lantern meeting. A peerless fortune was hidden within the ancient Tao lamp tree, and only true extraordinary geniuses had the opportunity to obtain it. According to rumor, the current sect master of the profound Sikh sword school, Mu Xianxia, had once obtained a supreme fortune during the Tao discussion lantern meeting when he was young, and it allowed his path towards the Tao to skyrocket. He merely utilized less than 100 years of time to attain the Tao and look down upon the world. The most terrifying part was that Mu Xianxia was reputed to be a peak legend amongst the King realm cultivators of the current era, and numerous ancient sects felt that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to overcome the 9 tribulations of longevity, attain the path of the Saint Tao, and become another saint of the profound Sikh sword school. On the other hand, there were many examples of people like Mu Xianxia who'd obtained fortune during the Tao discussion lantern meetings of the past, and all of them had more or less obtained a completely new fortune and transformation on their path towards the Tao. This was precisely the reason why the Tao discussion lantern gathering attracted the cultivators of West Hing world. Seizing world-shocking fortune from the Tao discussion was something that every single cultivator dreamt of. However, only the geniuses of the younger generation were able to participate in the Tao discussion lantern meeting, and if one didn't possess the qualifications, then one would be utterly unable to approach it even if the ancient Tao lantern tree appeared. Move aside. Suddenly, an explosive shout resounded nearby the message tree, and it was like a thunderclap that shocked some cultivators to the point their entire bodies trembled and almost fell to the ground. An enormous man that was over 3 m tall and possessed a ferocious aura walked over from nearby, and his large hand that was like a cattail leaf fan pushed fiercely, causing the crowd to be instantly split apart. Some cultivators weren't able to dodge in time and were pushed to the ground. They were just about to let loose a torrent of curses, yet their expressions instantly turned grim when they saw the appearance of the enormous man clearly, and they went silent like cicadas in the winter. An expert of the ocean shark clan in the baleful Devil Sea. A cultivator exclaimed with shock. In an instant, the expressions of the nearby cultivators changed. The baleful Devil Sea wasn't an ordinary place, and numerous ancient clans of the ocean resided there. On the other hand, the ocean shark clan was an overlord in the baleful Devil Sea. The enormous man grunted coldly, and he seemed to be extremely arrogant. But right after that, he turned around and respectfully moved to the side, and he seemed to be extremely humble. It was also at this moment that people saw a group of men and women following behind the enormous man. The person in the lead was a man in a golden robe, with an imposing figure and a head of long blue hair. His eyes were as sharp as blades, and he was extremely frightening. The other men and women surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon, and they approached the message tree. This is actually the holy son of the ocean shark clan. One of the 10 great geniuses of the baleful Devil Sea, Xianxia. Some of the cultivators were greatly shocked, and their expressions became even more fearful and respectful. The ocean shark clan was extremely terrifying, and as the holy son of the ocean shark clan, Xianxia, could be said to be famous among the younger generation of the Great West Boundary. It was rumored that this person was born with a root of wisdom, and his constitution was pure. He cultivated the mysterious secret arts of the ancient Buddhist sects, and his strength was unfathomable. Xianxia's group had a trace of unique arrogance on their faces, and they ignored the fearful and respectful gazes around them as they directly arrived in front of the message tree. Why is there still no news of Demon Lin? After a short moment, Xianxia frowned and said, on the way to Star Cliff City this time, I heard quite a bit about this person. I just wanted to use this opportunity to see if he's as formidable as the rumors say. But why hasn't he arrived yet? The nearby cultivators were secretly surprised. The holy son of the ocean shark clan, one of the 10 great geniuses of the baleful Devil Sea, actually also wanted to deal with Demon Lin. Why did he say also? It was simple. Now in Star Cliff City, many geniuses gathered. Many people couldn't bear to see Demon Lin, and they wanted to give Demon Lin a show of strength at the beginning of the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. This was nothing new, and it had spread all over the Great Qin province a few days ago. Now, many cultivators were also waiting to see whether Demon Lin, who was said to be a god, dared to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival this time. In the crowd, Lin Sun looked calm, but he hated Bai Fenglu more and more in his heart. If he hadn't exposed his deeds a while ago, how could he have been targeted by so many people? Now, some people he didn't know all wanted to kill him, which made Lin Sun speechless for a while. Of course, he wasn't afraid, but he felt it was very troublesome. As the saying goes, people are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. From now on, if anyone can find the clues of Demon Lin's appearance in Star Cliff City, you can come to me for a reward. Xianxia looked proud and aloof, with a touch of oppressive strength, and said indifferently, of course, if Demon Lin dares to show up, as long as he admits that his strength is not as good as mine, I won't let him lose too badly. After saying that, he turned around and strode away with a group of men and women. In the field, all the cultivators gasped. Was Xianxia going to suppress Demon Lin in front of the world like Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lianer had done? Lin Sun was a little annoyed. Why did anyone dare to jump out to despise and attack him now? There was no hostility for no reason in the world. In Lin Sun's view, Xianxia's approach was no different from that of Zhongli Wuji and Qing Lianer. He regarded Lin Sun as a stepping stone and wanted to step on Lin Sun to boost his prestige. When Lin Sun turned around and left the message tree, he saw a familiar figure. He raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. It was really a small world. It was a skinny old man with shifty eyes. At this moment, he hurriedly came to Xianxia and shouted, Child Xia, I'm from the Wind Whisperer clan. May I ask you some questions about Demon God Lin? Originally, Xianxia was a little unhappy that his path was blocked, but when he heard the words Demon God Lin, he immediately stopped in his tracks. He glanced sideways at Bai Fenglu and nodded reservedly. What do you want to ask? Just ask. I have nothing to fear from Demon God Lin. His words were very strong and direct. You deserve to be a peerless talent from the evil demon sea. It's hard for me not to admire your demeanor. Bai Fenglu had a solemn expression on his face, but he shamelessly flattered Meng Qi. Then, he shamelessly asked, Mr. Xia, may I ask what you think of Demon God Lin? Xia Luchan said without hesitation, he's nothing more than a deceiver. I don't think the rumors about him in the world are true. They're just false rumors. If he dares to appear, I'll definitely expose his background and ruin his reputation. I'll let the truth be revealed to the world. His words were indifferent, sonorous, and disdainful. He directly defined Lin Sun as a deceiver. Lin Sun, who witnessed all this secretly, couldn't help sneering in his heart. It seemed that this guy was determined to make things difficult for him. Bai Fenglu was very excited. This was the first-hand news. Even after Xia Luchan and his people left, Bai Fenglu was still thinking about how to make use of this news to set off a sensation in Starcliff City. Xia Luchan is also a fool. He wants to step on Demon God Lin. What a whimsical idea. However, this is even more interesting. After all, it is a clash between two peerless geniuses. It will definitely attract the attention of the world. Are you a friend from the Wind Whisperer tribe? At this moment, an honest-looking youth with a simple temperament approached. Bai Fenglu nodded absent-mindedly. What's up, kid? What's up? The youth scratched his head and looked around warily. Only then did he say in a low voice, I have clues about Demon God Lin. Before he could finish, Bai Fenglu's eyes lit up. Are you sure? The youth said unhappily, if you don't believe me, I'll sell the news to someone else. After he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, but he was hurriedly stopped by Bai Fenglu. Bai Fenglu said apologetically, young brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is of great importance. If you lie to me, then the consequences will be very serious. The young man said angrily, I can take you to see him, but you have to give me some compensation first. Seeing this, Bai Fenglu's heart immediately calmed down. He realized that this young man was probably not lying. He generously took out a storage bag and handed it to the young man. There are 100 mid-grade spiritual marrows in here. If you really see Demon God Lin, these are all yours. The young man smiled honestly, put the storage bag away, and said, follow me. Bai Fenglu hurriedly followed. However, 10 minutes later, Bai Fenglu felt that something was wrong. The young man led him through the city, turning here and there. The further they went, the more remote they became. I say, young brother, is there something wrong with your information? This place is too remote. He said suspiciously. That's impossible. I heard that Demon God Lin is currently being targeted by many people. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to appear in a crowded place. He must be hiding, the young man said casually. Bai Fenglu chuckled, and the suspicions in his heart disappeared. Instead, he said proudly, young brother, you don't understand. The more it is like this, the more extraordinary Demon God Lin will be. As the saying goes, the taller the tree in the forest, the more the wind will blow it down. The more this matter is stirred up, the more attention Demon God Lin will attract when he really appears. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, spittle flying everywhere. Can you imagine how exciting it will be when Demon God Lin appears and competes with many peerless geniuses? There's no doubt that it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire Shiheng world. Oh, of course, I will also send the news out as soon as possible. When that time comes, I can also use this opportunity to show off. The young man was confused. Just to show off? Bai Fenglu said in an old-fashioned manner, young brother, one look and I can tell that you don't understand. When that time comes, if Demon God Lin manages to overcome all obstacles, his fame will definitely spread further. Where did his fame come from? Wasn't it all because of me? This kind of glory is not something that just anyone can have. The young man nodded and continued to ask, what if Demon God Lin is unfortunately defeated by some peerless genius? Bai Fenglu laughed out loud. He looked like he was in charge of everything. You're really too young. What does Demon God Lin's defeat have to do with me? I'm only in charge of spreading the news. The world won't blame Demon God Lin's defeat on me. When that time comes, I'll just find another good seedling like Demon God Lin and help him build up his reputation again. The young man said thoughtfully, in that case, whether Demon God Lin wins or loses, it'll be beneficial to you. Bai Fenglu smiled and praised, you're a promising child. Promising my ass. At that moment, the young man suddenly stopped in his tracks and slapped the back of Bai Fengliu's head. Smack, Bai Fengliu staggered and almost fell. He saw stars and was so angry that his whole body trembled. He shouted, F***ck, you little bastard, why did you hit me? Before he finished speaking, he was pressed to the ground by the young man and beaten up violently. Bai Fengliu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Murder! Murder! Bai Fengliu screamed, his face swollen and his hair disheveled. Continue shouting. I want to see who will come and save you in this remote place. The young man laughed coldly and gave Bai Fengliu's skinny body another round of beatings. Young hero, please spare me. Young hero, please spare me. I really know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Bai Fengliu hugged his head and begged for mercy. Just a moment ago, he was still complacent and composed, and he seemed to be in control of the situation. Yet now, he was like a mangy dog that repeatedly begged for mercy. The contrast between before and after was extremely great, and he seemed to have no backbone at all. I can spare you if you want me to, but from now on, you must stop investigating and spreading news about Demon God Lin. If you can do that, I'll let you go immediately. The young man stopped and looked down at him. Unexpectedly, even under such a brutal beating, Bai Fengliu's reaction was very intense. He said angrily and decisively, impossible. The Wind Whisperer clan was born to spread news. If that's the case, you might as well kill me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The young man raised his eyebrows, his killing intent surging. Bai Fengliu scoffed and said righteously, it's useless even if you kill me. Even if I die, more of my clansmen will come forward. As the saying goes, even if I die, my bones will be fragrant, and I will not be ashamed of being a hero in the world. My death will definitely be remembered and spread by my clan. Even if I don't go down in history, I will at least be remembered by the world. The young man was speechless. Even in death, this old man was still thinking about how to go down in history and spread his name. What an old weirdo. Stand up. I have something to ask you, the young man said impatiently. This old man was speaking righteously, but in reality, he was scared to death. He kept hugging the young man's leg and refused to let go. You're not going to kill me? Bai Fengliu asked. If I kill you, won't I make your name go down in history? The young man said sarcastically. Bai Fengliu was embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body to stand up. He was about to say something, but when he saw the young man's face clearly, his eyes immediately widened. He was stunned as if he had seen a ghost. After a while, he jumped 3 feet high and said hoarsely, Demon God Lin? The young man was Lin's son, but he had returned to his original appearance. Why? Didn't you want to see me? Now that I'm here, why do you not seem to welcome me? Lin's son sneered. Bai Fengliu was dumbfounded. He stood there with a bloody nose and a swollen face, looking very pitiful. At this moment, he felt like he was in a mess in the wind. How could he have thought that he would meet the person he was talking about just now? He had only been bragging about himself. This was too much of a blow to him. Bai Fengliu wanted to slap himself. Let me ask you, has Yu Jianming, the future leader of the Thousand Illusion sect in the Fire Spirit State, arrived in Starcliff City? Lin Sun asked. This was the reason why he took the initiative to find Bai Fengliu. After all, it was Yu Jianming who gave him a token to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival and wanted to accompany him. Now that Lin Sun was here, he naturally had to meet Yu Jianming. If he wanted to inquire about Yu Jianming's whereabouts, it was absolutely the right choice to find the Wind Whisperer clan. Yu Jianming? Bai Fengliu was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said, it seems that he has appeared in Starcliff City more than 10 days ago. However, a talent like him can only dominate the Fire Spirit State. If you look at the whole Westing territory, he is a little weak. This old man was indeed well informed, but his mouth was very mean. He did not forget to take the opportunity to ridicule Yu Jianming. Do you know where he is now? Lin Sun asked. The Pavilion of Spring and Autumn. Bai Fengliu answered without hesitation this time, all the talents who are qualified to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival will go to the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn. In this way, those talents can communicate with each other in advance. They can not only evaluate their opponents more clearly, but also have a clear understanding of their own strength. In this way, they can judge the situation and take precautions in advance when the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival begins, so as to avoid offending the people they shouldn't offend. Lin Sun immediately understood. He turned around and was about to leave, but he saw Bai Fenglu hurriedly catch up with him. His old face was full of flattery, and he said, "Child Lin, you should have just arrived in Starcliff City, right? In order to express my eagerness to redeem myself, let me lead the way for you. Okay?" What was taking advantage of the situation? That was exactly what Bai Fenglu was doing at the moment. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. He had just beaten this old guy up fiercely. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this guy didn't care at all and took the initiative to come to him. Lin Sun was amazed by Bai Fenglu's excellent self-cultivation and shameless behavior. "You still don't want to give up?" Lin Sun asked. Bai Fenglu waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Child Lin, please don't misunderstand me. I guarantee with my integrity that I will never leak the news that you are in Starcliff City." Integrity? Lin Sun secretly despised him. "How dare you talk about integrity?" Bai Fenglu was very thick-skinned. He laughed and said, "In fact, it's enough to confirm that you are here to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. After all, with your peerless demeanor, there is no need to publicize it at all. It will be known sooner or later. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for you, how could I have faced so many undeserved disasters?" Lin Sun had the impulse to hit him as he spoke. Bai Fenglu sighed with emotion, "Child Lin, this is the struggle for the Tao. If you want to stand out among the young talents, how can you not face some criticism and provocation? For a peerless figure like you, even if you don't want to cause trouble, other talents will also see you as an opponent. They will seize the opportunity to trample on you to gain fame and reputation." Lin Sun was a little surprised. Bai Fenglu's words were almost the same as what he had expected. In the context of the coming great era, the young talents of all the clans in the world were accumulating power and exerting their strength. They wanted to seize the opportunity to become kings on the road of Tao and set foot on the top. Under such circumstances, competition and confrontation, killing and confrontation were bound to be inevitable. It was like thousands of troops fighting to cross a single log bridge. Whoever could break through the encirclement and stand out first would be able to seize the greatest opportunity. Spring and Autumn Pavilion. Situated at the center of Starcliff City, it was 300 m tall, completely constructed from glazed jade, and bathed in a layer of dreamlike and gorgeous sheen under the sunlight. The Pavilion of Spring and Autumn could be called a famous historical site in Starcliff City. It was rumored that in ancient times, a saint passed by this place and once looked up at the stars in the pavilion, deducing the rise and fall of the past and present. Before he left behind a sacred message that shocked the ages. "Know me and sin me, only the spring and autumn period." It was just 8 words, but they contained a kind of boundless grandeur. Let the people of the world judge it. In the end, the eternal history will give me a verdict. This was the demeanor of a sage. The Pavilion of Spring and Autumn also became famous because of the 8 words divine mantra. It became a famous ancient place in the hearts of countless cultivators. Over the years, countless experts had come to admire it. However, every time the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival approached, the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn would become a restricted area. Only geniuses that possessed the qualifications to participate in the Tao discussion were able to ascend it, and other experts didn't dare to approach it. This was an unwritten rule. In the past, there had been many cultivators who refused to accept it. They thought that the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn was a relic left behind by an ancient sage, and that everyone was qualified to enter. However, before they could get close, they were suppressed by some geniuses on the spot and forced to retreat. Over time, this rule was passed down. There was still a distance from the Pavilion of Spring and Autumn. On the spacious and bustling streets, ferocious beasts galloped and divine birds spread their wings. They looked extremely mystical, but at this moment, they were all being used as mounts, carrying people on their backs. The cultivators on the nearby streets all avoided them, not daring to block the way. Because they knew that the cultivators who could ride on such terrifying mounts had powerful backgrounds. Not to mention provoking them, they had to maintain a kind of reverence. Wow! What a powerful king beast! Is that the legendary green flame Qilin? Its whole body is steaming with green divine flames, and its aura is like that of a king. Exclamations could be heard from time to time on the streets. It is said that the green flame Qilin is the guardian beast of the ancient orthodoxy Jade Void Temple. It has monstrous power that is comparable to a half-step king realm cultivator. In that case, the man and woman sitting on the green flame Qilin must be the geniuses of the Jade Void Temple. Yes, it must be Mu Jianting, the #1 successor disciple of the Jade Void Temple. Only a peerless genius like him is qualified to be protected by the green flame Qilin. Lin Sun and Bai Fenglu happened to see this scene when they walked over from afar. They could not help but sigh. These successors from ancient orthodoxies were each more extravagant than the last. Even their mounts were half-step king realm cultivators. These days, a storm has gathered in Star Cliff City, and the pavilion of spring and autumn is the center of attention. Many geniuses from all over the West Hing world will gather here, Bai Fenglu explained. Bai Fenglu explained from the side, because of this, many cultivators have been attracted here to witness the glory of different prodigies. Because of this, the area around the pavilion of spring and autumn has become the most popular place. I see. As he spoke, Lin Sun pulled Bai Fenglu closer to the side of the road. Right at this moment, a horrifying fluctuation spread out in the air. A divine bird, dozens of feet long, with a body that seemed to be made of immortal gold and bright feathers, flew across the sky. Some cultivators were not able to dodge in time. They were sent flying and fell on the ground. The dark gold sparrow. This is a divine bird with the bloodline of the immortal king of the Archean age. It is so powerful. It seems that it is only one step away from the king realm. Exclamations were heard. All the cultivators nearby looked at the back of the dark gold sparrow. There was a group of people, both men and women. Descendants of the Miluo Palace. At this moment, even Bai Fenglu was shocked. After some explanation, Lin Sun learned that the Miluo Palace was also an ancient orthodoxy, but it was located in a secret realm of a small world called the Earth Imperial Universe. In the West Hing world, apart from the thousands of states, there were many independent small worlds. The Earth Imperial Universe was one of the most famous. According to Bai Fenglu, the Miluo Palace had such a long history that it could be traced back to the ancient times. It was just that the descendants of this orthodoxy hadn't appeared in the West Hing world for thousands of years. No one expected that they would reappear at this moment. There was no doubt that the descendants of the Miluo Palace were also here for the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. The ancient desolation is so vast. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. The more he knew about it, the more mysterious and vast the ancient desolation territory was. It was just the West Hing territory, but it included almost boundless territories and many unheard of small worlds. It was not hard to imagine how vast the ancient desolation, which had the territory of the 4 major worlds, was. Boom, all of a sudden, the street was shaking. The nearby buildings were shaking. A thunderous roar came out, shaking the universe. Not far away, a huge white lion bathed in lightning appeared. It was breathing clouds and mist. And its beard was dancing in the air. The lightning all over its body made a deafening noise and gave off dazzling silver lightning. Good heavens, the white jade thunder lion. This is an ancient mutant. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The experts of the Thunder Clan of the Great Desolation are here. There was a palace on the back of the white jade thunder lion, and some figures could be vaguely seen in it. There were men and women, and their auras were extraordinary. The Thunder Clan of the Great Desolation is one of the top 5 clans in the West Hing world. The descendants of the clan all have precious blood that contains the power of lightning. They are talented and have terrifying combat strength. If I'm not wrong, the one who came to participate in the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival must be Lei Qianjun of the younger generation of the Thunder Clan of the Great Desolation, who has the title of Young Thunder Marquis. Bai Fenglu took a deep breath and spoke with certainty. He had heard about Young Thunder Marquis and knew that he was a peerless figure with unparalleled combat strength and terrifying talent. Lin Sun was speechless for a moment. They were still on the road, but they had already seen so many dazzling and tyrannical figures. It would be difficult for anyone to remain calm. As they continued forward, they saw more and more divine birds and fierce beasts along the way, and all of them were extremely terrifying, causing many practitioners to tremble. In comparison, Lin Sun seemed very inconspicuous. He only had an old man from the Wind Whisperer clan by his side, and he didn't even have a mount. Naturally, it was impossible for him to attract any attention. Child Lin, with your current status, you seem to be too low-key. This is not good. Being too low-key will easily be ignored and looked down upon by others, Bai Fenglu said with emotion. Lin Sun said, doesn't the Wind Whisperer clan have a pair of wings naturally? Do you want to show them and fly me? Let's also be high profile. Bai Fengliu's expression froze, and he hurriedly changed the topic. This demon god Lin was really indulging in the wildest fantasies. If other practitioners saw him flying with an old skeleton like him, they would definitely be embarrassed to death. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and he was slightly startled. He saw a familiar figure flash by on the street not far away. It was a young girl dressed in white. She was elegant and otherworldly, and her fair face was elegant and tranquil. Her starry eyes were bright, and her hair was jet black. Her lips were red and moist, and her skin was as translucent as mutton fat. She was like a fairy who had walked out of a painting, otherworldly. By Lingxi, it was really her. Lin Sun felt a little uneasy. Back in the Yen capital, he had seen a 9-headed golden serpent dragging a mysterious immortal palace across the sky. At that time, Lin Sun vaguely saw a familiar figure standing in the immortal palace. Unfortunately, he was too far away to be sure. But now, seeing her again in Star Cliff City, Lin Sun was sure that the person he saw at that time must be Bai Lingxi. Obviously, after entering the ancient Desolation realm from Xiao Empire, Bai Lingxi entered the southern Xian world and joined the ancient Orthodoxy Pure Land of Immortality to cultivate. Lin Sun originally wanted to go forward and greet her, but he noticed that there were some men and women accompanying Bai Lingxi. All of them looked extraordinary, and they were obviously the successors of the immortal Pure Land. This made Lin Sun a little hesitant. Child Lin, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that girl? Then go ahead and chase her. It's a waste of your youth if you don't flirt. Beside him, Bai Fenglu opened his eyes wide and chuckled. His old face was full of wretchedness. Lin Sun slapped the back of Bai Fengliu's head, making him grimace and cry out in pain. At this moment, Bai Lingxi seemed to have sensed something in the distance, and a pair of clear eyes suddenly looked over. When she saw Lin Sun, she couldn't help but be slightly startled, and then she walked over. End of chapter 854. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.